This incredible story began with the equally incredible beauties of the local world, which was shrouded in magic and secrets. There were a lot of animals here that could easily exist with people since they had not yet reached their habitats. There were truly a lot of animals here, and they were completely different and got along very peacefully with each other. In the middle of this forest in which it all began, a man was sitting on a stump that remained from the great tree. He sat focused on this place and meditated, trying to get to the most remote points of consciousness. But it was very difficult to get away from the usual thoughts that worried him, and it was especially difficult to get away from the thought of the cloud dragon. Some time before this, the teacher, after years of training, approached his student and handed him a very important object. He said that all Kunlun martial arts honor heaven, but only Taechong Shigen helps achieve them. The student had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, and because of this it was clear from his face that he was not listening very carefully. Of course, the teacher didn't like it. He asked his master how soon he could reach heaven. And he replied that he could not give an answer to this question since for now the student should continue to train until he reaches what he wants. From that day on, the student devoted himself entirely to close training and poured all his time, effort, sweat, and blood into training. He was very good at it, although not from the very first day. Once when he was in this forest, he was able to move through the air so quickly that having reached a significant height, he used the take-on technique Shingen. And being at this point, he struck with incredible force, which was strong not physically but energetically. The energy that was created after this impact was incredible, and the explosion that was created after all this was also incredible. And so a lot of time passed. The student did not even notice the moment that years passed after his first training in a closed style. Thanks to the techniques that he managed to learn, he moved through the water without even falling down. Now he was truly a master and could control almost everything that surrounded him at that moment. He walked a few steps along the water surface and lightly waved his right hand. This action was enough to cut off half of the waterfall and retain all the water that fell from it. Then this man tensed his hand again, and after this happened, other actions followed. The water began to flow as it had flowed before. It was unimaginable to realize that he managed to stop such a strong natural movement with just a movement of his hand. After the student realized that he had achieved a lot during this time, he sat in one place in the lotus position and began to meditate. He managed to learn all of Taekon's methods Shingen and even get to know Mother Nature. But for some reason he still didn't want to return. Time passed again, and the student sat like this for months, right up until the moment when, after a cold winter, sprouts began to break through the ground. Years passed, and these sprouts turned into vines that grew gradually but surely, moving towards the student. They enveloped his body, but he still did not begin to move. But this could not last forever, so one day, he folded his hands in such a way in order to transfer a new type of energy from one to the other. He was able to achieve two great states. A condition in which 5 colors of energy appear throughout the body, and a state in which energy takes the form of 3 flower buds. From the outside it looked simply beautiful and looked like some kind of natural miracle. Flowers grew from the place where the person was sitting and rose to the left. They fell to the ground and were completely transformed in order to start a new life. The energy could no longer be stopped, and in addition to the positive effect, it also caused a negative effect on the man's body. His body lost too many cells and energy, and because of this, after a short time, he began to spit out his teeth. His hair, which had already had time to sit, began to fall out instantly due to the fact that the body did not have the strength to maintain its life. He managed to get rid of the external and return to his natural state while at the same time becoming younger. I wondered if the master knew that he would not remain in the take-on state until the very end. But finally this day came, the day for which the student had been waiting almost his entire conscious life. The day when the world saw a new creature who was ready to turn this very world upside down and make it better according to the pattern that seemed more correct to him. The first thing the student did after rejuvenation, stood on that stump and told himself that he would do everything in order to see his master again. The next day was very sunny and definitely a good day to complete things that I had been thinking about for a long time. When the hero arrived at the very place where his master was supposed to be, 2 guards immediately asked who he was. This place was the entrance to Cullen, and of course the hero knew the way to it very well. He introduced himself to the guards and notified them that he was a disciple of Kunlun nicknamed Cloud Dragon. Then the guards were silent for a while, and then after looking at each other they decided that he was just some kind of tramp who took their uniform from someone. They instantly became angry and ordered him not to pretend that he belonged here since beggars had no place here. The hero did not explain anything to them but only walked by and opening the main gate said that they were too harsh towards their comrades. Then these guards took out their weapons and prepared to attack him from behind. But the hero, even without visually doing anything with just one turn of his head, was able to cut the blades of their swords in an instant. All the guard could do was look at the handle of his weapon and think about how this could even happen. The hero meanwhile continued to move forward through the lands that he saw not for the first time and which were native to him. It even seemed to him that the air that was here was much fresher than the one he had been breathing all these years in the forest. But his presence here did not go unnoticed since while he was walking at one moment, he heard a loud whistle. This whistle could only mean that the alarm had been sounded and everyone guarding the territory needed to be on alert. They very quickly ran up to the trespasser and began to take up their combat positions which they had been training almost the entire time here. It was easy to understand from their faces that these guys were ready to eliminate their targets as quickly as possible. They surrounded the stranger and for some time with swords at the ready they simply looked at him. Then the hero thought that there were only strangers around him and he didn't know any of all these people. A man appeared behind him whose voice seemed more serious to him than the voice of those two guards. This man asked him what the noise was all about and the hero realized that this face was also new to him. He explained himself and said that he was a cloud dragon and he returned here from a closed training session. But it seems like a long time has passed since no one knows him. Then this man became very angry since there is no such training in their sect and also added that many imposters have come here recently. In order to prove his involvement in this place, the stranger decided to ask the man the names of the masters who are now teaching people. He began to list different names. Shin Jongjin, now Guangjin, and also many other masters. For a few seconds he thought deeply and said that he had forgotten the name of the master who was from the Unza clan. Then the guy smiled and said that he was their man and came from the Tesajo clan. After these words the man became very angry and put his weapon on alert. The hero instantly felt this and even already knew how the man would behave in a second. He ordered him to be silent and at the same time made a lunge in order to attack him with his weapon. But just one movement was enough to dodge this blow and end up under the weapon. Then the hero made just one blow to his blade which created an incredible resonance within the metal. This vibration was so strong that even the man who was holding the weapon felt it. He raised his weapon up and then even the other students noticed that his weapon had received a lot of damage and was now unusable. About 100 years passed and the hero realized that during this time it seems that a lot has changed in this place. The students who surrounded the hero shouted that this guy is very cunning. Therefore you need to be careful with him and attack him at the same time. The hero dedicated his youth and life to Kunlun and now 100 years have passed. Everything seemed incredibly fleeting. Then the students once again took out their swords and prepared to strike the intruder. Of course the hero felt this energy and used a technique that created a protective energy ball around his body. This caused all the students to scatter in different directions since they did not have a sufficient level of skill to counteract this. Their bodies flew apart and they tried to put their hands in front of them in order not to injure themselves. In turn the hero used another technique and was easily able to fly through the gate of this place. There were still screams inside, but the guy had already decided for himself that it looked like this place was no longer for him and he needed to do something else. The question was still open and he did not understand where to go now and what to do. Therefore he began to simply walk through the forest and everything was fine until the moment his body began to remember its needs. The guy was very hungry because he didn't even remember the last time he ate something. Due to his focus on martial arts he had time to eat and now he felt absolutely terrible. He moved until he noticed a white and beautiful rabbit near the road which looked very appetizing. The hero immediately realized that he needed to use his sleight of hand to catch him right now and cook him. Now the goal was in his hands and all that remained was to cook it correctly and eat it quickly. But this task was hampered by the fact that this little animal looked incredibly cute and seemed to look straight into the hero's soul. Then he released this rabbit because he realized that he could not eat it and for pity. Continuing his path, the hero could not think about anything yet since the feeling of hunger was too strong. This happened until he stopped because he noticed a very interesting place. This building turned out to be incredibly familiar to him and it looks like he's been there before and it looks like more than once. A tavern called Kunlun where he and his comrades sometimes visited the master. It was amazing that this building was still here. Don't think about it for a second. He continued walking and walked until he entered the inn. In all 100 years, practically nothing has changed here, but the place has become a little dilapidated. He had only pleasant memories of this place, especially warmly. He remembered the hospitality, which was a very important factor here. He missed those days when he and his comrades and the master sat at the same table and talked about different topics. He managed to almost completely remember his past, but suddenly his thoughts disappeared with the arrival of the girl at his table. She immediately greeted him and asked the guy what he wanted to order first, but she was a little uncomfortable with the way her guest looked. To put it mildly, his appearance was slightly atypical. The hero was clearly from Kunlun, but there was something wrong with his appearance since all his clothes were tattered and dirty. She quickly decided that it looked like this guy had been robbed on the way, and most likely he didn't have any money on him. Even having a lot of time did not help the hero come up with what to order, so the girl asked him not to rush. At the same time, she left somewhere, and it was at that moment that the hero thought that he had absolutely no money to pay. Therefore, it was decided to leave here and return when there was money. But this was not destined to happen, since literally a few seconds later, the girl carried a tray on which there was a very large amount of food. The guy answered her that he did not order all this, and she replied that this dish was paid for by the establishment and wished him bon appetit. She also explained that she immediately realized that a Kunlun member had been robbed, and in difficult times people should help each other. The guy was confused and couldn't answer anything intelligibly because now he was only thinking about the delicious food that was on the table. He thanked the girl, and it was indeed very sincere gratitude. Either the food was so delicious or the guy hadn't eaten for a very long time, but the emotions he experienced during this were simply indescribable. Everything was fine until the hero felt something hard in his shoulder. It was some stranger who ordered him to take off his clothes right now and only then eat. This stranger heard that now many people are trying to impersonate Kunlun, and he mistook the hero for just such a person. In turn, the guy continued to eat, but at some point he turned around and looked straight into the eyes of the stranger. The threats did not end there, and literally a second later this Kunlun member once again ordered the hero to take off his clothes. Then he replied, not particularly distracted from his food, that he really is a member of the Kunlun, although perhaps not anymore. He removed the scabbard from that stranger's sword and advised him not to distract him from his meal. Then the stranger became very angry and persistently looked straight at the hero's back. He was very infuriated by the fact that he did not react at all to his words, and it was not clear whether he was really a member of the Kunlun. He sat down at the table right next to the hero, and while maintaining his serious look, decided to interrogate him a little. The stranger was serious and said that these are not the clothes that imposters like him wear. Therefore he must take it off, and he explained that he managed to get it. There was no reaction from the hero, but since he had already finished eating, he finished all the broth, and after that he said the following. He turned to that waitress and said that she had inherited the recipe for fresh and tasty kuksu which was served here before. Then he realized that he needed to answer something to the stranger and decided to tell him one saying. When I eat, I am deaf and dumb. His face was extremely confident, and he also added that in his opinion Kunlun should teach such things. It was at this moment that the stranger's patience snapped, and he swung his fist while asking the hero how dare he insult Kunlun. But this blow never came to the hero, and for some reason the stranger simply struck himself with all his might. The blow was very strong, and he instantly lost consciousness and quickly began to fall to the floor. The hero left the tavern and realized that he needed to figure out how to repay this place for all the free food provided. And when he went outside, he noticed a very large object that instantly attracted his attention. It was a very large and tall tree which for some reason had been dead for a very long time and had no leaves. The day was very sunny and instilled positivity in everyone around, so the hero quickly figured out how to find a use for this tree. The girl who figured out how else to help that man in dirty clothes meanwhile left the kitchen. She also realized that it looked like he had already finished everything and realized that this happened very quickly, and she didn't even have time to bring additional dumplings. It was very difficult not to hear the noise that was coming from the street, and therefore it was necessary to check what was happening there. When the girl ran out into the street at full speed, she was very surprised by what was before her eyes. In front of her was an incredibly large mountain of firewood, which in its height and width was much larger than the tavern itself. She asked the hero in a trembling voice and a little in fear what it was all about. Then he replied that he simply chopped some firewood in order to somehow repay for the kuksa. The girl didn't know how to respond to this, and then the guy said that he just looked and that where the tavern usually stores firewood there was practically none. This girl didn't know what to say at all and didn't understand how it was possible to chop such a large amount of firewood in such a short time. While she was thinking, the guy turned away and said that it was time for him to leave. But when she came to her senses, the girl asked him to also treat himself to some dumplings. In an instant, the hero was already at the table and ready for a meal. When he finished the dumplings, the girl brought him another plate on which there was a chicken that was cooked whole. The guy had not eaten chicken for a very long time, so this gift was worth its weight in gold for him. She asked him not to rush as the food would be better absorbed and constantly brought him more food until he was full. Some time had already passed, and when the hero had almost finished everything, she realized that it was best to introduce herself. Her name was Jin So-hee and she was 19 years old. Then the hero thought that it looked like he needed to introduce himself. But this was hindered by the fact that after leaving Kunlun he could not even use his name. In order not to become suspicious, it was necessary to act quickly, so the hero introduced himself to the girl by the name Byok. He also needed to say something about his age, but lying was a very bad option, so he said that he was about 100-something years old. Before this, the girl had heard that strong people very often go crazy during training. It looks like, oh, this is exactly this case. Jean thought for a long time what to say, but then your gaze lowered and answered the guy that he had preserved very well during this time. Realizing what she had just said, the girl immediately began to apologize and say that she meant that the chicken not only looks good, but its meat also melts in your mouth. The guy really liked meat very much, and so he was happy when she realized that he was not offended by such words of hers. Then Beck thanked the girl again and decided to ask who runs this tavern now. She replied that her grandfather used to run this place, but he died, and now she is here to manage everything. Because of this, all the rooms fell into disrepair since they did not get around to repairing them due to the lack of someone to help. Beck that managing such a large tavern at the age of 19 is very difficult work. Then he got up from the table and at the same time said that since he was with the girl in another place, he had a small proposal. Namely, he said that he would repair the tavern if the girl hired him. Despite the fact that this offer turned out to be incredibly profitable for Jean, she quickly realized that she had absolutely no money to pay for the work. Byok didn't even think about it and said that instead the girl should only provide him with food and housing during construction. She was not very comfortable that the guy would have to work for free, so the hero said that this was his wish, so she should not worry. It was stupid to refuse such an offer, so he said that she agreed. In the meantime, the guy had to think about where to start the renovation and how to make it look much better. To do this, it was necessary to use tools like all ordinary people when they repair something. So Byok asked the girl if she had any tools. She provided him with a small set of tools and after a short time asked if he had started yet. The guy answered, and at the same time I was thinking about the fact that I need to figure out what to do next while he is helping here with the repairs. He went outside and placed a table on which he would work all this time. While preparing some parts, it made a very loud, and for many people not a particularly pleasant sound. It was the usual sound of construction, which was created entirely due to the fact that he was preparing the parts and using a special tool to control their sizes. This sound was the same one that Jean heard every time her grandfather worked. She didn't think she'd be able to hear him again. While she was flying through her memories, the realization of a very unpleasant detail very quickly came to her. All the rooms were covered in dust, and to put it mildly, were not in a condition where one could sleep. This means that Byok will only be able to sleep in Jin's bed. And if a hero approached her in the evening and asked where he should sleep, then Jin So-ha would have only one answer. Therefore, as soon as such a realization came to her mind, she immediately moved from her place and ran into the street. Running out here, she told him that the contract must be cancelled right now. She explained that the reason for this was that all the bedding had been ruined and now there was nowhere to sleep. Then the guy replied that he already realized this when he looked around. Therefore, the hero even proposed a solution in the form of the fact that he would simply try to take a nap on the table in the inn itself. The problem was solved, so Jean said that he could continue working since everything was fine now. This situation was slightly strange on Beek's part, since he did not understand the girl's true motives. It was not clear to him why she behaved this way, and he realized that in general she was very often a little absent-minded. The day meanwhile remained the same sunny, and someone snoring could be heard on the floor of the inn. It was not clear where this sound was coming from, but since it was not particularly suspicious, no one paid attention to it. Kunlun member who knocked himself out with just one precise blow right on the nose. He woke up and was instantly overcome by rage due to the fact that he did not agree with the fact that he was just turned off. So he jumped straight through the window, and in a few moments he found himself on the street. The guy landed and looked in the direction where Beck was now. He had a sword in his hands, and while holding it he told the Cloud Dragon that he didn't know how he managed to knock him out, but he still ordered that these clothes be taken off immediately. Then Beck asked him why he had just broken the window since there was a completely working door nearby. In general, this approach was not unexpected for the stranger, so he realized that he needed to attack again. Therefore, he drew his sword and pushed away in order to make a surprise attack on Bayok. His movement was very fast indeed, and within a few seconds he was already close to his target. The guy looked focused at Bayok and tried to understand where he had a weak spot in order to hit there. But at the very last moment he stopped because he understood what Kunlun taught him. Namely, he remembered that in his backpack, which is on his back, there is just something for these situations. So he put the backpack on the floor and slowly began to take something out of it. The stranger then said that since he is a Kunlun disciple, he does not attack an unarmed person. Therefore, he took out a sword from there and presented it to his opponent so that he could defend himself. There was no answer, and he decided that if he did not agree to such conditions, he would still warn him again and then attack. This situation irritated him incredibly, so he said that Bayok was missing an opportunity that would save his life. To dodge without much effort, moving in different directions. It was not clear how he moves quickly and how he manages to dodge fast attacks so easily, but it was impossible to stop since in this case the enemy would have the opportunity to counterattack. It was incredibly difficult to reach the body of an opponent who kept a smile on his face and simply dodged without even attacking. Then, running close enough, he tried to strike from the air, which would put an end to this fight and brought him victory. But even this incredibly unexpected blow was not an obstacle for Bach and his evasive technique. The stranger could not believe that he seemed so bad. He was after all the strongest of his kind. He backed down a little and said that it looked like that guy had learned some wonderful martial arts somewhere. But at that time Bach already had a goal in his head that he was trying to achieve in this fight. Namely, he wanted his opponent to cry because he couldn't strike. Then the stranger realized that he needed to use all his strength and began to use the secret Kunlun method. Namely, everyone who once fought with Kunlun students called this technique the Sokian sword, or in other words, the 100 flowers technique. Thanks to this technique, the speed of the one who uses it increases and he can move his weapon faster in space. Despite how fast the opponent is, very few have been able to avoid damage when someone attacks using it. But moving quickly was not enough since the enemy was already behind the stranger and hit him right on the back of the head with the blunt side of the sword. The blow was not particularly strong, but it was enough for the stranger to instantly lose consciousness. His body fell to the floor and raised a small cloud of dust, which only once again confirmed to the Cloud Dragon that he had won. The guy quickly moved this body onto one of the tables that was in the tavern, and I decided that he just needed to lie down for a while. It looked like this warrior was a sincere connoisseur of Kunlun, but what was also strange was that he used a technique that was mostly used by girls. While Bayok was looking at the defeated enemy, he suddenly heard a sound from afar and quickly realized that it was Jean. Walking closer to the kitchen, he saw that everything here was a little scattered and it looked like the girl had fallen. Then he lunged and saw that Jean had fallen to one knee and said that since yesterday she had been tormented by a fever, but now the feeling was even worse. Then he raised his hand to her forehead in order to understand what temperature her body was. My forehead was practically on fire, and the temperature was clearly higher than it should be under normal conditions. If the girl studied martial arts, she would easily fill her internal energy, thereby recovering. But since this is impossible, Beck concluded that she simply overworked. Therefore, within a few minutes, the girl was lying on the bed, and the Cloud Dragon decided that nothing would help her as much as just a good rest. He advised her to rest well and not worry about the inn, as he would take care of it. With the last of her strength, Jean said that she was sorry since it was the guy's first day at work. But when leaving, Beck said that everything was fine and he would just put up a sign that they were closed. Then he went downstairs and moved into the very room where the defeated enemy was now located. Due to the fact that he was not sleeping but rather passed out, he had hallucinations that were similar to a dream. He remembered the moment when his master turned to him and said that he had a small errand. Namely, his master wanted Yongrong to visit the site of the 9 sects as soon as possible. The guy couldn't believe that his teacher was actually directing him to this place right now. The place of the 9 sects, this is where people from the Orthodox faction gather to discuss their skills. The boy said that he could not since he had not even mastered half of his skill and the skill of the Sokian sword. Then the teacher said that he knows this, but the guy should focus on those skills that he is good at. Even longer time passed, and the teacher said that he could not believe that the consequences of the Great War were so great. Although the war between the demonic cult and the Orthodox faction ended in victory, the damage was so severe that it could not be called a victory. This war took away so many masters, and therefore the teacher had another appeal to his student. It turns out that this was an argument that young Pun should go to that place and become a better person. He gathered all his things, and the master told him that he wished him good luck on his journey. When he was about to leave, a thought came into his head that did not want to leave. Young Pun quickly ran back and told his teacher that perhaps it would be better if one of his other comrades went with him. Someone replied that this was impossible due to the fact that his comrades were going to Jumaban. This place was a real gathering of bandits who would skin a person for a small debt. But still the student maintained a positive attitude and assumed that the master sent them there to try to put them on the path of justice. But in fact it turned out that the reason was completely wrong, and Yongpun really didn't like the answer to this question. He thought a lot about those words and could not understand how his master could even think of such a thing. All because the teacher said that he was sending these students to get money since they were not doing well with it, and there was even a possibility that they would die of hunger in the winter. While on a hike, Yongpun kept thinking that not everything in this world is decided by martial arts. Then he began to have some kind of vision which began from the moment when the sun began to shine even brighter than usual. During his hike, he got enough sleep and quickly continued walking further in order to return as soon as possible. The road was long and a little boring since he walked all the time on his own and there was no assistant near him. But nevertheless, what surrounded him looked truly interesting and very bewitching. It was very scary to walk at night since you couldn't see everything that was happening in the dark. Yongpun couldn't stand for a very long time that everything around was so gloomy, and also the smell of dampness. At one moment he heard a sound behind him and then he almost died of fear. The guy took out his sword and realized that now he would most likely have to fight off some bandits. It was necessary to remain serious in order to fight back correctly, so he immediately shouted towards the bushes ordering the unknown to show up. But then he turned his back to other bushes from which he heard the spread of some energy in his direction. Therefore he began to swing his sword in different directions without even seeing where his opponent was. The blows, which were constantly repeated, became faster and faster, and then Yongpun realized that he was now fighting not a person at all. Now he saw his opponent, and it was Bayok, a little familiar to us, who said that everything is fleeting and in 100 years all his friends and brothers have disappeared. After this happened, the hero pushed away from the place where he stood and disappeared somewhere in the sky. This whole situation made Young Pun wake up and very abruptly get up from the table on which he had been lying all this time. He quickly began to look around to understand where he was. And I realized that this was still the same tavern. The strangest thing was the fact that on the table next to him lay Bayok. And it looks like he was just sleeping peacefully. This situation made Yong Pun scream very loudly, and he shouted that there was a 100-year-old ghost near him. It was not night, even though the cloud dragon decided to take a nap. Bayok quickly woke up after these screams, and said that he was actually not a ghost while looking straight into Yang Pun's eyes. The stranger asked who he was in this case, since he definitely saw him in the forest when he walked along the road to this tavern. He even described it in more detail, saying that his unusual leap could not even be called a Qigong technique. It was not at all clear how a person could do something like this. But Bayok only turned his gaze to the side, saying that he saw no point in making excuses, since it looks like Young Pun was just a ghost out of fear. In this case, one more question remained, namely, where did Bayok, a form of Kunlun, come from? There was a short pause, after which the Cloud Dragon said that this was because he was from there. He was so carried away by martial arts that he forgot the passage of time. More than 100 years have passed since the end of the closed training. Yongpan could not believe that everything he was hearing now could actually be true, so he became very tense, and for some reason when they all fell silent his stomach began to growl. After thinking for a long time, Cloud Dragon stood up from the table and asked whether Yonpan would cooksu. He agreed, and Beck looked towards all the equipment that was needed to prepare not the easiest dish. He hadn't cooked anything for a long time, and he thought that perhaps he was in vain when he said that he could cook kuksa. For this reason, the decision was made not to use human equipment, but instead to do it somehow in our own way. Then Beck took a small amount of vegetables and threw them into the air directly above his head. Using one of his techniques with just one palm, he was able to cut all those vegetables while they were still in the air. In an instant, a large amount of vegetables that were in the air turned into thinly sliced pieces. After this, it was necessary to use the water, which was now in special barrels near Bach. He picked it up with the help of his technique and immediately directed it in the direction where the vegetables were. It is worth noting that all this happens in the air, and the ingredients practically do not even touch horizontal surfaces. Putting all this together, there was now a water ball levitating right above the kitchen containing a very large amount of chopped vegetables. In order to start cooking, Beck used the technique of the secret of divine fire. This was a method of burning objects using energy. The broth boiled incredibly quickly, and then this only meant that it was time to add the noodles to the broth. Now that all the ingredients were inside, we had to wait a few more seconds for the water to completely absorb all the flavors from the vegetables. A moment later, all the contents were immediately transferred to the plate which stood right under Bayaka's hand. He took 2 wooden sticks and stirred the contents to make it look more presentable. The surprise that was on young Pun's face was very difficult to convey in words. It was easier to see him. He started screaming very loudly after he saw that Bayak was using incredible secret techniques just to cook food. Yongpun fell to his knees and asked the Cloud Dragon to teach him the same. Under the orders of Master Bindo, he was sent to the place of the 9 sects, but his skills are not that good, so he was afraid of tarnishing the Kunlun name. Now that Bayak found out about this, he even thought that maybe he should really train the stranger. He remembered very well the time when he told his master that he wanted to reach Takon Shingen. At that time, he answered that it was too early for him to even think about such a thing. And when several months had passed, the boy again asked his master if they could start. The master sitting at the table said that you need to be in shape for such a superior martial art. To do this, you need to use the technique of shedding blood, directing internal energy into the body of Bayak in order to cleanse it of all negativity. The master's comrades were too old for this, and he was not capable of such a thing when they were his age. This is the merit of Bach. If he had not been exposed to the technique from his master at that time, he clearly would not have been able to reach the desired level. The realization of this prompted Bayak that he should think very carefully about whether he should take Yanpun as his student. Then he pointed to the plate of food and ordered him to eat and then go out into the yard. The Cloud Dragon himself went out into the street and simply stood motionless, waiting for the moment when young Pun would come out to him. He himself did not yet understand what was worth teaching him at all and where to start learning. But inside the tavern at that time, there was a real celebration because of the positive emotions that Yanpun radiated. When he tried this dish, his eyes immediately began to glow with real joy. The taste was out of this world, and young Pun couldn't believe it was cooked so quickly. Even though the kuksu was prepared completely without meat, the noodles were a little tough due to not spending enough time in the boiling water, but they were still incredibly tasty. Young Pun didn't even notice the moment when he ate all the noodles. It was so delicious. Now the moment has come when you need to drink the broth that is left over from the entire dish. It was an incredible celebration right in Yin Pun's mouth. A very large number of flavors immediately revealed themselves simultaneously. There was freshness in my head, but my stomach was simply screaming from the heat and spiciness that the red pepper gave. The only ingredients in this dish were vegetables, and the guy didn't understand how it could be so tasty. As soon as he finished eating, he immediately ran out of the tavern and shouted something in the direction of Bayak. And when he got closer, he said that that kuksu was just a masterpiece and really very tasty. Beck was pleased that the guy liked it. Moreover, he even said that it was the first time he had eaten something so amazing. The guy immediately fell to his knees and with a smile on his face asked the Cloud Dragon to share the recipe for such food. But I'm changing my position. Beck said that this won't happen. And he began the training by saying that he would now teach him new martial arts. These arts will include hand position and movement techniques. Until this moment, young Pun did not even know that such techniques even existed. His master's movements were so refined and clear that he did not have time to observe them. Then Beck said that everything always starts from non-existence and moves towards existence. Existence continues its movement and undoubtedly after some time returns to non-existence. In this very non-existence, there is absolutely nothing. There is no light and no darkness, completely empty. neither day nor night nor even the banal concept of time. These things are not opposites as many people usually think when they first hear about being and non-being. These two things rely on each other. Even a huge typhoon will not be able to break a single blade of grass and will not be able to resist tenderness. Watching what the boy was doing while he was saying this was very pleasant and at the same time incredible. The Cloud Dragon at this time said that it is worth understanding what martial art is, since first of all martial art is the ability to maintain the flow of the universe inside your body. When the master finished, he exhaled all the air from his lungs with great effort. Then he looked at his student and asked if he understood everything he had just said. But looking at Young Pun, he realized that he had a very strange reaction to the knowledge that he had received in the last minute. This did not stop for a very long time, and Beck decided to ask the guy why he grabbed and roared for so long. He said through tears that when he showed all this, Young Pun realized that over a very long time he had learned actions that looked simply pathetic. Then the master told him that if this was the case, then he had a good chance of achieving something in the future. If I remember everything, then Young Pun, everything should come out in the future. The lesson continued, and Beck added that things that are close to the truth are usually always without any beauty. When he asked his student what about opposites, he replied that they do not oppose each other but rely on each other. All things in the world are based on the 8 trigrams, yin and yang. And by applying these 8 elements you can become a martial artist who can change the world. The student immediately became interested in the name of these martial arts, but the master did not know what to answer. Because his nickname in Kunlun was Cloud Dragon, he said that these things are called 8-element cloud dragons. And now when Young Pun was already very well versed in the theoretical part, Bayok asked him to show what he had understood during all this time. It was at that moment that the practical part of the training began. The sun was at its zenith, and when the training ended, the Cloud Dragons decided that he should check on the victim. He carefully walked up to her room to see what state she was in now, and after looking, Beck quickly realized that she was not doing well, and it seemed that her condition had not gotten much better. Coming closer and checking the temperature, he realized that the girl still had a fever. But nothing could be done since the girls now just needed rest and as much sleep as possible. Young Pun, meanwhile, he was resting right on the table in the tavern, and Bayok, who was returning from the girls' room, noticed this. It was difficult not to admit the fact that the guy is trying hard and is a good specialist in Kunlun. One day Beck came to the conclusion that his progress was much higher than others, and then realized that all this was solely thanks to the technique of shedding blood. He remembered the moment when he thanked his master for what he now knew, thanks to which he succeeded. Then the elder replied that this was not his personal gift but the gift of Kunlun in general, and for this reason there was no need to thank him despite the fact that the Cloud Dragon really wanted it. Therefore, after thinking a little, Bayok still decided that he would also pass this on to his new student in the name of Kunlun. Since the master's blood purification technique helped him fill his body with true energy and cleanse it, then he shouldn't even think about it. Therefore, the decision was made to help the student go beyond this and receive the energy of Mother Nature within his body. Even though Young Pun was sleeping and his consciousness was also resting, the body still gave signs that it was here. This was manifested in constant contractions and relaxations of the muscles, while the Beck lifted the student's body in order to transfer energy to him. Negative energy slowly left the guy's body while he was still out of consciousness. He didn't even feel how all this was happening and how different types of energy enveloped his body from different sides. Cloud Dragon tried very hard to ensure that everything happened as smoothly as possible and without any mistakes. His student's body was still levitating, and the energy that was in it became purer and purer with every second. When all this was over, Young Pun's body slowly sank onto the table, and he didn't even understand what had just happened. Even the feeling that there was no dark energy left in his body did not make him wake up. Then Beck realized that he had to ask what was done, and he too could lie down on the next table to take a little nap. Since now Young Pun would be a little hot at night, we could take the blanket from him. A new day had come, and now the new student had a lot of new strength. He went outside and was surprised that now early in the morning he already had a very large amount of strength for training. His eyes were focused on the task at hand, and he generally looked like he was ready for a lot of things. Approaching his hiking backpack, he moved it a little to another point so as not to forget that he had not come empty-handed. There was much more energy in his body, and he thought that training in outdated martial arts had changed the situation overnight. Therefore, he tried to concentrate as much as possible and spotted a rather impressive boulder right next to the tavern. It was then that the realization came to his mind that there was an option to easily test his strength right now. He made a targeted energy strike and directed it directly at this stone. An incredible explosion occurred inside this stone, and the fragments scattered in different directions at incredible speed. The guy was still focused, and this happened until all the fragments fell to the ground. Because then Yongpun looked at his hands and tried to understand what happened that night, that his strength became several times higher. Beck, who was on the sidelines, said that the guy needed to hurry up if he didn't want to be late for place 9. He stood with his back to him and also added that Yongpun could do this without formalities, and again said that he was free. It was difficult for the disciple to do anything right now, and because of this his body was trembling a little. Also thoughts constantly entered his head that he already had one master named Bindo, but still he really wanted to express his gratitude to the elder as a sign of respect. In order to understand what happened next, you need to move back in time 3 days, and also move in space to Chonghai County, namely to Jumaban. One of the largest buildings in this place was now very crowded as it was the middle of the day. There was a lot of noise near one of the tables where gambling was taking place, as everyone watching was surprised. One of the men won a very large number of coins and was very happy that this happened. Then one of the men who was sitting next to him suspected that Hawk wanted to leave too quickly after winning so much money. So he grabbed him by the arm and turned it down to see what he had in his sleeve. There was another cube there. Then the man suspected something, turned towards the guards and said that this man had just deceived him. The guards began to come closer and closer to the one who very rarely played gambling according to the rules. Kimhaban warriors wore black, red, blue, and white belts depending on their rank. These guards were blue-ranked warriors named Wanying and Sambongi. They immediately grabbed the man and began to lead him somewhere amid his pitiful cries that he needed to be released. Arriving at the basement, they put his hand on a small wooden barrel and prepared to teach him a lesson. Within a few seconds, a very loud scream and screech could be heard from this basement, and then crying. When they took the immobilized body of the victim outside, the man who commanded these guards suddenly received a message from the messenger that the leader was looking for him. This man's name was Nan Saban, and in narrow circles he was quite famous. Having walked inside the building, he immediately began to talk to the leader and ask what he wanted from him. He asked the leader if he was really talking about Cho-hee Hyunrin's son. The task was to catch him, otherwise their organization would have big problems. Nan was grateful that he was entrusted with such a large task and promised that everything would be done perfectly. The action moved again, but now it was the present time and that same tavern. Someone was running towards her very quickly, as it looked like he was running away from someone, or in principle was in permanent fear. This unfamiliar guy opened the doors and screamed very loudly. It looks like he was looking for Sohee. His scream became louder and louder, and he repeated several times that his brother had come. But only Bayok came out to meet him, asking the stranger who he was and what he wanted. In a trembling voice he said that he was just a regular customer, and also asked Bayok who he was. The heroes replied that his name was Beck, and he was none other than just a new employee in this tavern. Ask him what he forgot in the kitchen and where Sohee is now. The hero replied that the lady was a little sick. The Cloud Dragon realized something and asked the new guest if he had seen the sign at the entrance. Therefore I asked him to leave again. Then I saw the sign inside the tavern and said that it looked like he meant her. It seems that the hero forgot about her due to the fact that he trained a lot with Yongpun. Now that the Cloud Dragon turned his back to the one he was talking to, Choki understood a lot. He turned towards him and asked if he really came from Kunlun. Even though Bayok answered no, Chohee still thought that it was strange that he worked in an inn and wore Kunlun clothes. But despite this, he didn't think too much about what he understood and simply continued shouting Soha's name. Then the Cloud Dragon said that the lady was not well, and therefore it was better for him to come a little later. The thoughts that this guy might have deceived and tied up this girl never left Choka's head, and he realized that there was no need to waste time. He walked closer to the exit and said that he would just check other places. It was at that moment that a very strong kick landed in his chest, which did not even allow him to breathe for the next few seconds. He immediately fell to the floor and experienced quite a lot of pain, as he thought that he seemed to have broken a couple of his ribs. It was those two mercenaries who said that it looks like Choki was late in escaping and now he will pay for it. He moved his face closer to the face of the one he was running after and greeted him sarcastically. Then this frightened boy said that in fact his name is Cho-hee and Chan-hee. The mercenary was not ready to believe in this nonsense and immediately hit the boy in the face very hard with his hand. After that, he moved his body even closer to his face and once again asked the boy his name. But at that moment all Cho-hee could do was think about the fact that his gambling debt to Jumaban was 30 gold and most likely they would kill him right now. Then after these thoughts, Hwan Young hit him in the face with his hand again and almost knocked him out. Then the second mercenary turned to him and said that he believed that he needed to spend less time and stand on ceremony with Cho-hee. The guy was grabbed, and then the second mercenary began to increase the distance and at the same time said that Cho-hee was already starting to irritate him. He swung his leg and asked if he could resist it now. Bongi himself gained very high speed in the air and kicked his target directly in the stomach. This blow caused a gag reflex in the guy and he immediately felt sick right on the floor. He felt incredibly bad and on top of everything he also felt the pain from the previous blows. Nan entered the tavern and shouted to his two mercenaries that they just needed to grab him. One of them said that this guy was talking some nonsense and so they had to teach him a lesson. Nanvai in turn told them that they just needed to tie his legs so that he would never run away and then interrogate him. The boy began to scream very loudly when one of the mercenaries began to take off his boots and he shouted that in fact his name was Cho-hee. He was so frightened because it soon became obvious that Nan intended to cut off his leg. But as soon as he wanted to do this, Beck immediately shouted to the whole gang that they shouldn't make noise here and it was better to just leave. He also began to leave at the same time saying that it was his fault that he did not hang up the sign but still they should leave. It was also necessary to add that there was no ready-made kuksu for a long time so they had nothing to do here. One of the mercenaries was much more frightened than the rest so he moved with a sword towards Bayok. Well, literally a moment later he realized that he was in a state of free fall and was flying in some direction. It turned out that the cloud dragon with just one movement was able to throw it at all the other mercenaries and thereby push them out into the street. When the three fell on the street, then Nansaban was now at the very bottom and two mercenaries lay on top of his body, preventing him from moving. He was very angry about this situation and asked the mercenary what just happened, because it looked like he had just been punched by a waiter and pushed Nan because of it and now he was on the street. The mercenary immediately began to apologize and ask for forgiveness since Nan thought that in a different situation he would have stayed inside and could have defeated the waiter. His anger knew no bounds and he took out his sword and slowly began to approach the entrance to the tavern. His eyes were full of determination and now he was ready to do anything to eliminate the waiter. Meanwhile, the mercenaries remained outside and simply listened to what was happening inside. One of them said that it looked like Nan was seriously angry and the second added that it looked like now they would have to wash off the waiter's blood again. It became clear that now we also needed to go into the tavern in order to start cleaning up what was left of the waiter. But when the two of them went inside, they saw something they never expected to see now. Namely, before their eyes was Nan, who was kneeling in front of the waiter and asking for forgiveness, saying that he had done very wrong. The mercenaries were shocked and could not understand what was happening here and why Nan was kneeling. But he, in a very loud and angry voice, ordered them to kneel down and beg for mercy. Meanwhile, Beck told them that the etiquette of the tavern is to sit down calmly, order, and enjoy the food. Now Cho-hee felt safe and thanked fate for the fact that he had successfully stumbled upon the hermit master. We just had to hold out until the mercenaries left here. But since Cho-hee was very hungry, he decided to ask Bayok for a plate of kuksu. The cloud dragon thought for a while, then said that he could make a new batch, but for this he would have to wait a little. Nan and her mercenaries sat down at the next table right next to the table at which the one they came for was sitting. He very quickly realized that it looked like Cho-hee was just trying to wait them out, so he needed to come up with something more cunning. He thought for a while, and after that he told the mercenaries that they should guard this place, and in the meantime he would report to their leader. This particular decision was made for the reason that even if the three of them attacked Bayok, they would not be able to win. Everything will be resolved only if you report to the leader. Then Sabong thought through his plans several more times and realized that he had to leave as soon as possible. A few moments later, he left the tavern and very quickly began to move further and further away. Quite a significant amount of time had already passed, and then suddenly one of the mercenaries stood up from the table and said that he wanted to say something to Bayok. Even though his face was incredibly serious and angry, he asked the cloud dragon for a portion of kuksu. Bayok's face was also very difficult to call relaxed, and for several seconds, he simply looked straight into the mercenary's eyes. I really liked this phrase from one of them Chohei because he realized that the Wangian and the Bongs themselves would sit here for a very long time. The Cloud Dragon smiled sincerely and said that he would start preparing 2 servings of the dish right now. The mercenaries were happy when they heard this, but Chohei was obviously not very happy. In fact, not that much time passed before they brought ready-made food to 2 tables. At this time Chohei was only thinking about how he could quietly leave this place without being chased by the mercenaries. But his plans changed greatly the moment he, along with everyone else who was in the tavern, tried this kuksa for the first time. The emotions that he experienced were very difficult to convey in words since he felt such things for the first time. Chohei found it very difficult to believe that one could get such great pleasure from just ordinary food. Huan Yung and Bong himself, who tried this dish, were also very surprised. They shouted very loudly that it was incredibly delicious, and in fact Choka had about the same opinion. After they ate, evening began to slowly set in, and it very slowly grew dark outside. Beck went to a special barrel that contained water to wash his hands before and after cooking. But when he washed his hands, he noticed that all the guests he served were still sitting in their places. First he approached the table with the mercenaries and asked why they were still here since they had already paid for the food they had eaten. They could not answer anything, but then Chohei turned to the waiter and said that if this is a tavern, then perhaps this means that you can stop here. The Cloud Dragon thought for a while and said that if an ordinary table suits him, then he can stay. But Beck never had time to finish this sentence because at that moment a very powerful explosion occurred right in front of his face. Because of the panic, everyone who was inside at first could not understand where and what happened since everyone was scared. After a moment it became clear that someone had made a large hole in the wall, and 2 men appeared in front of the Cloud Dragon and asked where the Hermit Master was. But it quickly became clear that there were many more guests than just 2 people. There was a whole group there, each of whom had an even more evil look than the previous one. Then Chohei realized that he was doomed, and most likely today is the last evening that he lives in this world. All the uninvited guests went inside, and one of them, who was the largest, took one chair and placed it right in the center of the tavern hall. Then she sat down in a chair, the man who was the leader, and ordered all his people to find the Master Hermit within these walls. Chohei, who was sitting at the table nearby, could not believe that the leader of the Yellow Warriors himself had come here. Thoughts once again came into his head that it looked like today was the last day and he would most likely die. Beck came straight out of the kitchen and said that he was glad that there were now many more people. But despite his joy, he told all the people that today he could not serve them because the ingredients had run out. Also, at the same time, going aside, he said that repairs still need to be done, so he has no time for customer service right now. One of the warriors who came with their leader at that moment tried to attack the Cloud Dragon. But when he struck with his sword, it flew a few centimeters from Bayok's body as he quickly moved. The Cloud Dragon didn't even react to this attack, but simply continued to walk forward. Then the moment came for the second mercenary, who said that, in his opinion, Chan needed to learn to hit the target. He swung his huge head and said that now he could deal with this parasite in just one blow. This blow also missed the target, and after this happened, large pieces of stone that had just been on the floor scattered to the sides. Beck was not happy with what had just happened and was already counting in his head the amount of time it would take to repair these destructions. He very quickly moved behind his opponent and said in a quiet voice that sport was not part of the etiquette of being in a tavern. The leader was so angry that he jumped out of his chair and said that this was the Master Hermit and he needed to be caught as quickly as possible. Then all the mercenaries who were there simultaneously swung their weapons and tried to strike at their opponent. But the Cloud Dragon didn't even land a single blow, but simply moved incredibly quickly behind them all. A moment later he was already on the street and slowly descended the steps that led from the tavern. The warriors turned their heads and could not believe that their enemy had moved past them so quickly. When they looked at Bayok, he was already looking at them and his gaze was somehow condemning. Then literally a moment later he pushed away from the place where he was standing and disappeared into the air. The leader quickly ran out into the street and shouted while simultaneously asking his mercenaries how he had just disappeared. It was at the same time very scary to think about it, since perhaps this Master Hermit was some kind of ghost. When all the mercenaries approached their leader, one of them was already preparing to say that they could not cope with such a strong enemy. But he did not have time to voice this, since right in front of them at that time some kind of explosion occurred which created a cloud of dust around itself. Everyone squinted their eyes to prevent dust from getting into them and tried to understand what was in front of them. A few seconds later, when they slowly began to fall to the ground, they saw a large stone cube in front of them. The leader could not understand what was happening here and how this huge cube ended up here. Then, when even more dust had settled, the cloud dragon appeared in front of them and said that the walls on the second floor had collapsed, and it was better to replace them with stone ones. One of the sides of the cube was not covered with a stone slab, since it was located at a short distance from the cube itself. But the moment Beck simply touched her, she flew into the cube at high speed. Now the geometric figure was completely completed, and everyone looked at what was happening with surprised eyes and open mouths. Surprise gave way to fear the moment the cloud dragon began to focus energy around his body and said that everything needed to be done at once. His hand movements became incredibly fast, and they seemed to cut through the space right in front of him. When he did this, even and very thin cuts into equal parts appeared on the stone cube. The leader realized that this was beyond the reach of an ordinary person, and the best solution in this situation would be to simply run away. But when he thought about it, Cloud Dragon seemed to sense his fear and came closer, offering to stay the night if they didn't want to leave. Choki, who also ran out into the street, said that he was already going to bed, and then Bayok asked him for an advance for this service. The boy approached the master and handed him several coins as payment for the night in the tavern. Then Nan greatly lowered his voice and turned to the leader to say that Chohi had done this before. Then the leader realized that they had no other choice, since their goal was now simply hiding behind the strong master's back. It was decided to approach Bayok and ask him to also take a nap in his tavern. Beck thought for a while and said that this could be arranged, but he would also have to pay additionally for the repair of the stone floor. A new day arrived, and it was full of very positive emotions, especially for the one who owned this establishment. When Mrs. Jean woke up, she was very happy and felt energized because she was well rested. She quickly got ready and began to leave her room to check what happened there while she was gone. And when the girl looked around, she saw that all the walls were no longer wooden but made of very high-quality stone. She came closer to her to touch her and realized that absolutely all the walls on this floor had been replaced with luxurious stone. Then she had a lot of questions, and so he began to run downstairs at incredibly high speed to find Bayok. And when she came down, a second portion of surprise was already waiting for her because of what she saw before her eyes. There were an incredibly large number of people in the tavern, and each of them was eating or drinking something. It was not clear why there were so many people here, since the last time there were such a large number of visitors was when her grandfather ran the tavern. While the girl was looking around and trying to understand what had happened here, the cloud dragon approached her and asked if she was feeling well. She replied that thanks to the fact that she had rested, she now feels simply wonderful. But most of all, she was interested in what happened to the walls on the second floor. He replied that he was just doing some minor repairs and decided to replace the wall material. After that, so he asked why there were so many people here. He replied that these were yesterday's guests who paid and stayed for a while longer. The action shifted, and this time it took place in a part of the forest where a large amount of energy could now be seen. This all happened because Yongpun trained here. He constantly repeated that without light there is no darkness, and without day there is no night. These things are not opposites but rely on each other. Thanks to the knowledge he gained in recent training, he managed to make great progress in understanding internal energy. In 6 days from Kunlun, he managed to master as many as 4 techniques, and this is almost half the battle. Thanks to the elder he met in the tavern, he was very able to change his understanding of energy and his body. And now his mind was full of determination as he received power that he could not even dream of before. The guy was very grateful for the meeting with that stranger and promised himself that he would not disgrace himself at the gathering of the 9 sects. Young Pun was already very close to the goal and was focused on the fact that he needed to show his best side at these meetings. But when he arrived, 2 guards who stood near the entrance asked him who he was and why he had come. The guy even thought for a few seconds that perhaps he was simply in the wrong place and in fact came to the wrong place. But after a moment he said that his name was Yong Pun from Kunlun, and he came here to attend the gathering of the 9 sects. When the guards heard this, they looked at each other, since their reactions to such words were very different. But then they laughed very loudly after hearing similar words from some stranger. Yong Pun didn't understand why they were laughing and why it suddenly became so funny to them. If you move back in events 4 days, you could find out a lot of interesting details about the tavern. This tavern was now living its best moments, especially when compared with its life just a couple of weeks ago. There were a lot of people here, and they all paid to eat very tasty food here. At one point, Jean Jean suddenly approached Cho-hee and asked what he was doing here and whether he was going to repay her debt at all. When she saw that he was eating, she ordered him to chew it right away and answer where her money was. Then when he chewed the choki, he pointed his finger at the cloud dragon and said that he gave everything to him. Then Bayok approached the girl and said that he thought that they were close since Cho-hee once called her his sister. But the girl was a little surprised when you heard and then said that they were connected only by money. Meanwhile, the leader of the group had already left the tavern and said that Kuksu was simply magnificent and he thanks the owner of the establishment for such a warm welcome. Then the girl bowed and said that she also thanked the leader for having come such a long way to come to her tavern. She also said that she was looking forward to the moment when he along with everyone else would come here again. Well, when the leader of the group said goodbye, he immediately hurried his horse to quickly leave this place. While they were moving, he turned to Meng Boho and said that he would need to deal with this master from the inn. Benrak and Kunak were given orders, namely they needed to hide and then capture the master alive. After a short time, all the walls in this tavern were replaced with more beautiful and durable stone ones. And also for the girl, the moment came when she first tried such delicious kuksa. Only at that moment did it become obvious to her the reason why all the people spoke well of this place. She suggested that the cloud dragon would be in charge of the kitchen from now on, and she in turn would be responsible for serving food. Of course the guy agreed, and then Jean said that she would gradually teach him all the other dishes. The guy was happy with how things were going because now he had something to do in this world. As a common man, not as a martial artist. He is guided by a plate of guksu that Lady Jean gave him. And it was charming in its own way. Just 2 days ago, if you moved to Chung, you could even find out in the market that there are several dark groups here. Among them, there is a faction of 4 dragons, which was the strongest. It consisted of more than 1,000 warriors. Black Dragon, Ku Daki, White Dragon, Yun Uxin, Yellow Dragon, Quaxin, Red Dragon, Mago. And all together they were a faction of 4 dragons. Of these, the Yellow Dragon is one of the Yellow Warriors from Jumaban. It was to him that the leader known to us came who asked for forgiveness for not catching one of Hyenryong. He also explained the problem, saying that everything lies in the master, who is located in an inn on the slope of Mount Cullen. It was obvious that he was from this formation, and then the Yellow Dragon said that now he seemed to understand everything. Namely, he said that it seemed that the leader was a little interested in Kunlun, and for this reason the news took so long. But the problem was that the Yellow Dragon believed that Kunlun was no more. All because they had big problems with money, and a few days ago 2 of them stole money from Jumaban. All the friends of this formation had disappeared, and therefore there was no longer anyone to help them. For this reason they were excluded from the Murim forces once and for all. The Yellow Dragon was happy with the knowledge that he would never see the members of this formation here again. The leader had only one question left as he tried to understand who would be in their place. The Yellow Dragon only laughed in response, and laughed for a very long time, since the answer to this question would surprise the leader. Meanwhile, the place of action has moved to the present time, namely to Mount Yuden. When the guy came to the other members of other clans, he immediately said that his name was Yongpun from the Kunlun clan. In response to this, everyone else who was here laughed very loudly. One of them said that it was already over, and it seems that this means that Yongpun was late even for this mountain. Then members of other clans said that it seemed that he was simply afraid that he would be beaten on the road, and that is why he walked so slowly. But the guy said that there was a slight misunderstanding, since he heard from his master that everything would happen today. Then one of the guys said that they were collecting here, but the truth was that it happened 4 days ago for discussion. It's strange that Kunlun only found out today. The guy who started asking Youngpun questions first told his friend that there was no difference, because the truth was that Kunlun would not be able to attend from next year anyway. Youngpun already became more embittered and told that guy that he shouldn't just be rude. Then a member of another clan said that this guy is from the Heavenly Mountain sect, and it doesn't seem like he's being rude. The sect member said that from now on their sect will become a member of the 9 sects instead of the Kunlun. At this point, Yongpun no longer remained silent and began to shout that he did not believe what they wanted to tell him, that Kunlun would be expelled from the 9 sects. Then one of the members of other sects said that they need to stop shouting about it, since in fact noble people really decided everything. since members of this sect were constantly beaten at meetings and also borrowed money from bandits. In this way they only disgraced the name of the political faction. Young Pun couldn't believe that now his sect is not even a member of the 9 sects. He started screaming very loudly that this simply could not happen. Since 25 years ago in the war against the demonic cult, all their masters sacrificed themselves, and because of this they lost most of them. There was no sect that suffered more damage than Kunlun. That's why Young Pun felt used. A member of another sect meanwhile said that he was very afraid of these words since they were incredibly scary. He began to be rude and say that everyone should look at the one who decided to shout just like that. He pointed his finger at Young Pun and told him that none of those present here would even believe that their sect alone fought the demonic cult. But suddenly right from the back of this rude guy someone said to stop hitting on Young Pun. It turns out it was a girl who said that if he continues Young Pun will most likely burst into tears again. The guy said that in this case he would stop touching him since he did not want to get involved with weaklings from Kunlun. There was a slight pause, and when the laughter stopped, Young Pun asked the member of the other clan to repeat what he had just said. When he didn't answer, the guy told him that he would endure everything but definitely not an insult to his Kunlun skills. It turns out that right behind the Sky Mountain clansman's back were 2 well-sharpened daggers. He struck the name with 2 at the same time, but it's good that the guy was at a rather impressive distance from his opponent. Everyone who watched what was happening was very surprised because they thought that they would just laugh and everything would end peacefully. But everything was not at all like that, since at the moment of the turn Young Pun even managed to hit his opponent in the stomach with his hand. The consequences that followed this not particularly strong blow were quite surprising, especially for Young Pun. The enemy flew at high speed and thus flew several tens of meters. After some distance he fell to the floor, and after touching the ground he did several more somersaults. Everyone who stood nearby watched as some kind of energy was extracted from Young Pun's body, which had just sent their comrade to the floor. Then one of the members of the other sect drew his sword and prepared to strike the enemy. But at that moment the guy had enough time and skills to dodge such an obvious blow. He began to move further as he noticed an enemy on the other side who for some reason was keeping his distance. It turns out that he did this in order to throw several throwing knives at the most convenient moment for him. But such an attack was not a problem for Young Pun either, since with just one wave of his hand he changed the trajectory of these knives. Since he was not alone, it was necessary to make several movements, and as a result more than one knife did not reach the target's body. All the kunai fell to the floor, and they seemed to be flying at low speed that the guy was able to knock them down so easily. Then other people who watched what was happening in her could believe that he could get away with it. The girl got down to business and jumped away from the place in order to point her weapon, which was pointed towards her palms, in the direction of Young Pun. But all the guy did was just a few steps towards his opponent, and from the outside he looked really confident. With just one movement and direction of energy, he was able to knock down the girl's trajectory and lift her into the air. Now that she was in the air, it was important for her to leave that point above the enemy's head so that he would not finish her off. To do this, it was necessary to act very quickly, so the girl was quickly able to twist herself in the air. A moment later she landed a short distance from Young Pun, but there was no strength left for a second attack. But it seems that there was no need to do this, since now the guy was attacked by one of the largest and strongest members of the sect. His blow was very strong, but at the same time not very maneuverable, so all he saw was a Young Pun and how he prepares to strike back. The counterstrike was incredibly strong, and in essence it was just a palm strike right at the center of his target. When he did this, the big guy whom he hit at an incredibly high speed flew into the wall that stood nearby. Those who watched what was happening could not believe that such a small guy sent a large opponent straight into the wall. And this was really so, and the big man even lost consciousness after he flew into this very wall. One of the warriors with a sword tried to strike again in order to do it unexpectedly. But he didn't know that the speed with which Young Pun was now reacting to everything that was happening was comparable to the speed of a cheetah. This enemy also flew away, and now the guy had only one problem, namely the girl who was just preparing to launch a counterattack after gaining more strength. But even though her blow came from behind, the guy still easily grabbed her hand and threw her to the ground. Moreover, this blow was quite strong, and for several seconds the girl could not even move anywhere. The final stage for this was the energy that had already accumulated around the palm by that time. All that the girl managed to see before she lost consciousness was only a weak warrior of the Kunlun sect who had just laid her down on her shoulder blades in a few seconds. An explosion occurred after the energy reached the earth and accordingly the girl's body. The observers were surprised and could not understand how the force of the wind could reach all the way here. Youngpun's body and it constantly changed its color. The girl was completely exhausted and could not even move after such a fight. Then the observers said that it was unlikely that Kunlun had ever had such a method of combat. If you look at how Yongpun moved during the fight, you could understand that he moved in the form of a dragon. Then all the observers realized that he acted the way a Kunlun dragon master fights. After this realization came to all the observers, the guy said that from now on they should think before saying anything, and especially when they want to neglect the Kunlun sect. The actions were moved again, and now everything was happening very close to that very tavern. On the one hand, it was still noticeable that the repairs were not completed everywhere, but in those places where the Cloud Dragon wanted to carry out repairs, everything already looked good. Part of the group that was hunting for Choki announced that they were leaving this sector, but they were still searching for the target. It was very difficult to find him due to the fact that there were a lot of thickets here, and in general he could return back to the tavern. Nan was the angrier of all, since now it was he who was responsible for capturing the target. Meanwhile, the boy was in the bushes, which were very close to the tavern, and into which one of the members of the search group in theory could look. Choki understood that as soon as they caught him they would kill him, but it was also obvious to him that he could not stay in the tavern forever. One of Nan's subordinates said that he had a very important message for him. Namely, he wanted to say that they would search around the village and let him check the tavern and the area around it several more times. The leader, moreover, some time ago said not to even take his eyes off the tavern, and therefore you need to monitor everything that happens there. After this, the black detachment climbed onto their horses, and they very quickly began to move away from the scene of events. Choki also watched all this and quickly realized that the black troops had finally left, and now they left him half alone. The best and most joyful news for him was that Nan's team Sabin also went into the tavern, which means she didn't look in the direction of his bushes. And this could only mean that now is the ideal moment to start running away without looking back. Meanwhile, the girl was training her new employee and said that now they should move on to practice. She also added that the most important thing is to keep the dumpling dough thin and sticky. When she saw that Bayok was preparing to try, she began to leave, and at the same time said that she would dig up some greenery and for now let him train. Now that Cloud Dragon was left alone, he could devote all his time to preparing the dough. He didn't even need to touch it for this piece of dough to jump from side to side and change its shape. In just a few moments this dough became much thinner, but Bach didn't stop there. He continued to move the object without touching it and change its shape only thanks to techniques. The three warriors watched all this and could not believe their eyes. It looked really very impressive. Moreover, it looked a little stranger than they even expected from the already rather unusual master. Meanwhile, Yongpun continued on his way, and also step by step, he crossed the forest that stood right behind the place where the meeting was taking place. In this forest, he constantly thought about what the status of his sect had become. It was not clear what to do to correct this situation and how to force everyone else to respect Kunlun. But suddenly, at one moment, he noticed his grandfather sitting on a branch of one of the trees. When this grandfather jumped down, he began to move very quickly, which in itself was quite strange. This was strange for the reason that for a grandfather he was rather too active. When the grandfather approached Yongpun close enough, he asked the student if he would give him just a minute. Meanwhile, in the tavern, the Beck spoke with two mercenaries and the man who controlled them. Namely, he wanted to know why they still haven't left, since it's obvious that they need to make money somewhere. He answered that they had plenty of money, and so he asked Bayok to allow them to stay in this tavern again. While they were talking, a girl came up to the back of the Cloud Dragon and said that she had a small gift for him. Namely, these were some clothes that Jean was able to find in her room. She said that the guy should try it on since these are her father's shoes and clothes. Despite the fact that the girl said that you can't wear the same thing day after day, the guy was unpleasant to think about having to take off his Kunlun clothes. But nevertheless, it is obvious that sooner or later this needs to be done, since his main clothes already look completely unpresentable. Now Bayok really looked like someone who was proficient in some kind of martial arts. When the mercenaries looked at him, they only thought that the world was very unfair, since just one change of clothes was enough for him to look much better. The girl admired the guy from the side and then said that she was offering him a short walk. This was explained by the fact that the ingredients had run out and therefore it was necessary to go for an inspection. Since the girl often goes to Channon to learn something new, She also needed to try recently popular dishes in order to change something in the recipe or add a new dish to the menu. Then a group of mercenaries realized that the master was leaving, and one of them came up with the idea that it might be worth following him. But they all fell silent at the moment when Beck turned to them and said that they had an assignment for them. He wanted the three of them to stay here and watch the inn while he was gone. The action shifted again, and now the old man was standing directly in front of Yinpun. For some time they were simply silent and looked at each other, trying to understand what would happen next. The guy was very uncomfortable in this situation since this old man looked really alarming and unusual. At some point he began to take steps forward, and then Yingpun felt tension in the air. There was no need to forget that this old man might actually be a martial artist and be an enemy for him. Therefore Yingpun already focused a large amount of energy in his body and warned the old man, ordering him not to come closer. Hearing these words, the old man immediately stopped and said that it seems that he was not mistaken and Kunlun really has not yet been destroyed. In his opinion, at a guy's age, it would be difficult to develop such skills. That's why he wanted to ask him where he got such deep knowledge of dream energy. Now the guy was absolutely sure that the elder had done something to him while he was sleeping, but he also came to the realization that he couldn't talk about what he understood to everyone he met. Therefore he answered the old man that he could not tell him this since this information was important to him. Then the old man was slightly disappointed and once again asked Yongpun if he was going to tell about it just like that. Then a pause appeared between them again, and they simply didn't say anything for a while. Meanwhile, the guy thought that enormous internal strength was transmitted through the wind to such an extent that his body was almost numb. Then the grandfather turned his back to him and said that in this case he would go to Kunlun and he would find out about everything himself. A moment later he pushed away from that place and literally in a second disappeared into the heavenly surface. At first the guy thought that perhaps he should run after his grandfather, but everything happened so quickly that there was no time to react. Now the task for Yongpun could be considered a failure since he failed to understand why his grandfather was asking this. Meanwhile, the girl and her faithful assistant walked around the city and looked around. Beck looked at everything especially carefully since he had not seen something like this for a very long time. Their path went straight to the entrance to the porcelain tavern, which was very popular among the local residents. When the two of them sat down at the table, the waiter did not come up to ask what they wanted to order today. Then Jean said that she wanted dumplings and kuksu without chicken. Meanwhile, the guy was simply looking around, and so far he only understood that this was a busy tavern which, unlike where he works, looked much more luxurious. After some time, 2 servings of kuksu and several dumplings were brought to their table, which looked very appetizing. They quickly began to eat, but the guy did not forget to eavesdrop on everything that was happening around him in order to obtain important information. And this eavesdropping bore fruit after a short time, as at the next table 2 men were talking about how Kunlun had been expelled from the 9 sects. The guy couldn't believe his ears, since it was really difficult to realize that Kunlun had actually been excluded. He also heard that members of his sect were borrowing money from bandits, and on top of that, the faction of the 4 dragons was angry with them. From the skills he saw, it was obvious that the sect would not last long, but on the other hand, he didn't really care about that anymore. The girl noticed that when Beck thought about all this, his face grimaced, so she assumed that he didn't like the food. Then the guy replied that everything was fine, he just thought a little about different things. After that, Jean asked how he liked the food in this place. After thinking a little, Cloud Dragon said that the food here is quite ordinary, and in everything is actually very tasty. Then the girl said that in this case they have every chance of success, they just need to understand how to attract customers. It was not clear why these taverns were so successful with such mediocre dishes, it seemed unfair to her. Meanwhile, the guy said that he sees injustice at every step in this world. He still continued to eavesdrop on conversations and heard a rather loud and aggressive conversation behind him. It turned out that several members of the Kunlun sect talked to the waiter about the fact that they were able to return the money, and he answered them that the inn did not feed them on credit. Then one of the sect members asked the waiter to look at him and tell him what he saw in front of him. Then he said that it was obvious that they were all from the Kunlun sect, and it was at that moment that one of the men began to shout in the hope that the owner of the tavern would be called to him. A few seconds later, the owner came up and asked the 3 sect members to be a little quieter. Then Kunlun said that they would pay off the debt for food later, since they are still the great clan that is able to find money. But the owner of the tavern said that the policy of their establishment had changed, and they no longer gave food on credit for a long time. The guys who were with this member of the Kunlun clan said that everything is written differently in the accounting book and it seems that this is just a fiction. Then the man became incredibly angry and kicked one of the chairs with his foot while telling the owner of the inn to come here. He leaned closer to him and asked the owner if he was going to write them in the book in which he usually writes down debtors. Realizing that now he could be left without several teeth due to broken ribs and bones, the owner said that he would do it right away. Well, then the cloud dragon approached them and told the clan members that since they ate they must pay immediately even if you are from Kunlun. The man was very dissatisfied with the fact that he approached and asked the name of the one who came here so confidently and boldly and told them what to do. Then Bayok said his name and he added that he was a cook from a Kunlun inn. Those two warriors had different reactions to these words since one was scared and the second on the contrary laughed. Kunlun man bent down to the cloud dragon to say that in youth it is difficult to distinguish wisdom from stupidity. And for this reason he gives the guy a chance to escape, but Beck suddenly said that it seems that this man's mind is completely rotten. He also added that such people usually need to be dealt with immediately, otherwise they will suffer even more problems in the future. Then the man immediately raised his fist and prepared to strike his opponent in the jaw. But all the region did not do was just bend one of its fingers and hold it with its thumb. With just one such click, he managed to throw a member of the Kunlun clan several meters away from him. Now there would be a big mark on the forehead of the defeated opponent which would show everyone around for a long time that he lost the battle. Then the next member of the Kunlun clan also approached the master and asked what he was doing. Another blow with one finger and he also does not have time to defend himself from it and receives incredibly strong damage. Because of this, the guy begins to fly to the side at very high speed and falls to the ground after a few meters. The guy is also lying on the floor and doesn't even think about getting up since he has absolutely no strength left in his body. Then the last of the Kunlun members ran up to the founder of the tavern and gave him money, saying that there was no need to write anything into the debt. He ran closer to the master and said that they were even and now it was time for them to leave. The tavern founder looked towards the master in order to see what decision he would make. And after a moment the cloud dragon hits the last enemy with one finger and he also falls to the ground like his two brothers before. Then Beck said that they should still be punished for the bad deeds they committed. The man who watched all this happening while in the tavern was pleased with what happened, since he managed to come for Kuksa and also help them get out of this situation. Bayok and Jean left the tavern and the girl immediately asked him why those people behaved like that, but the guy in response only asked for forgiveness for ruining the meal. Jean said that everything was fine and in fact she even liked what she saw. But what she was most interested in was how the cloud dragon managed to pull it all off. Namely, she meant that he managed to deal with 3 opponents at once with just one finger. Then the master suggested that it looked like the girl wanted to learn martial arts, but she replied that she wanted, but it was not the time yet. All due to the fact that at this stage of her life the tavern is exclusively in her first place. Seeing the emotion on the girl's face at that moment, he noticed that he smiled very often thanks to her. They continued on their way and the girl said that now is the time to go get the ingredients. Meanwhile, in the forest, which was located not far from the Moon Horse base, something was happening. And that is why grandfather was moving through the forest thinking about different things during his incredibly fast movement. He constantly thought about that guy he met recently in the forest and realized that that stranger would not even utter a word with his character, so there was no point in interrogating him. Kunlun had not taken his advice into account for more than 10 years, and the old man did not particularly like it. How can such energy come from a Kunlun person? He did not understand and was ready to do a lot to find the answer to his question. When he approached the entrance to this sect, he saw that the entrance inside was not particularly well guarded, especially when his body found itself right near the gate, and no one even noticed his arrival. One could understand that the sect was not serious. Because of his poor eyesight, he thought that the 2 guards who were sleeping at the entrance were already dead. Then he simply walked past them and opened the gate, thereby entering the sect's territory. This action woke up the guards and they immediately began to detain the intruder. When they asked him to introduce himself, he said that his name was Nogok and he came here to find out something. Then the guards looked at each other as they were slightly frightened that this intruder really answered all the questions. Why did they put their weapons in front of his face, and added that there is no place for beggars in this sacred place, so it is better for him to get out. But the grandfather did not react to their prohibitions and made a breakthrough, thereby breaking through the weapons of the guards. After this breakthrough, He simply calmly began to walk forward, thereby getting closer and closer to the center of the sect's territory. One of the guards caught up with him and thereby took him by the shoulder and ordered him to leave again, in my opinion. Then the old man, without even moving his hand much, was able to send this guy into the air to a height of about 5 meters. After that, the guy fell to the ground and hit his body and head very hard on a hard stone. The second guard, who stood right next to the old man, shouted that he would not leave this just like that and the old man would pay for his actions. He prepared to strike at the back of his opponent, but at the moment when he wanted to do this, time seemed to stop around him. A moment later, the old man hit him on the head with his wooden staff, thereby causing quite impressive damage. The security guard also fell to the ground and was unable to move after receiving a severe concussion. The old man continued his movement, and meanwhile the first guard was able to come to his senses and hastily began to take out some object from his pouch. With trembling hands, he took out this object and began to blow into it. It turned out that it was a whistle. The whistle was so loud that within seconds the old man was surrounded by clan members and prepared to attack him. But before doing this, they didn't just surround the uninvited Kostya, and with swords at the ready they looked straight into his soul. The old man in turn only stopped and did not even make any movements but simply watched. And all he needed to find out now was where such strong dream energy was located. And looking around, he could not find where the very source that he had been trying to find for so long was. No matter how much he looked around, he was never able to achieve the goal he set upon arrival. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by someone's voice. It turned out that it was one of the masters of the Kunlun clan. This master looked at his students and said that in front of them was the leader of a gang of beggars named Nogok. All the Kunlun members couldn't believe it, since they only knew one Nogok, namely the one who was the 5th of the 7 strongest masters in Murim. Then this teacher turned to the other teachers and asked them to spend more time teaching students, since they do not even know such basics. After this, the teacher turned to the old man and said that he was asking for forgiveness, and also added that now he could move on. But the grandfather only said that he was too rude and at the same time continued to move forward. He was approaching closer and closer to the building that was located here in the center and was absolutely not responsible for the words spoken to his back. One of the clan members approached the teacher to ask why lately masters appear out of nowhere and create a crush in the sect. Grandfather meanwhile looked around and thought that perhaps he was possessed by the energy of a dream, and in fact he made a mistake. All these tense moments made him tired very quickly, and he realized that he needed to drop into a tavern and drink some mash. Meanwhile, Bayok and the girl arrived at the tavern, and the guy noticed that the table was broken. He looked towards those mercenaries who were watching the building, but they said that it was not them. The guy thought deeply and remembered the interior of the tavern in which they were together with the jinn. Everything in their inn was not as colorful as in that place, and so he decided to make a new stone table. Moreover, it was necessary to make it a little thinner, so that the mistress could move it if necessary. To do this, he used energy and directed it towards the stone, which was also summoned from under the earth. With just one movement of his hand, he managed to cut this stone into several pieces and create an even cut in the middle. The 3 mercenaries who watched all this through the doors still could not get used to what this master could do. The action for the grandfather moved to the place where the inn was now located, and when he approached the entrance he was surprised that this place was still functional. Then the old man felt a very interesting sensation inside his body, and it seemed slightly foreign to him. Moreover, it was difficult to believe that it was near this godforsaken taktir that he would feel nothing more than the energy of a dream. Beck looked very focused at the piece of stone that he was using energy to adjust so that it was suitable for creating a new table. It was necessary to prepare a few more legs, and then the last table could be considered complete. He added the final legs, and then the new functional interior elements for the tavern were completed. Then he looked towards the mercenaries and ordered them to take the last table and bring it inside. They immediately ran up to the cloud dragon and took the table that had just been made thanks to the energy of the dream. The cloud dragon liked how everything was happening now and how easy the repairs were in general. Jean also really liked all the changes that were happening in the tavern, and she noticed that with the stone tables the decoration was very fresh. Nan, who examined all these tables, said that they were very cold and it was unlikely that anyone would like them. As soon as he said this, the grandfather, who ran into the tavern from the street and immediately fell on one of these tables right from above. Then the mercenary said that it looks like he found someone who likes this table. In fact, the grandfather did this because the inn was filled with dream energy. He immediately looked at the mercenaries and asked them who made this lovely table. Without thinking twice, each of them pointed his finger at the master, who at that time was wiping the unfinished tables with a rag. Grandfather approached him because he had a topic to talk with Bayok. He really wanted to know a lot from him. When the old man approached, the cloud dragon did not immediately understand what he wanted from him. Everything became even stranger when the old man began to walk in a circle and examine Bayok from all sides. He doesn't like the fact that he felt nothing coming from this young man. Even internal energy was not noticeable. Therefore, after a few seconds of silence, he asked Bayok if he would give him a minute. But he replied that he only talks to guests. The old man thought about it, and after a few seconds he began to look a little angrier than usual because of what he had just heard from the guy. Then the cloud dragon turned to the mercenaries and asked them to serve the new guest who wants to drink and eat delicious food. The weather outside at that time was really lovely, and because of this mood, everyone who was inside was simply wonderful. Gina brought food to the old man, and at first he treated her with some skepticism. But when he saw what this food looked like, he was very happy. Not least because this kuksu was full of song energy. But more than that, the taste was incredibly wonderful, and so he literally drank the entire broth in a matter of seconds. After the gangway was completed, he told Bayok that his name was Nogok and he came from a gang of beggars. Then the hero introduced himself, said his name, and also added that he was a cook from the Kunlun tavern. The grandfather became more serious and asked if Bayok was from Murim. The guy answered him that he was in Kunlun in his youth, but not now. While the mercenary was telling his boss that it might be worth learning something from this cloud dragon, he asked him to shut up because he couldn't eavesdrop. Then tried to understand what they were talking about and what he meant when he said that in his youth he was in Kunlun, because he is still young. Then the old man asked the cloud dragon how old he was now, and he thought a little and answered that he was definitely more than 100. Nogok was waiting for the moment when his interlocutor would say that this was all a joke and start laughing loudly. But since this did not happen, he jumped up from the table and said that he knew it, namely that the guy was using this technique of youth. He also added that he himself was 115 years old and asked the cloud dragon if he knew Unyebjina. The action moved to a place where members of the Kunlun sect were now chained to several pillars. It seems that for some reason they were not conscious, and therefore those who woke up earlier woke up those who were still sleeping. When the last of them regained consciousness, he asked his mentor what he was doing here and why they were all connected. It was completely unclear who did this to them and what happened before they got here. Suddenly someone came into the room and gave orders to his minions to take everyone chained out onto the street. The fighters of the Kunlun sect were very scared when the minions went inside, since at that time nothing was clear yet. They shouted very loudly and ordered them not to do what they were ordered, but it seems that the henchmen were motivated to do what they were told. A few moments later they were all outside, still tied up. Having walked some distance, the member of the sect who woke up last saw something very scary before his eyes. In front of him, in a fairly well-known market square, all the Kunlun masters were tied up. Then one of those who led the prisoners turned to the yellow dragon and reported that he and his minions had searched Chong. After that, the Yellow King told him that he was great. And turning to the Kunlun fighters, he asked why they came to people asking for food when they should just sit silently in the mountains. One of the masters recognized this man and realized that he was a yellow dragon, after which it became clear that they were caught by a faction of 4 dragons. One of the sect fighters plucked up courage and asked the yellow dragon what he was going to do with all of them. At the same moment, he received a strong blow to the back of his head with a stick, since they had previously been ordered to remain silent. A smile appeared on the yellow dragon's face, and he said that they would all die soon, since he was going to cut off their heads and hang them for everyone to see. Now that the 4 dragons are mocking them like this, it has become obvious to the sect members that they are ready for war. By that time, quite a large number of people passing by had gathered near the Kunlun prisoners and were whispering among themselves. In general, they were not against what was happening, since this sect did not help the commoners in any way. Suddenly, the white dragon Yong appeared, Wuxin, who said that Kunlun members would not be treated like this right now. His plans were that he would first drop the prisoners home so that he could then pick up the rest and kill them too. They were glad that they would finally be able to get rid of those who had oppressed the 4 dragons for decades. If you look around at that moment, you could see a red dragon which together with its army is approaching closer to that square. Ordinary residents of the city were very surprised when they saw this and began to talk among themselves, since the red dragon could be seen very rarely. The yellow and white dragon were very happy that their brother had come. But he did not answer them but only silently took his sword out of its sheath and raised it to the heavens. The red dragon then shouted, ordering his entire army to draw their swords, as today is the last day of the Kunlun's existence. But while all this was happening, there was still a very interesting dialogue in the inn between a member of the beggar gang and the cloud dragon. The grandfather asked his interlocutor how he managed to accumulate dream energy. Then the guy thought for a while, and after a few seconds of waiting, he asked him why he was trying to fit nature into his small body. He replied that he simply wants to use the energy of sleep, which is a crystallized condensation of the power of Mother Nature. Bach also added that Mother Nature flows on its own, and it cannot condense in any way. This is no different from learning any mental method and imbuing it with internal energy. When the cloud dragon said this phrase, it was clear from the grandfather's face that he heard what he had wanted to hear for a very long time. Beck in turn was pleased that he was able to help a kind man so easily. After a pause, Cloud Dragon said that in order to obtain this energy you should not try to get the energy of nature. Grandfather realized very quickly that he was stupid, since he was always obsessed with the thought of wanting to reach a higher level than others. He was constantly comparing and greedy, and seemed to have lost himself in the abyss of his arrogance. The grandfather was very grateful that the interlocutor opened his eyes to himself. It was time to leave, and then Nogok turned his head to the cloud dragon and asked if he could look here from time to time. Without thinking twice, Beck answered him that he could come here as a guest anytime. The three bandits who were sitting at the table and watching all this were slightly puzzled. One of them even asked the others if he was really trying to make the old man a permanent guest. Then his friend said that he also thought so, since it was strange that such a strong master was talking to a grandfather from a gang of beggars. Moreover, it also seemed to them that the guy was just joking about the fact that he was 100 years old, and the grandfather didn't even laugh. But their captain said that there was no reason to laugh in this situation. He got up from the table and ordered them to leave as quickly as possible, since there was no point in staying here anymore. Jean, who was passing by, noticed that the guests were about to leave and came closer to them. Then the captain said that the food was simply great, but unfortunately they had to leave in order to return to various tasks. The girl bowed and said that they could come back again. The trio then quickly began to leave through the main door, but after a short time they all heard a familiar voice from behind. It was Cloud Dragon, who asked all of them why they were leaving, and then the captain said in a trembling voice that they were busy people. Even though they were all scared, Buck just wanted to thank them for looking after the inn while he was away. Then they separated, and one of the bandits decided to ask his captain where they were going. The second one was smarter and answered his brother that of course they were going to Jumaban. Meanwhile, a large column of several horses and an entire red dragon army moved closer and closer to the Kunlun. One of the four dragons' comrades said that right along their road there would be an inn that he had already spoken about, and they needed to go into it. The yellow dragon was not happy with this idea, but said that if that strong master was in that inn, then they obviously should stop. All because he was interested in how this master would cope with three united dragons. The comrade in turn smiled Echidna because of the knowledge that no matter how strong this master was, now that three of the four dragons have joined forces, he has no chance. This entire huge column did not yet know that the cloud dragon had been watching their movements for a long time. Beck understood that there were a lot of people there, and in total there were about 200 combat units in the army. It looks like they are planning to attack Kunlun. His gaze remained calm until he noticed a very important detail. When the entire column came closer to him, he saw tied Kunlun masters among this entire army. It was hard to believe that the opponents just decided to tie them up and drag them along with them. In addition to the sect masters, there were also a lot of young fighters who had just started their journey. At some point the column stopped because some kind of obstacle appeared in front of the horses. The animals were very frightened, and the dragons that sat on them tried to calm them down so as not to fall off the saddle. It turns out that the cloud dragon stood in front of them, and with a serious expression on his face, he asked the strangers why they were torturing the sect members. The yellow dragon was very surprised when he heard this, because at that moment he did not yet know who was in front of him. But his comrades screamed very loudly, and then everyone realized that this was exactly the master whom he had previously met in the tavern. In appearance this master looked like a real weakling, and the white dragon even concluded that he was just some kind of forest madman. Then Bayok repeated his demand and ordered them to immediately release the Kunlun people and return to where they came from in the first place. Of course, no one in this column was going to carry out such orders, and for this reason the white dragon began to move on his horse and ordered the army to deal with this guy. Each member of the army was dressed in an all-black robe, and each had a fairly high-quality sword. All that the Cloud Dragon did when he saw that such a large number of enemies were approaching him was just took out a wooden stick from his pocket. This wand produced a large amount of purple energy, and for some reason every member of the army wanted to look at it constantly. Then Beck began to move it in space and at some point sent it straight into the crowd of opponents. This movement created a huge amount of energy that moved straight towards that direction, causing incredibly strong damage. All the warriors flew away a very long distance and continued to fall to the ground and fly away to the side. The yellow dragon and the white dragon could not understand how all this could happen, since the master managed to put a detachment of troops on his shoulder blades with just one movement of a wooden stick. The white dragon was much more furious and said that he had heard about it, and it seems that in front of them is now a sulfur fire that was created in the west. He didn't understand where he got this jewel from, but despite all this he pushed off the ground in order to make an attack. In his head there was only self-confidence, since he believed that such a technique would not work on him. Having gained quite an impressive speed in the air, he began to emit energy from his body and wanted to use the cold crash force technique. But what was very strange was that the Cloud Dragon did not even move, but only looked at the white dragon approaching in his direction. Yong Uxin began to notice that he should have already reached his opponent, but for some reason it seemed to him that he was still far away. Then he became even more scared because Beck would again take that wooden stick with his hand. One swing and a large amount of energy flowed straight from the tips of this wand and flew towards the white dragon. This blow was incredibly strong, and the body of the strong and great master flew into the crowd of warriors behind him. The force was so great that immediately 30 fighters who were there also fell to the ground. They were scattered like bowling pins in different directions and could not control their balance. The largest number of all soldiers were now immobilized from having received a large number of closed wounds. The white dragon in turn was lying on the floor and spitting blood from the fact that he had just survived a rather strong blow. Quaxon ran up to him to ask his brother what the hell this was and what just happened. Then the master answered him that it seemed to him that from that moment his inner strength was destroyed. It was difficult for the yellow dragon to believe this, since he was still a little aware that such great consequences could happen after just one missed blow. Well, then Uxin continued and said that he didn't know how the enemy was able to eliminate her. It was very difficult to even maintain the energy to stand, and after a few seconds the white dragon fell to the ground. Now the red dragon approached Bayok, and for some time he just stood and looked him straight in the eyes. The red dragon was known for being one of the most powerful warriors in the lands where he lived. He shouted that his name was the Red Dragon Magan and ordered the enemy to show his true face. Beck introduced himself and also added that he is the cook of the Kunlun Inn. Of course, the enemy did not appreciate such a joke and was angry that such a strong enemy said that he was an ordinary cook. Magoth prepared for the attack. The soldiers were glad that Mago intervened, since he was the best warrior of all 4 dragons. He took out his sword and prepared to attack his opponent, cutting him into small pieces. But Beck again behaved very strangely and simply stood still, but slowly moving his hand with the twig left and right. Then the red dragon realized what was the source of his opponent's strength and struck with his sword directly at this branch. After that, he tried to strike the enemy but missed and fell to the ground. Everything happened so quickly that he couldn't believe that he had just missed such a simple blow. With the last of his strength, the white dragon ordered him to stop, since otherwise he would lose all his internal energy. But Mago answered him that he should stop talking nonsense, and the white dragon would just rest, drink a little mash, and he would immediately feel better. Despite all this, the red dragon shouted to his enemy that he did not know what kind of magic he had and threatened to cut off his head. Now he decided to use one of his secret techniques, namely the red sword soul destruction. The soldiers were even more surprised that the red dragon was now using that same sword. Also, in small circles, this technique was called the flashlight technique, and it could surprise anyone with the amount of energy released. The soldiers were immobilized because they wanted to see something like this in reality at least once in their lives, and finally this day came. But when the red dragon carried out a horizontal strike, a stream of energy headed straight towards Bayok. A very incredible and powerful explosion occurred which scattered stones in different directions, and released energy directly towards the sky. When the soldiers looked better, they saw that the red dragon was lying on the floor breathing very heavily. Then the yellow dragon looked at his brother and shouted his name because he did not want him to die here on the floor. With the last of his strength, Mago got down on one knee and thought about what to do next in order to win this fight. But suddenly he felt something inside his body, and this feeling did not give him peace. The scary thing was that this feeling was related to the internal energy that he was supposed to feel. But now the great warriors did not feel the presence of this energy in their bodies at all, since it was empty there. After a few seconds, he coughed violently and spat out a large amount of blood from his mouth. The strength remained less and less, and now he fell to the floor and did not even show any signs of life. The yellow dragon watched all this and could not believe that everything happened exactly like that. But the situation had to be taken into hands somehow. Therefore, he ordered all the remaining soldiers to attack this guy and added that for his elimination there would be a reward and a title. This motivation worked, since for a bandit and a soldier a large amount of money and a title are the main goals in life. They immediately began to run and prepare for the fact that they would now simultaneously attack and cut this enemy into small pieces. At that moment, the cloud dragon threw the branch that had been in his hands all the time onto the floor, and it stopped releasing energy. He took a stance, and now energy of a slightly different shade was coursing through his body, and it seemed to begin to make some kind of sound. The bandits were not afraid because of this, since now they only had a goal and no obstacles could be built in front of this goal. The opponent changed his stance a little, and now the energy his body generated became even brighter. He used the 8 cloud dragon elements and sent a very powerful energy attack towards the group of opponents. Only the yellow dragon could observe all this from the side, and only from his side it looked simply terrifying. The warriors were not mortally wounded, but they were weakened by the fact that they received a very powerful blow. The yellow dragon remembered that they say that a dragon appeared in Kunlun. Then one of the soldiers shouted that it looked like the dragon had turned into a man. At that very moment, Beck moved a little away from the battlefield and pushed off from the ground and disappeared somewhere. If you look at the place where the battle took place, you could see dragon-shaped cracks on the ground. Now everything was in a completely different place and on a completely different day. Namely, it was the next day, and Chongha. The 2 bandits had already woken up and came to their captain's room to wake him up. Going inside, one of them told Sabong that the sun had already risen for a long time and it was time for them to set out. The captain fell asleep late and therefore could not believe that it was already so late. But nevertheless he was tired and said that he did not sleep well due to the fact that he drank himself into unconsciousness last night. They began to walk along the corridor to the street, and then one of the bandits said that Sabong could drink while he had the chance, since it was unclear what task the leader in Jumaban would give them. The group of 3 people was very different, but they were united by the feeling of hunger at that moment. Even Sabong said that he really wanted to eat that kuksa from the inn again, and he still didn't understand why it was so tastier than all the others. Well, while they were all talking about where they should eat, the Saban noticed a very large fire in the distance behind several houses. They immediately began to run in that direction, as the captain quickly realized that Jumaban was located approximately in that place. Here they saw a local resident who also noticed this fire and stood a short distance from it. Saban ran to the prison room towards the fire and found someone screaming, asking who dared to do this and when. Then the stranger said that the news was late, but he heard that a dragon had appeared in Kunlun. The captain assumed that he was talking about the faction of 4 dragons, but the stranger said that in fact they say that a man turned into a dragon and swept away the other 3 factions. The leader was also there and died. People after this were offended by Jumaban and set it on fire and then fled. All this news was definitely not pleasant for the entire small group, and one of the bandits asked his captain what they would do next. It was difficult to immediately offer a solution, but Sabong said that there are many dark groups in Xianjian and you can easily raise some money there. Then one of the bandits said that he would not go there, and he had very good reasons for this. He explained this by saying that with Sobong's skills he would obviously not be touched there. But if one of them goes there, they will be killed immediately. It is for this reason that it is better for them to stay here and try to find a similar job. The second bandit thought for a while and said that he had decided to go there again. He meant the inn that is located at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, but the others still did not understand why he decided to do this. After thinking a little, he explained that he was somehow safer next to the master and he could just sit with his hands. And perhaps he will even think a little more and learn martial art. To Sabong this sounded like complete nonsense, since it seemed that his subordinates did not even understand how complex and long the process was. But despite all this, they were ready to take risks in order not to remain unemployed and to do at least something. Then the captain realized that his subordinates were trying to come up with something, but they couldn't even gather the thoughts in their heads. After some time, they even began to persuade their captain that he should also go with them. But when they saw the expression on his face, they just bowed, thanked him for everything he had done for them, and were about to leave. They took literally a few steps, and it was at that moment that Sabong, for some reason unknown to him, began to experience incredible stress. He ordered the two to stop right now and turn in his direction. His face was very angry despite the fact that he was about to say a completely non-evil thing. Despite all this, the subordinates were scared because they did not know what to expect from their captain now. And after a few seconds, Sabong said that he would go with them since he was not going to sit idly by, and it would be better for him to at least have a tasty meal at the tavern. He also thought it would be important to add that he had nothing to learn from that master and would simply spend time in the inn. Once again, the action moved, and now everything again took place in the already updated Kunlun Tavern. The girl was very happy that after a very long time she seemed to have a regular client. The grandfather I went inside said that now he will come here every day. He began to occupy the table that he liked the most and at the same time asked the girl where Mr. Beck was now. She said that he was now minding his own business in the kitchen, and grandfather sat down at his place, after which he said that he wanted to try Jin's kuksu. Then the girl smiled and turned around and asked her grandfather if he was sure that he wanted to try the kuksu that she had prepared. He replied that he was absolutely confident in his words and at the same time asked her to call Bayok. A few seconds later they were already sitting at the table, and the grandfather took out a very beautiful bottle from a small bag that he had brought with him. Then Cloud Law immediately asked his grandfather what it was and why he brought it. The grandfather replied that this was a special variety of yellow wine aged 10 years. It was also necessary to add that it was obtained with great difficulty. He also said that he heard that just yesterday a real dragon appeared at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. According to his information, members of the Four Dragons faction met this dragon and were defeated in battle. The leadership died and the subordinates fled. In his opinion, these guys got a chance to improve, and most likely later they will be even more grateful for their fate. Of course, the grandfather understood who this dragon was and therefore said that it looked like Bayok had a hard time yesterday, and therefore he should drink this wonderful wine. The guy took a small cup in his hand, and looking into it, he thought that he had almost completely forgotten the taste of alcohol. He took the first sip and remembered this feeling since he had not done anything like this for decades. The grandfather continued his monologue and said that according to his information these leaders were still alive. The guy wanted to shift the topic of the dialogue a little, and pouring even more into his grandfather's mug, he said that he should drink more. Nogak was delighted and said that it took his breath away, and also added that he wanted to remember this taste even after death. Then the Cloud Dragon said that he also felt a little more cheerful after he drank a little of this wine. Then the grandfather became more adventurous and said that he needed to drink more since he had specially brought this drink from afar precisely so that not a drop would be left of it. By that time the girl had just brought kuksa and placed the plate right in front of her grandfather. Nogak's gaze became more serious, and he said that he wanted to ask the Cloud Dragon something. Namely, he wanted to ask him what he thought about the proposal to become real friends. He explained this by saying that all his comrades had died, his students had gotten married, and now no one cared about him. And now he is very lonely without friends with whom he can go and have a drink, for example. Kunlun martial arts and heavenly spirit mastery were fleeting for the Cloud Dragon. Because of this, he knows firsthand what loneliness is. Seeing that the guy was thinking, the grandfather once again asked his interlocutor if he would suddenly become his friend. Then Bayok realized that there was no point in thinking anymore and smiled at the same time, saying that he would be a friend for legs. The grandfather began to laugh very loudly and shout that he could not believe that he now had a friend who was also old enough to be his grandson. In his opinion, it was necessary to discard formalities, and Cloud Dragon said that he also agreed with this. When Nogak wanted to offer them a little more drink, he quickly noticed that their bottle was already empty. Then the grandfather turned to Jean and sweetly and quietly asked her to reschedule something else like that. Meanwhile, everything began to happen in the place where the fire had recently occurred. There was a man there who made great efforts to move the burnt columns. It turned out that he was dragging all these columns for a reason, but it looked like he was looking for something. Leader Gumhobang said that it was good that he thought of running away from the battlefield after the master attacked the red dragon. He believed that he was too brilliant and strong to die just like that in a battle with an opponent too strong for him. It quickly became clear that he was dragging all those burned columns and other objects in order to free the chest from under the rubble. Having opened this chest, he made sure that it still contained all the money that he had put in there. But as soon as he noticed this money, he suddenly heard someone's voice behind him calling him a rat. He immediately turned to his body to see who was there and saw a handsome one from some person. This man was fully dressed in black robe, and he said that the leader should not have abandoned his comrades for the sake of wealth. It was the Black Dragon Kudaki. Now these were very difficult times for the sect, and a very large number of important decisions had to be made. All the most important persons of the sect gathered in the room to discuss the latest news. One of them said that there were rumors that a dragon appeared on Kunlun Mountain a few days ago. The fourth sect elder named Baekwon said that now everyone is talking about how their sect has defeated the Four Dragons faction. One wise man said that he also heard about this, but he did not quite understand where this information began to spread. Then the elder said that according to the words of the captive students, they were attacked by a young guy who managed to defeat all the opponents. The third elder of the sect named Baekmok said that he does not believe that all this was done by one young guy. In his opinion, this could be the effect of some kind of group hallucination, or they all just felt ashamed and came up with something like that. But the sage said that in one case or another, the fact remains a fact, namely that as a result of these events their status increased. He asked his subordinates which of them went to the meeting of 9 sections. The fourth elder said that it was Yongpun, and he said that according to the information he received from members of other sects, they were expelled from the 9 great sects. The sage was very angry that this happened, and since he could not restrain his own anger, he hit the table with his hand. Then he said that at once everyone turned away from them, then they needed to take measures. So he turned to Baekwang and said that he should escort his disciples to the Namgong clan. It was necessary to carry out this order despite the fact that the fourth elder did not yet fully understand what all this was for. Meanwhile, a small group of students was already leaving their barracks, and they were trying to understand what their task was all about. One of them asked why they were going there at all, and then Paekwon said that they needed new connections since 9 factions were broken and now they needed allies. Another disciple said that he also heard that this clan has a lot of money. Yongpun, who inadvertently witnessed these conversations, was not particularly happy with what he heard. Meanwhile, someone came to the goods store again, and the girl was very happy with the new guests. Turns out it was those 3 bandits again. Everyone who was in the tavern did not understand why they returned so quickly if they were out on some business. Then the Troika said that they resolved all matters very quickly, and for this reason they would remain here for a short time. But when one of the bandits passed by, he said in a whisper that in fact they came because they missed the cake. Sabong as usual began to look around as soon as he entered the room and noticed that their very interesting acquaintance was there. Namely, he saw how this man eats, then does it very greedily and quickly, as if he had done this for a very long time. It took him a few more seconds to understand that this was the Choki they had been looking for not so long ago. When the guy noticed that in front of him there were those who had been looking for him for a very long time, he immediately got up from the table and tried to start running away towards the back exit that was in the kitchen. But the captain without much effort managed to catch him by his clothes and hold him very tightly. Then Chokt greeted him, and Sabin in a quiet voice asked the guy how far he was going to run. The bandits who came closer to him said that he could no longer run away since Jumaban was no longer there, and accordingly they had no reason to catch the guy. But nevertheless the captain decided to remind them that Choka managed to cause a lot of trouble to their group, and therefore they will have to pay for it. Which I thought for a bit, and then turned my head towards Jean, who was just doing something in the kitchen, and ordered 3 kuksu for this table. Then the girl looked in his direction and said that she thought it would be better to add a portion of dumplings to this order. The captain hugged Choki very tightly and said that he would pay for dumplings kuksa and their week's accommodation in this tavern. While the group was talking, someone began to approach them, and the bandits immediately took notice of this. It turned out that it was none other than the Cloud Dragon, who after such a short time was already bringing them food on a tray. Then they all looked at Bayok and greeted him in unison. Choki took this situation as an opportunity to escape. In fact, everyone greeted the master except the captain himself, who for some reason was scared. Now before their eyes right on the table there were 3 delicious servings of kuksu and as many as 4 dumplings. Then Beck smiled a little and said that he added a little more because he analyzed the situation at their table. He added another dumpling because there was still a 4th person at their table. But very quickly it became clear that Choki had disappeared somewhere, and the bandits did not look for him as they were very hungry. Sabong looked around again to see if Choki was somewhere here, but now he was most likely already at a great distance from the tavern. It was necessary to look for him, but this matter was not so important as eating kuksu while it was still hot. Some time passed, and right next to the inn it started to rain quite heavily, and it had been raining for a long time. A small group of people approached the tavern and decided to go in since this rain had already completely tormented them. Jean went straight to the entrance and asked the new guests how many there were and of course greeted everyone. Kunlun sect came inside and the 4th elder said that there were 4 of them in total. When the girl asked them what they wanted to try right now, he replied that it didn't matter to him at all. Then she decided to list everything they had, but suddenly stopped when she saw a familiar face among the guests. She greeted young Pun, and he said that he was glad to meet him, and especially glad that the girl recognized him. All his brethren from his sect were surprised that he was already here, and he only said that he dropped in here on the way after the gathering of the 9 sects. Everyone sat down at the table, and then young Pun said that the most delicious dish here is guksu and they should order 4 servings for everyone. Time passed, and the rain still did not want to pass despite the fact that it was already falling with a much less weak frequency. The food was already on the table, and of course it was brought here by none other than the Cloud Dragon. Even though she and young Pun didn't greet each other, the 2 of them still looked at each other and just nodded silently. One of the sect members asked Yongpun why he was suddenly so noble, and he replied that he owes this tavern since the time of his last campaign. The food was indeed very tasty, and the rest of the sect quickly understood why their brother liked it so much here. Yongpun meanwhile was thinking that martial arts were amazing, but the elder's kuksu surprised him more and more each time. The bandits at that time were also sitting at the next table, and of course in addition to simple conversations among themselves they overheard what the sect members were talking about. They mostly talked only about how delicious the food was here, and it was impossible to extract anything useful from the word at all from their dialogues. Sabin meanwhile said that as far as he knows it was the Kunlun dragon that trampled the 4 dragons. But from the conversations of these people it was clear that they knew absolutely nothing about it. Especially when one of the sect members asked the master if he knew how much the Namgong clan earned. He replied that in fact he did not know the details, but somewhere he heard information that they receive approximately several thousand every day. Also it was rumored that in Anhui province everyone had trading rights everywhere, and this was not comparable to the 9 sects. The master said that they sit in the mountains all day long without money or rice, and for this reason no one knows them. For other sects everything is different. Other Kunlun sect fighters said that they hoped to be fed again upon arrival. After some time they also began to discuss more sensitive topics, namely that they would have to form an alliance with those people. But the master quickly realized that there was no point in talking about it here, and turning to his subordinates, he said that the rain had stopped and they should leave. The girl quickly heard this and ran up to the master to say that he had 8 nannies. Then he said his name, what sect he was from, and notified the girl that he would give the money back later. Yongpun came closer to him and explained to his master that he needed to pay right now. But the elder did not listen to him, and approaching the door, he only added that he would pay for everything later, and also said that if one of his subordinates has money then let him pay now. The guy took out a small wallet from his inner pocket and shook out all the coins that were there. He handed this money to the girl and said that he would pay for everything else a little over time. The girl smiled, said that they would meet again, and wished them a successful and calm journey. The master did not like this situation, and he turned towards Yongpun to say that he was unlikely to return here again. Bayok appeared on the horizon, who said that he had just been in the kitchen and heard the smell of this master's foul brood from there. Yongpun had just given her, and then he went up to the guy and said that he paid much more than he ate. The ordinary dragon decided to put these coins into Yongpun's hand, and then silently approached the 4th sect elder. Looking in his direction, he said that everyone else would have to pay for everything right now. Then the subordinates immediately began to shout at the cook, asking him if he knew who they were and shouting that they would not give anything away. At this time the bandits began to laugh quietly because they understood that it looked like these guys were in a very bad situation and they were wondering how they would solve the situation. The Cloud Dragon's face became more serious, and he told the guests that in they did not feed for free, and they did not give food on credit either. Then the master gave the order to his subordinates to teach this cook some good manners. While he was waiting for his subordinates to attack this cook, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Turning around, it turned out that it was Nogak, who greeted the cook as his friend and said that he had missed him in just a day. Then Bayok said that he had a little work to do, so now grandfather would have to wait at the table. The fourth elder of the sect in turn approached his grandfather to greet him. The grandfather tried to remember the name of this man, and after a few tries and a second, he made the assumption that he was Peikwang. The rest of the subordinate masters also bowed and greeted the elder. After all this happened, Beck led everyone inside to the street and told them to follow him. The elder meanwhile still could not understand whether he and Nogak were really friends. Then Cloud Dragon told the three guests that if they couldn't pay, they would make more tables. The elder of the sect at that moment did not understand at all what this cook even meant when he said such words and pointed to the big stone. It was especially strange when Beck said that he would cut this boulder so that they could work with the material. Just one movement and energy gushed straight towards this stone, which had been directed for a very long time and in a stream. Members of the Kunlun sect meanwhile laughed because they decided that it looked like they along with Nogak were just local madmen. But after a few seconds they heard a crash from the stone, and this made them stop laughing instantly. Inside this large wave which cut it into several almost equal parts. At that time Yongpun sat down at the table, at which there was already an old man who at the same time greeted him. Grandfather was wondering why his brothers were behaving so strangely, clearly not like members of a once great sect. The guy didn't even know what to answer to this, since he himself didn't know the answer to this question. Meanwhile, his brothers were on the street and observed real miracles. As they listened to Cloud Dragon ordering them to make a table out of this stone, they couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. The elder of the sect could not understand how this could happen, and only now he realized that all those tables in the tavern were made of real stone. Beck outlined the rules and said that one kuksu is equal in price to one table. Therefore, they only need to make 3 tables in order to leave here. Moreover, he added that the table should be so smooth that even a child could not get hurt on it if he really wanted to. When one of the clan members said that this is impossible since they are not sculptors, then the Cloud Dragon said that in this case they will not leave here. Grandfather, who was watching all this from his desk through the open door, said that it seemed that the Cloud Dragon was slightly angry. The action moved briefly to another place which was hidden high in the mountains. On his throne sat a black dragon named Kudaki, who spoke with the leader of Jumaban about why he abandoned his brothers and fled. The man tried to explain himself and said that he apologized for his cowardice and added that then he was only thinking about his safety. The black dragon didn't care at all about these words, and so he simply asked the leader who did it. The Kunlun were behind it all. His voice began to tremble even more when he said that in fact it was not the masters from the Kunlun sect but the cook from the Kunlun inn. Then he also added that although it sounds strange, he already told the yellow dragon about this once and he didn't believe him either. The black dragon needed a little more time to think about everything, but the only thing he wanted now was to stop seeing this coward in front of him. Therefore, he ordered his subordinates to immediately grab him and take him away from here as quickly as possible. His voice became quieter and he told the Jumaban leader that he could not forgive him and therefore he would have to die. The man constantly shouted something and said that he would give up all his property in exchange for his life. But the black dragon was not very interested in this, since he already had at hand the same chest with all the money of the leader of the Jumaban. It was not clear whether he was lying, since a truly ordinary guy would hardly be able to eliminate 3 dragons at once in one battle. But also before he heard this information from the leader, he thought that there were several opponents there and they attacked his brothers in a group. Meanwhile, the members of the Kunlun sect tried very hard to cut the stone evenly. One of them guessed that in order to cut a stone you need to take a sword, wrap its blade in a thick rag and stand in a stance. After this you need to use the skill of standing as a pillar and put a very large amount of effort by pressing on this stone. With one movement, the sect member managed to cut this stone into 2 parts with his sword. He turned his head towards the master and said that he should also try something similar. But in response, the master only exhaled all the air that was in his lungs and said that of course he was not going to do this. This is because he, as the fourth elder of the sect named Baikwang, will not tolerate such treatment. After the master said this, he turned around and slowly began to walk further and further from the inn. When one of his subordinates asked what he would do when Bayok found out about all this, he replied that he simply wouldn't find out, and that's all. One of the members of all of you said that he would still go to see what the master was doing, and then he would return. He came close to the tavern to look in and see what was happening inside. With just one eye, he managed to see that Yongpun was sitting at the table along with the cook himself and Nogok. Then he returned and told everyone else that this was their chance since they were chatting, and he would definitely not notice that they had run away. The master gave the order to his subordinates to hurry up since it was impossible to hesitate now and they needed to run as quickly as possible. One of them asked what to do with Yanpun, and then the master replied that he seemed to like it in this inn, so he should leave without him. Meanwhile, Cloud Dragon was talking to her old acquaintance about whether he was making progress. He replied that he had not forgotten what the master taught him and now he trains every day. Then Bayok said that young Pun should not be arrogant since he has not yet reached the level to do this. Then grandfather told Young Pun that if he knew that he was a disciple of the Cloud Dragon, he certainly would not have been rude to him. It was not entirely clear why the guy didn't really want to be called a disciple of the Cloud Dragon, but Bayok didn't react to this statement. Grandfather turned his head towards the boy and said that he was indeed a real student. Then he leaned closer to him and asked if he wanted him to teach him something too. For the guy, it was a very important chance to learn something from the elder Nogok himself. But he only answered that he is a student of Kunlun and therefore cannot receive knowledge from anyone except those associated with the sect. Then the grandfather replied that he was a real member of the Kunlun sect. All this time the Cloud Dragon was calm, but only for the last few seconds he looked focused at some wall and then said that he would go away for a minute. Meanwhile, the three sect members ran very quickly and tried to catch up with their master, who meanwhile said that they should remember one very important truth, namely that they run away not because they are afraid but because here they are wasting a lot of precious time. But while the sect elder was saying this, he suddenly saw Beck in front of him standing unwaveringly right in their path. Cloud Dragon then shouted that he didn't expect the Kunlun sect members to be so stupid. Screams could be heard near the inn, and then Yong Pun and his grandfather decided to go outside to see what was the source of these sounds. Opening the doors, they saw her right next to the entrance to the inn of those three Yanpun brothers who were lying on the floor and in pain. The Cloud Dragon said that they would have to stay here for a while. The action moved to another place which was very remote and which a very limited number of people knew about. It looked like a small temple that had not been visited by people for a very long time. Everything here, it was as if there was absolutely no one here and never would be again. But in fact there was one person here who cleaned the area from time to time, but did it in such a way that it was still clear that the temple was not visited. While this man was cleaning, he suddenly heard that the bypass gate had opened and someone was approaching him. A guy walked through them and immediately greeted the man who was just working on what kind of metal the steps were. Then the man bowed and said that he had not seen a black dragon for a very long time. It took him a few seconds to understand that the black dragon came here because he again needed to eliminate someone. The black dragon told him that for 10 nannies he would send a killer worth 10 nannies, and for 100 he would send someone worth 100 nannies. That's why he brought 100,000 nannies with him in order to eliminate one target. The man was very frightened at that moment because he could not understand who needed to be killed since they were offering such a large amount of money. Of course, he noticed that this was a very large amount and assumed that the target was someone from the Wudong sect. But in response, the black dragon only took out some object from his inner pocket. It quickly became clear that this was a scroll depicting a schematic image of a cook from a Kunlun inn. The man was even more surprised and frightened when he realized that the black dragon was offering such a large amount of money for the cook. But then he answered him that he should not underestimate this enemy since all his brothers were killed by him quite recently. The man took a small chest with this money for himself and said that they had now agreed. And he also added that from now on he can consider this cook already dead. Meanwhile, the grandfather's dialogue with his old friend continued, and it seemed that it was becoming more and more interesting. He asked Yongpun if all four of them were really going to go to the Namgung clan. He didn't even have time to answer anything when he already said to Gog that it was better for him to go on his own, since if he goes there with his master he will only disgrace himself. The guy agreed with this since his master and other brothers are very often disgraced in such situations. But still, before making this decision he needed to talk and ask permission from his master. Meanwhile, work was taking place on the street near near the tavern, which was now leveling the stone in order to make it smooth. The sect members were very happy that everything worked out for them, and they weren't even particularly tired. They constantly suggested that their master also try to do this several times so that they would finish faster. He was very proud and very reluctant to help them despite the fact that they really needed to finish faster in order to get to their destination. After some time, the subordinates said that they were already very hungry and would soon die of hunger. Then the cloud dragon, who was just passing nearby, approached them and said that no one forbade them to eat. They were very happy that they could actually eat, and one of them said that they would just have one kuksu each. But Beck warned them that after the meal, they would have to make 2 more tables in order to pay for it. Yongpun came outside and decided to talk to his master. He gathered all his strength and confidence into a fist and said that he thought that he should go to the Namgung clan alone. Then the master asked him what he suddenly thought of if all his brothers and the master were here. But Yongpun informed him that if he did not leave now, they would violate the scheduled arrival date. The master was very unpleasant that his subordinate believed in himself and was now insolent and humiliating him in front of the rest of his brothers. The cloud dragon wanted to support his comrade in this situation and told himself that he would help him in any way. The master realized that this situation needed to be resolved somehow and came closer to Bayok. In a low voice, he asked him to leave as they had very urgent business to attend to. But the cloud dragon didn't even listen to him and said that he would leave only when he completed the table completely. By that time, Nogok also came out into the street and said that the master should send the student first, because if they break their promises, they will become a real laughingstock. The master saw no other way out and said that he understood the elder and would act as needed. Yongpun thought for a while and said that he was leaving and needed permission from his master. When the 4th elder of the sect named Baekwon said that he allowed it, the guy really left, and for some reason his brothers were jealous of him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, training was taking place right in one of the largest training halls. In this training hall, there was a very large number of weapons which differed in style. And right in the middle of this room stood a man who was just getting ready to start his training. In addition to the various weapons and types of weapons, there were also many simulators that are also used for these purposes. The man was focused and looked at his target, which was a special wooden simulator. Using one of his secret techniques, he was able to lift the axe that had been lying on the floor all this time, and the weapon began to levitate in the air. Just one movement of his hand was enough for him to have this axe behind him in a few moments. One more moment and this axe flew at a very high speed towards the target and stuck right into the wooden part of the training apparatus. Then the man pushed off very strongly from the place where he was standing and began to run at an incredibly high speed. At the same time, he lifted into the air a large number of different weapons which also hovered in the air for several seconds. Then all these weapons flew at high speed towards the target when the man moved his hands there. A second later, they were all sticking out of the simulator and each of them hit their target in one way or another. The man understood that the training was successful, and at the same time he felt someone's presence behind him. These were several of his henchmen, and one of them came closer and said that every day he was moving better and better. This man's name was Sogik, and he said that since his youth, he had been living in the gym as a master, and he still had a lot to learn. Then, after a few seconds, his look became more interested, and he ordered his ward to hand over the chest to him. This chest contained a very large amount of money, but to tell the truth, it was slightly less than the amount that the Black Dragon delivered to its intermediary. He counted. The man realized that there were 70,000 in the chest, which means that the customer offered 100,000 for completing this task. The assistant said that nothing was known about the cook from the inn, given that Kunlun people are always together and there is no connection between them. He also told his commander that the owner of the inn is Jean Plow, who is 19 years old and lives without a family. He also spoke about the defeat of 3 dragons in battle. There was a short pause, after which the ward said that Master Nogok also comes to the tavern every day. The man knew well that Nogok was one of the best masters and decided that before eliminating the cook it was worth exploring the situation a little. The next day came and Beck was now busy listening to the girl who told him how to cook chicken properly. In fact, the secret to preparing the dish was to learn how to peel the carcass without cutting it. To do this, the girl uses the method of making a small cut above the wing, and she told the cloud dragon to do the same. Using this hole, it was necessary to pull out all the entrails through its season and add broth. And after all this, keep it in wooden barrels in order to give it a special taste. And before serving, of course, you need to boil the bird. For the hero, this recipe looked much simpler than ever. Just right for their menu. Looking at this chicken, he thought that this tavern had become a new turning point in his life and he must definitely succeed. But he also noticed something was wrong, namely that in the morning there was no rooster crowing. Jean explained this by saying that she needed to sell it in order to buy new chickens. While she was explaining why this happened, someone came into the tavern and at the same time asked if there was anyone alive here. The girl noticed the new guest and the cloud dragon said that he would serve him. This stranger went completely inside and Beck slowly began to approach him closer and closer. Being at a sufficiently comfortable distance for both of them, he greeted the new guest. This man was exactly the man who had recently been training in his special training room. His eyes looked kind despite the fact that when he entered inside unnoticed by everyone else, he examined everything that was inside. At one of the tables he saw several bandits, but he also did not see even a hint of any martial arts in them. By that time the cloud dragon had already approached his table and asked the new guest what he would like to eat. This guy looked very neat and the man concluded that most likely he was clearly not from Murim. It would be strange to remain silent for a long time, so Soguk asked the waiter what he would offer. He said that they have kuksu dumplings and another chicken dish on the menu. When the man asked what kind of chicken dish this was, the cloud dragon immediately went into the kitchen and said that he would bring it to try. Then the man began to wave his hand and say that he was not specifically asking for a chicken dish. But he very quickly realized that in fact it wouldn't hurt him to have a little snack now since he had spent a lot of energy on the road. Literally a few seconds later there was already a bowl on his table with chicken on it, which was so hot that it was emitting steam. It was incredibly fast, and even the man himself said that he had never seen such speed before. The hero in turn said that speed is the basis of cooking. The man didn't think long, and after wiping his hands on a special napkin that he had in his outerwear, he began to cut up the chicken. The bandits who were sitting at the next table were drooling from the very smell of chicken, which was incredibly clear. Even those members of the Kunlun sect who were now making tables on the street had this smell. At that moment, when everyone was just trying to understand what kind of smell it was and what it was emitting, someone else entered the tavern. Turned out that it was Nogak, who as soon as he opened the door immediately shouted to the cloud dragon that he had arrived. The man immediately began to analyze the situation and realized that what the former leader of the gang of beggars comes here every day seems to be true. It could be assumed that he came to meet with the cook, and the man decided not to get involved for now. The cloud dragon immediately smiled when he saw grandfather in front of him, and the man who was sitting at the table eating chicken at that moment was surprised. Then the grandfather, after a few seconds, handed a small bag directly into the hero's hands and said that he had a small gift. This small bag contained ginseng that was already approximately 200 years old. But Beck said that he doesn't eat that. Then Nogak said that he knew that the hero would not eat food like that, but the girl clearly would not refuse. At that moment the hero just thought that it would not hurt Jean to train his martial arts if only for the sake of his own health. Therefore Beck accepted this gift from grandfather and said that he was a very excellent friend, which made him laugh. Now it became clear to the man at the table that the guy who had just accepted the gift was his goal, and as soon as Nogak left he needed to be grabbed and taken away from here. But he very quickly changed his mind at the moment when his grandfather asked the cook why such a beautiful place stinks so much. Then the cloud dragon interrupted him and said that he meant the smell of blood that could be smelled here now. The hero said that they need to leave the new guest alone despite the fact that they do not know each other. Nogak, it was unclear why the guy didn't do anything if it was obvious that this was the first sign of danger. Well, then Beck said that since this man is a guest, there is no reason to kick him out as long as he hasn't done anything. Having listened to this point of view, the grandfather could not but agree, but also had to say additional information about which he knew. Namely, he wanted to tell the guy that he knew that there were about a dozen people in the forest who were obviously hiding. This was the man's camp, and he was surprised that both Nogak and his target knew this in advance. Then the grandfather also asked his friend if he was going to do something with those people who were hiding in the forest not far from the tavern. And the hero only told him that maybe he really should invite them all here. This approach brought a smile to Nogak's face, and he offered his friend a little drink. It seems that the killer was misled by this guy's neatness. It became clear that if he had rushed a few minutes ago, he most likely would have died right here. His whole body was trembling and afraid since, on top of everything, he couldn't put away the knife that had been lying on his lap all this time. The Cloud Dragon and his grandfather were sitting at the table, and at one point Nogok said that this new guest was shaking very much and seemed to be about to leave. And so it turned out the man with shaking hands approached the girl and asked how much he should pay for all this. So he said that his lunch would cost 145 mun. He very restrainedly asked the girl why it was so expensive, but then she said that he ate the most expensive dish on the menu. The killer quickly paid and left the tavern, accompanied by the girl's cry that she was still waiting for this guest. Having gained a sufficiently safe distance, the man pushed off the ground very strongly and picked up speed as much as possible. After some time, one of his subordinates ran up to him, and he did this in order to ask his master a question. Namely, he wanted to ask how everything went and whether they should gather to make a counterattack. But Soguk in turn ordered them not to ask anything, but instead it was better to leave here as quickly as possible. In order to understand what happened next, you need to move back a month and move in space to the Tian Shan Mountains. These places were truly fabulous, as the nature here was truly very amazing. There were no settlements here and people rarely walked here. But everything changed when among all this nature a frantic scream was heard. It became louder and louder, and it seemed like it was coming from one of the caves that was nearby. If you get closer to this cave, you could hear this loud screech and even louder scream. Right at the end of this cave, there was a man who was in a state of shock, and because of this he was screaming loudly. His hands were chained to the rock, and his entire body was emitting purple energy. But literally after a few minutes he stopped screaming because the energy stopped leaving his body and he stopped feeling pain. A smile appeared on his face, and he said that he was pleased with himself since he managed to pass all 3 levels. It was the best blood demon in the magical arts named Kujashin. He was the leader of the Heavenly Demon Temple and the master of 100,000 demon minions. But this man was dissatisfied with his position and wanted to conquer the world. Did heaven change his cruel desire? By the end of his life he got what he wanted, namely the skill of the Heavenly Demon. His hands fell upon the best teachings of the central plane left by the Heavenly Demon, the founder of the magical arts. After painful closed training, only the 3rd technique of the Heavenly Demonic Sword remained. Now, after learning the first technique, incredible changes have occurred in his body. He had undergone a complete bone transformation, and now his body was much stronger than the strongest stone. When he mastered the 2nd Great Destruction technique, he turned back time and was able to easily control it. He started with the rejuvenation technique, and thanks to this, he was able to regain his youthful years. And finally, he managed to master the 3rd technique, which turned out to be elusive. But also with all this power came negative effects. For example, he now didn't even remember his real name. It was necessary to deal with all this and somehow get out of the situation, so he strongly strained his hands in order to destroy the shackles on them. Jashin, I don't even remember why he was chained and who even dared to do this. But the most important thing was that now he could move freely, and now there was an incredibly beautiful world in front of him. Coming out of the cave, he saw a light that he had not seen for many years. And when he finally did it, when he went out into the street, he could not understand what he was even going to do here. But despite all this, he felt the most powerful internal energy in his body. With just the small amount of energy that he could release from his body, he was able to move half a kilometer forward from that cave in one leap. And this brought him incredible pleasure, since ordinary people of course cannot move like that. The landing was also incredibly soft for him, and he used this landing to push off for the next more powerful jump. This jump was incredibly long, for many kilometers. The guy didn't even understand that he was so carried away by the 3rd technique that he lost his memory. Jashin flew for a whole month and enjoyed his movement. He did not get tired of it for a very long time. Further actions have already moved to the present time and moved across space to the Kunlun Mountains. The killer gathered all his subordinates in one place and said that everyone should listen to them now very carefully. According to his observations, the inn cook, who was their target, is a monster never seen before. Sogik also added that he is not going to undermine the trust of his customer, so this mission cannot be abandoned. At this time, someone appeared right next to his subordinates and asked the killer what he was muttering there. This stranger was the best blood demon in the magical arts, and he asked those present if they had food. They were all very surprised by such impudence, and Sogik even wondered where he even came from here. Then this young guy repeated his line again, saying that he was hungry, and he wanted them to give him something to eat. They immediately began to attack the intruder, and at the same time shouting how dare he even talk to them like that. This attack was very unexpected and at the same time, but due to the fact that Jashin could control time, such an attack lasted a very long time for him. He had enough time to hit the Slegnitz on the ground with his foot and thereby free a large number of stones from under it. These stones flew at the opponents at very high speed and each of them eliminated at least one. Soguk simply watched all this in surprise and could not believe that over the past half-day, he had met several monsters at once. It was simply impossible to believe that there was a master who had just eliminated a dozen professional killers with just one stamp of his foot. He asked his opponent what he was doing, but it was more likely not a manifestation of rage but of fear. Then it was the stranger who said that success had come to him. After 30,000 attempts, of course, Soguk didn't even understand what this even meant. The stranger decided to explain everything and said that he woke up and began to jump from the top of the mountain and then realized that this was the Tian Shan mountain. And he had so much fun that he jumped 30 times. The view there was simply masterpiece, and this was the reason that he jumped 31 times. Due to the fact that one of the minions he had not killed moved during his story, he finished him off with just one movement of his leg. After the guy did this, he said that after this happened, he did about 300 more jumps. But suddenly at some point some guys appeared and began to demand money from him for moving around their territory. Of course Jashin killed them all, but that was after 300 failures. It was in these mountains where they were now that he managed to make his 30,000th jump. All these stories tired him and he seriously looked into Soguk's eyes, and after that he said that he could die of hunger. He also didn't like the fact that this killer was pointing knives at him out of fear even though he just asked for food. Using his most basic tactics, Soguk pointed several swords at him that were left on the corpses of his subordinates and ordered him not to approach. But seeing that he was getting closer and closer, he pointed all these swords directly at the enemy. None of these knives reached their target as the stone wall turned them all into a pile of metal and some straight into dust. The killer could not believe his eyes once again and realized that most likely now he was closest to death. Blood Demon in the magical arts appeared in front of his body, and it seemed that he had no intention of letting his opponent go. With just one wave of his hand, he made a 20-centimeter hole in Soguk's body, and he began to fall to the ground. All that killer managed to do was just scream, but this death was almost instantaneous, so it did not last long. When his body almost touched the ground, Jashin raised his leg and said that he should leave if he has nothing. A moment later, he kicked his opponent in the stomach, and he flew at incredibly high speed straight into the sky and never fell. When his stomach made itself felt again, he said that all this made him want to eat even more. A short amount of time passed, and the action again moved to the inn, which was now ready to receive new guests. And there were indeed guests, because after a while someone came into the tavern. The bandits immediately drew attention to who it was and looked carefully at the new guest. The girl in turn smiled and greeted the new person. Coming closer to her, Jashin asked if it was possible to eat here, and she replied that they now have dumplings and guksu in stock. He did not remember what kind of food it was since after training his memory was very damaged. The girl was still smiling and asked the guy if he wanted her to bring him all this. Then he agreed and warned the girl that there was a small problem in that he had absolutely no money. The bandits realized that this was a good chance for them to prove themselves. The stranger who was just talking with Jean heard some sound behind him, which was obviously addressed specifically to him. It was Nan, who came as close to him as possible and asked if he was really trying to eat without any money. He also added that this would not happen here since the three of them were guarding this place. But the guy very quickly felt fear due to the fact that this guy's gaze was so fierce, as if he was going to kill him only with his help. Then the bandits began to take their friend away because in their opinion Beck asked them all not to make noise and just sit at the table. But when leaving, Sabong told the stranger that he was watching him and therefore it was better for him to behave calmly and without nonsense. Jashin decided not to remain silent this time and said that they are all alive only because there are three of them, and if there were two of them here they would already be dead. Even though Nan didn't understand anything from these words, he was still incredibly angry. But all his anger disappeared somewhere when he again saw Suver and the look of this stranger. Then this guy sat down at the table and loudly ordered to bring him kuksa. At this time the cook came out of the kitchen, and the bandits who had already sat down at the table realized that something interesting was about to happen. The hero came closer to the table at which the stranger was sitting, and it looked like he didn't really like what had just happened. Despite the fact that this guy's views were very stern and incomprehensible, this did not frighten Bayok for a second. This did not stop him from saying that the food here is not free, and they also do not provide food on credit. The bandits were very tense and at the same time could not take their gaze away from that table since it was still not clear what would happen there now. It seems that the stranger did not understand anything, and then the cloud dragon said that the guest should leave since he has no money. But it's better that the bloody demon in the magical arts said that he won't leave and Beck better get busy bringing food. Then the hero said that it looks like the stranger just wants to be taken out of here. Jashin could not tolerate such humiliation from some cook and therefore immediately raised his hand to strike him. He couldn't even understand that his opponent would have enough time to block this blow with his hand. Moreover, the most amazing thing was that he was able to block his incredibly powerful attack with just one fist. After the blow was blocked, the hero was also able to throw the enemy directly over his head without much effort. Having done this, he sent him to the next table, and now he was sitting at it still not understanding what had just happened. The best bloody demon believed that this was impossible since just a few hours ago he had scattered those guys with just one attack. He still remembered that he was incredibly strong, but it seems that now he has found someone who is stronger than him. But obviously it was very unpleasant to come to terms with this, so he decided to prove to him and himself that he was much stronger in martial arts. Then he jumped up from the table and said that he would kill the cloud dragon right now. But as soon as he got close enough, the hero used one of his techniques and lifted the guy into the air again. It seemed to him that all this was happening incredibly quickly, and in a moment Jashin was already in the air and did not understand where he was going now. Turns out that his opponent threw him with all his might at the door and he flew straight out into the street. But of course he had the skills and abilities to slow down with his own feet. Something had to be done since the realization that you are not the strongest in these lands did not give rest to the best bloody demon. He even tensed up a little because it seemed like he had now found an opponent who was equal in strength. He was especially scared when the cloud dragon came out of the inn and he looked like a real monster. For the hero, everything was also not very pleasant since, for the first time, he felt such an impact on him rather than someone's attack. But despite all this, he still went out into the street and came as close as possible to his opponent. Beck felt the dark energy that was radiating from his body, and this could only mean one thing. Also combined with the fact that he looked to be under 20, and at first only that he also used a rejuvenation technique. The best blood demon's heart sank every time an opponent approached him. The feeling was unpleasant. Now when the cloud dragon stood right in front of him, the hero asked the stranger who he was. The realization that the guy could die now forced him to honestly answer this question. Jashin said that he actually doesn't know the answer to this question either. Namely, he himself does not know who he is and what he is doing on this earth. Now that cloud dragon realized that this guy had lost his memory during training, his opinion about the stranger had changed. His voice became rougher and he asked Jashin if he was hungry right now. When he nodded, Beck turned his back to him and going inside the tavern ordered him to follow him. Just a few seconds later, on the table at which the stranger was sitting there was already a bowl of kuksu. Of course, the best bloody demon asked what it was and why it was standing here. Then Beck said that it was kuksu just as he ordered before they fought. Only from that moment did the stranger remember what this food looks like, and now he will remember what it is for a very long time. He took the bowl in his hands and began to smell it in order to also remember the smell of what he had once forgotten. The bandits who were watching all this from the side were interested in how the stranger would react to this food, and one of them made the assumption that he would most likely cry or squeal from the deliciousness. As soon as the guy tried kuksu, his eyes immediately became incredibly large and he could not believe his taste buds. Tears slowly began to appear in his eyes and he asked again what it was. He just put it in his mouth. Then one of the bandits said that he knew that this stranger would pay when he tried this food. He started eating the prepared food more and more diligently and did this until it was all just over. Then literally a few minutes later he put the empty bowl on the table and it was clear from his face that he was about to say something. He turned towards the cloud dragon and asked if he really just did that. It was very tasty and one of the bandits shouted that it seemed that such delicious food could teach extraordinary etiquette. Then the heroes stood up from the table and asked the stranger if he wanted him to bring him more food like this. After he ate more, Beck asked the new guest if he remembered his name. He tried to delve into the wilds of his consciousness but said that he did not remember anything except the number 3. The girl felt this person's problem and it was clear from her eyes that she really empathized. Therefore she invited the guy to stay here until his memory returned to him. At this time a judgmental look could be seen on Cloud Dragon A's face, as he seemed to understand a lot about the girl. Jean is unable to ignore someone else's misfortune. And it was precisely thanks to this character trait that Beck actually stayed here. But if it turns out that this stranger comes from Murim, then perhaps over time he will destroy everything in his path, and then no one will be able to avoid bloodshed. After thinking a little, the hero told the girl that it would be nice to have another employee to help with everything. He could not believe that he was being offered to stay here, since the people he had seen before could hardly be called kind. The girl came closer to him and said that now they would be together for some time and together they would solve various problems. The best blood demon in the magical arts couldn't believe that this was really happening. Meanwhile, the bandits came running from the next table and asked if they could work here too. But their captain came up and ordered everyone to sit down again at the table at which they had been sitting all this time. Bayok thought for a while and said that since spring has already come they will call him Chungsam. It was the girl who really liked this name, and she even said that it suited him very much. The bandits in turn understood that now would come exactly that moment that they did not particularly like. One of them said that it seemed that the time had come. The second did not really understand what he was talking about. About a moment later, a grandfather entered the tavern and told his friend that he had finally reached it. When he saw an unfamiliar face, he noticed that he had not seen it before. Then his friend said that this was their new employee, and then the grandfather added that this was very interesting. And this interest was manifested in the fact that he approached the stranger and said that from now on they would see each other more often, and also said that his name was Nogok. In response, the guy only said his new name, and the grandfather who had just arrived did not really like this situation. He immediately raised his head and said that this guy is very arrogant, he knows various basic rules of etiquette. Then he answered that, in his opinion, there is no point in respecting someone who is weaker than him. Of course, tolerating such a formulation was not the easiest task, and therefore Nogok immediately began to ask him what he even meant when he said that. Perhaps things could even have come to a fight, but this did not happen due to the fact that at one moment the grandfather felt some kind of energy. Inside this stranger there was living energy that was located and coursing around Chungsam's body. There was no point in talking directly to a stranger, so the grandfather decided to ask his friend what it was. Meanwhile, on the street, a group of 3 members of the Kunlun sect are busy adjusting stones for tables. The hero and his grandfather went out into the street and he explained everything to him, including telling him what kind of stranger he was. Now everything was obvious to the grandfather, and he decided to share his thoughts about this guest with the Cloud Dragon. He informed him that this guy was a real active volcano that could explode at any moment. The guy answered him that this is precisely the reason that he keeps it with him, because otherwise a disaster could happen in Murim. Nogok only at that moment understood the tactics his friend had chosen, and he generally agreed that it was effective. Night fell and 3 Kunlun warriors sat in the backyard near the inn preparing their dinner. It was a rabbit that was caught in these parts very close to the building. The guys who were sitting near the fire could not wait for the moment when the meat would be cooked, since they had not eaten for a very long time. They all looked at this piece of meat and waited for when it would be possible to remove it from the spit and start eating. At one point, the teacher decided to address his students as he had a small message for them. He said that he did not want to create problems here and fulfill unreasonable demands, and therefore asked the students to give him a table each. Of course, they did not agree and said that they would rather give up the rabbit than make new tables again. At the moment when they began to argue among themselves, someone very quietly and unnoticed approached them and took the spit with the rabbit in one hand. It quickly became clear that this was the stranger who had recently come to the tavern, and as he came closer, he immediately began to bite off pieces of this chicken. The students and the master were pleased with me, so they began to shout at the stranger. But the guy did not react in any way, but simply slowly chewed the meat, which was burnt on all sides due to the open fire on which it was cooked. Kunlun members for a while. Then he began to leave, and in a quiet voice told them that compared to the kuksu served in the tavern, it was just garbage and not food. Then those guys started shouting after him and were ready to attack him due to the fact that they had just witnessed the destruction of their own food. The situation became even more tense when Chung Sam saw the table that the students had finished a few hours ago. With one movement of his hand, he destroyed this table, and it turned into only a small pile of stones. The guys could not believe that the fruit of their efforts was destroyed so quickly, but they also felt the energy that came from it and could not resist anything. They were angry, but this rage was not enough to attack the stranger and thereby sign their own death warrant. A new day has come, and the sun still illuminated everything around from the very morning and warmed it incredibly strongly. The new guest really liked the dumplings, and it seems that the years of training were not in vain since his appetite was simply incredible. The grandfather who had already arrived said that it would be good if this guy was a guest and not someone who eats for free. Jean told Bayuk in a low voice that since this guy doesn't pay, they can't provide him with food and housing and will soon suffer losses. In general, Nogak agreed with this and added that if things went smoothly then the money would increase. The ordinary dragon thought a little and analyzed all the words he heard from these two and was also ready to express his opinion. The hero said that he thinks it is better to have another employee, a smart person who can increase their sales. The girl didn't quite agree with this idea and asked the hero if he was really sure that they needed to hire more people when things weren't going well anyway. He told her that it was better to do it now and it would immediately affect their sales and the number of visitors. The grandfather also did not decide to lag behind and got into this dialogue saying that this place needs a smart person, which means he has a candidate from the Juga clan. When the Cloud Dragons and Jean heard about this clan, they were very surprised since it was very famous. It would be strange if the girl didn't ask if he accidentally meant the clan, which is one of the 5 best clans. Then he replied that you shouldn't think that they won't agree right away since these guys are indebted to him. All because of a situation that happened not so long ago, since it was on that day that black thieves broke through the defense line. All these thieves were not even from the Murima clan. And then the son of the clan founder said that it seemed to him that the reason was that they had sent an advisor to the Wudong sect. The danger was incredibly high and tension among the warriors increased when an explosion occurred right next to the wall. This explosion created a large hole in the defense, and then armed bandits climbed through this hole shouting that the clan could not avoid death today. But when they had already passed the gate, they saw an old man who very confidently said that if anyone dies today, it will only be those who violate the territorial integrity of the clan. The grandfather shouted very loudly and threatened the violators that now there would not even be a wet spot left from their bad habits. Everyone watched his grandfather deal with all his opponents, and the founder's son could not believe his eyes. The moment when his grandfather with a wooden club stood right on the mountain of defeated enemies remained in his head for a long time. Currently Nogak was persuading his friends that this clan could not refuse him since they owe him a lot. This idea sounded very good to the hero, and he added that he would be grateful to his grandfather if he did it. It was not worth wasting time just sitting in the tavern, so Nogak got up from the table and said that he would immediately move there. The Cloud Dragon said that he would go with him because he simply could not leave him alone. Jean meanwhile said in a sweet voice and with a smile on her face that she would be waiting for them here. But it was at that moment that Beck looked at the stranger who was eating another plate of kuksu with incredible appetite. Then he thought that it was incredibly dangerous to leave such a strong person alone. Therefore he turned to Chunsen and invited him to go with them since his help would be very useful when they reached their destination. He agreed, and after that the Cloud Dragon turned his head towards the bandits who were sitting at the table and ordered them to keep an eye on the waist. Sabong was very proud of himself as he finally waited until the Cloud Dragon recognized his worth. The 3 strongest warriors set out from the tavern amid Nan's cries that he had already become attached to this place and therefore should do everything to the highest standard. When they went outside, they all noticed that the disciples of the Kunlun sect were still sharpening stones for a new table. But the hero, like everyone else, ignored their presence and turning his head towards his grandfather ordered him to go first and they would follow him. Nogak at that moment thought only that it seemed that his friend had shown him nothing more than courtesy. He pushed off from the ground and at a fairly high speed moved several kilometers in space at once. For an ordinary person this speed was incredibly high, although this could not surprise Chungsam. It was so weak for him that he told Beck that it was nearby that this jump was simply pathetic. A second later he and the hero pushed off from the ground, and indeed their speed of movement was several times greater than the speed of their grandfather. Of course all this was observed by members of the Kunlun sect, and for several seconds they simply looked in the direction where the 3 warriors had disappeared. At that moment Nan came out of the inn along with his comrades and told Kunlun that they had been ordered not to be distracted. Just as the master of the Kunlun sect thought that they would have a chance to rest, the guards appeared on the horizon again. Meanwhile the action moved to those mountains where the best bloody demon in the magical arts continued to exist after much training. There were a lot of people there who were completely dressed in black and who were moving incredibly fast. They moved in small groups in order to cover the largest possible area and not miss a single clue. After several hours of such movements, one of them noticed an important piece of evidence and called his other brothers. One of the group noticed a very suspicious footprint on the floor and said that most likely this trace belonged to their target. Then his brother agreed with this and also added that these were clearly traces of the heavenly demon whom they were looking for. After a short pause, the commander of a small unit made a conclusion and said that judging by the soil this is the same mountain, but it is still unclear what he is doing there. The men began to move from that point and told each other that there must be a reason and therefore they should continue their search. Once again the action moved to the territory of the demonic cult of the heavenly demon. Very important conversations usually took place in the offices located on this territory, and that day was no exception. In one of the largest reception rooms sat a cult advisor named Sama Zogi. He quietly took care of his business until someone walked into his office. This was a person he already knew who only upon entering the office said that he was curious about how the search for the heavenly demon was going. This familiar person was the chief elder of the heavenly demon demonic cult named Hyuk Rendo. Then Sama answered him that they organized a group of 200 representatives and right now they are advancing only by choosing peaks. Hyuk naturally could not believe that this was all true. Then he was told that 10 years had already passed since the end of the closed training and the heavenly demon had suddenly disappeared, which meant that this could cause an internal conflict. According to Jogi, since the young cult leader was not chosen, this is what led to the battle for primacy. It was an interesting thought and Ryando needed some time to think about the idea. After a few seconds, he told his interlocutor that he needed to find out the location of the heavenly demon before this disaster happened. Meanwhile, a small group had already arrived in the Juga clan's territory. Moreover, they were already in the office where meetings with guests usually take place. The head of the clan immediately recognized Mr. Nogak. The grandfather greeted him and literally after a couple of minutes of conversation he said that he had a small request for the head. But the head interrupted him and said that he would see these two for the first time, so he boldly suggested that most likely these were Nogak's students. Then the grandfather laughed and said that this was a good joke, but in fact these were his real friends. And the head of the clan could not believe these words since Nogak had never been friends with such young guys. At that moment a servant approached the head and said that the tea was ready and brewed well enough. When he nodded, the girl walked up to the table at which the guests were sitting and poured tea into small cups. Then Chung-sam asked the hero in a quiet voice what it was. Then the cloud dragon immediately said that it was a drink that was prepared using the leaves or roots of various plants. Just 1 second was enough for Chungsa to drink a full mug of hot tea without even showing any reaction. But after a moment steam came out of his mouth and he said that the drink was very strong. The head meanwhile was trying to get rid of the thought of the strangeness of this friend Nogak. It was not clear how they were able to make friends with such a strong elder, but there was also an option that was that these guys simply mastered the rejuvenation technique. While they were silent, the grandfather boldly told the elder that he needed them to provide him with a person. He immediately became interested in what kind of person we were talking about, and his old friend answered him that they needed someone smart. He made the assumption that they needed some kind of smart military man to guard some facility, but Nogak said that this was not so. Moreover, he added that there is no particular need for military personnel or people with military experience. Then in this dialogue, Cloud Dragon went into the forest and said that they are here because he is going to hire a person. For the head, it was necessary to understand who he works for since he needs to find out the essence of the activity, and only then will he be able to select the right person for this position. Beck said that he works in the Kunlun Inn and he needs a person to work there. A smile appeared on the clan head's face and he said, "Does this guy mean the Kunlun sect?" But then the hero did not agree and said that he meant a tavern, and it was this tavern that needed a smart person. This was the first time for the head of the clan and he assumed that the owner of the inn was Bayok himself. Then he answered him with a straight face that he was not the head of the inn since it was managed by another person and he was just a cook. At that moment the head of the clan was in a mess in his head because he thought that in front of him was a master of the rejuvenation technique, but in fact it was just a cook who came here and demanded a person. The grandfather saw the face of the head of the clan and realized that he was very stunned after what he heard. Something had to be done since it is obvious that in the state he is in now he would never agree. Therefore Nogak told him that in fact things were not very good in the tavern and for this reason they came here for a smart man. Since rumors do not lie and there are a lot of similar people in the Juga clan, they came here for such requests. The head of the clan had a similar candidate who would be suitable for the role of a person who should not know military affairs or be an advisor but only an employee in a tavern. I thought for a few seconds and realized that this man was just right, and at that moment the action was taken. Just a few days ago this man approached his father and said that after a long time he had finally come. Then the father instantly smelled the fumes and asked if his son really got drunk again. He replied that you can't go out in public if you don't know how to drink. The father immediately ordered his son to keep his mouth shut and remain silent when he was so guilty. He immediately remembered that he had given his son the task of exterminating the rats in the basement, so he asked whether this task had been completed. The son was a little ashamed, but he still said that he could not kill rats since they were alive, and therefore he came up with another method. He took his father outside and said that all the grains were in the barn on the second floor. And the problem is that there are some rats that think of climbing poles. Therefore, due to their new invention, now rats will not be able to rise higher, because if they stumble upon the disc that he placed on the post, they will immediately fall to the ground. At first, the head of the clan found this solution creative and quite effective, but he didn't like the way the disc looked, so he asked his son what it was made of. He replied that he needs the soybean paste and then gives it the desired shape. The son immediately received a blow to the forehead due to the fact that his father did not like such an answer. He shouted that his son did not even think that they could eat this paste from a rat, since it would not become an obstacle for them. The father became incredibly angry and began to shout about what else he didn't like was that his son was saving the family money to build a house this spring, although everyone was saying that there would be a drought. Well, then the son told him that this month was the most convenient opportunity for this, but dad didn't even want to listen to it. His voice became much quieter, and he added that he was already ashamed of his behavior. Moving to the present day, one could see how the head of the clan was thinking about who to give as a candidate. And a few moments later, he told his grandfather that the best person for this matter was his youngest son, Siamayan. Meanwhile, the son was not at home and was sitting in one of the taverns that was in the city. And in this tavern, a very loud cry was now heard that they would under no circumstances serve customers on credit. The waiter approached his son point blank and said that until he pays for everything, he shouldn't even think about leaving. Right behind this guy, you could hear two men talking about one of them going to the restroom. Then the manager of this tavern, one of his acquaintances, said that he needed to go to the restroom. Now the two of them sat here and talked about various topics that were important to them at that moment. The son came up to them and with his hand unfastened exactly 7 nannies with a bunch of money. Leaving them, he also said that the rest should be divided up for you at your own discretion. After this, the son approached the waiter who had just shouted at him and said that there were just 7 nannies here. The son went home, and on the way it was difficult for him to even move his legs. Upon entering, his father said that he could smell that he had been drinking again. But while the son was walking along the road, he came up with an excuse and therefore told the father that he was very worried about how he was working for their family, that he could not sleep properly, and eventually went to drink. But instead of starting his favorite reprimand, the father said that he did not even think about the deep feelings of his son. He was incredibly shocked when he heard this and asked what he meant. Well, the father didn't answer anything but simply asked how old he was this year. Then the son was a little surprised and said that he was only 21. Without thinking twice, the father said that this means that his son will have to leave the house since one of his friends needs to become an advisor. But the son did not want this, so I will remember his words to his father that Samyan still has very few abilities. The father said that of course he remembers these words, and at that moment Somen thought that he was behaving very strangely. It was not yet clear whether he could cope with this role or whether it would only end with him tarnishing the name of his family. His dad had a smile on his face and said that everyone has the right to make mistakes, including his son. Siamayan didn't like this, and he also added that his father said that people could suffer under the command of a stupid military man. In his head, this was an argument that one should not make mistakes while risking human lives. But the father, with a smile on his face, said that no one said that someone's life would depend on Siamayan. When he said that this would not happen because he was going to the Kunlun Tavern, he was incredibly surprised. This was the place that the father wanted to tell his son about, and for some reason he did not stop smiling when he talked about it. He also explained that this business was not doing well, and that is why they needed a new employee. Semyon, meanwhile, was still thinking that since he was going to such a tavern, it means he would have to help them with trade with the help of his modest abilities. It was completely unclear what was going through his own father's head right now, and this drove his son into even greater panic. It became even scarier when he raised his fan and said that this tavern is a place that his son often visits, so let him perceive it as a vacation. There was no more time for dialogue, so the father and his son left the room and began to move towards the group. At the same time, leaving, Dad told Siamayan that they were already waiting there. Right next to the entrance to this office stood 3 of the strongest warriors, and the power that radiated from them frightened his son very much. With a frightened face, he said that he did not know that Nogok owned this inn. Dad replied that he does not own it, but in fact the main thing there is the man to his left. Then the father came closer to the cloud dragon and warned that in front of him was his son, who was still very young, and therefore he asked him to take care of him. He also whispered to the hero that it happens that he might do something strange, and therefore you need to be careful with him. Realizing the situation Samyan found himself in, he was very scared and began to think about what awaited him ahead. Now everything lined up for the young guy, so that his father said that now he will serve Bayok. The son realized that he needed to introduce himself, so he came closer to the cloud dragon and said his name, and that's how they met. But in fact, in Siamayan's head now there were only doubts that such a young man could hardly manage an entire inn. It was morally very difficult to leave his home, which the guy had not left for many years, almost his entire life. His face became more cheerful, and he said that he did not want to leave his father here, but then he said that he should not worry about him. Siamayan was not ready to give up, and therefore added that he could pack up, leave, and take the wrong path, but then father said that he was sure that this would not happen. He kicked his son closer to the group and once again asked Nogok to follow him and not let him be offended. Now Siamayan was in completely different conditions, and he remembered well the moment when he left the gate and his own father ordered him to achieve success and glorify their family. This moment was very difficult for his psyche, since nothing like this had ever happened before. He immediately fell into depression because he did not know what would happen next, and the future was unclear to him. Just leaving the gate, he fell to his knees and wished his father a long life. When Dad left the gate, he only thought about the fact that otherwise he would never have been able to let go of his own son. It was also a difficult moment for him. Siamayan didn't know it, but in the summer of that year there was a flood. However, thanks to the dam he built, there were no casualties, and rat-proof poles spread throughout the entire territory, and now they did not bother residents. Meanwhile, the group began its movement, and now there was one more person. While moving, Siamayan thought that he couldn't so obediently trail behind everyone, and he needed to pretend that he needed to go to the restroom and run away at that moment. Therefore he caught up with the cloud dragon and told him that he got drunk yesterday, and that's why he felt nauseous, and accordingly he needed to go to the restroom. Beck did not give consent. He argued this by saying that there was very little left, and therefore he could be patient very calmly. The guy didn't understand what he meant, since it takes about 3 or even 4 days to get to Kunlun from here. No one reacted to these words, but Nogok suddenly said that there was no one nearby and they could start. At that same second, the cloud dragon grabbed Siamayan by the outer clothing and warned him that he might now feel the slightest dizziness. At the same moment, he pushed off the ground with incredible force and began to move at high speed over incredibly long distances. The speed of movement was so fast that Semyon couldn't even understand for a few seconds what happened and where he was now. But literally after 10 seconds, he realized that he was now in a state of flight. It was very scary, and he began to scream loudly because he did not understand why everything was happening this way. Along with the incredible stress, his stomach also began to hurt, and every time the cloud dragon pushed off the ground, it hit him in the stomach. For just a few tens of seconds, the entire attack group moved step by step until they finally arrived at their destination. When they landed on the ground, the guy began to feel even worse than he had a few seconds ago. The cloud dragon looked at him and said that as he had promised, the move took less than he most likely expected. Such rapid movement in space made Siamayan feel sick, and everyone who stood nearby felt it. They decided that they would not go into the tavern for now, but would wait until this guy got a little better. Half a minute later, he was finally able to raise his eyes and see the inscription that was right next to the entrance to the building. Now it has become obvious to him that this is the truth of the Kunlun Mountains, and in front of him is really a real inn. He decided to approach the cloud dragon and ask for more information. According to his assumption, the tavern is a cover to prepare an army here. But the boy told him that his task was to simply attract people here. When he asked what kind of people he meant, Nogok got into the dialogue and said that he meant guests when he talked about the need to attract people. It was very difficult to comprehend the fact that the task was so simple and so uninteresting and was not even remotely related to military affairs. A girl was already waiting for them inside, and she immediately greeted the new person who would work here. The guy really liked her appearance, and his face turned a little red, and in a trembling voice he introduced himself, saying that his name was Siamayan. Meanwhile, the grandfather and Chungsam sat down down at one of the tables and asked Soha for a bottle of something strong and a portion of dumplings. Then the guy came up to the guy and said that he couldn't order anything until lunch. Siamayan sat on a separate table and could not believe that he really became an employee of an ordinary tavern despite the fact that he was training to command troops. While he was thinking, someone suddenly approached him from behind and asked if he had already placed his order. The guy was seriously scared and asked these strangers who they even were. Nan came closer to him and asked if he really expected to eat something for free here. His face looked incredibly angry, and he said that people like him, they usually cut off their hands right on the spot. At that moment, Cloud Dragon approached them and ordered the bandits to stop fussing right now. He explained to them all that in front of them was not a guest who had come to eat for free but a future employee of the tavern. Then their attitude towards the guy instantly changed, and one of them even asked for forgiveness for his behavior. Siamayan was glad that this situation was resolved and decided to ask the hero if all these people were also employees. Bayok had a very strange answer, since he said that these were not employees but just guests. When he saw the surprise on the guy's face, he said that they were just regular guests and therefore they also performed their function. At that very moment, there was no conversation in the tavern when suddenly someone came inside. There were several people, and they looked as if they had worked in the mine all their lives. These were members of the Kunlun clan. The guy was very surprised when he saw all of them because he didn't know that people could even look so tired. When this group came inside, they sat down at a nearby table and several of them laid their heads directly on it. Then the master of the Kunlun sect asked the Cloud Dragon if they could drink a little, and he replied that the water in their establishment was free. The master drank almost all the water from the jug and did not even leave some for his subordinate students. When Samyong asked who they were, the Beck told him that they were one of those who eat here but refuse to pay. It was even stranger than what the guy saw before. It seems that in this establishment you can pay for food with physical labor. Resting at this table, the sect members discussed how to make the stone smooth, since no matter how much they polished, they could not succeed. Literally a minute and a half passed, and then they began to leave the establishment to continue their work. The tavern became quiet again, and only the three bandits who were sitting at the table gave away some sense of vitality. The guy could not distract himself from his thoughts and constantly thought that everything was strange here and he needed to take this opportunity and run away from here. Suddenly a girl came up to him and put down a bowl of food that smelled very nice. He immediately thought about the fact that he needed to refresh himself a little before escaping from here once and for all. But his opinion about what to do next changed a lot after he tried this kuksu. He had never felt such a taste in his life. It seemed to him that a whole meadow of wildflowers had blossomed around him. This guy has been to many inns in the best eateries in Hubei province. He was truly the top gourmet of the Zhuge clan. When Jean saw the admiration on his face, she asked how he liked this dish. But at that moment Siamayan was thinking that he couldn't escape after trying this yummy. Soki decided to bring the guy up to date and said that this precious inn was given to her by her grandfather, but now everything has changed. And since recently, because of the delicious food that is sold here, she wants this tavern to be known all over the world. But she also understood that the guy was pulled out of his usual habitat, and therefore she would understand if he just wanted to leave. But it seems that at that moment Siamayan had already made a decision for himself that he thought about for the next half day. The guy got down on one knee and said that he would do everything in his power to achieve common success. The success of the Kunlun Inn. Some time passed and the group seated the newly hired employee at a separate table to listen to his options. Then the guy said that during the move he had already come up with a reliable way to promote this tavern. And this method is that first you need to move to a slightly different place. With capital, things will go uphill. And if they open a tavern on a busy street, then guests will flock there even if the food is not tasty. Since a tavern is not just a place where they sell food, but also a place where you can spend the night or get the necessary information. But Cloud Dragon said that the owner of the inn already has no capital. Plus, this is a precious place that she inherited from her grandfather. For this reason, you only need to work here. He did not voice this reason, but the third reason was that this place also meant a lot to him. The girl, meanwhile, thought that she knew that Mr. Beck thought very deeply. Deeper than everyone else in this room. Then the guy thought a little and said that if they insist on their terms, it will be a little difficult. After a few seconds of silence, he added that if they implement what he is now talking about, then the Kunlun Inn will become better in Chong. This idea was brilliant in its own way, but first it had to be explained to the general public. The first point for Siamayan in his opinion should be rumors and how people will communicate with each other and integrate their into their conversations. Regardless of the method, they need to spread the word about the existence of the inn and everything connected with it. The main thing is to do it in a very provocative way. It must be said that Danya is simply delicious and that she can make you swallow your tongue. He also suggested saying that sick people are immediately healed after trying this food. The girl panicked when she heard this because she said that it was a lie and that this guy seemed like a real scammer. Siamayan's face and the guy said that they all just need to impress people and this is not called fraud but advertising. For legs, all these words sounded quite convincing, and the Cloud Dragon meanwhile decided to ask the guy what exactly they should do first. The guy said that they should start their marketing activities with leaflets. Grandfather suggested drawing a map. Well, then Siamayan said that all the locals already know the Kunlun Mountains, so you just need to write the location and also add on the leaflet that all the food is free. Grandfather didn't like this idea and even said that this guy was not hired to ruin this place. The guy explained everything, said that dumplings and coke are everywhere, so no one would want to overcome this path for the sake of these dishes. Well, if they are free, then that's a different story. The idea is to make only the first portion free and then make people pay for another one. The bandits agreed with this idea since the kuksu prepared in this tavern is addictive and he can eat 15 plates in one day. They even said that with such advertising things would go uphill, and it is clear that during this period they only need to sell kuksa and dumplings. The idea sounded good and Cloud Dragon decided to ask the girl what she thought about it. She replied that she liked this strategy. Siamayan looked confident, especially when he said that he would do the sketches, and then Mr. Chungsam would help him make about 5,000 sheets. But the look of the best bloody demon in the magical arts made it clear that he did not want to be ordered by this guy. Beck's voice was heard from the kitchen, who told him to help with the leaflets. He didn't really like this situation, but he understood that it looked like he would have to carry out this order. And in order not to remain a loser, he turned to a group of bandits who were sitting at the next table and said that they would also help him. The guys said that they were just regular guests and therefore were not obligated to help. But just one glance was enough for them to say in a very short period of time that they would help them in this matter. Jean approached Chungsam and also said that she would help with the leaflets as much as she could. While they were talking to each other, Siamayan had already made sketches and showed everyone what the leaflet should look like. Chungsam didn't really like how it looked, but he still agreed that this leaflet could be effective. The bandits sat down at their table and began to slowly rewrite leaflet after leaflet, making them as similar as possible. One of them told his friend that it looks like he doesn't know how to write and just redraws what he sees. Nan was the most literate of them and knew how to write, but he still couldn't believe that he was now just writing leaflets. Chungsam had similar thoughts, since he lost his memory and now he's just drawing some doodles in the tavern. The guy said that for the sake of kuksu you can be patient and work a little at a monotonous job. A few hours later, the girl said that 500 leaflets were already ready and they could be sent soon. On the street near the tavern at this time, one could hear dialogues about how they needed 3 more sets of tables, but even those they had already made were much tougher than those inside the tavern. The master decided that he would rather starve than continue working. And I also thought that one cannot endure such humiliation forever. He called his students to him and said that Yangmog and Yangsik were really great and tried very hard and helped. Suddenly the Cloud Dragon came up to them and ordered them to come closer as he had some news. He called them inside the inn and gave them 3 servings of delicious and hot kuksu. Looking at all of them, he said that all food was provided without refund so they could safely start eating it right now. The idea of escaping instantly disappeared from the minds of all the working members of the Kunlun sect, and they began to eat very quickly. When they finished, the hero approached them again and said that he would give them one very interesting chance. The master understood that most likely they would need to make several dozen more tables, and he asked reassuredly what kind of chance he had in mind. Then the Cloud Dragon turned a little, pointed at several stacks of paper, and said that they needed to give it all away. Now it dawned on everyone who had just been fed for free that they were being forced to hand out leaflets in exchange for food. But they were very interested in this proposal when Beck said that if they gave it all away he would immediately let them go. Kunlun sect members were incredibly happy to hear this, and one of them asked if they could move to the village. Then he answered them that they would go to the province of Sichuan since a group had already been sent to the village. The master said that this is impossible since Sichuan is very far away. But then the Cloud Dragon asked him if he really wanted to lose his chance so stupidly. The master shouted that work is work and they will immediately begin to do it. After all this, the hero handed him a paper on which all the places they needed to visit were written down. A smile appeared on his face and he threatened all of them that if he accidentally went to one of these places and there were no leaflets there would be consequences. Namely to the fact that he will catch each of them and force them to grind tables forever until their death. All three of them shouted in unison that they would not miss a single place and Beck could trust them in this matter. Literally a few minutes later the group was already on the street and the master said that it seemed that now the air was cleaner than it was before. When one of the students said that he had not seen such a cheerful master for a long time, he said that they needed to move forward. We moved further away from the action to Keone, where now one of the group members was also busy distributing leaflets. On Chung Sam's shoulder there was a huge bag filled to the top with paper leaflets. After walking around the city a little he noticed the house of the 10 family and realized that since there was a very large building there, most likely there were a lot of people there too. He went inside and the sound was immediately heard and one of the guards stopped him. From the very beginning he did not want to get involved in a fight and only asked who he was, at the same time saying that anyone should not come here. The guy ignored these words and the guard asked how a stranger dares to break into the territory of the Tung family like that. Then he used his signature look, which seemed to bore right through the one who was looking at him. The man saw this look and was very frightened and realized that this opponent was too tough for him. But the guy didn't quite want to fight, so he simply gave him one of his leaflets, which was in his nearby pocket. The man read it, asked what kind of Kunlun tavern this was, and shouted after the guy that it was impossible to continue moving. Several guards rushed out to meet this guy and they asked how far he planned to go further. It was at this moment that one could see indignation on Chung Sam's face, as he expected this mission to go more smoothly and without bloodshed. Chung Sam's look spoke for itself, and from it one could only understand that he was completely serious. In a very loud voice he asked all the guards how they even dare point a spear at him. At that very moment an elderly man ran out of the largest building in the area and ordered everyone to leave immediately. He also lowered the spear of each of the guards who were already ready to attack this intruder. Approaching the stranger he said that his name was Changbi, and he was the head of the 10 family. Then of course he asked what brought the stranger here. Having received no answer he continued saying that his soldiers did not recognize him as a master and therefore made a mistake. Thus he asked for forgiveness. This stranger had an exciting power that he felt, and so he did not dare to let his guards attack him. The guy who was a stranger didn't answer anything but simply dropped the bag that was behind him on the floor. Then he got into a fighting pose and began to circulate energy through his body, and very soon it left him. This energy carried the leaflets that were in the bag in different directions, and at first it seemed that they were flying in some unknown directions. But very quickly everyone who was on the territory of this family received a leaflet that flew straight into his hands. Including the head received one of these and was very surprised that this master had such an interesting skill. When he read what was written there he realized that it was an advertising leaflet for the Kunlun Inn. The guards talked among themselves and could not believe that everything there was now really being sold for free. A few seconds later that stranger had already disappeared and began walking around the main square talking to passing people. He couldn't understand who it was and what it all meant, since it was very difficult to guess that Chung Sam came here because of the beautiful gates. Meanwhile the guy was already walking along the main street and noticed a brothel. The idea of going there and handing out leaflets to everyone never left his head. Bayok, meanwhile, he was in a village that was not so far from Kunlun Mountain. Despite the fact that there were not many houses here, there were plenty of people here, and they walked along the central streets and went about their business. Cloud Dragon also walked along these very streets and asked passers-by to take one of his leaflets. He looked very convincing, and therefore everyone who passed by did not refuse to take it. Some of them didn't even understand why they were doing this, as if something was controlling them and forcing them to help Bayok. Such a distribution was unexpected for them, but despite all these factors they still took these papers and carefully read what was written there. After some time the Cloud Dragon approached a house near which not a single adult was visible, which was atypical. Right next to the entrance there was a young boy sitting there who with the help of a fan was trying to fan the fire so that the kettle would boil. Coming closer to him the hero asked the boy why he was brewing the broth and where all the adults from this house had gone. At first the guy didn't want to answer anything because he didn't know this man, but then he realized that he didn't feel any danger around him. The boy replied that his father went to work in the spring and still hasn't returned, and his mother died a long time ago. Grandma is now inside and sick, so he borrows medicine. This story seemed very surprising to the Cloud Dragon, and he told the boy that he was a real fellow. His name was Quan Mupiong. Of course, the hero wanted to help him in this situation, so he asked the boy to take him to his grandmother. A few moments later, Beck entered the room where the grandmother was lying on the bed, and it looked like she was sleeping now. Going inside in a quiet voice, he asked her for forgiveness and said that his name was Bayok. The grandmother was immobilized and said that she did not know who it was, and also added that she could not turn around. Then the hero entered the room, came closer to her, and put his right hand directly on her head. Then he raised his hands over her body and said that illness occurs when the harmony of yin and yang is disturbed. Because of this, the grandmother cannot eat properly, and every day she became worse. Some energy from his hands was redirected to the body of this grandmother, and then he said that now she can move. The elderly woman was incredibly surprised when this happened because she really felt that she could now move her arms and legs. She told the stranger that she was very comfortable and that she did not understand how this could happen. He turned his head towards the Cloud Dragon. She asked how she could thank him. Then he simply silently took out a leaflet from his bag and said that he worked as a cook at a tavern and would be grateful if she came there. While he was trying to explain the conditions of the action, one could hear a scream on the street that became louder and louder. It turned out that it was a certain man who was looking for Kwanchan, and it seems that this Kwanchan owed him money. His scream stopped getting louder and the source was getting closer. It seems that his debt amounted to 5 nannies, and he was also not very happy that he also had enough money for medicine. Bayok came out of the house and asked the stranger who he was to break into a house where there was not even the head of the family. He decided that in front of him was one of the relatives of his debtor, and therefore he decided that he should repay the debt. This situation did not suit the Cloud Dragon at all, and so he asked the bandit who he was. It quickly became clear that this guy is not local since he doesn't know the group Tebum from the village of Namro. A smile appeared on the bandit's face, and he said that they destroyed Jumaban in the village of Puno, and therefore this village will also soon become their property. Well, there wasn't even a hint of a smile on the hero's face, especially when the bandit once again demanded money from him. All the hero did was silently bring his hand to the blade of the man's swords. And then with one click, he broke this blade, turning it into a pile of iron pieces. The man could not believe how this could all happen, and for some time he simply stood in shock. Then, for some reason, his assistant also came closer to Bayok, and after that the hero took their heads. A moment and they were already kneeling in front of him, and the hero didn't even have to use force for this. Then he took out his bag, which still contained a very large number of leaflets, and an idea came to his mind. He told the boy and grandmother that he would feed them kuksu and dumplings for free so they could come to the Kunlun Tavern. The guy was incredibly happy about this offer and already hoped that his life would finally get better. But the Cloud Dragon ordered the bandits to take him to their leader. Without getting up from their knees, they began to move on the ground, although they themselves did not want it. The boy just looked at the leaflet in his hand and tried to remember the name of this tavern where he needed to come. Meanwhile, the action was moved from a large wooden house that was located far from this village. A small group of people knelt before the head, and one of them said that if he raised the protection fee they would starve and would not be able to pay their debts. The head, while chewing a piece of meat, asked how many people this man has in his family. He answered in a trembling voice that he had 4 people in his family if you count him. The head was not satisfied with this answer, and so he decided to ask this man if he knew how many people he had in his family. Since taking into account those who are on the street, he has 58 people here, and he also has to feed them all. He started shouting that he didn't even dare to complain about the size of his family, since how to feed 3 mouths is not that difficult. At this moment, 2 of this head's subordinates fell to the ground right at his feet, and from their faces it was clear that they seemed to be not very happy about this meeting and felt nothing more than shame. Raising his gaze, the head saw a Cloud Dragon in front of him, who with a serious expression on his face asked him if he was the local leader. These 2 subordinates slowly began to get up and at the same time apologize for their weakness. Then the hero once again asked the head if he was the leader of this group. At that moment the head couldn't even believe how this stranger dared to put on airs in front of him. The thought crept in that he might be a civil servant. After a short time he said that his name is Toxicon, and he is none other than the leader of the group Tabom. After listening to this, the hero said that today his group was disbanded and now it is not doing what it was doing. After this, the head asked this stranger if he was a government employee. Of course, Cloud Dragon only said that he was not a government employee. This situation brought laughter to the face of the leader, and everyone who stood nearby also understood how it would all end. They immediately started laughing because they understood that an order would now follow, after which it would be very fun. They immediately started laughing because they understood that an order would now follow, after which it would be very fun. And so it happened the head gave the order for everyone to take out their swords and cut this intruder into pieces. Everything looked very good at the beginning, and the warriors simultaneously attacked the enemy with their swords. But just a few moments later, everything didn't go according to the plan in the leader's head. Crowds of soldiers scattered in different directions and immediately fell to the ground. The impact of the ground was so strong that some of them broke bones in several places. The leader was furious because he did not understand what was happening here and why his entire army fell to the ground in a second. Moreover, when the bandits tried to get up, they began to spit blood. Then the hero explained that he had destroyed their internal energy, and now nothing would interfere with their lives, and they should continue to behave decently. In parallel with the explanation of what had just happened, he began to approach the leader closer and closer. Having come close enough, he directed the energy into his hand and leaned it against the man's stomach. Within a few moments, the leader felt some liquid in his mouth that came from the intestines. He immediately spat out a very large amount of blood onto the floor, and his body slowly began to fall. Then Beck came closer to the men who were asking for money and said that he had heard their story and hoped that now the bandits would not bother them and they could live carefree. The men really wanted to thank their savior and asked him where he came from. He answered his name and also handed it to one of the leaflets and said that he works as a cook in a Kunlun tavern. The action moved to the tavern, where a rather positive atmosphere now reigned. Everyone celebrated the fact that all of them were able to distribute a very large number of sheets. In particular, Nogok praised the Cloud Dragon for the fact that he managed to distribute absolutely all the leaflets and he did not bring back a single one. Then a smile appeared on his face, and he added that most likely there would be a lot of people here tomorrow. Siamayan was also incredibly happy and said that he also thought that their plan worked and tomorrow it would really be impossible to get through here. In honor of this, the grandfather decided to pour him a glass of a special drink, and he naturally did not refuse. The new day arrived, and when the sun was already at its zenith, the doors to the tavern opened for the first time. When they opened, everyone was already prepared for the fact that after the first visitors, even more would come. The first man opened the doors slightly and asked if this was really a Kunlun inn and if they really served free food here. The girl was already standing near the entrance with Siamayan, and they greeted all the guests in unison. A queue had already formed near the tavern, and people were talking among themselves about whether food in this place is really absolutely free. But even though they doubted that everything would be free here, the idea that they needed to come in did not leave them. Inside, there was already a very large number of people who were ordering mainly kuksa. Siamayan was busy receiving new customers and also listening to their orders before passing them to the kitchen. Bayok, meanwhile, he tried as much as he could to prepare the dish as quickly as possible. He did it quite well, and the food could stay hot for a long time and was cooked in less than 5 minutes. Chung Sam, in turn, was busy walking between the rows and handing out special plates of dumplings. The bandits looked around and concluded that today a very large number of people came that they didn't even have a place to sit. The main bloody demon in the magical arts noticed that they were messing around and ordered them to help. 2 of them said that they were regular guests, but Nan in turn volunteered to help with the food distribution. His subordinates could not understand why he did this and looked at each other. Sabongja in turn shouted to them to help distribute all the food since there is still a lot of it here. Everyone who was here didn't even notice how night had fallen and how all the clients either went to their rooms or went home. The bandits, along with their captain, were very tired after all the time helping to distribute food. Siamayan approached them to say that all expectations had been exceeded, and there were a lot of repeat orders. There were so many of them that income exceeded expenses, and this is very rarely to be expected from the first day. Also, after hearing the words, Nan got up from the table and began to come closer and closer to the Cloud Dragon. And when he came as close as possible, he bowed and asked to be accepted. The bandits who watched all this made the assumption that it looks like he wants to become the master's apprentice. But in fact, Sabong only wanted to become a full-fledged employee in this tavern. His subordinates were surprised by this, but very quickly realized that in fact Chung Sam, for example, treats them as full-fledged employees already. so they approached their captain and asked to be hired too. Their desire was very sincere and they really wanted this position. Then Beck thought a little and realized that there were already quite a lot of employees and they clearly did not need even more. Siamayan approached him. He obviously had an idea. He suggested that he do it just for a while. In the future there will be even more guests and then their team will have to work a lot since they will need to come up with methods to retain guests when the promotion ends. The hero looked at the tavern owner to get her opinion on what they should do. The girl said that she doesn't mind and the fateful decision lies on the shoulders of the Cloud Dragon. He turned to the bandits and said that they could hire them as temporary employees, but they would not be paid for until everything gets better. Of course they agreed since now they will have food beds and in general that's all they need now. Then the Beck turned his back to them and said that they were glad that now everything had been resolved and everyone had their own role. Every day there were more and more guests in the tavern and people on the street stood in line and even received their own number from Siamayan. And on the fourth day Bayok gathered everyone together at Siamayan's request in order to discuss important news. Siamayan stood up in front of everyone and said that so far everything was going very smoothly and clearly exceeded expectations. Jean in turn decided to note that the first plan was completed successfully, but then the guy said that this was just the beginning. After all, their ultimate goal will be to spread rumors, and now they must think about how to do this. Now it was necessary to approach the second step, but even Beck himself did not know what this step was. Siamayan explained that it is difficult to become the best in when there are only 2 dishes on the menu. The best eateries from different regions offer a variety of dishes. That is why he came up with the idea of bringing someone who would teach Mr. Bach how to cook. It was about the best cook of the inn. Nogok immediately doubted this idea and asked Siamayan if he really thought that he was coming here to come. But the guy did not agree with him since he already had one idea that was connected with a tavern in Hubei province called the Yellow Crane. Nogok, it didn't take much effort to remember this establishment and to understand that it is very popular. The girl even said that in this establishment you can buy approximately 100 types of different dishes. At that moment everyone already understood where this was going, and Siamayan also said that they can be proud that their inn has the best guksu and dumplings, but their weakness is the lack of variety. In the establishment he was talking about there were so many dishes that it was difficult to choose, and this fact surprised Jean very much. After everything was already obvious, Chungsam made a conclusion saying that you just need to create a new dish for the menu. In fact, the idea was not bad, but Siamayan said that they now have so little time and there is no point in learning something new. His second plan was that they needed to bring a chef from a place that was very popular to their establishment. Everyone was very surprised when they heard this, and only Nan thought that he needed to be kidnapped, dragged here, and forced to cook. Then he himself said that there would be no need to kidnap anyone since he could simply ask her to teach her how to cook. It was very difficult for the Cloud Dragon to comprehend what needed to be done for such an honorable person to come here just like that. But the guy already had a plan, which was that he just needed to send a letter and then the cook would come. This plan did not sound very good since Beck did not believe that because of an ordinary letter an important person would come to the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Took a little thought on this plan, but in fact Beck didn't need too much time to do it. He got up from the table and said that he would go to that place right now and solve all the problems there. The action moved to Hubei province, where the place that the whole team that worked at the Kunlun Inn was thinking about for the last few hours. It was this tavern that everyone called the Yellow Juravel Tavern, and from the outside it looked very beautiful. There were a huge number of cooks here who were now trying hard to achieve the ideal taste of their food. At the same time they talked among themselves about whether they could impress the cook given how picky he was. Suddenly the doors near the kitchen opened. One of the cooks approached them and said that the head cook was about to arrive. Cho entered the establishment. Akion, who was the chief cook of the Yellow Crane Inn. Immediately and without greeting anyone she began tasting the dishes that had already been prepared. The aspiring chefs who watched this happen could not wait for her verdict. Having tasted one broth, she suddenly said that it was quite unusual, and the cook was immediately delighted, saying that he had prepared a traditional Chinese dish. He began to explain what he added to this soup and this chicken, but the woman asked him to shut up. Then she turned her head in his direction and asked if he knew anything at all about this dish. Because it has to be made with chicken, because it has a soft texture, and because of this it produces a unique clear broth. And this novice cook added pork fat to it. Therefore, leaving more simply, she said that he should cook it again tomorrow and take into account all his mistakes. The second young cook offered me the usual roast duck, which was prepared according to standard methods. But the cook didn't like it either since it was too simple, and in her opinion she could have avoided wasting an expensive duck and just fried the chicken. Chef Cho training Akion and the Yellow Crane Inn were always very strict, and everyone knew it well, all because of a true love of cooking. She was always disappointed with the talent and efforts of her students. She tried to get out, but at the same time she said that she could not trust anyone after retiring. At the very last moment she was stopped by one of the cooks because he wanted to tell her that there was a guest downstairs. The cook was not expecting any guest, and even when the cook told him his name she still did not understand anything. A few seconds later the doors opened and someone slowly began to enter them. It was the Cloud Dragon who came here with Chung-sam. Some time passed and they were already sitting at the table and talking with the cook. She couldn't understand where this unusual aura came from around the strangers who came here and for some reason wanted to talk to her. The man in front of her seemed to be not a military man, but nevertheless the decision was made to be more careful since perhaps he is from the imperial family or simply has enormous power. She decided to start a dialogue and said that her name was Cho Akian and she is the main cook of this establishment. The hero introduced himself and said that he was the cook of the Kunlun Inn. The cook had never heard of this tavern, and in general it was strange that he began to engage in such a profession at such a young age. But nevertheless she sighed and decided to ask one leading question to the guest. Namely, she was wondering why Bayok came here and what he needed from this meeting. At that moment Chung-sam could not stand it and asked why the cook decided that she could speak to him on a first-name basis. But the Cloud Dragon was calmer and said that he just needed a little help. He admitted that he had only recently become a chef and therefore he had a small number of dishes in his arsenal. And for this reason he wants to learn from her. For a while Cho Akian was silent after this phrase, and simply looked into the eyes of the hero with empty eyes. But then she turned to one of the students and asked to kick these two out since it was obvious that they were some kind of abnormal. The hero realized that he could not do without trump cards here and thrust a small letter into the hands of this woman. Then she took a small bundle of paper and began to read. In this letter the author addressed the cook as godmother. The author was Siamayan. She was very surprised when she read it for the first time since she had not heard about him for many years. It said that at the insistence of his father, he is now working in the Kunlun Inn and Mr. Bayok is his temporary owner. He also said that he knows that she is annoyed because there is no successor who would continue her best culinary skills in the world. And in the letter he guaranteed Bak as the ideal option. The only thing this gentleman knows how to cook is kuksu and dumplings, but when he tried them for the first time he burst into tears. And this was written by the best gourmet of the Zhuge clan. The guy also added that he could say with confidence that Mr. Bayok was a real genius sent from heaven, and he advised her to train him and test his skills. After reading everything to the end, the cook put the letter on the table and said that these words made her think a little. But still she did not believe those words that said that a genius with unsurpassed talent was now sitting in front of her. The young chefs who were standing next to her laughed since this guy certainly didn't look like a brilliant cook. She continued by saying that since Siamayan asks for it so sincerely, then she will give him a chance. The Cloud Dragon needed to clarify a couple of points a little, namely to find out whether he just needed to prepare something. Then she said that everything is not entirely true since they are all here to try his dish and make a verdict. And if everyone likes it, then she will take up his training and will put all her efforts into it. She got up from the table and at the same time ordered Bayok to go to the kitchen right now since she didn't have much time. But the hero said that he can show everything right here, so he just needs all the ingredients. Literally a few minutes later all the ingredients were already in this room lying nearby. Then he began to focus energy around his body and streams of energy spread throughout the room in different directions. Just one stream of energy was enough for all the ingredients along with the vegetables to rise into the air. Then they cut themselves and changed very much. The chefs who watched all this could not believe their eyes since it was the first time in their lives that secret techniques had been used in this way. Then the water came straight from the bucket into the air and at some stage it hovered there. The cook couldn't believe her eyes because it looked like real magic. A sphere appeared in the sky in which all the ingredients needed for kuksu were simultaneously located. It was only necessary to maintain it like this for some more time, and after that Beck sent the finished dish in a bowl to everyone who was in the room. For Cho, the cooking process itself was also important to Akian, and because I couldn't believe my eyes, this was the highest score. But everything changed, or rather worsened, when she first tried this dish. The surprise on her face could not be faked, and the taste of this dish was truly incredible. The junior chefs who were eating it couldn't stop, and tears began to flow from their eyes because of how delicious it was. The cook concluded that this food has so much energy and such a rich taste that it seems to be alive. Not even a minute had passed before all the plates of food that had been prepared were empty, and there was not a single gram of food left in them. The cook looked at her subordinates and was also sure that they really liked it. And so it turned out you could see from their faces that this was the first time they were having such a delicious kuksa. Therefore she turned to Bayok to ask how long he had been cooking. He thought a little and said that he actually started cooking about a month ago. It seems that this guy had a talent from God, and the cook understood this very well. She didn't really want to come from afar, so she directly told the hero that she didn't know what kind of fighting skills he had, but since he was from Murim, he most likely saw many on his way, and it was clearly not easy for them to surpass him. With the superpowers that Bayok had, almost the whole world could have lay at his feet, but he still chose to be a chef. In fact, for the hero, there was no such thing as noble work. All that mattered to him was how strongly he was attached to his work. In his opinion, the cook's job was simply to provide the hungry with warm food. Akian's decision was made, and she turned to her subordinate to give him one order. Namely, she wanted to ask him to take over the duties of the head cook while she was away. It very quickly became clear to her that the person in front of her was truly valued, and she would have to imitate this. There was also an order to prepare the cart. Well then, from the face of the subordinate, one could understand that this would be a small problem. In a trembling voice he said that now there is only one cart, and the cook didn't really understand what the problem was then. Then he said that there was an old horse there, and another cart would arrive tomorrow, so it was better to wait. But the hero said yes, that there was no need to wait. Beck assured the cook that there would be no problems with this, and she just needed to trust and follow him. For some reason the cook believed him, and within seconds the three of them were already on the street. Subordinates who literally offended after the ladies wished the cook a pleasant trip. But when he ran back they began to rejoice, since now they would not have to experience all this respect again from a very strict teacher. When the hero went out into the street, he realized where the very cart was located on which the cook should ride. She looked very presentable indeed, but the most important part was not there, namely the horse. Then the guy turned to Chuzum to ask if he could carry this cart. Without thinking twice the guy agreed, and moreover he himself would even like to do it without an order. A few seconds later the hero approached the cook to ask her to climb inside, and said that they would do without a horse this time. Despite the fact that the cook climbed inside, she still asked the hero if this was possible, and he replied that it would be even faster. It was also very strange when he asked her not to be surprised if the cart suddenly took off for no reason. A moment later the cart really took off, and the cook who was inside was very surprised by this. It turned out that the guy was able to lift her into the air without much effort and pull her along with him at great speed. The action moved to the night mountain Kunlun, namely to the valley that was nearby. Here a small area was lit by a fire that had been burning for quite some time. A man was sitting near this fire and was very patiently waiting for someone, from time to time adding firewood to heat the meat. While he was sitting like that, after some time several warriors in the same attire as him jumped up to him. Slowly they landed, and one of them said that he was on reconnaissance in the Kunlun sect, and there was no trace of what they were looking for. These were 5 commanders of the persecution squads of the demonic cult professionals in their field. Biting off a piece of meat, the man said that the leader is still invincible even if all the enemies cooperate and attack him at the same time. It was the head of the pursuit squad named Penrock, and he also told his subordinates that the tracks ended in Kunlun, and he was worried about the 11 corpses demolished in one attack. There was a tavern next to all these corpses, and in fact this did not give much clues to the commander, because people came to that inn in droves, and it was known that it was called the Kunlun Inn. The commander needed to think a little, and after a few seconds he gave the next order. Namely, the search squad had to search there well and catch everyone who was involved in the known events. The next day came, and she was armed inside the tavern. She was very surprised by the number of people who were in the establishment, which in turn was far from the city center. Siamayan walked past her carrying orders at the same time and said that it looked like he was right about this place. Kuksu would finally be brought to him soon. Then the guy said that it looked like at this rate he would be ordering like a squirrel in a wheel until the evening. And Akyung told him that today she would just observe. Suddenly right behind the girl a voice could be heard asking if she was standing for the reason that she had nowhere to sit. When she turned her head, she saw her grandfather who, while pouring something into his glass, said that he was sitting alone and she could sit down. The grandfather made the assumption that the yellow crane in front of her was the main cook of the tavern. Sitting down at the table, she decided to ask her grandfather how he knew about this information and whether they knew each other. Then grandfather said that Siamayan talked about this, and in fact it was he who brought him here since he had one request to the Juga clan. Then there was a pause, after which grandfather said that the guests would leave only in the evening, so for now they could have a little drink. The cook had not been away from her tavern for a very long time, so she was not particularly thirsty. After she thought for a while, she asked for a glass, and the grandfather realized that he could organize it. And he gave a small glass to the girl, and then said that he was also friends with the cook from this tavern. It was very difficult for her to believe that this grandfather was a friend of the brilliant chef whom she had met earlier. The grandfather added that she will be surprised when she finds out how old that guy really is, because he is old enough to be her father. The girl did not change her humor and asked her grandfather to stop making fun of her, but he asked her to calm down. He explained that he didn't want to embarrass her and suggested that they introduce themselves to each other. Realizing that she didn't want to introduce herself first, grandfather said that his name was Nogok, and he was from a gang of beggars. After that, Akian's patience ran out, and she said that it's unlikely that he is now talking about the best martial artist in the world. She couldn't stand another joke, and her face was as serious as it could be. And after a few moments she laughed very loudly, saying that she had not heard such a joke for a long time. After that, her grandfather took her to a very interesting place which was on one of the rocks of Mount Kunlun. Suddenly he began to laugh, because I remembered the saying that you can admire the Kunlun mountains only on a full stomach, and that's why now the view seems magnificent. Then the girl looked at her grandfather's hand and asked why he needed the bottle in this place. Someone replied that he was going to have a drink here because it would make his soul much calmer. There really was a very good feeling here, as if all the negativity had evaporated somewhere. But someone's presence did not give Nogok peace, and he suddenly froze and looked into emptiness. Then he stood up abruptly and said that judging by the vibration, these are not guys from a gang but a demonic cult. The girl turned to her feet and noticed something. It looks like we should stop drinking alcohol. At that moment several bandits came out of the bushes dressed completely in black clothes. One of them said that apparently this was not an ordinary old man, since he could recognize them so easily. The third commander said that he didn't care, since that grandfather hung around the tavern that was important to them every day, which means he needs to be captured. At this very second all the wars pushed away from the places where they stood in order to attack Nogok. But it seems that this grandfather still had a few trump cards up his sleeve. There were a considerable number of warriors, and each of them was well trained enough to cope with just one enemy. The only catch was that their opponent was much stronger than all those they had fought with before. So Nogok just told Akian that it wouldn't take much time. He immediately pushed away from the place where he stood and, armed with an empty bottle of alcoholic drink, moved into battle. Dedu attacked so quickly that, in just a few seconds, he had already dealt several blows to one of them, who ran up to him closest to all the others. His attacks were very predictable, and for this reason the grandfather grabbed his body and threw it straight into the rest of the killers, who were grouped in a large heap. The man who commanded this entire unit was surprised that even after the grandfather was quite successful in defeating all the opponents, he also used displacement tactics to move to the side. But at some point in their battle, that old lady who was behind her grandfather suddenly screamed. Cho Akian started screaming that she was the head cook of the Yellow and Crane Inn and was closely connected with the imperial family, so she ordered them to leave here. Grandfather listened very carefully to all these words, and only now he realized that this young lady was really a very important person in society, and she had plenty of willpower. But despite Akian's rank, the unit's commanders still ordered their subordinates to attack their grandfather and grandmother. Therefore they all began to flee at the same time, and now some of them even had edged weapons. But for some reason the grandfather did not move at all right up until the moment when one of these killers jumped up to him with a sword at the ready. In the blink of an eye, he lowered the dry silhouette and found himself directly under his opponent. Having struck one blow with a bottle, the killer flew a long distance to the side and even seemed to lose consciousness. By that time, the second killer had also approached the grandfather from behind and tried to attack his back with his sword. But he blocked this attack with a bottle. Then turning his body towards the enemy he said that the killer's sword was slightly dull since he couldn't even break a bottle. Someone watched everything that was happening very closely and realized that the attacking killers had no chance, since it became obvious to him that their opponent had completely surpassed your master and was a very experienced fighter. Therefore he decided to use voice vibration in order to immediately convey to all his subordinates what he wanted to tell them. And thanks to this technique, he gave the order for them to leave the mountains as soon as they received this message. All the killers immediately pushed off from their seats and quickly began to walk away, and grandfather simply looked after them. When they ran away, he just bent down after them, saying that if at least one of them had remained, he would have immediately neutralized him. Cho Akian, who watched everything that was happening with her mouth open, noticed that the grandfather was simply excellent in battle. Nogok liked this formulation, and he suggested admiring the scenery in another place, otherwise wild animals would soon come and fill their stomachs with them. Further actions moved to the demonic cult, where a very important dialogue was now taking place in the office which would affect a lot. Two men were sitting at the table, one of whom was surprised that a talented hermit was opposing them. The man in the green robe, to whom this information was conveyed, made the assumption that perhaps their leader was going to confront this grandfather. Well, then the interlocutor answered him that the target was nowhere to be found, and even in the Kunlun tavern it was not found. The man thought about it because maybe he was defeated and killed by that beggar and hundreds of swords, although this was unlikely since no one is able to defeat a leader who has completed close training. For this reason he asked his subordinate who else knows about this besides him, and he replied that no one except the pursuit squad would ever know this. The man began to think, because if the truth is distorted, people will think that the leader is dead, and then the struggle of influential people will get out of control. The struggle for power is becoming more and more fierce, and the question was that some kind of leader needed to be found. And within the walls of the demonic clan, this man's subordinates said that he had one thought. To do this, you need to return the pursuit squad and announce to the cult that you have found the leader. Then it will be necessary to say that he gave an order, and the order must be very grandiose and incredible. The subordinate said that the best tactic would be to order the Western Murim to subjugate. Murim is not only the central plain. In the west of Murima, relatively close to the borders of the demonic cult, there are such powerful forces as the Temple of the Myriad Blood Curses and the Temple of the Great Thunder. And the idea was to transfer the struggle of influential people to the outside world, and even if blood was shed, it would become a fulcrum for all factions. As soon as the sun rose, it was decided to give the leader's order and say that the person who made the greatest contribution to the outbreak of war was the junior leader. Further actions shifted again and now took place in the inn itself, where Cho Akyung was able to return. Cloud Dragon went up to Grandma to greet her and say that he was always glad to see her in this tavern. She answered him that he would have to learn a lot, so he needed to approach this very responsibly. Just a few minutes passed and the chief cook of the Yellow Crane was already standing on the street, and it was clear from her eyes that she was very surprised. All because there was an incredibly sized boar lying right there on the floor which had lost consciousness. And right at the top of this boar sat Chung Sam, and it was clear from his face that he was pleased with his work. When he noticed his grandmother's surprised face, he asked her if one boar of that size would be enough for her. But she told the hero in a quiet voice that she had asked for some pork, and that it was the first time she had seen such a huge boar. Meanwhile, something was happening in the Namgong clan that would seem strange to many. There stood a member of the Kunlun clan who told some people that he was very grateful for such a warm welcome. One of these men said that thanks to him they were able to improve their abilities, and asked them to tell the management that they would visit them in the near future. Young Pun began to leave, and those two men directly felt that there was a smile on his face and that he had achieved his goals. The second and third gentlemen, meanwhile, were thinking that Kunlun was clearly hiding his power. And because of this they felt an incredibly strong shame, but at the same time they understood that thanks to this man's visit they had gained a lot of things. To understand what happened, you need to go back a week, when the same two men met Yongpun and asked if he was the only one who came from Kunlun. The two of them still did not understand what kind of assistance the clan was going to get by sending just one Taoist who was also under 20 years old. It seemed to them that this was ridiculing the Namgun clan, but they still allowed the Yongpun to go inside. The tea was already ready there, and they gathered to discuss all the details. While at this table, those two guys asked the Yunpong to show them the Kunlun hand technique, since this clan was famous for its wushu long fist technique. They knew very well that such an inexperienced guy could not know this technique, and thanks to this phrase they would disgrace him. But Young Pun meanwhile said that he does not have many skills, so he cannot show this particular skill to them now. Then the two guys said that in the letter Kunlun asked for financial support and all he could offer was just an exchange. They wanted to offer to show Young Pun new Kunlun techniques and then perhaps they would think about helping the clan financially. The guy understood very well that he should not refuse because if he returns back without completing the task then we can consider that he came here in vain. So he agreed and the two guys informed him that their seventh would be his direct opponent. This opponent was none other than Namgung Hyunwoo, who looked like he already had a lot of combat experience. While at the training ground, Young Pun bowed and prepared for this fight. Two men were surprised that the guy was going to fight with his bare hands against a pole, and the second one noticed that he would really show them the wushu long fist technique with a mockery. While they were talking, Hyunwoo was probably slowly approaching his target and preparing to hit him with his staff. But when Young Pun got tired of waiting, he pushed away from the place where he was standing and prepared to launch a new attack. He slightly moved his body to the side, and for this reason Hyunwoo was unable to hit him with his staff. Of course the warrior was very surprised when this happened because he did not even notice the moment when Young Pun disappeared. It turned out that this guy was moving so fast that he was already behind his opponent, and just one blow to the back of the head was enough for the enemy to gradually lose consciousness. Although Hyunwoo tried to stay on his feet, his body did not obey at all and began to fall to the ground. He resisted until his forehead hit the very hard surface of the training area. Of course, the members of the Namgung clan could not believe that Young Pun managed to defeat their man in just 5 seconds. I had to think about what to do next. The enemy was defeated with just one move, and from the outside it looked incredibly impressive. Suddenly, when the fight was already over, a stranger approached Young Pun from behind and asked him to fight him. This stranger for Young Pun was a rather famous person whose name was the lightning swordsman Ho Chang-gun. And of course the guy didn't even think for a second about accepting this challenge and again demonstrating his skills to the clan. So he bowed and said that he agreed to have another round. A very short amount of time passed, and it became clear to everyone who watched how this round would end. This became clear at that moment when Ho Chang-gun could barely hold his sword in his hands, and his entire body was trembling incredibly hard. He tried to resist the feeling of weakness, but when Young Pun kicked him a little more from the side, his body completely collapsed. The two members of the Namgung clan couldn't believe their eyes as the stranger managed to knock out the lightning-fast swordsman in 7 seconds. And now, sitting at the table, they agreed that a disaster would happen if this incident became known in society. One of them even suggested that perhaps they sent him alone on purpose to catch them. The two men were angry, and when one said that he would have to tell his brother and father about everything when they returned, the second became even angrier. He said that their clan could become an object of ridicule, and for this they need to compensate for this shame with some other action. They both agreed that the best tactic for this would be to follow Kunlun in order to somehow rectify the situation. It was not clear whether they would be able to carry out this plan, but the action had already moved to the tavern. By that time 20 days had already passed since the first distribution of leaflets, which was quite a significant time. The girl analyzed everything and realized that after the end of the promotion the number of guests decreased, but there were still twice as many of them as before. But the positive changes were that Beck began to practice more often and already knew how to cook a large number of dishes. At one point, Siamayan approached the owner of the establishment to tell her that it was time to try a different method of promotion. This method was that now it would work through people and not through paper leaflets. His idea was good because he thought that a celebrity should always come and then the effect of attracting ordinary people would work. The method of writing an invitation to a famous person is not important since the main thing is simply to get a celebrity, and the more famous the person is the better the effect will be. The grandfather who was sitting at the table nearby and overheard the conversation asked if Siamayan had someone on his mind, and he shook his head positively. This man was associated with the Zhuge clan, and of course Siamayan was confident that this man would not refuse his invitation. Just a few days later, an invitation came to his own father, who realized that they were going to promote the tavern through him. But when Siamayan's mother saw this letter, you were very happy even at the very fact that she received some news. Sonryong told her husband that they had to leave immediately, since they simply had no other option. The father tried to somehow justify himself, and at that time he himself thought that his son knew for sure that his mother would push him to do this. And of course his wife started screaming that the father kicked out his son while she was away and she doesn't sleep at night because she's worried about him. Therefore, after a few hours they were in the carriage heading towards the tavern, the address of which was also well described in the letter. At some point during their movement, one of the subordinates opened the doors to the carriage to say that they would soon arrive at the point. The woman was incredibly happy and even decided to stick her face out the window in order to see how close they were to the final goal. And looking out of this window, she saw in front of her a tavern, which looked very presentable since it was completely made of stone. Meanwhile, Siamayan was inside this very tactier and tried to deal with the small documentation that he managed to find here. And a woman ran into the room at high speed, and the son very quickly recognized his own mother. Of course, he was incredibly happy about this meeting since even before he left his home for a long time, he did not have time to say goodbye to her. They immediately hugged and both were glad to meet each other, unlike the father of the family. When Sangryong asked why he left home so abruptly, the guy replied that his father simply insisted on it. She began to bombard him with questions about how well he eats here and how many hours he sleeps a day. At one point she even asked her son whether he often drinks alcoholic beverages, and he, after thinking a little, replied that he had almost completely stopped drinking alcohol. Suddenly Bayak appeared on the horizon, which I told Siamayan's mother that he was quite conscientious and monitored his behavior well. The father had become kinder by that time and told his son that since they had not gone such a long way they wanted to be fed. When the family sat down at the table, Jin So-hee approached them and offered a menu for them to choose a dish for themselves. Mom was very surprised and asked the lovely girl how old she was. Of course Siamayan decided to get into this conversation in order to tell his mother that she is the owner of the inn and sometimes you need to speak to her respectfully. But despite all this, the girl said that she was 19 years old and her mother noticed that she and Siamayan were only 2 years apart. And after a short pause she asked to take care of their son since he is a good guy despite the fact that he often plays pranks. Just a few minutes passed and the food was already on the table and the family quickly destroyed it. When the father ate his dish, looking at the empty plate, he thought that he had never tried anything like this in his life. Truly, it was the best beef he had ever eaten. Mom also noticed that the kuksu she had just eaten in a few minutes had an indescribable taste, not to mention the broth. Approaching her son, she said that she was impressed by all this. They said that it was not in vain that they were invited, because after such a positive experience they are obliged to tell so many people about this tavern. Mom was so impressed by the food here that an idea came to her mind that in a second her husband would not really like. The woman said that since the food here is so delicious, then in order to fully understand how things are they need to stay to try the rest of the dishes too. Meanwhile, a small group that stood near the inn listened to the task for which she would soon go. Their faces were extremely focused and serious, and they listened carefully to every word of their commander. The commander said that for tomorrow's dishes a lot of wild plants are needed and the group needs to go to the mountain and collect them. Akian laid out all the grass on a white piece of cloth and pointed her finger at each type of grass so that they would not mix anything up. The two men could not believe that just a few days ago they were still fighters and now they were being sent on a mission to search for some kind of herb. And when they saw Nung Sabong raise his hand to say something, they began to have hope. One of them even thought that most likely their friend now wants to say something and clearly he will not like the layout of these matters. But instead he asked how many herbs needed to be collected, and the commander replied that the more herbs the better. So their group went into the forest and looked around very closely to find every type of grass. To make everything more efficient, Chung Sam approached Nung from behind and told him that no matter how hard he tried, he still wouldn't collect more than that. So Sabong told him that they should split up in different places and see who can collect the most herbs. Meanwhile, the subordinates could not understand at what point in their lives their cold-blooded Nang Sabong disappeared somewhere. In the same forest, only at the other end, there was now a member of the Kunlun clan. After successfully completing the task, he moved and tried to reach his destination. Since the road was long by this time, he had already walked most of the way. Thinking about the consequences of the mission he had successfully completed, he suddenly heard someone screaming for help. This man was screaming louder and begging for help, and of course Yongpun was not one to pass by. He jumped away from the trees from the second map and tried to gain speed more and more in order to save the man. He understood that now some person was in danger and needed his help. But when the guy approached the place where this loud scream was coming from, he was very surprised by what he saw. At a short distance from him, there was a very large insect which was several times larger in size than a cow. and there was a person on the fangs of this insect. The scream was incredibly loud, but it seemed that the insect ignored the fact that another person had come. For some time Yongpun couldn't even move from his place since it was practically the first time in his life that he had seen a cross spider. Once a long time ago he spoke with other Kunlun members about a similar spider. Then one of his comrades said that it was a spider that lives in a deep cave in the Western Valley and has a head like a person's and a huge body. The spiritual energy of this mountain is so great that sometimes animals eat people and increase their inner strength, turning into monsters. But being here in front of the enemy, Yongpun thought only that although he could not save that person, he must prevent the death of innocent people in the future. Therefore they decided to take the fight to this monster and eliminate it here right now. He put the things he was carrying with him along with the ball and put them in a fighting stance and prepared for battle. The thoughts of this animal at that moment only meant that it was going to kill this guy just like the person he killed before. Despite its enormous size, this insect moved very quickly and quickly pushed away from its place, preparing to attack. The guy meanwhile understood that he needed to increase the power of his internal strength, which he trained with the help of the 8 elements of cloud dragons. And after you manage to do this, you need to focus on your palms and throw out all the received energy from the enemy. It was quite successful to do this, and the flames began to fly straight to the enemy and became brighter. Moreover, there was even a fiery explosion right next to the body of this insect, but smoke also appeared around, due to which visibility was deteriorated. The guy tried to look through the smoke in order to understand whether the enemy had been eliminated. And when after a few seconds he did not see the spider anywhere, he concluded that he was afraid of this fire and probably took some kind of shelter to attack unexpectedly. Just a second after the guy thought about this, a huge spider with a head the size of a human jumped right onto him. Yongpun quickly realized that the technique into which he had invested a large amount of his strength was enough to significantly harm the spider. Therefore he ran closer to his ball and prepared to strike in order to somehow distract the enemy. But everything did not go according to plan, as the spider itself struck with one of its paws, and this blow had to be blocked with a sword. It turned out that this insect has more strength than some people even when they are extremely focused. The guy realized that the sword could break after several similar combinations, since it is already noticeable that its strength has become less. At some point the insect suddenly loosened its grip, and now the guy had the opportunity to attack. But it looked strange, so Yongpun did not take advantage of this opportunity but dodged the subsequent attack. The attack from one of the paws was so strong that several trees behind the guy were cut and began to fall to the ground. When these trees touched the ground, there was a splash of dust again, and it was difficult for the insect to understand where its enemy was. It looked around and tried to figure out where the boy was, who was barely able to block one attack. And at one moment the spider felt danger behind its back, and because of this it became very frightened. There were reasons for this, since now Yongpun was behind him, and from the energy around his body one could understand that he was determined. While still in flight, he understood that if he didn't roll with the ball, he would need to use his fist to attack. For this reason, with one movement of his hand, he created an energy output which immediately began to spread towards the enemy. The opponent received some amount of damage but was still able to stand on his paws, and did not seem to have received any serious damage. Yongpun, it was difficult to realize this, since he had just released all his inner energy and the spider was still enduring. Moreover, the insect still had enough strength to remain conscious and coordinated in space. This creature thought that he had just been very unpleasant from the attack that this person had made, and so she decided to finish him off once and for all. That is why literally a second later a portion of poisonous liquid poured out of the insect's mouth and flew straight towards the guy. He bent his body a little and the liquid flew over his head and stopped on the stone that was hitting behind his back. This liquid was bright green, and this color itself was enough to understand that it was dangerous. The guy turned his head slightly towards that stone, and this allowed him to draw several conclusions at once. He realized that jokes with this insect are bad, since the spider has a lot of stamina as well as cutting power and poison that can melt stones. But while Yongpun was trying to analyze this, he suddenly saw that the enemy standing right in front of him began to change his shape. This could mean that he was just poisoned, and very dangerous poisons are gradually spreading through his body that could kill him. Therefore he took a special position and realized that he needed to splash out the true goal and get rid of the poison as soon as possible. This had to be done until the enemy realized that he had an advantage and launched an attack. But now for some reason the spider simply stood still and looked at the victim trying to listen to something. Yongpun was not afraid of death, but he really wanted to kill this monster due to the fact that a very large number of people could suffer because of him. For some reason the insect suddenly turned around and began to walk in the opposite direction as if it had seen a new target. Very close to us stood a man already familiar to us named Chung-sam, who looking around concluded that there were only weeds here and there were no traces of useful herbs. When Yongpun saw it, he immediately started shouting for it to run away since this insect is very dangerous. Moreover, in his cry, he also said that there was a cross spider here and therefore you need to run as quickly and far as possible. But the man did not particularly react to these words, since there was no instinct of self-preservation and in principle fear in him. The insect moved closer to this man and began to look at him from the side because she thought that perhaps at least this man would not order resistance. But Chung-sam looking at him only said that this freak has a face like a human and a lab even larger than that of an ordinary spider. Suddenly the insect began its attack and tried to impale the newly arrived man with its paw. It was simply beyond words how scared young Pun was at that moment. He really couldn't believe that another person would get hurt. It was even more scary to see that this stranger was doing absolutely nothing but simply continued to stand still and do nothing. The paw could not penetrate his body and the spider could not believe that there was no cut on the victim's body. Another thing for the country was to watch how this man, as if nothing had happened, raised his hand and swung at the spider. Just one movement of this hand was enough to cut off the paw that tried to harm him. Then the spider jumped into the air in order to attack from above and eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible. Despite the severe pain due to the cut-off paw, he spat out another portion of poison which this time flew more accurately to the target. But only one kick was enough for Chunsum to turn this portion of poison into small drops that scattered to the sides. Although it was difficult for the spider to show its emotions now from the outside, it was clearly obvious that it was scared. It was incredible to hear a man speak like such a strong opponent and ask if he was ashamed. In fact, Chung Sam himself said that spitting everywhere is an indicator of poor manners. By that time, the insect no longer rose up with whom it was fighting a man or some kind of deity. Well, everything was coming to its logical conclusion when the man swung his fist with all his might and prepared to deliver the finishing blow. This blow was so strong that they even honestly scattered in different directions and it landed right on the opponent's forehead. The insect began to fall to the ground and the man ran up to it in order to deliver the finishing blow. And as he moved as I approached, he stopped turning more and more purple due to an excess of energy in his body. The final blow was no less enchanting and pieces of this insect scattered over a radius of several hundred meters. Yongpun, who was watching everything from the side, thought that he even saw part of this spider which flies away to one of the tree branches. It was hard to believe my eyes, but the feeling of the stench after the end of the battle was very obvious. Chung Sam, I looked at the defeated enemy and knew that he was finally able to demonstrate his strength to himself once again. Looking around, he suddenly noticed an object that along with everything else remained lying on the ground after the battle. Picking it up, he asked himself what it was and why it looked so interesting. Yongpun came closer to him and said that most likely it was Neden. Neden are crystals created by storing energy in the bodies of animals that live for 1,000 years and become spirits. Taking the opportunity, the guy bowed and thanked his savior for what he did for him. He also asked the stranger how to repay him for having just saved his life. Without thinking twice, Chung Sam began to smile. A very interesting plan appeared in his head that would greatly help him. Therefore, he told Young Pun to listen very carefully now, since the next instruction will be very important. Due to the fact that a short pause was being created, Young Pun decided to ask his savior what exactly he should do in order to repay him for everything. And the guy was very surprised when his savior said that now he would list a small amount of the names of herbs. He quickly poured several piles out of his pocket and listed the name of the herbs for each of them and ordered to collect everything he found. At the same time, I'll throw it into the object that he found at the site of the death of the spider. He said that a little knowledge about plants would be enough to find it. The guy caught this artifact in flight before it even touched the earth. And when Chung Sam was already leaving, he asked him if it was possible to throw away Naden just like that, to which he replied that let him deal with this artifact himself. After that, he took a few steps and began to look intently at everything that was left of the spider and thought that the spider's meat looked slightly appetizing. Some time passed and all the action had already moved straight to the tavern where a small competition was now taking place. The first of the men, who was a member of the Nen team, laid out all the grass that he managed to collect on a special cloth, and then the second man did this. Their captain approached them and said that they were great and they had indeed collected quite a large amount of herbs. But then he began to pour out all the grass that was in his bag, and the guys noticed that this was quite a large amount. A smile appeared on their faces, and they, like children, were truly sincerely glad that they managed to get such a large amount of grass. They shouted to each other and rejoiced despite the fact that Nan asked them not to be jealous because after all he is the captain. But at some point Sabong heard a voice behind him that asked if he was kidding or if he really wanted to brag about it. Chung Sam appeared right next to this group, threw a large bag onto the cloth, and said that this is the number of injuries that a real man should collect. Against this background, for some reason no argument began, and Nan only said that he was really impressed by the amount of grass that he managed to pick. Only at that moment did Young Pun realize that the one who saved him not so long ago in the forest was most likely an employee of the inn. At that moment Bayok was also on the street, who was very happy to see the man whom he had seen for the first time in the tavern a long time ago. They headed inside and had a new topic to talk about, so Cloud Dragon made some tea. The guy told him the whole story about the spider and even the part where the inn employee makes sure that Young Pun remains alive. He repeated several times that he was glad that he ended up there, but still decided to ask where his master and mentor was now. The hero replied that they were entrusted with a task and therefore they left, and after returning he would let them go back. Now that Young Pun had all his questions answered, he wanted to ask the hero for one permission. All he wanted now was to ask the hero if he could tell his brothers about the 8 elements of the Cloud Dragon. It took Bok some time to think about this proposal, and in order not to solve new problems if something happened. Well, just a few seconds later he told the guy that he still received this knowledge from Kunlun, so he wouldn't mind returning it. The guy was very happy that he received permission, so he bowed and said that in that case it was time for him to go. When this guy left, Beck felt that he had not done everything he should, looking at this guy's back, and he thought that perhaps he should make up for lost time. In a short time Young Pun was already right on the road to his goal, smiling constantly due to the fact that he had finally received permission. He thought that if he told about this, then their clan could easily revive Kunlun. And then without much effort they will be able to overcome the Namgong clan. But at some point the guy felt someone's presence nearby, and he even became a little scared, and he grabbed the hilt of the sword more tightly. An elder appeared in front of him who seriously frightened the guy but at the same time calmed him down. Beck once here said that there was one item that he wanted to give to the guy. He explained that during his rejuvenation he thought he had forgotten everything about Kunlun martial arts. But over time memories of the master slowly returned to him. In order to show that he remembered, he asked the guy to give him his sword to demonstrate everything. Heavenly Spirit Mastery, 24 Hand, Fallen Flower Mastery, Cloud Mastery, Plum Blossom Sword, all of these arts contain the essence of fencing. He needs to be saved and returned to Kunlun in order to return the former glory to the clan which once helped the guy a lot. The guy understood that now he needed to listen very carefully to what would happen next, since this knowledge is really worth its weight in gold. Meanwhile Beck began training and said that the beginning of the world is a cherished desire. There is a meaning and an image, a way to understand each other's thoughts and feel each other without words. Well, everything important exists in the invisible, and this is called deep meaning, and the path of any weapon follows it. The air follows the sword of the elder and obeys all the actions that the elder does, for everything that is in this world must be subject to it. It was incredible, wonderful, and scary at the same time. Young Pun once again caught himself thinking that he needed to concentrate so as not to lose sight of the master. The master said that the center of a huge typhoon is calm, it does not move, since in the depths of the ocean there is not the slightest movement either. There is an invisible force in the movement of the sun and moon, and it is truly limitless. This is where you should draw your energy. Holding back is the path of non-existence. A real master must pass energy through his body and not let it linger even for a moment. After all these words, the hero made countless more movements which the guy watched. And when it was all over, Beck simply silently looked at his student to see what his reaction would be. Initially he looked at his hands and saw and also felt how much they were trembling at this moment. Young Pun literally had tears running from his eyes from what he just saw. It was truly beautiful. The Cloud Dragon asked his student if he remembered everything, and then added that anyone can awaken this sword, they just need to reinforce all the knowledge with hard work. Having received his sword back, the guy replied that he remembered everything but still did not understand what this technique was called. Beck hesitated a little and then said that the technique is called the Great Dragon Blade of Infinity. This name was created by combining with the name of one Cloud Dragon Master. The art of swordsmanship has become famous as the best ascending sword art in the Kunlun sect. It is also one of the three main techniques of the sect. It was revived when the student remembered the image of his teacher. Meanwhile, the action had shifted and Siamayan was seeing off his mother, who was about to leave after trying almost all the food. While she was talking with her son, her husband suddenly shouted directly from the carriage that she needed to quickly go inside so that they could leave. But mom still needed a little time, so she wished her son good luck for a few seconds and went home. Siamayan told the administrator that his parents would definitely tell everyone about the inn. They clearly enjoyed all the food, so the feedback will definitely be positive. Everything was going exactly according to plan, but there were still people who should be paid attention to in Siamayan's opinion. His parents gossip with people their own age. Therefore, they need to promote themselves among the youth. When the girl asked how to do this, he replied that this time he would have to use someone famous. There was a short pause, and then the grandfather asked who could stand up, and the guy answered him that it would be the Soman clan. It was one of the 5 great clans, and in fact it was quite popular among all people. Siamayan also added that the head of the family will have a birthday soon, and they will take advantage of this very day. The girl decided to ask what the youth have to do with it, since it is obvious that people of the same age will come to the head of such a great clan. The guy explained that the Soman clan has an only daughter, and there are many who want to become her husband. The idea was that you need to be more attentive to the chief's daughter, and it also became known that she was accustomed to food, so after she tried all the food in the inn, rumors would fly away in an instant. Grandfather said that since he is free, he can bring Madam here since he has several tricks. But the guy answered him that this time Mr. Beck would go since young people were best suited for this task. Nogak misunderstood these words and asked the guy why he was so biased towards age. But Akian suddenly stopped him, saying that this is not how mature and wise people behave. The girl decided to ask the guy who will be in the kitchen all this time while Bayok completes this task. Akyung, I don't think so. Not for a second did she say that she could take care of all the problems in the kitchen herself. Everyone began to distribute their responsibilities, and at some point Bayok went to Chungsam's table to say that he would go with him. There was still the question of who would guard the inn all this time. Grandfather wanted to somehow participate in these actions, and therefore said that he would make sure that there was order here. Moreover, he said that since they were friends, he would of course agree. Akyung couldn't get used to the fact that they were friends. That day the sky was incredibly clear and the sun warmed everything around very well. Bayok and Chungsam left the inn, and under the words of the girl, who wished them a good journey, they went to uncharted lands to complete an incredibly important task. Further actions moved to the place where the Ming Empire's Goods Escort Bureau was now located, which was located in Hefei. Now there was a dialogue between the head of the bureau named Yuchingal and his subordinate, who was just checking the number of people in their group. After all the checks were completed, the person who was responsible for moving the group gave a signal. And when they began their movement, the subordinates asked the head of the bureau whether he really wanted to present all the herbs and silk to the Soman clan. The head of the bureau had his own reasons for this, and moreover he said that the main reason was his son, who was also a candidate for husband. This man was his only son, and even though he had a little trouble, he still loved him and wanted him to marry Soman's daughter. But in fact it wasn't even about the wedding negotiations, since the problem was that a clan like the Soman clan might not like the gifts. But this reason was voiced by the assistant, and therefore the head of which was the head of the bureau ordered him not to worry and just follow orders. There was some truth in this phrase, and the head of the bureau realized that he had not thought about the assistant's words initially, since hope was still lurking. Since he had in his hands the tyrant's sword, which was one of the 10 treasures of Murim, it is unlikely that the leader of the Soman clan will refuse such a gift on his birthday. The bureau chief did not need this sword since it was bad at martial arts anyway, and therefore there was no reason to keep it, and it would be better to sell it. At some point during these reflections, the head heard a characteristic whistle in the sky that was getting closer and closer. A few moments later, a small portion of arrows pierced the bodies of the guards who were supposed to accompany the group. Another group of guards at the same second took their shields into their hands to protect themselves from the arrows, and it became obvious to them that they were being attacked by the robbers. The commander of all these troops shouted, asking about the attackers. who dared to attack the escort bureau. Then all the attackers came out of their hiding places and were now at a completely insignificant distance from their targets. These opponents also had their own commander who ordered the bureau to leave everything here and leave if life was dear to them. But the commander of the bureau troops did not agree with this and gave the order to his troops to attack despite the fact that there were approximately 100 of them. At that moment they still did not know that the opponents they now met were incredibly strong, but they were very close to this realization. One of the mercenaries who were dressed in dark clothes came closer to his opponent and struck with his sword directly on his shield. This blow shattered his shield in half and he and his allies were able to easily deal with everyone. The head of the bureau watched everything that was happening from the side, and he was frightened by the number of victims that had already accumulated by that second. Suddenly behind his back the boss heard a voice asking whether he really couldn't defeat those who stood across the road. It turned out that it was Bach who stood with his comrade and condemned the head of the bureau for his inaction. The robbers who had just almost completely eliminated all the guards were surprised that 2 more people suddenly appeared on the horizon. They gave them the order to walk away from here and forget about what they saw here because they didn't really want to kill young people now. But of course all these robbers could not even imagine how fast one of these strangers they met would be. With one movement of his hand, he was able to deliver an incredibly strong blow to the enemy, so that even a small amount of purple energy began to spread to the side. Of course the enemy could not have expected this, and he was incredibly surprised that this actually happened. The battle continued, and meanwhile events moved slightly to a different place. This place was hidden from the eyes of ordinary people, and very few knew about what was here. The man approached the statue, which was located right in the forest and which was visually unremarkable. By using a special technique and channeling a large amount of his profound power into the statue, his body began to glow red. When this happened, the statue suddenly began to tremble a little and react to the energy that it absorbed into itself. Now the sculpture turned its other side towards the person who used the technique, and a small passage opened. The man, without thinking twice, began to go down the steps that were now in front of him, and it became clear that this was not the first time he had done this. When he finally overcame all the steps, a man appeared in front of him, who was there to see the guest. These men were none other than the white monster named Unjangbo, and I met him in this secret hideout. Chan Ligan, a mysterious man who coveted the 10 treasures of Murim, behind which stands a powerful organization. And when Chan heard the information that the dark sword was dead, he was incredibly surprised, since this was not the news he wanted to hear about. Moreover, with the very next sentence, Unjangbo said that the escort bureau was the easiest target according to the information he had. Of Ligan's subordinates, the 5th monster, the 7th bouncer, and the 10th sword, the weakest was the last one, but he thought that they could go out into the world and become great masters. It was hard for him to believe that the wars of the escort bureau were so strong, but all that the white monster could say now was that the investigation was ongoing. In addition, he managed to get a response from observers who had been watching the Namgong clan for a long time. Namely, he learned that the eldest son of the Namgun family would come to the banquet of the Sunmun clan. And moreover, information also appeared that the royal sword belongs to the eldest son of this clan. This meant that the royal sword, which is considered the most difficult to remove, ended up in the hands of the eldest son of the head of the Namgong clan. And he wants to give it to the daughter of the Soman clan, which was interesting in its own way. All this leads to information that 3 great treasures, namely the tyrant's sword, dragon scales, and the royal sword, will be collected together. And of course Ligan considered this an incredible and excellent chance for himself. He needed to entrust this important mission to someone, but in fact he had already decided in advance who would be responsible for this task. A moment later, as he said this, the old man jumped from the ceiling and nimbly landed on his feet. He then told his commander that he would do his best if the task was assigned to him. It was a poisonous monster named Sakshun. He has mastered thousands of poisons, including a poisonous substance that destroys internal energy. It was rumored that he had never failed a task. Therefore, without thinking twice, Chan gave this mission to him, and the subordinate replied that he would not let him down. A moment later, with the help of his technique and a very long rope, he climbed onto the ceiling of the shelter and began to move further along it. Unjangbo watched this in silence, and when he was already tired, he asked Zhang why he was walking around like that, as if it was his hobby. But now Ligan was ready to listen to any nonsense from anyone, since in his head there was the thought that he would very soon have 8 bloods and he would receive those 3 more. Meanwhile, all the most interesting things began to happen in the Soman clan. There was now an incredibly large number of people who had come for the birthday party and were treated to the food that was set on the tables. They were all discussing something, and some of them were even starting to eat despite the fact that it all started not so long ago. A little girl suddenly appeared on the horizon, ran closer to the man who had the same birthday, and wished her dad happiness and health. The father responded by telling her that he wanted her to find a worthy groom, and the girl only ran away to the side as she was incredibly hungry. She ran up to the table on which there were very appetizing seafood and began to examine why I should try them first. What she liked most was the plate with large shrimp on it, and she immediately reached out to take them with her chopsticks. But at the very last moment, some unknown man took the shrimp with his chopsticks, and the girl could not eat because of this. She didn't say anything to the stranger, but in her head she thought that this guest was incredibly rude if he acted like that. The girl once again reached for the shrimp despite the fact that she was a little offended by this man. She felt even worse at the moment when for the second time he grabbed exactly the same shrimp that the girl was reaching for. Chung Sam was approached by Bayok, who informed him that giant shrimp are caught from the ocean, so it is good to eat them if possible. At that moment the girl did not yet understand what these two men were and why they acted this way, but she was very interested. Chung Sam admitted that these shrimps were very tasty, but he did this at the moment when he had already eaten an unpleasantly large amount of this food. The girl meanwhile had already realized that this guy was incredibly disgusting and she didn't like him at all. Then she turned her gaze to the plate and noticed that there was only one shrimp left which she had just planned to eat. But at the very last moment the guy took the shrimp too without leaving even one thing for the girl. She was incredibly angry when this happened because after she congratulated her father on the holiday, she never tried a single shrimp. So she shouted to the stranger about why he was constantly grabbing what the girl herself was going to eat. After thinking a little, Chung Sam only told her that in order to eat the food you need to eat it faster. This girl seemed strange to him, and he turned away after saying what he had planned to say from the very beginning. And after walking a short distance he again began to eat all the food he could see on the table. Well, by that time the girl was already incredibly angry and raised her fist to hit this guy hard. Well, of course Chung Sam was not one of those who would allow himself to be hit so easily, so with the movement of his wooden sticks, he stopped her palm. Looking her straight in the eyes he remained silent, but because of that look the girl understood that the guy was serious and there was no point in making him angry just like that. She felt scared and she already regretted that she had even planned to hit this man. But the situation was resolved at the moment when Bak, who had been standing a short distance from the scene all this time, ordered his employee to calm down. The guy immediately began to move away and told the girl that he would go and look for something else tasty on another table. The girl felt bad when this happened and her body began to tremble for some unknown reason. After a few more moments she began to cry and felt really bad despite the fact that she simply could not eat the shrimp she was thinking about. Further actions moved to a special training camp where training was now in full swing. Or rather, it was more like the stronger opponent was showing his superiority over the weaker one. The participants in this training were none other than a man named So Moonbyuk, whom everyone who was nearby knew very well. All due to the fact that he was the head of the Soman clan, and with just one blow of his hand he was able to neutralize the enemy. And when the person with whom he trained lost, he simply stood in an even position and waited for what would happen next. In response, that man stood up and thanked the head of the clan for today's training. In response, the head only laughed and said that he never ceases to be amazed at the courage of his enemies, and noted that most likely a promising future awaits this opponent. When he was already leaving, he heard the words of the head that he was watching him because of his new beginnings. The rest of the people who were also waiting for training with the head of the clan were surprised by such warm words towards a guy unknown to them. They began to talk among themselves about the need to praise the head because he likes it, and if this is not done they will take away points. Another stranger suddenly appeared in the queue who asked everyone to go forward, and seeing him everyone who was in the queue for some reason wanted to let him pass. A second later the stranger was already right in front of So Moonbyuk's face. That's why he was surprised, to put it mildly. Of course he admitted that he was seeing this man for the first time, and for this reason he asked him where he was from. Without thinking twice, Beck replied that he was from the Kunlun Tavern, and after the head heard this he thought that perhaps he had heard it. Therefore he asked to ask again, and then the guy again said that he was a cook at a Kunlun inn. It was truly incredibly strange, and the head of the clan found it difficult to believe that such a person would come to a rather difficult training session. A second later Bayok gave the head of the Soman clan a roll of some paper in which something was written. Then the head realized that this was a gift to him personally and immediately took it in his hands and began to read. This gift came with an invitation in which Beck wrote that they would like to see the great head of the clan in their inn and added that they would be grateful if they tasted and appreciated their dishes with their daughter. Reading this was no less strange than seeing an ordinary cook in training Azal. But despite all this, the head of the clan was confused, and this feeling bordered on anger due to the fact that he realized that this person was really interactive. Moreover, he was a very ordinary cook and not even a security guard of some establishment. Another person appeared behind Bayok and said that he was an employee whose name was Chung Sam. The kind of obscenity that was now radiating from Bayok was difficult to put into words, and the head of the Soman clan absorbed all the disrespect. But still he tried to keep a calm face, especially when Bayok said that they promised to treat the head of the clan with various dishes. Well, then an idea came to Moonbyuk's head, and he asked the guys if they wanted to learn something since they came to this training ground. Beg said that he did not mind, and it was at that moment that the head of the Soman clan thought that he was not a tenant after making this decision. But despite the fact that the guy agreed, he also added that he had one small condition that he had just come up with. It lies in the fact that if he wins in 3 moves, then the head of the clan will visit their tavern tomorrow. Moreover, he added that if this happened, the head of the clan would have to come there with his daughter. This made Moonbyuk think very seriously about who these 2 people thought he was, but he decided that he would show them his intentions. Therefore, they took a few steps forward, and the battle could already be called begun. Since today was a holiday, the head of the clan decided that he should allocate as much as 20% of his internal energy to carry out the attack. He swung his fist and prepared to deliver a crushing blow to the body of Bayok, who at that moment was simply standing motionless. And when the fist had almost reached his body, he simply put his right hand in front of him, thereby grabbing his enemy's fist with his palm. Moonbyuk was very surprised when this happened because despite the fact that he allocated only 20%, it is still a very impressive figure. This was already the first technique, and the cook from the Kunlun Inn was able to withstand this attack without much effort. Having retreated a little, the head of the Soman clan said that it seems that his opponent is learning quickly, but he will also find counteraction to this action. Energy began to focus around his body, and the people standing around realized that at that moment he was going to use 40% of his internal energy. This blow was also an enhanced punch, which Beck was able to block by putting his hand forward. The people standing around couldn't believe their eyes as they saw the amount of energy Moonbyuk put into this attack. He became angrier and prepared to say something to his opponent in order to somehow turn the situation in his favor. And a moment later he said that he was simply giving in to Bayok, and now both of them should add more power to their attacks and to their block. With so much of the enemy, Bayok became more confident, and the amount of energy around his body was like some kind of shield that is filled with energy every second. After a short period of time, all this energy began to focus on Moonbyuk's fist, which was moving in space at a very high speed. The people who watched realized that what they were now seeing was incredibly dangerous, but at the same time very interesting. This man used as much as 50% of all his internal energy because he realized that there was no time to retreat. The force that his fist inflicted now was so great that it could surprise absolutely any opponent. But Beck was not like any of the opponents this man had before, so all he had to do was simply put his hand forward. At this very moment, all the energy from the blow evaporated somewhere, and it seemed to be sucked somewhere. Now this was the third, and therefore the concluding reception that was to be performed by the head of the Soman clan. All he wanted to know now was who Bayok was and where he was able to learn such an effective method of blocking and parrying. What was even stranger was that the people standing around began to clap and were surprised at how strong Moonbyuk was, since he deliberately turned off his internal energy at the very last moment. Despite the fact that an excuse was found for him, the head of the clan still could not understand how what had just happened. But he, keeping his confident face, said that it looks like the cook has really good skills, and so be it, he will come to the Kunlun tavern. In addition, there were still thoughts in his head that did not want to leave him. In order to somehow rise in the eyes of the public and in his own eyes, he decided that he needed to at least beat that tavern employee. Approaching him, he invited him to fight since he had just fought with the head of the inn. The task was that the Chungs had to withstand 3 attacks and then they could disperse. Well, the guy in turn for some reason was glad that he would also be able to use his fists in this fight. After thinking a little, Moonbyuk said that of course Chungsam could also use his fists in order to somehow balance their chances. A second later he warned his opponent and told him to be ready because he would have a hard time. Now he was preparing to show him the most powerful blow that was in his arsenal. His movements were incredible and the amount of energy that was now coursing around his body was greater than when he struck Byok. Every limb of his body was now tense as he prepared himself for a very powerful blow indeed. This was the Divine Phoenix Punch technique, and Moonbyuk was 100% confident that he could eliminate this employee from the inn with one blow. But is this really so? Everyone present immediately fell into shock after what they saw with their own eyes and what they felt. Namely, a very large number of people witnessed how some stranger was easily able to block this blow. In addition, lightning also appeared around the old man's body, which was supposed to help him, but in fact it did not help. Instead, he began to experience pain, and the lightning that should have been his ally ended up becoming his enemy. His hand immediately began to hurt very much, and he took it trying to look and understand whether it was too damaged. Meanwhile, people were examining the scene of the incident and trying to understand what would happen next. At this moment, Nam Gunmu, who was the eldest son of the Nangun clan, arrived right at the place where everything was happening. And if you look very closely at everything he had with him, you could see that there was a royal sword. Chungsam, meanwhile, he decided to make fun of his grandfather and said that he should have taken the first reception. When the grandfather saw this man's fist, he already had incredible fear since, among other things, the pain in his body had not completely subsided. Realizing this, Byok turned to Chungsam and ordered him to calm down and stop doing what he was doing now. But for some reason this young guy struck his grandfather with a weak blow with his hand, causing his nose to bleed. He grabbed his nose and even jumped a little because it was incredibly unexpected. And everyone who was around now and did not understand why this was done and what goal he set for himself when he performed the action. Even the girl was surprised, and it was not clear why her father was being treated this way and what kind of behavior this was all about. But when she took a closer look, she realized that the person who became the aggressor in this situation was exactly the same person with whom she had contact not so long ago. Meanwhile, the grandfather was trying to stop the bleeding from his nose, and at the same time he thought that everything that had just happened was a real failure. At some point during these thoughts, he also felt some kind of unpleasant energy around his legs, which quickly surprised him. This was a little familiar to him, and so he decided to raise his head and look around in order to draw a conclusion. But even before he raised his head, he saw that a man had fallen to the ground and froze in one position. Raising his head, he finally saw a very large number of spectators who either ran to the side and fell or fell immediately on the spot. Even his daughter could not resist, and little by little she began to sway from side to side. All this happened until she finally lost her balance and fell to the ground immobilized. The grandfather realized that he too could not move, although he had enough strength to stay on his feet and not fall to the ground. Suddenly on the horizon, a small group of people appeared who were similar and were to blame for what was happening here. Among them was a very ugly and bald old man who said that not a single person struck by such a poison could stand on his feet, no matter how skilled he was in martial arts. But there are complications in poisoning, and 2 hours after consuming the poison of mental pain you need to inhale the Machian poison. This is grandfather. Together with his people, he began to approach Nam Gunmu and said that he was surprised that he was holding on, and said that most likely he succeeded only thanks to his luck. Feeling an advantage in this situation, he began to touch the face of the immobilized guy and added that it was immediately clear that he was lucky just like his father. The grandfather had a plan prepared in advance, and he prepared to carry it out in life and grabbed the precious sword that was on the young guy's belt. Examining it from all sides, he added that he did not expect the royal sword to look like this, and in his memory it was a little different. It was at this moment that the young guy gained strength and screamed because he understood that he could not give this precious artifact to anyone. That ugly villain looked at the guy as if he were his victim, and at that moment his eyes glowed bright red. Immediately the guy realized that perhaps he shouldn't have shouted about it, since he instantly felt even worse. A second later he spat out a very large amount of blood from his mouth, and the ugly villain watched this with pleasure. The guy fell to the ground because after this happened his body lost absolutely all internal energy. This villain began to walk around the square until he finally approached So Moonbyuk. When this happened, the grandfather did not answer him despite the fact that he had the opportunity, and he wanted to stop the pain that he was now feeling. One of the subordinate villains asked why his nose was bleeding, since poisoning with Machian poison should not have such a side effect. Of course there were no answers to this one thing, and the villain did not have time to answer this, and he said that this man looks like he has some kind of armor under his clothes. Grandfather did not want this to happen, and this could be seen from his face, which was half scared and the other half surprised. When the villain made a sharp movement with his hand, the grandfather tensed even more as he realized what consequences this would most likely lead to. The villain began to examine this armor and admitted that it was quite a good catch, and indeed from the outside the armor looked very good. While examining it, he also simultaneously ordered his subordinates to find dragon scales while he removed this armor. But suddenly all these guys heard a strange voice behind them which asked what they had done here. The subordinates realized that there was some stranger there who I had not absorbed into my body and therefore could easily stand still. Then one of them began to run towards him in order to eliminate him, since according to their plan this is the only correct decision. At that moment this attacker did not yet know that this would be a rather big mistake, and without even moving Beck made him fly to the side. Besides this, he didn't even have to move his body, and the enemy was already lying on the floor and could not get up for some time. The rest of the subordinate atrocities could understand how this happened, since they did not even see one of Bayok's movements. Then the Cloud Dragon analyzed the situation, and when he remembered that a similar strange smell emanated from the food, he realized that it was the poison of mental pain. Then the villain said that the smell has neither smell nor taste, and therefore it is difficult to detect, and very soon Bayok will not even be able to move with this poison in his body. The subordinates began their attack again, and moving closer to their target, they distributed which part of the hero's body they would take for themselves. But they could not have expected that the Cloud Dragon would make a dash with the help of its internal energy, and thanks to this it would escape the attack. It took his subordinates a few more seconds to understand where he had moved. Meanwhile, he had already grabbed their head by the hand and pulled him towards him. At this moment, the villain was so scared for the first time in his life, because he expected that there would be no resistance here due to the amount of poison that everyone had absorbed. But in reality, when Beck grabbed his hand, he only ordered the antidote to be given right now. In fact, this villain had a 5-poison destruction technique, so it was better to catch such a master and lose his hand. Immediately, he began to use this technique, and his right hand, which was held hostage by Bayok, began to glow. Of course, Cloud Dragon initially did not understand what was happening, but this did not mean that he should let go of his hand. Instead, he continued to hide his emotions. He just looked, but that's all, and did not take any action. The villain began to laugh hysterically and talk about how this is a powerful poison that is stronger than any other sealed in his vessels. Now something had to be done, and for this reason the Cloud Dragon began to inhale more and more strongly. And when he had enough of these incredibly poisonous fumes in his mouth, he simply exhaled. At that moment, the villain thought that perhaps the enemy he was dealing with now was not a person. For this reason, he ordered his subordinates to do nothing and to run away as quickly as possible. But by that time they had already begun their attack and decided that they would take advantage of the fact that Bayok was holding their head and kill him. But at this moment Chung-sam appeared on their way, which will become a big problem for them to achieve their goal. This man did not stand on ceremony and take someone hostage, but immediately stood up to inflict strong blows on the enemy. Blood flew in all directions and their teeth littered the entire floor. 2 lifeless bodies flew to the side, and now they definitely do not have enough strength to launch a new attack. The villain who used such a powerful spell had his hand disappear, but despite all this the Cloud Dragon once again ordered him to give the antidote. It was necessary to get out of this situation somehow, so the villain told the hero that he had no antidote, and in people everything would go away on its own. It was very difficult to believe this from the first words, and Beck began to think about how to check these words. At this moment this villain was incredibly scared, since he was in such a situation for the first time in his life. The feeling was as if he was drowning in a huge abyss of overwhelming power of unknown depth. And this feeling was not pleasant and was accompanied by incredibly strong psychological pressure and damage. At some point he simply fell to the floor because he was exhausted, and then Beck let go of his hand. It was necessary to figure out what happened here, and so Chung-sam took it into his own hands and asked the Cloud Dragon who these guys were. Because he touched them lightly and they had already died, and it happened incredibly quickly. Cloud Dragon explained to him that he had heard that assassins hide a small capsule of poison in their mouths and therefore could easily commit suicide at any time. The head of the Soman clan meanwhile realized that the people who had just saved them were powerful masters. And even the guy who was paralyzed realized that he had never seen such a level of martial arts proficiency. Some time passed, and indeed all the people who were in this square gradually lost the effect that this poison had inflicted on them. After even the head of the clan had recovered from the effects of the poison, he approached the hero to ask how to thank him. He replied that he didn't need anything and so didn't have to worry about this issue. Then the head of the clan realized that he had a question to which he would like an answer, and perhaps it would be better to ask it right now. His voice became a little quieter and he asked the cloud dragon who he really was, and he replied that he had already spoken. And there really was no lie in these words, since the two of them were the staff of the Kunlun Inn. The head realized that he had to believe in these words from the very beginning, since he really seems to be a cook but clearly a difficult one. Having turned his body a little, and as if about to leave the beck, asked the head of the clan not to break his promise since they had agreed in advance. In fact, Moonbyuk had already forgotten this promise, but he remembered that before entering that interesting battle he promised a gift. Smiling, he assured the cook from the Kunlun in that he and his daughter would visit him soon, and they didn't have to worry. Besides this, it seems that Byok had one more request that he wanted to voice. He remembered this request because he listened carefully to Siamayan's words about spreading rumors. Therefore, he asked the head of the clan to spread these rumors for him. Night fell, and all the people had completely recovered from the effects of the poison and slowly began to go home after the shock. Night turned into day, and the events also moved to a completely different place. It was hidden from the eyes of strangers, and not a single passerby could get there. This was the same dungeon where one man told his leader that a poisonous monster had failed during a task. Although he did not die, he still said that he was captured by the Soman clan and all his subordinates committed suicide. This information was a real shock, since the poisonous monster is the best he knew and who had unsurpassed skills. Moreover, his subordinates were at the peak of their skill and were better than the warriors of any sect. The subordinate decided to explain himself and said that they say that at the time of what happened in the square there were two young masters there. For some unknown reason they were not poisoned even by the Machian poison and were able to fight back. But of course this subordinate man did not know who they were, since this information is very difficult to obtain. In addition, he said that both he and he also have information that the head of the clan and his daughter went to the place that the masters told them about. It was a Kunlun Inn, and after that the head was so surprised that it was literally written on his face. It was strange that they were going to go through all the Kunlun mountains for lunch, but this meant that this inn was somehow connected with the sect and perhaps they were planning something there. The subordinate began to add information and say that the poisonous monster would not give them up, and perhaps this was a trap to lure them out. But besides this, the head understood that he could not sit still, since now there might be a very good chance to go on reconnaissance. It was necessary to find a person who would be ideal for espionage. The following activities took them to the forest, where it was very calm and the wild animals felt as if they were completely safe due to the lack of people in this part of the mountains. But despite this, lonely people sometimes walked here, and there was even a house of the man who lived here. He very rarely had contact with other people, since he had a group of organisms with which he preferred to communicate more. When this man left his house and walked a little further, he swung a huge axe and focused his internal energy into it. His entire body glowed purple due to the fact that there was quite a large excess of energy there. Then he swung this axe a second time, and the energy that emanated from his body became even more obvious. Just one swing of this weapon was enough for a stone that was lying a short distance from him to shatter into small pebbles. This blow was perfected, and it seems that it was carried out more than once. The man who did all this was a beast master named Wang Koryong, who was the head of the 12 Mark sect. After the axe cut this stone, a small spider on the web was left to descend directly onto the man's shoulder. And when he landed on it, he began to move his legs, thereby making some sounds and constantly changing positions. From the outside it looked quite nice, but it seems that in all these movements, in addition to the visual, there was another meaning. This man said in a quiet voice that he was surprised that the cross spider was dead. Then this small spider caught the wind and began to fly away to the side, since it seemed that this was all the information that he wanted to convey. Then the man thought more deeply and could not believe that even the great masters, although no match for that spider, still had someone dare to kill him. Suddenly the beast master felt someone's presence in the distance and immediately brought his body into combat readiness. He clutched the axe tighter in his hands and began to look towards the danger. It turned out that this danger was an ordinary person who stood motionless and looked quite peaceful at first glance. This man bowed and greeted a gentleman named Wang Koryong. This was strange since it seemed that the man unfamiliar to the beast lord knew him from somewhere. The action moved directly to the Kunlun Tavern, where very interesting dialogues between customers could now be heard. People constantly talked among themselves about how So Munhai should come here on this day. Moreover, they learned this not thanks to rumors but thanks to the official statement of the head of the clan. Suddenly the door that led to this tavern slowly began to open and more sunlight passed through this gap. The girl who owned this tavern looked towards the door and greeted the guest. At the same moment, 2 armed guards ran inside to assess the situation around them. Then they looked outside and told the head of the clan that it was calm inside and he could pass through. Together with the head, his daughter named So Munhai also came here, and everyone was delighted with this. They couldn't believe that a girl could actually be so beautiful. The head of the clan also did not go unnoticed, and even he was able to hear the legitimate voice within these walls. When he looked around, he saw his godmother there and immediately asked how she even ended up here. Yes, she answered that she works here as a cook, which of course shocked the man. But considering what kind of martial artists were working here, he realized that it seemed like they had brought the great chef here and forced him to work for them. Another familiar voice could be heard, and at the same time the source of this voice grabbed Moonbyuk by the outer clothing. Then this man panicked and began to look around until he realized who it was. It was an old man named Nogok, and smiling, he also welcomed the head of the Soman clan to this inn. The head of the clan bowed to the elder, and he replied that they had not seen each other for a very long time. At that moment, when Moonbyuk asked the elder what he was doing here, he replied that he was a regular guest and also a friend of the cook. This prompted the head to make guesses, and he asked his godmother if he and Nogok were really dating now, but she replied that everything was wrong. Suddenly someone else greeted the head of the Soman clan and made him turn around. It was Zhuge Siamayan, and of course his appearance here was exactly the same surprise as the appearance of all the other people he had met before. For this reason, the man asked why the guy was here, and he laughed a little and then replied that he was just a tavern worker. By that time it had already become clear that the best cook, the youngest son of the Zhuge family, worked here, and one could conclude that this was the most unusual inn in the world. A voice behind him suddenly ordered the head of the clan to sit down faster, and it looked a little bold. It turned out that the one who said this was exactly the guy who killed him in one blow. The girl asked Chung Sam to cool down, since this is a guest and you need to be more polite with him. After thinking a little, the guy asked the head of the clan to sit down and used the word please several times. Literally a few minutes passed, and the order that So Moonbyuk made was made a reality. There was a very large amount of food on the table, and it was all hot and smelled very good. All the staff who were in the tavern at that time wished the guests bon appetit and asked them not to forget to leave a review. They all started eating, and from the very first seconds everything became obvious. The second person I tried the food was the daughter of the head of the clan, and for her everything was still as clear as possible. The man said that it was the first time in his life that he was trying such a delicious thing, and his daughter replied that it was really a real yummy. When Seo Moonbyuk turned to find out what kind of dish it was, the guy who worked here replied that he was sanified by us. This name was very difficult to remember, and instead of remembering it, the man decided to simply eat more and more. His daughter eventually admitted that she is filled with energy when she eats these noodles, and it is simply wonderful. Looking to the side, the head of the clan noticed the strong guys in the corner who were probably also temporary employees. They were talking about something among themselves, and mainly about the fact that their backs hurt, but their commander constantly repeated that they must continue since they had already taken on this task. Nogok kept repeating to their commander that they needed to think of this as training, and thanks to this improve their skills. Now everything became more clear to the man, and he realized that that young cook and the rest of the guys were the elder students, and apparently it was hard for them because of their eternal training. The elder clearly really wanted to raise worthy students, and Moonbyuk liked this idea. At some point he noticed that the guy from whom he had recently lost was sitting next to him and eating some dumplings. He thought that he was ideally suited to become his daughter's betrothed, and therefore he needed to take action. He stood up from the table and thought that perhaps he could get a good master who would also be his son-in-law. Therefore, approaching him, he tapped him on the shoulder and asked him to listen to him for a while. At that moment, Chung Sam did not react very politely to this and asked the man if he was going to fight again. But in reality Moonbyuk only asked him to stop eating this dish called nimi and talk for a while. But a second later he received a slight blow to his nose which was quite unpleasant. It was a Korean game 100 as nimi also means pretend or simulation in Korean. This attempt was unsuccessful and the subsequent action was transferred to the 12 Signs sect. Important business was now being conducted there, as some stranger put a box on the table containing a lot of money. The master of the beasts understood that most likely the task that we would need to complete would be incredibly difficult since they pay a lot for it. The down payment was quite large and now he wanted to know what the request was in the end. The man who brought all this money admitted that he just needed to find out everything about one tavern. When he clarified, he said that he wanted to know everything from information about who comes there and what they do there. In addition to this, it was necessary to add that if there is not enough information then he will not pay more than the deposit, but if there is valuable information then the Beastmaster will receive 10 times more. It was just a lot of money and it's strange that they used it to dig under some tavern. This is clearly an unusual place. Suddenly a voice on the street shouted that he had come to the Lord of the Beasts, which was already strange. The man thought that there was no selection from the guests today and closed the box in which all this money was located and pushed it aside. When he opened the doors and went outside he asked who was looking for him. Directly in front of this building was a small carriage with several guards standing next to it. Just a few seconds later someone came out of this carriage and it looked like it was a very important person. And this man greeted the head of the sect and said that his name was Sama Zongi, and he was from the heavenly cult. They talked a little and the master realized that for that kind of money, he must begin completing the task as soon as possible. Therefore, after a short time, he was jumping from side to side with an axe in his hand and thus moved further and further. At some point, he flew into the ground at very high speed, and at that moment he gathered himself and blocked his body with his hands. When his body touched the ground, a small energy explosion occurred. The guy flew at very high speed through the ground and fell into some cave that was located underneath it. The lighting here was very poor and made it extremely difficult to see anything. But if you looked into the darkness for a few seconds you could see a large number of red eyes there. He grabbed his axe very hard and over time it began to slightly change its appearance. Namely, it began to glow and illuminate the entire cave which was strewn with rats. Now that this lighting was sufficient, it could be seen that there were countless of them here. Then the man asked where Sovun was, but the rats did not answer him. Instead, another pair of red eyes could be seen in the darkness moving closer and closer to the man. When we now made a leap forward, she became visible and she began to growl very loudly. At that moment, the Beast Lord did not like this very much and he took a few steps towards this mouse. Having accelerated, he hit her in the face with his fist and asked what those rat sounds were. The blow was not very strong, but it was very painful and Sovun even began to cry a little. The Lord explained that he came here to give the mouse a very important task. The place where you need to complete this task is an inn, and in fact this task is not very difficult. It consists in the fact that you need to track everyone who comes and leaves there for 5 days. Then Sovun screamed even louder, but this time it didn't sound like a roar. Just a second later, a huge number of mice began to scatter in different directions, and the speed of their movement was truly impressive. The Beast Master jumped off the ground and flew out through the hole through which he had flown in. Most of all you smiled since he received 2 requests from the Kunlun Tavern and decided that he needed to visit there himself. Now the actions were transferred directly to this tavern where there were not many customers now. One of the mice was able to sneak inside unnoticed in order to begin collecting information. She made her way near the walls and knew that it would be harder to notice her if she moved in dark areas. In addition, she also used open doors and flew when they were opened in order to get deeper. Thus, she was quickly able to enter the kitchen where the most famous chef was now. This grandmother Beck commanded said that green onions should be added to the dish. But it was not reliably clear whether the villains, thanks to information from this mouse, would be able to eliminate the cloud dragon. But the problem was that this rat did not manage to collect information for very long, since it was very quickly noticed by the owner of the inn. Of course, the process of eliminating the rat was very loud and was able to attract Beck's attention. When he went into the kitchen and asked what was going on, the girl replied that this was the 3rd rat today, and in general this was a bit too much since usually there weren't any here at all. You have employees who were not even official employees in this tavern. They said that their owner is poor and is trying very hard to ensure that there are no rats in the establishment. Then their leader appeared on the horizon and said that right now they must destroy all the rats, and of course they listened to Sabong. They began to run after these rats, and armed with small sticks they eliminated them left and right every minute. But at some point there were so many of them that it began to seem incredibly strange. Literally a few minutes later, in the very main section of the tavern, namely where all the customers were sitting, there were now a lot of rats. But still they did not lose hope, and waving their sticks eliminated the rats. Even the head cook had to climb onto the table and at the same time shout that he needed to catch everyone before the guests arrived, otherwise they would simply be shocked. Beck also found it strange, and he decided that he needed to better analyze this situation in order to understand the reason. Therefore he turned his head towards Chung-sam, and with just one glance he hinted to him that the situation here was not as obvious as it might seem at first glance. Therefore the guy made a jerk, and within a second he was on the street. When he was outside he once again pushed off from the ground, and thanks to this, he flew up to a fairly high distance. When a good altitude was gained, he turned his body and began to fly at great speed but downwards. An incredibly powerful explosion occurred near the earth, and everyone who watched it from the tavern did not understand what was happening. But all that was clear now was that after the explosion there was a very large hole left in the ground. A few seconds later Chung-sam jumped out of this hole, and it looked like he was holding some very large object in his hands. It turned out that the object he was holding by the tail was the same huge rat who commanded everyone else. This spectacle was very surprising, but still Chung-sam was not impressed by this animal, so he hit it on the floor with all his might. Those mercenaries who were armed with wooden sticks wondered what it was, since this rat was more like a boar. This blow was not critical for the huge rat, and it was even able to come to its senses and not lose consciousness. Having retreated a little, the rat stood on its two paws and began to squeak very loudly, causing discomfort to everyone nearby. Chung-sam began to stretch his hands because he felt that now was his exit, and he had to show everyone what he could do with such a powerful animal. He lunged forward and delivered just one but very accurate blow to the center of the giant rat's body. The kinetic energy that was transferred to her body was so great that her carcass began to fly to the side at high speed. This continued until she finally fell to the ground and ceased to exist. At this very moment, all the rats that were in the tavern at that moment also felt something was wrong, and for some reason raised their heads up. A second later they all moved towards the main door and began to run into the forest, approximately in the direction of their boss. Grandma now realized that she could get off the table, and she concluded saying that it looked like they were all scared that their boss was dead, and that's why they ran away. Now all that remains of this plan is just a very large carcass of a rat, and Chung-sam, who stood next to it and thought. But at some point he felt the presence of the captain near him and ordered him to bring firewood because they were going to fry this rat. Meanwhile, the actions were transferred to all 12 signs where the head was now located. He was very hungry, and for this reason he cooked food for himself in a small kazan over a fire. He just took the ladle to mix the food, but suddenly threw it away and it fell to the ground. All because he very sharply began to feel some strange feeling which told him that it looked like Sovon had died. He became very angry because this became known, and he did not understand who even decided to do this. If you exert yourself a little, then there is very little left until tomorrow's heavenly 12-strike method. But still he had a little plan in mind, and it seems that now is the time to bring it into reality. Now the actions took place in the deep forest, where now a hysterical and loud scream could be heard. It was the whiskey of a wild boar which, trying to save itself, ran at very high speed through the forest. The reason he was running was because of the huge tiger that was running after him. Due to the fact that this tiger was much faster and stronger, it reached its goal in a short time and was immediately eliminated. The existence of the boar ceased very quickly, but suddenly the tiger sensed some kind of danger. For this reason he turned his head to find out what kind of danger it was, but it gave him nothing. This is because when he turned his head he saw only the outlines of a bear, but if you look closely it did not look like this animal. Then he began to approach very slowly so as not to scare off his future prey. But at the very last moment this bear turned around, and it turned out that all this time it was Wang Koren. Besides this tiger, there were also others here who were also surprised that the Beastmaster had come today. Also a tiger with blue eyes appeared on the horizon, watched what was happening, and roared loudly when he saw a familiar face. The Beastmaster advised him to end his arrogance and seemed to hint to him to come to him. He patted the robe he was wearing and asked if the tiger wanted to repeat the fate of this hood. I had to explain that this hood was once called Unwan, but now it is only part of his clothing. The tiger, from an incredibly large predator, in just a few seconds was able to transform himself into a small tiger cub which was no larger in size than a cat. When this transformation took place, the little animal very quickly climbed down from the rock and began to run towards the Lord of the Beasts. The moment he ran up, Wang deceitfully explained to him that his goal was the Kunlun Inn and he needed to go there and observe everyone and then report everything. The tiger couldn't speak on its own, so he just said meow and then began to move forward. Its movement was incredibly fast, and due to its small size it was almost impossible to notice it in the bushes. While he was running away, the master of beasts thought that the strength and intelligence of this animal are not inferior to the power of Shroud, and he is also capable of shrinking to the size of a cat. But still, even though this animal would most likely complete its task, the Overlord realized that for now he should end the Heavenly 12th Impact method. Now the action has moved again to Kunlun, where the uninvited guest has now arrived. But despite this, the guests were welcome, and the girl greeted him and thanked him for coming again. Of course, it was none other than Moonbyuk, who went inside and greeted everyone along with Nogok, who told him that once he tried the local dishes it would be very difficult not to come back here. He was a rather hospitable grandfather, so he immediately offered the guest a little drink and poured it into his cup. After they each dropped one cup, the grandfather asked whether it was difficult to come here so early from the Soman clan. He told him that from the very beginning he wanted to show him something that seemed quite important to him. He took out an item from his bag and explained that it was because of this that he was in such a hurry here, since this item was incredibly important. And indeed it was a legendary item that was a weapon and which different people knew as the Royal Sword. It was a gift from the Goods Escort Bureau, and the other day he met a thief and the sword was in danger. But thanks to those two warriors he was able to return to his rightful owner and everything worked out. And in general he thought about the fact that now he has two great treasures, the Royal Sword and the Dragon Scales. They captured the man who attacked him on his birthday, but he did not say a word even after being brutally tortured. This led to the idea that apparently someone was trying to get all the treasures, and therefore he would like to leave these weapons to the Nogok student named Beck. But the grandfather replied that this man was not his student. Moreover, the Cloud Dragon arrived just in time to say that he already had something that the master had entrusted to him. At that very second he turned to the side and saw that at that moment Chung-sam was eating dumplings very appetizingly. Turning to him, he said that he would like him to take care of this task. Of course the task was not easy to understand, so Chung-sam did not immediately understand what he needed to do. But at some point he put his wooden chopsticks very loudly and firmly on the table, and it became clear that he was ready to ask a question. Therefore he asked the man what it was, and he replied that it was one of the treasures of Murim, namely the Royal Sword. After this another question followed, because he himself asked the man whether he needed to carry this item with him, to which they also answered with a question. He said that if he succeeds he can carry this legendary weapon with him at least constantly. It took him a few seconds to think it over, after which he immediately agreed and received gratitude from the man. Meanwhile, he himself thought about the fact that he would sell this artifact if he got tired of it. But at that moment the Cloud Dragon seemed to read his thoughts and ordered him not to dare lose such an important thing. The action moved to the Kuan-Luan Mountains, where that tiger was now traveling. A small tiger came to the battle site and was very surprised by what he saw there. Now it was clear that this was true since there were biological fluids around the skin, but it was not clear who did it. But this immediately prompted him to remember that he had once been poisoned and was also on the verge of death. On that day, if it weren't for the Taoists who helped him, he most likely would have died. That day they approached his body, and the student said that it was an incredibly huge tiger and it looked like he was dying. The student's master said that he had been poisoned, and at the same time he took out a small vial from his inner pocket. He explained to him that this is a kind of antidote, but it is not yet known whether it can help in this situation. All that could be done in that situation was to rely on luck and do what was possible. Fortunately, the antidote actually saved the tiger's life, and he wanted to repay them for their help, but he never met them during all this time. And looking at the bloody body of the spider, he realized that it looked like that Taoist had also died like his master. But still, now there was no time to remember the past, so the tiger jumped away from the place where it was standing and began to move deeper and deeper through the forest towards the inn. That day it was a day off at the tavern, and because of this there were not a very large number of people. Some came, but when they noticed the sign they immediately turned around and went to their home. The mercenaries, meanwhile, were very happy because they now had internal energy. This was completely different from how they fought before, and because of this they were happy. Their captain thought that they were very lucky that Neden really existed. This story began when they roasted the body of a rat and began to talk near this fire. They said that this stew tasted better than the previous wild boar and tasted completely different from rat. But when they were dismantling the body, the Chikansam suddenly noticed some kind of bead which he decided to show to the rest of the mercenaries. Those guys were incredibly surprised when they saw her, and the captain shouted that this was the same Neden who improves internal energy. They advised him to try it because it was interesting and he wondered how it would affect his body. But he replied that he did not want to eat something that looked like something inedible, so he gave the artifact to them. And after they divided it into 3, their internal energy really increased. Chung-sam, I just had time to think that these are some funny guys who don't look ordinary. He then said that now they should try the monster spider which had a human head. This was completely unbelievable since it was difficult to believe who that such a monster had ever existed. But at that moment when the remains of the spider appeared near their feet, they changed their minds about the fact that it was just a myth. One of them asked where the head of this monster was, and the second was wondering how they managed to catch it in general. He answered them that he beat this opponent so hard that there was nothing left of his head, and he simply threw it aside. After that, he gave them permission to eat him since there were already 3 of them. It turned out that all this time this dialogue was being watched by a little tiger cub who got scared when he felt the power of Chung-sam and heard how he hit that spider hard. Therefore, he slowly began to move back and think about the need to run away from here as quickly as possible. But the guy who had just allowed the mercenaries to eat the spider suddenly heard danger. The mercenaries at that very second could not understand why he was looking in that direction and in general why he looked so suspicious. Well, of course, Chung-sam was not one to explain his actions and therefore made a dash towards the little tiger. Today, with a movement of his hand, he grabbed it, and it was not clear what he would do with this animal next. Now, when the action arrived at the tavern, the grandmother could be heard saying that she could not stand rats and that she hated them more than snakes. She told the owner a story about what she experienced during the procession of these animals, and only from this did she begin to tremble. While this story was being told, suddenly someone came inside, and it was clear that it was Chung-sam. Entering here, he asked if it was possible to leave this animal here, and when the owner asked what kind of animal it was, he replied that it was a cat. Although they initially really thought that it was a cat, the girl immediately asked why he had so many spots in that case. At that moment, the animal had only one thought in his head, and that was whether it was worth killing the girl in order to try to get out of this trap. But all he could do now was just constantly meow and try to get out of Chung-sam's hands. The guy handed the tiger cub to the girl, who was very happy with such a gift and said that he was incredibly cute. When they started petting him, she also said that now not a single rat would get to them after this. The tiger cub was petted and he felt calm until he felt a very familiar smell approaching from the side. This smell was exactly the person who saved him from death several years ago by giving him an antidote. And by an incredible coincidence, of course, this person was the Cloud Dragon. But one Koryong's training was now in full swing, and from his scream, one could understand that he was as serious as possible about the result. He moved his hand forward, and the energy that passed from his weapon forward was able to destroy a huge stone that was a short distance from his body. After this, an incredible explosion occurred, which with its energy was able to scatter small pieces of stone in different directions. At the place where the explosion occurred, there was a very large crater, which was created here in literally 1 second. Looking at the result, the Beast Master thought that after performing the Heavenly 12-strike method, he had completed the Hellish Mineral category, and it seemed that his body was so ingenious. He laughed and inquired about how soon he would be named the King of Sichuan, since this is an incredibly great majesty. Well, at some point his lust suddenly stopped and his face became more serious. All because the thought came to his mind about where Haven was now and why he had not yet appeared. Now further actions took place in the tavern, where it was now very peaceful, and some guests passed by. They were immediately greeted by a girl who greeted them and asked how she could be of assistance. The father of the family replied that he had recently learned about this place and asked if they provided free food here. The girls were uncomfortable saying this, but she had to say that the free period was over and now the food was paid. But then Beck appeared behind her, and I told Mupyeong that he could sit down, and in the meantime he began to come closer. The boy was incredibly happy to see a familiar face and even began to laugh. At that moment, when the Cloud Dragon approached the boy, he explained to him that she feeds everyone for free as promised. But the father did not agree with this and explained that since the free period was over, he, as the father of the family, would pay for the food. Moreover, he added that he came to thank Beck since his son told him everything. Somehow there was no point in contradicting this, so the area, not the dragon, agreed. But suddenly something very terrible happened, and someone came into the tavern and who looked quite angry. It was the Lord of the Beasts, who, having gone inside, asked the first person he came across if this was a Kunlun inn. Of course there was no answer, so the man asked again if this was the Kunlun Inn. He didn't like it all very much, and he began to more closely examine everyone who was here. Besides this, it seemed strange to him that no one even deigned to answer him, and everyone was actually very surprised. But the peak of strangeness came at the moment when he saw Kovan in the arms of a girl who was also stroking him. It was very difficult to understand why this animal was here now, but obviously Havan didn't want to know and turned his head towards the wall. A second later he jumped to the ground, and the owner of the inn greeted the new guest. She said that he could sit at any table he wanted. But he immediately asked the girl if she really thought that he came to this provincial tavern for the sake of food. He explained this by saying that he was here for the sake of a showdown, and that as he saw they only treat guests well. It was strange that there were both masters and ordinary people in this place, but since he considered himself the king of beasts, he understood that he did not have time for all this garbage. So he shouted, ordering absolutely everyone to kneel before the great beast lord right now. The family who came here to eat for free was very scared. Most of all, of course, they were scared for their own son. Then the man took one step forward and asked everyone else to stay since he himself was about to kneel. But at the very last moment he was stopped by Nogak, who explained that there was no need for this. And when he said this, the master of the beasts immediately shouted and said that he had already counted, and shouted very loudly. A second later, at an incredibly high speed, he knocked out the doors to the tavern with him and flew out into the street. The blow was so strong that despite the fact that this man clearly weighed more than 150 kilograms, he still flew away from here like a small pebble. In addition, it almost seemed to him that he had lost consciousness as his head began to spin. Chong Sam appeared on the horizon, who was precisely the person who dealt this strong blow. The beast master immediately jumped to his feet, and his eyes showed how angry he was that he had just been practically mocked. Chung Sam said that he was surprised that his opponent had quite good stamina and that he was able to stand up. By this point, a small number of people had gone out into the street, and the mercenaries even thought about the possibility of getting involved, but agreed that they would simply be on guard for now. And looking at his body, the master of beasts realized that he had initially not noticed one very important detail. Namely, that after he received this blow, a mark remained on his body despite the fact that it was hardened in countless trials. While he was examining his body, Chung Sam caught him by the neck with his hand and began to squeeze him harder and harder every second. And then he began to lift it until he raised it several centimeters above ground level. He used this moment to ask what the beast master was muttering there, since it was just the beginning. But of course Wang Koryong is not the easiest opponent, so even in this position he was still able to use the celestial 20-hit method technique. This technique was quite powerful and could eliminate anyone who was at such a distance from the enemy. He even forced Chung Sam to step back, and the attacker himself also jumped back in the opposite direction. He understood that after he used this technique the enemy would have no chance of survival. But what was his surprise at that moment when Chung Sam raised his hand and asked not to do this again since it hurt him a little. In order to convey what was now on the face of the master of beasts, no words are enough. Moreover, after a few seconds Chung Sam began to wave his hand so that this pain would become even weaker. The animals nearby knew that during this technique an internal rupture occurs and the bones are crushed, and this person only has numbness. A few seconds passed and Chung Sam completely came to his senses and explained that now he would deal with the enemy in 3 blows. Something had to be done because so far the situation looked as if there was no way out of it. It was clear that maximum tactics needed to be used, and he decided to use the hellish minerals method. But still, even though Chung Sam was scared, he still remained on alert. The enemy focused a very large amount of energy in his body and prepared to strike. All this indicated that the Kanga's energy would now be used, but the captain was not sure of this. And the villain shouted that they were all nonentities who were not able to understand why this power was called the Achievement of Harmony. So he decided that he would first destroy this enemy and then kill everyone else. A very powerful explosion immediately occurred, and a directed flow of energy began to move towards Chung Sam. But he stood calmly and with his whole appearance showed that he absolutely did not care about this energy. The explosion that occurred subsequently scattered a very large number of different stones and dirt in all directions. The earth rose up and then fell to the ground, and Chung Sam was nowhere to be seen at that moment. Smiling, the king of beasts said that he was dissatisfied with the rats who did nothing and transferred all the work to him. The mercenaries looking at all this concluded that it looked like it really was Kanga energy. The people who were in the tavern at that moment realized that it looked like he had sent all these rats. Suddenly from the dust a question could be heard that could frighten Van in just 1 second. It turned out that the person who had just absorbed an incredibly large amount of energy into his body was still able to stand on his feet. And moreover, he threateningly told the master of the beasts that now it was his turn to bear the blows. A second later, he was no longer standing on the ground but was approaching the enemy at high speed. And at the same time he said that he would start with 3 strikes. Within a second, the first blow occurred, which threw the enemy 10 meters to the side. The blow was so strong that his body bounced off the floor and flew in the other direction without losing energy. While still in flight, he did not understand how all this was possible, and it seemed to him like some kind of bad dream. But the feeling of pain reminded him that all this was happening for real. The enemy flew up to him again, and even while in flight, he was still able to calmly strike him. Chung Sam had a smile on his face and constantly called his opponent a narcissistic idiot. After the second blow, he was already lying on the ground, and with just his body, he was able to create an incredibly large crack there. A second later, Chung Sam grabbed him and asked if he liked the way he prepared. With his hand, the Beast Master tried to stop him, but it seemed that this was no longer possible. After the subsequent blow, his body began to fly to the side, and he completely lost consciousness. Everything that followed began to continue in the tavern, where the family thanked the owner for the delicious food and promised that they would come once a year. Beck, turning to the little boy, asked him to come again, and in the meantime he said goodbye. And then the heroes turned to their father and said that he hopes that he will grow up to be a worthy man who goes towards his goal. When they finished speaking, everything was transferred to the forest, which was not so far from the tavern. Near this forest there was a small area where no trees grew, where the ruler now lay. At some point he suddenly woke up and at the same time experienced an incredibly strong panic. It was also very difficult for him to breathe, so he tried to get up and remember what had just happened. Very quickly the impulse that he had lost came to his mind, despite the fact that it was almost a one-sided attack. The thought that he was broken by some fist despite all his achievements and martial arts never left his head. Moreover, he even wondered what the hell he had been doing all these years. A voice behind him called him strong and at the same time instilled fear in him. It was Chung Sam, who was simply sitting on a rock and communicating with the man whom he had defeated not so long ago. Come to the tavern. A short amount of time passed and the Beast Master actually came to the inn and stood in front of Beck. He knelt down and listened to the Cloud Dragon talk about how despite his martial arts he acted recklessly, so now he has 2 options. He had to choose between 2 really very difficult paths that would decide his life in advance. This man had to choose between death or the destruction of his own fighting skills. The Beast Lord wondered if this guy standing in front of him really wanted to destroy his skills. He thought that he was a greenhorn and incapable of anything. The elder came up to him from behind and told him to keep his ears open. The Beast Lord thought even the old man was making fun of him in this tavern. The elder looked at him and he felt uneasy. He even caught himself thinking that he was probably better off than death. The Beast Lord thought that the elder's enormous inner strength could be felt even through his gaze. He wanted to know if this old man was really much stronger than him. The innkeeper who came up behind the elder addressed him as Elder Nokog and said that he drank too much, to which he replied that he had just started. The Beast Master wondered if this was the same Nokog. If so, he was one of the best masters of all time. He didn't understand what the hell was going on in this tavern. Zhuge Somen approached Mr. Beck Wu and asked him to wait. He wanted to say something very important. Zhuge Somen tried to explain that this guy who just entered the inn is the master of beasts and his name is Wang Koren, and he is one of the kings of Sichuan. All the other guys even opened their mouths. They didn't expect that the Beast Lord Van Koren himself could come to them. Zhuge Somen said that the Beast Master has abilities that can definitely help them. Beck Wu didn't answer him. He needed to think. Then he took a few steps forward because he was sure that he had made the right decision. Beck Wu turned to the Beast Lord. He said that now the choice is his and he must make it, or he destroys martial arts and he, the Beast Lord, will live an ordinary life. Or they are ready to sit him down, but in that case he must start working in their tavern. When the Beast Lord heard about this, he was angry and did not understand what he was saying. Beck Wu continued to say that of course they can't take him right away and he will of course first work as a temporary employee. Beck Wu pointed to the 3 guys standing behind him, saying that he would be working as a temporary employee just like these guys. The Beast Lord thought that this was some kind of curse that had befallen him. He did not understand whether he had been perfecting new methods in vain and did not understand how this had happened. The Beast Lord raised his head and looked to the side. He saw there the same guy with whom he had already dealt today. He had no choice but to say that he would work in this tavern. He didn't want to deal with this guy anymore. Baekyu had no doubt that he would answer like that. He turned and told the Beast Lord to follow him. They went outside. There were a lot of clouds in the sky, but they quickly disappeared one after another. When Baekyu went out into the yard, he approached a huge stone and asked the Master of Beasts if he saw this stone. He answered yes. Baekyu ordered the Beast Lord to make a table from this huge stone 4 times larger than those that stood in the tavern. The Beast Lord was very angry, but he didn't want to show it. The only thing he tried to ask was if they weren't happy with those tables. Baekyu looked at him. Then he raised one of his hands and said, "Does the Beast Lord really want to become an ordinary simple man? He can quickly help with this." The Beast Lord had no choice because he understood that this, as it seemed to him, greenhorn guy could take away all his strength. He had no choice but to say that he was already starting. The Beast Master wondered if this Baekyu and that Chungsam Masters really possessed the technique of rejuvenation. Baekwu walked up to the entrance of the tavern and told the other 3 guys that they should come up to him too. He showed them a dead tree that was very close to this tavern. The guys wondered if he was going to give them a task again. Baek told them to immediately make a trough for water his height. The guys smiled and said that there are no problems. And then they added that for them it was just a trifle, they could do it immediately. The Beast Lord did not hesitate. He decided that if he quickly completed the task, he would be free. He took 1 axe in each hand and began to strike blow after blow at this huge stone. On the other side, 3 guys were also striking blow after blow with an axe at the dry wood from which they needed to make a trough. The sounds came into the tavern from 2 different sides. Work was in full swing. At this time in Chonghai, in the Hongwer Pavilion, they are talking about this very inn. One of the guests said that Chonghai is truly a gorgeous young master. The second of the Grand poured himself some sake and asked him again if this was really so. Then taking a sip, he added that they needed to capture Chonghai so that their Tang clan would become strong enough to compete with the Namgung clan. It was that same Tang, the 3rd child of Lana Tang, one of the 5 largest clans. His interlocutor said that it was a pity, of course, that the faction of the 4 dragons that they wanted to use disappeared. Putting the glass on the table, he added that it was unknown where Gudaki was now. The rest of those who had united for the attack were defeated halfway. He also added that he had heard that dozens of Tan's bodies had been found. He said unequivocally that he knew everything perfectly well. At that moment, while they were talking, they heard several people approaching their table. The 3 who came in were quite impudent. One of them asked those sitting at the table why they were staring, to which the person sitting at the table said that he did not understand why they came to their table and what they wanted. Then this guy leaned as close as possible to this man and said that apparently he was not a local, and if he did not know them, I would breathe on him. The smell from his mouth was so unbearable that the man covered his nose and mouth with his hand. Then this guy took out a jean sting and slammed it on the table where these 2 were sitting. This guy who came in and said that they are the successors of the 4 dragon faction, namely the Iron Group, and he is the head of Mr. Ku Chugsang. He asks to love them and favor them. The man sitting at the table grimaced because he didn't enjoy talking to these guys. That's why he immediately told them that no one needed them at such an early hour and that no one really cared about them. Tan told his assistant to eat one of the pills that was on his hand. Then he said that they had nothing to do here, stood up, and added that they were leaving. His assistant answered him that he was listening. This guy who was standing near their table was very surprised and did not understand. He started shouting for these people to stop, but they pretended they didn't hear him. The thug who was with them swung an axe and said that no one allowed them to leave and that they shouldn't stop. Assistant Tan stopped, turned around, and said that he was warning them that they better not move. Then the 2 very quickly left the premises. It seemed that they were not afraid of anyone at all. The thug swung again, wanted to hit with the axe that was in his hands. He didn't understand who they took him for that they allowed themselves to behave like that. But the very next moment he felt a stupor in the whole matter and that he could not move. And right after that he felt a strong blow, so that this blow knocked him off his feet and he fell to the floor. And the other 2 remained standing and watching everything that was happening. One of them did not understand what it was, but he decided that it was better for them not to move. Assistant Tang said that he warned that this poison is dark bile recently developed by their Tang clan. One can die at any moment if one mixes internal energy with colorless and tasteless poison, and they, unlike these guys, ate antidotes. Tan and his assistant left this establishment, and without looking back they went forward. They heard only some screams from behind. At the same time, in another part where the tavern was located, work was in full swing. 3 guys who were given the task of cutting down a tree and making a trough the size of a man from this tree coped with this task. They told Baekyu that they had been trying for 2 days and he appreciated their efforts. Baekwu told them it was a pretty good thing and he was happy with how they made it. Then walking forward a little, Baekyu thought and said that he had more tasks for them. He raised his hand and said if they see that waterfall that is opposite, they should go there and fill the trough with water. He said that they will use this water as drinking water. One of the guys was indignant because there was a spring nearby called Baekwu. Answer him that even the Kunlun sect doesn't use this spring. He explained that there is often not enough water, so they must deal with it immediately or else complete this task in an hour. On the other side of the courtyard, the Beast Lord was carrying out the task that was given to him. Baekyu then approached him. He saw that almost everything was ready. He thought that of course he had done it quickly thanks to his fighting skills. Everything was great. The Beast Lord was very upset and could not believe that he was doing ordinary stone grinding. Baekyu heard someone from behind greet him. He knew that voice well, so he immediately guessed who it was. He was glad that he came because he was a close enough person to him. Baekyu turned around and asked him quite calmly if he had really come. The man replied that he had and added that he had brought people close to him. There were really a lot of people standing behind him who were talking about how they had heard a lot about him and started introducing themselves. That one of them was called Nak Songchu and he was the head of the Nak clan of Wuhan. The second said that he was an elder of the Rising Dragon clan and his name was Mook Taeho. The third introduced himself that his name was Seichin Banggi, the head of the family of Songs of Nobility. The girl was very happy that there were so many people in the tavern. She invited everyone to sit down at the table. Right after these people entered the tavern, 3 more people entered. She said welcome to them with a smile on her face as there were quite a lot of guests in her establishment that day. One of these guys asked if they had kuksu. The girl said of course they did bring them 3 servings. This guest said yes and also a plate and dumplings for them. When the girl walked away, one of the guys looked towards another table. He was very surprised by who he saw there. He even stood up to make sure that the elder of the Zhuge clan was sitting at the next table. He also recognized this guy. The elder of the Zhuge clan was very happy because he finally met Mo Yanqian, the second son of the Mon clan. He actually had 2 brothers with him. One of them was called Mo Yonjin and the other Mo Yanso. The elder told the young man that he was very glad that he was with his brothers Mo Yanqian and replied that he was already married but not his brothers who were in their prime. The elder was a little surprised by the words of this young man, which means in the prime of life. Mo Yanqian said that he heard that Mrs. Suman often comes to this establishment. The elder told him that now it is clear what their purpose is for coming to this inn. The elder also said that the lady does not come to this tavern every day. The 2 who were with the elder asked him if he really wanted to say that the lady would come today. The second one doubted. At that moment someone said the owner of the establishment said welcome again, and everyone present turned their side to the entrance. Everyone was amazed because they had just remembered about the lady, and she immediately appeared before them like a ray of sunshine. The gentleman who was with her immediately saw the elders and greeted him. The elders greeted him. The young man greeted the gentleman, and the gentleman saw that Mo Yanqian was present. The young man said that there were 2 of his brothers with him, and they stood up and also introduced themselves. The lady came up to the table and looked at these 2 brothers and then greeted them, and they greeted her. The mountains that surrounded them changed very quickly one after another. It seemed that they were on all sides. They ran very fast because they needed to reach their goal as quickly as possible. It was Nam Gerzek, the 4th child in the Namgung clan. Landing on one of the clearings, he said that he didn't want to look out of breath, so he and his nephew should slow down a little. The nephew agreed with him. Gerzek told us that on his father's orders he was going to check the current situation in Clun, but he didn't know if he would meet the young man. He was told about his nephew, asked him, he meant Yenfun. The nephew also added that he would also like to meet this guy again. And then he thought that his uncle was a master who was recognized by his father, and those 2 who were with them were also martial artists. His uncle always kept them close because they could be relied on. So he thought he was completely safe. Looking ahead, he saw something resembling a tavern. He immediately said that maybe they should go to this place and have a bite to eat. No one was against it, so they decided to go to the tavern. We didn't think that a tavern in such a remote place would definitely not have people in it. It was even unclear how it was holding up. Apparently there were no prospects for development at all. They approached this tavern, opened the door, and were very surprised by what they saw. When they went inside, they saw that almost all the tables in this tavern were occupied. They did not understand what it was. Their surprise knew no bounds because the people sitting in front of them were not ordinary people at all. At one of the tables sat a representative of the Juga clan, his elder, and he was eating. He looked in the other direction and they saw Emo Yankian from the Mon clan. He was with his brothers and was also in this establishment. At the third table they saw the Soman clan and two representatives of this clan. The elder, when he noticed that they had entered, was immediately greeted by the gentleman from the Namgung clan, and they in turn greeted the head of the Juga clan. These people thought it was very surprising that 4 of the 5 great clans had gathered in this tavern, but they had misjudged it. The guys who were assistants in this tavern were also surprised that almost all the clans had gathered. Only one was missing, but 4 were already here. This guy who was an assistant thought that the Tang clan would obviously not come, and they are terrible individualists, so they would not dare to come here. Well, after some time the representatives of the Tang clan were also very close to this establishment. The assistant told his master Tan Samin that they should visit this place. The master replied that the inn was indeed unique. Sir, ask your assistant, he will carry out the order that was given to him. His assistant asked him again if he meant the poison dark bile. He would have to carry out this order. And then the gentleman added that his assistant did everything right. He mixed it into a barrel of water, which apparently is used for drinking. The assistant was a little surprised because almost all the representatives of the 5 great families had gathered here. There definitely shouldn't be any problems, and even the heads of the clans were here. Mr. Tan said that they only did what they were told and he should not think about anything extra. Then they came even closer. The assistant said that they needed to go there and pointed to the tavern building. The gentleman said that the place still looks very suspicious. The current Kunlun sect has the same power as the 4 Dragons faction. That they plan to use it is obvious. That they have nothing to do with what happened in the surrounding area. And then he added that he ordered to add water poison dark bile in advance if suddenly there was a group of strong opponents there. It was a wise decision. The assistant asked him again why the choice fell on water. It also spreads through the air. The gentleman answered if the enemy is somewhat obvious that it is better to add water. They approached the entrance to this tavern. They only had one step left to open the door and go inside. When they opened the door and went inside, they were very surprised by everything they saw. There were quite a lot of people in this tavern, and these were people from 4 clans who ate them and praised the cuisine. They said that the kuksu simply melts in your mouth amazingly. They also praised the vegetable dish because it was so refreshing and the best food they had ever had. Mr. Tan thought that 4 of the 5 great families had gathered together. He didn't understand how this was possible. His assistant began to say that it turned out that Mr. Tang added a deadly poison to poison the great families, and he immediately covered his mouth with his hand. The gentleman mentally conveyed to him that he was an idiot and did not understand why he was saying this out loud. He had to use a mental connection. His assistant asked for forgiveness. The assistant understood that if one of them tried to use his inner strength, he would die bleeding. Then the whole of them would have to personally pay the owner of the inn. Mr. Tan told his assistant that they needed to leave as quickly as possible so that no one would see them. When they were completely alas, the elder approached Mr. Tang and asked him if it was really Tang Saming himself who had deigned to come. The same gentleman turned around and greeted Mr. Zhuge. The representative of the Mon clan said that there is no such person, and who does not know this gentleman since he was the 3rd son of the Tang family. And at all the other tables they also turned their heads and looked. At that moment you thought that even the Tang clan had come. It was just unclear why they came. The elder asked them what brought them here. Mr. Tan answered him that he was here only because there were rumors. The elder then asked him if he was here only because the daughter of the Soman clan came here. At that moment her father thought about how many people were aiming to be his sons-in-law, and he would like to resolve this issue as soon as possible. Therefore the head of the Soman clan stood up and said that in that case the matter would have to be decided with a fist, and clenched his huge fist. The guys who were in this establishment were a little surprised by the size of his fist. The head of the Soman clan showed everyone present his huge fist and said that they should approach him in order of queue and asked who of them was ready. The head of the Soman clan asked everyone present in this tavern who would be first. Mr. Tang was very upset. He thought of only one thing, that this was a complete ambush. If something went wrong it would turn out that the poison would be to blame for everything and all suspicions would fall on him since he was a member of the Tang family famous for its poisons. The first one to come out was one of the brothers of the Mon clan. He stood up from his table and said that perhaps he would be the first. The head of the Soman clan said that he would add 1 point to him for his courage. The young man thanked the master. For some time they did not stand opposite each other, and behind the gentleman stood his daughter, who was watching everything that was happening. The young man looked at her, and it seemed to him that she was not worried at all, and was not even looking at what was going to happen now, and he was a little surprised. Her father said that he would only use 30% of his power, and his opponent told him that then he would have to use about 50% of his power. Each of them was not going to give up and wanted to show what he was capable of, especially the young man. The next moment the gentleman who represented the Soman clan swung with all his might and hit the young man straight, so that despite his resistance he flew to the side. Even at the same time at another table the head of the Tar clan thought that this was some kind of curse, and he did not know what to do. It was so hard for him that everyone could guess that it was he who poisoned everyone present here. He didn't know what to do next. The head of the Soman clan told the young man that he needed more concentration. The young man replied that it was an honor for him. Watching everything, Mr. Tan could not understand that everyone in this tavern was okay and none of them had been poisoned yet. The head of the Soman clan asked who was next. Mr. Tan asked his assistant if he hadn't said that the water was poisoned. The assistant replied that that was exactly the case. All the other main people who were in this place stood up and looked at Mr. Tan. They were surprised. Did he really poison the water? The gentleman asked his assistant. He hears the same thing as the gentleman assistant said, that this is not a mental connection at all. It feels like someone is talking to them in their head. Then Mr. Tan thought that this enlightenment of thought was a technique that allowed one to use one's internal energy to communicate with the enemy at once. Baekyu very quickly approached the table where Mr. Tan and his assistant were sitting, because everything that was happening here concerned him first and foremost. He told the two people to hurry to the exit after him as quickly as possible. The assistant asked Mr. Tan if this was really the same guy. The gentleman said that he was imagining things, but it was him. When they left the establishment, they followed Baekwu. They wanted to understand that he knew what he wanted from them. Baekwu told them that he would not forgive them even if they told the whole truth now. And he added that judging by their mental connection they are people and families. Tan Master and his assistant were very surprised. Did he really eavesdrop on their conversation? Is that possible? Baekwu then added if he was right, then they were representatives of one of the great families. He just couldn't understand why they had to do something like that. Mr. Tang thought that he was clearly a master, and that no one had ever heard if he was able to eavesdrop on their mental conversation and control the technique of enlightenment of thought. And most importantly, he had the ability and was a master of the technique of rejuvenation. Mr. Tan thought that he might die if he said something that this guy standing in front of him didn't like. So he decided to say that he had committed a mortal sin. He had heard that strange things were happening here, so he came to scout out the situation. Baekyu told him to continue. Mr. Tan said he believed that there was a transcendental group here. Baekyu answered him that this is not the territory of his clan TPP-APN, and he does not understand what is the point of assuming that they are enemies. Mr. Tan couldn't say anything back to him, so he remained silent, and the young man demanded an answer from him. Then the master said that they thought that in order to equal the strength of the Namgung clan, their Tang clan needed to capture Chonghai. The gentleman's assistant began to ask the young gentleman to shut up, but he answered that the assistant should not interrupt him and demanded that the assistant get on his knees. All the other guys who were with Mr. Tan also kneeled at Stalin's knees, but they did not understand why he gave such an order. The gentleman continued to say that if Baekyu pardoned them, they would immediately leave here and would never set foot in this territory again. Baekwu replied that there was no need for you there. Mr. Tan raised his head and looked at the young man. He was even more surprised. Baekwu told him that it would be better if they controlled the citizens instead of that dishonest Four Dragons faction. And then he added if they are already a clan that is so good at poisons, then they should understand that medicine and poison are different things, but if you use the poison summon, then it can become a medicine. The young man added that this is precisely why he does not think that poison is something very bad. Mr. Tan was very surprised by such words. Then the young gentleman said that despite all this they almost poisoned a whole bunch of people. This is a terrible sin. Mr. Tan lowered his head and asked the young man for forgiveness, that this would not happen again. Baekwu unexpectedly said to them that he was ready to give them a chance. Mr. Tan raised his head and listened attentively to everything that the young man Baekwu said. Ask them. If they are already here, they must know the village of Namro. The gentleman answered yes. Then the young man said there was a medicine shop there, and they needed to take half of their poisons there, and only then should they return. Mr. Tan didn't understand only half of it, so he asked again. Baekyu said that he gives them only 3 days and they must make it on time. He will personally come to their family. At the same time, everything in the Kunlun sect was quite calm and did not foreshadow any events. The young man was sitting on his knees. In front of him lay a white piece of paper and a small round object on it. He didn't understand what was happening. He thought he had used enough inner strength to accept it. Then he took it in his hands and put it in his mouth. He thought about what would happen after he swallowed it. Within a few seconds he felt changes in his body. He felt energy in every cell of his body. This was quite a new feeling for him. He had never experienced anything like this before. He caught himself thinking that there was incredible energy in his body right now. It seemed to him that he could do anything. Inpool's internal strength was about half as much, but under Baekyu's guidance, he comprehended Mother Nature and became incomparable to the others. After he took the spider, Neden changes appeared in his body, and he began to possess an inner strength that can only be achieved by working hard for 90 years. At that very moment he heard someone approaching his room and calling him. It was one of the roomers. He told Enpo that they were looking for him, the oldest. When he opened the doors of the room he was very surprised. He stood. What happened to Enpo? He changed a lot and a lot of power emanated from him. The young man was very happy to see his mentor, but he really was already completely different. After some time he went to that Kunlun, to the palace of great frequency where they were waiting for him. Going inside he asked if the elder had called him. If so, then he came at their request. One of the elders told him to answer only the truth and nothing but the truth. The young man said that he did not know what they were talking about, but he would not lie. Elder asked him what these 2 bundles are. One is the 8 elements of the cloud dragon and the other is the great dragon blade of infinity. The young man said that one of the senior monks gave him a lesson, nothing more. The elder asked him again if he was really the senior monk and if there was anyone here who was older than them. The young man was a little confused and tried to explain to them, but thought that it was very bad that he let it slip because he could not give away the elder. At that moment 3 people entered the room and they worshipped and said that they had discovered something in the cave. The young man turned his head and was very surprised because it seemed to him that the master was in front of him. When the 3 entered they bowed and asked the elders for forgiveness for being late. The elder asked them only one question they wanted to know. They found books on martial arts. One of these 3 said that he and his students came across an unfamiliar cave when they were heading to the Namgung clan. It was there in this cave that they found a skeleton and these books. The elder asked him again if it was true. The young man thought that the master was helping him and was worried that he had gotten into an awkward situation. Even at some point the young man thought that he was very grateful to him for being able to deflect suspicions from him. This master thought that the elders should never know about what happened in the Kunlun, in otherwise his reputation would come to an end. One of these guys started saying that in this cave it was written that he was a man from Kunlun and he would like to share with the students the results of his training. The elder asked them how this could be because the books were so clean it seemed like no one had held them in their hands. One of these guys said that there was complete devastation around, so most likely Inpun had to move them. The elder then asked the young man if it was true or not. He replied that yes. He thought about how he had almost caused trouble trying to preserve the precious Kunlun chronicles that the elder had given him. These 3 elders looked at these 2 books on martial arts and they were very interested. They held them in their hands and thought that such a thing was worth being grateful for, since it was a legacy left by a man from Kunlun. So they decided to put these books in the library so that any student could read them. The young man thought that everything was for the best. The master asked the young man if what he taught him was really true. He answered that yes. Then he thought for a bit and said that he knew that this guy was a master of rejuvenation techniques. They wanted to ask the young man if he would really remember everything. He said that yes, the changes were obvious on the face. One of these guys started whining and talking about how he still dreams about cutting stones. Another told him that they were now completely different and from now on they would live sincerely and diligently. Therefore the master asked the young man that if the elders wanted to know anything about them, he should say only positive things. The young man said that he understood everything and so that they wouldn't worry he would do everything as they asked him. At that moment the door to the room suddenly opened and one of the guys told the repairman that they had a problem. The master turned his head in his direction and said, "Haven't you learned to knock?" This guy apologized and said that the situation was urgent. He explained that people from the Namgung clan came and killed them all with a secret martial art. The master couldn't believe it. This guy was talking about how people fell one after another. No one could stand and did not rush to see everything with their own eyes. When the master came, he saw a real picture of his people lying on the ground, absolutely helpless. One of the Namgung clan said that it was very good that the training ball blades, otherwise disaster would have happened. The head of this clan laughed and said that he knew that the Namgung clan was incredible and thanked them for sharing their martial arts. The elder told the clan leader that they now needed to talk about the alliance between the Kunlun sect and the Namgung clan. The elder was surprised that he was told that this agreement is not concluded when both parties are on the same level. If this happens now, it will no longer be an alliance but simply receiving aid unilaterally. The elder was not ready to hear from the head of another clan that he doubted that they were losing on purpose, so he told him that under no circumstances. The head of another clan offered him to prove it, and a person from their side had to fight with a fighter from their clan. When they saw this fighter, they were very surprised, and no one was ready to fight him. They stood among themselves and talked about the fact that this was the same Koval. Those who didn't know asked why he was so famous and who he was. This Koval was from Guangdong province and was one of the top 10 swordsmen, and he joined the Namgun clan. Koval took a step forward and then said that he had long heard that the people from the Kunlun sect were excellent at handling the ball, so they had to prove it to him. The guys who were standing had their heads down. Each of them didn't want to be chosen. The head of the Namgun clan, when he saw the faces of the fighters, he even smiled at some point. He understood that they were ready to surrender without a fight. The elder became very angry and thought what a disdainful attitude towards their sect. The blacksmith stood for a while, but no one from the sect was ready to fight him. He said that it seemed that they had come here for a reason. The head of the Namgung clan said that then there could be no talk of an alliance between his clan and the Kunlun sect. Unexpectedly for everyone, a brave man came along who told them not to make such a conclusion and to wait. Everyone turned their heads and saw that same master in front of them. He said that he was the fourth elder of the Kunlun sect and his name was Biquan. The guest asked him if he wanted to participate. Then the master replied that if there was a need for this, the head of the clan was a little surprised by such words. The master said that first they needed to try to distance his student and pointed his hand at the young man. The guy lowered his head, greeted him, and said that his name was Enpun. His opponent looked at this guy and was a little confused. Koval, looking at this guy and at the power, thought that it seems he was not mistaken. Indeed, in Kunlun there is such a master who can resist him, and this master is still very young. The master's assistant asked him if the guy could handle this Koval. Then the master told his assistant that the young man had told him something. Enpun recently told him that not long ago he had taken a cross spider and asked permission to help if we suddenly find ourselves in a difficult situation. It was clear that the young guy didn't care, but he lacked practical experience despite the fact that he had strength. Koval video of the young man thought that he would achieve victory due to the speed of the ball. He was the first to attack. Enpun saw that his opponent was approaching. He focused his attention on his opponents and was ready to fight him off. When his opponent ran up very close and swung to strike, the young man instantly parried the blow. The first thing his opponent felt was a sharp pain piercing his wrist. Enpun moved very quickly and his opponent could not control where he was. It seemed that despite the fact that this guy was completely inexperienced, he instantly repelled his blow after blow. Koval caught herself thinking that he felt as if he had encountered the power of a dragon. So he thought for a bit and decided to respond with his sharpest ball and prepared for another attack. Having made a jump forward, he decided that he would use the white snake sword from this blow, and no one has ever escaped from this technique. It seemed that his opponent was already disarmed and the young man had to surrender, but at the last moment he also began to attack. With one blow, he knocked the sword out of his opponent's hands so that the sword turned over several times in the air. And then he struck his opponent so that no one would have any doubts anymore. The members of the Namgung clan were very surprised by this turn of events. They certainly did not expect it. They could not even imagine that they could lose. But not only they were surprised, but the master and his assistants were also surprised because they did not think that the master's student could win this fight. Koval lowered his head down in front of the young man and said that he had lost. Immediately after these words, applause began to pour out in honor of the young man. You could hear everyone around him shouting his name. He was very pleased. He was proud of himself. Many thought that this couldn't be. He defeated Koval in a few seconds, who was impossible to defeat even in 100 moves. Others couldn't believe their eyes. Was there really such a person in Kunlun? The master looked at the head of the clan and asked him if they had now proven that they were worth something too. The head of the clan couldn't say this before, but now he had to agree with it. The master immediately exhaled and lowered his head down. He also did not expect that his student would cope so quickly. The elder laughed and asked the head of the clan that was with him if he was happy with what had just happened. Then she told the elder that they should go inside and discuss the details of the alliance. The clan leader agreed. They went inside and began to have a cup of tea while they were discussing the alliance. The young man remained standing and watching the elder walk by. He thanked him. The room was very dark. A gray-haired man was sitting at the table. Only one torch was burning. I went out into a nondescript room. Someone came in and greeted the gentleman who was sitting at the table. It was Mr. Chong Ligan. What came in was of enormous size. It resembled a dark, enormous force. Chong Ligan told him that his inner strength had become much stronger during the time they had not seen each other. It was a dark monster, and he thanked the master. The dark monster said that he had one more task, but as soon as he heard the master's order to return, he immediately dropped everything, and the master rushed over and said that first he needed to sit down. The dark monster wanted to know what happened and why he was called so quickly. The gentleman said that on the slope of Kunlun Mountain there is an inn with the same name. The dark monster listened very carefully. The gentleman continued to say that 5 great clans had gathered in this place. At this moment the gentleman was a little scared. It seemed that he felt that these 5 clans were plotting something. The gentleman added that there was even a beast lord in this tavern. The dark monster couldn't believe it. It seemed to him that it was impossible that they were all together, but the gentleman repeated once again that this was so. This gentleman said that the dark monster knows very well the information about the beast master is the best in the world Murima. The gentleman told the dark monster that first they needed to find out if they could lure him to their side. Then the dark monster asked what they would do if they couldn't. The master said if they don't succeed then they need to stop the beast master if he continues to talk to them, especially after their request. You even have the time in another part in the village of Namro. Morning began quite unexpectedly. All the inhabitants of this village seemed to have gathered near one establishment. This is near the medicine shop. The queue was quite long. It seemed that there was not a single resident of this village who did not come to this medicine shop. The men were talking about the fact that of course all sorts of things have happened in the village lately. The second agreed with him and said, but for the medicine to be given out for free is simply incomprehensible. When a person approached a medicine shop, the doctor first listened to his pulse. He needed to examine him properly. The doctor said that this patient had liver fluid and he should abstain from drinking alcohol, and he should write him a prescription. Then this person should go and get the medicine. This patient was so pleased that he asked how he could thank the doctor for doing this for him. This doctor said that people should thank not him but the person who stood next to him, and pointed at Baekyu with his hand. This man approached the young man, lowered his head, and began to thank him. The doctor said that they should thank him too and pointed to Mr. Tan and his assistant. The people who gathered wanted to thank the gentleman because it was he who gave them all these medicines. The people stood in front of the gentleman and his assistant. They said thank you in words of gratitude with their heads down. The gentleman told them that they should be blessed. Mr. Tan at that moment thought only about himself. He thought about the half of the poison that he had to give up, and all this was a secret from his father. His assistant tried to calm him down and told the gentleman that maybe you are there, and there is some benefit. Most likely there was a possibility that the reputation of the Tang clan would increase in Shanghai if the locals spread rumors. The gentleman thought that there really was some sense in the words of his assistants, and maybe his father would give his consent. The beast master continued to work and lifted a huge stone to place it in front of the tavern. He came as close as possible and chose a place where he would place this stone. After the stone was installed, he made inscriptions and placed a bell in front of the stone. People who were nearby came to look at this stone. It was clear that if the flow of people did not stop, then this place was ideal for this inscription. A young man came out of the tavern and said that he was a worker at this tavern and asked people to listen while they were standing in line. People were talking among themselves about how they had already been there, but it was really difficult to get there. The young man said that this was indeed true, but now everything has changed completely. And then he added that if they wanted to try something at the Kunlun Inn, they should write it down on a piece of paper, and showed how to do it. Then immediately after they write, they must put this piece of paper next to the bell and show where exactly. Then take this bell in your hands and ring it. That's all they need to do. Then they will deliver the food directly to them from the tavern. People who were standing in line were very surprised. Is this really true? Is this possible? The young man said that Mr. Van Koren, the master of beasts, ordered his birds to bring the paper immediately after ringing the bell. At that moment the beast lord thought about what happened yesterday. He approached my young man and said that he was wasting his skills on various nonsense. The guy was happy. Baekyu answered him that this is not nonsense but a very important thing. The master of beasts said that of course he is always happy to help him. It was at that moment that he saw the same guy he had already met and didn't want to deal with anymore. This guy took a small stone and threw it at the beast lord so that it hit the big stone several times. At that very time everything was absolutely calm in the tavern. Baekwoo told the three assistants that he was currently teaching them 2 martial arts. They were a little surprised. He told them that he teaches the art of 1,000 miles of flax wind and the method of the nameless heart. The guys didn't understand what this method of the nameless heart and the method of 1,000-mile wind was. They hadn't heard of it. Baekwoo said that these 2 martial arts were created specifically for them, so it is impossible to find such things in other sects. Baekwoo said that after studying them they will not be able to run long distances without getting tired. The guys were a little upset because it was not necessary for combat and it was strange to them. And what does it mean to run? Baekwoo explained to them that everything starts with physical strength, so they should leave their skepticism behind. Baekwoo said that he tells it once, so they should listen carefully. First he will tell everything about the method of the nameless heart. He started with the fact that they should make it deep and full and direct the exhalation to the dantian, made it a little shorter, hold the rest of the breath in the dantian. The head is a clear moon, dantian floating sun. He said that let the fire in the dantian flare up and they should draw themselves and the energy from the worldview as if from a source. 3 workers thought, is it possible to remember this right away? So they asked for forgiveness and said that they could do it again. Baekwoo was very surprised, but he assumed that it would be like that. The dark monster was doing his job, and that's why he was very close to this tavern. When he arrived at the place, he looked around. The main thing for him was to find the master of the beasts. Come a little closer, he saw how the beast lord works like an ordinary worker. He makes a chair out of stone. He was talking to himself, I don't understand why he needs to make so many tables, because he made 16 of them, so there should be 32 chairs. The elder went outside and watched as Baekwoo was working with the guys. He grinned and thought that they had already been busy since the morning. The dark monster didn't understand what was happening and why there was so much movement near this tavern. And he was even more surprised when he saw the elders, because it was Master Nogak. He couldn't believe his eyes. When the master opened the door and entered the tavern, he said good morning. The girl greeted him. The elder said that he was the first today and his order would also be the first. Looking at the wall, he said that this painting on the wall is simply magnificent. Did they really invite an artist? Baekwoo said the elder that this was drawn by Mrs. Sohee. The elder said that it was very impressive. The girl approached the elder and thanked him. She asked him to look at this too and showed him something else. She unfolded it, and on the sheet of papyrus there was a drawing of absolutely everyone who works in this tavern. The elder was very surprised and asked if they were all painted. The elder said that this is an amazing job. You can immediately see who is who. The girl thanked him again. Then you age and pointed at one of the drawn ones and asked the girl if this was not a guest. He didn't expect that this person would be so close. She told the elder that then they both needed to be erased. The elder said that he wasn't talking about that at all, especially since she looks much prettier in the picture. His interlocutor became very angry and asked if the elder really wanted to say that he was much scarier in life. The elder did not continue this conversation, spat, and said that he needed to go and have a drink. Well, what did she say to leave him? Let him raise sails. The girl objected. It was still so early. She came closer to this painting, looked at it, and said that she had the feeling that there were a lot of empty spaces in this painting. The girl asked, then it was clear what she was talking about. Then she added that they already knew exactly how many people there would be in their family. It would be a shame if they didn't have enough space. Now it was clear because she thought everything through when she drew it. Time passed very quickly, and this day, like many others, came to an end. The moon came out. The Beastmaster was still working. He needed to make a few more tables. Despite the fact that it was very loud, the Beast Lord heard someone very close calling him. He wondered who this daredevil was who approached him without warning, and he became curious. The Beast Lord turned and walked towards the stone. From behind the stone, he heard a voice that his master had sent to hear his true intentions. He asked what about their request. The Beast Lord immediately thought that it was clearly someone from the demonic culture or Chong Ligan. If it was someone from the demonic Vaculta, he would have said his name a long time ago. The Beast Lord asked Chong Ligan again. If so, he will not be able to fulfill the request and is ready to bear the punishment. A voice from the darkness asked him if it really meant that he was one of those. At this moment, the Beast Lord could not stand it any longer and took a few steps forward. He ordered the dark monster to immediately come to him. When the Lord approached the place from where he felt the energy coming and from where he heard the voice coming, he stopped and thought that it was from this place that I renewed the spirit of life and that someone had been in this place quite recently. The Beast Lord heard that voice again, but he was already behind him. That voice said that he couldn't believe that the Beast Lord had ignored their request and acted in concert with the Orthodox faction. He would be punished at the cost of his life. The Beast Lord stood frozen. Chains flew around him. There were a very large number of them. 2 of these chains had sharp scythes at the ends, which the cloud immediately cut down 2 trees in front of the Beast Lords. The Dark Monster wanted to send these logs that he had beaten straight to the Beast Lord so as to destroy him, but before that he struck one of the hooks that was on the end of one of the chains right into the shoulder of the Beast Lord. Then the second sharp hook passed straight through his body, hitting and causing a deep wound. The Dark Monster said that even the Beast Lord is powerless against his chain scythe that destroys everything in its path. The Dark Monster said that if he refuses, he will have to take the head of the Beast Lord. At that moment the Beast Lord smiled at him. These words did not even seem like a threat. Because he was able to grab one chain, he told the Dark Monster that he had caught him, and then he grabbed the second chain. The Dark Monster did not expect such a turn of events. He was not ready to fight the Beast Lord. The Beast Lord pulled 2 chains and ordered the Dark Monster to come towards him. After he pulled these 2 chains once, he immediately hit the ground with these chains a second time. The Dark Monster saw what the Beast Lord did and said, "Does he really want to say that he has the art of defense?" The Beast Lord said that he does not possess the art of protecting his body knee thanks to mountain training and Neden's son from the tiger skeleton that now flows in all his veins. The Dark Monster was very surprised. Did he really have the skeleton of a tiger? He didn't expect that. The Beast Lord stepped forward to strike the monster and said that it was his time to die. Then the Beast Lord swung his fist and hit the Dark Monster straight in the face. After one blow that the Beast Lord dealt, he continued to deal blow after blow. When he was about to strike again, he said that it was too late to regret what had happened. But she one blow after another. He felt some strange sensation. It seemed that the Dark Monster had the power of protection. The Beast Lord was very surprised that his blows were quite strong, but they were some countries. Did this monster really have a method of armoring the Chi Gate? The Beast Lord managed to turn his head. As he noticed that this was from the monster, he was able to rush from this place very quickly. It was already evening outside, and there were few people in the tavern either. The guys who were sitting in the tavern watched as Mr. Chun ate himself at the table. As usual, he ate dumplings because he loved them so much. One of these guys told the others that he thought he wouldn't leave here. The other guys agreed with him because they couldn't do it because of the kuksu. It was very tasty. This guy finished his portion. He was talking about how they would definitely get paid as soon as things started going well, so they had nothing to worry about. At that moment, someone put 2 scrolls on their table. It was Beck's hand. The guy turned around and looked at Mr. Baekyu. He wanted to know what it was. Baekwu told him that they often forget the rules, so he wrote them down and brought them for them to study. This guy thought that he really took such a troublesome job for them. Baekyu understood that this was the only way to make them all work. When Baekyu was leaving these guys, he met the Beast Lord at one of the tables, who began to tell him what happened to him today. The young man asked who it was. At that moment, the Beast Lord caught himself thinking that this guy knew everything. He just didn't understand how he could do it. Baekyu told him if he doesn't tell himself, then he will still be able to find out everything without him. The Beastmaster said that he didn't know exactly who it was, and Baekyu wanted him to tell him in detail. The Beastmaster said that in truth he came here because he was asked to get information about the Kunlun Inn. The Beastmaster continued to tell that such a request came from 2 places. At once, the first place was a demonic cult, the second from a mysterious person named Chong Ligan. At that moment, the young man thought that it was incredible that because of Chunsam there were members of a demonic cult hanging around here, and then there was a possibility that Chong Ligan's people were some of those they met in the Soman clan. It was clear that the person who came today, this man Chong Ligan, most likely did not want to force the Beastmaster to pay for the fact that he could not fulfill the request. The Beastmaster continued to talk about how these were very dangerous people, so if they didn't mind he would go, and once he got information about them, he thought that this was better than cutting stones. The young man said that there is no need for you there. The Beast Lord was very surprised and asked him again if he really thought this was right. After all, in that case, a crowd of murderers could come here. They need to be prepared for that. Baekyu suddenly told him that these people who will come here, and they will also be guests. And then he added that they could be taught a lesson if they suddenly made some noise but nothing more. Baekyu told the Beast Lord not to worry here, and to make tables. As they agreed, the Beast Lord said that he obeyed. You even time in another part where there was always complete darkness, where there was never sun. The dark monster reported to his master that the Beast Lord had betrayed them. The master asked why punishment could not be applied to him. The dark monster said that his martial arts were much stronger than he expected. The gentleman asked the dark monster again if he was better than him. The dark monster answered him that he could not say everything with certainty. The gentleman then added that this is the most underestimated king of Sichuan. Did he really increase his power on his own? The dark monster added that, by the way, the great master was also with them in this tavern. The gentleman could not even imagine that the great master was with them. Now he realized that the picture was emerging. The orthodox faction was building up its forces around the great master. Everything was clear to him. The dark monster interrupted the gentleman and said that he had something else he wanted to say. The gentleman was very surprised by what the dark monster said about them having a royal sword. The gentleman asked the dark monster again if he really wanted to say that the great master owns the royal ball. The dark monster said no. The gentleman asked him again how come. Then the dark monster said that the royal sword was carried by someone who looked like a worker. The gentleman was very surprised how this could be on a worker. Dark monster added, based on what he found out, the important person there is not the great master but a young man in white clothes. And then he added that the young man in white and the worker with the royal ball, judging by their appearance, they were involved in the last two incidents of the Goods Escort Bureau and the Soman clan. Then he added that the name of the young man in white was Baekwu, if he remembered correctly, and this guy in white was giving some order to the Beast Lord. And the great master communicated not with an elder, but as with a bosom friend, and this was also very surprising. The gentleman thought that it was impossible to make hasty decisions. There was something incomprehensible in all this, something he did not know. The dark monster told the gentleman that he was right. Then the gentleman asked him again what he did in this situation. The monster told him to inform his superiors and agree on cooperation. The gentleman said that this is exactly what he wanted to do. It was as if he had read his thoughts. The monster asked the gentleman again if he was really going to visit the Black Gorge. The gentleman replied that yes. Then he added that it was necessary to come to the earth of the God of Heaven and ask for help. He simply had no other choice. The next morning everything was calm in the tavern. It seemed that it would be like that all day long. But after some time the carrier pigeon opened the window and flew in with the news. The girl took this letter and began to read it. She said that it was a lot of delivery of 35 kuksu and 20 plates of dumplings to the village of Puno to the Tin family. The young man entered the tavern and heard her reading the order out loud. He was surprised that now people from the village of Puno were ordering from them too. Baekyu, when I found out about this order, he was very happy. He said that it was a good start. After some time all the dishes were ready and they had to be sent. The guys who trained each of them in the hall quite a large number of orders, and they went to deliver this order. One of the guys told the others that if they spilled even one drop of soup they would be finished. One of the guys answered him that they knew everything perfectly well and they were already used to it. And the second one asked Saban if he spilled it, it would be the end for him too. He turned around and said that he had shut up. After which they very quickly sent this order to the address. Thanks to the training they had been doing lately, they were able to move very quickly and not get tired. These guys never ran. They understood that they had become much stronger recently, and after a very short time they realized that they had already descended from Mount Kunlun and were not tired at all. Soon years ago, at the same time, 3 men were born who climbed to the top of power in the central plain. One of them was the god of heaven Jong Lissam, the second god of war Jin Mup, the third god of demons Sal Muguk. The god of war has finished his life, and on the path of non-existence, he has not left a single disciple. The demon god does not differentiate between righteous and evil methods, greedily absorbed all techniques like a madman, but was eventually destroyed by the higher power and then left this world. The god of heaven was different from the two. He understood that he could not conquer the world of martial arts by himself. He realized that he needed to create a strong organization that would follow him. As a result, he hid in a remote part of the Black Gorge, building up his power and making plans for the future, but died without being able to achieve what he wanted. However, his descendants passed on his martial arts skills for hundreds of years and worshipped him as a god. This is a heavenly cult, such worship of a person who has long been dead, but his knowledge continues to live. When about 5 years had passed since he died, a young man appeared who seemed to be his follower. This young man went to the very place where he thought the teacher had died. He wanted to get all his power and all his knowledge. When he approached this black gap, he realized that it was sealed with an octagonal array, and not a single alien soul could penetrate it. He came closer and began to call Zhan. This was the name of the fourth of the 8 trigrams of the I Ching, which symbolizes thunder, east, summer of the eldest son. He then called Zhen, the name of the 7th and 3rd of the 8 trigrams of the I Ching, which symbolized the northeast mountain winter and the youngest son. Then he needed Sun, which is the name of the 5th trigram of the I Ching, or the 4th seniority of the designated family members, symbolizing the southeast wind autumn, the eldest daughter. Then he called Dui, which symbolized the lake autumn west youngest daughter. If you do not follow this method of walking, then you can be subject to hallucinations or attacks by poisonous insects, animals, or plants. He had to get to the very end, so he did everything exactly. And when he passed through this whole gorge and came out to the light, he stopped because he understood that he had reached his goal. In front of him was a completely different part of the land. He saw a fortress in front of him. Looking around, he saw a huge wall that was right in front of him. Then he heard a lot of people running towards him. There were quite a large number of people approaching him, and they were not in a good-natured mood. These people were absolutely all ready to engage in battle with him because they considered him an enemy. One of these people stopped right in front of him and asked this man who he was and demanded that he answer him quickly. This guy very slowly lifted his head and then took off his hat. Immediately after that, he proudly introduced himself as Chong Ligan. This was the place where they were supposed to wait for him and were glad to see him. All these guys, when they saw him and found out his name, started shouting that they were greeting him. The huge man who was with the others asked only one thing: did he really come? And then he greeted him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. This was Chong Laiwan, the 3rd of the Chong Ligong family of brothers. He was called the 3rd ruler, and Chong Lishan was called the 5th. Zhang Li Huan said that they need to go because the overlords are already waiting and they must not waste time. They walked very quickly to the place where all 5 great rulers were, each of whom stood on his own pedestal. All 5 rulers seemed unattainable. Chong Ligong thought that these were the 5 great lords, the reedy divine beast, the unknown shadow, the heavenly death, the nameless. They were all here. One of these lords lowered his head, looked at him, and asked why he wanted to see them. Chong Ligan answered them that he asked for a meeting not only with them and the rulers but also with his father. He heard from the lords that their leader had begun a closed practice, so he would not be able to see him. Chong Ligan was a little surprised. He thought that the closed practice was right now. That was the moment when he needed it. It would be difficult for him to get help from them without his father. He thought that he should then go with a different plan. Chong Ligan told them that he had discovered martial arts, a fact that should have interested them. All 5 lords began to ask if he had discovered the art of the god of war Jin Weipa, and rather than the one who dedicated his life to martial arts, they wanted to know if this was really true. Chong Ligan answered them that everything is exactly like that. He found a person who followed his skills and he knows the art of the god of war perfectly. They were all interested in only one question: who is this man? And where is he? Chong Ligan answered them that this man's name is Baek Wu and he works as a cook in a tavern on the slope of Mount Kunlun. One of them said that everyone knows that there were few students in the miserable war, and is this really one of them? Chong Ligan answered them that he doesn't know everything in detail, but if they send someone there, that person will definitely know whether it's true or not. He talked about it and thought that he just needs to get all the great treasures of Murim. He thought that the rulers had no other choice, but finding a connection with the god of war would be very difficult. There is no information about martial arts other than those that were passed down orally. This is exactly what he was counting on. It's the right time on the mountainside in the Kunlun, and everyone is very tired after a busy day at work. The young man wiped the back of his head and said that they had work today. Lizia, the girl, was holding a small tiger cub in her arms. She was happy that there was no end to the guests. She said that if work for the day was finished, they could also have a bite to eat. The 3 guys who were delivering the orders said that they loved the owner of this establishment. At that moment, when they decided to eat, the door to the tavern opened, which meant that more guests had arrived. The girl said welcome to them. 2 determined young men were standing at the door. The guys thought why they came, didn't they have any other time? The young man invited them to sit down and said that they could order anything they wanted. These guys answered him that they didn't come here for that at all, they had business. The guy said that Baek Yu was in this tavern and they would like to see him. The girl intervened in their conversation and asked why they needed Mr. Baek Yu at such a time. Everyone heard the approaching Baek Yu, heard this conversation and decided to go out. He was interested in the question why they were looking for him. Baek-woo came up to these guys and said that he was Baek-woo, and now they had to answer his question why they were looking for him. One of these guys who was pressing the tavern asked the young man again if he was that same Baek-woo. He answered him that he had already said. This guy who came said that he is Ho Yamin. I did not come here for martial arts. He asked if Baek-woo is ready to share with them. He explained that in the future there will be many kills, so there is no point in trying to hide these martial arts. He asked Baek-woo to share them and leave this place. Baek-woo was a little surprised. He didn't understand why these people came to the tavern and why they were asking him to share martial arts with them. Baek-woo unexpectedly for everyone began to say that smoked meat really tasted great. Before they asked for 320 coins for it, but now they would get it for only 300. One of these guys who came couldn't take it anymore and started screaming. He raised his sword. I don't understand what kind of nonsense he was talking. Most likely he started joking. One of these guests who entered the tavern unexpectedly for everyone took a step forward and raised his hand, so he attracted attention to himself. He began to use the technique of absorbing the soul with heavenly desire. Under the influence of this technique, he thought that Baek-woo would become completely subservient to his will and would not be able to resist him. He was ready to use this technique even if he had to give up his heart, but strangely enough this technique did not work on Baek-woo at all. This guy watched and didn't understand why this was happening. Before this, there had never been a time when she didn't act, but the next moment he felt his body sinking into the water and going to the bottom. He concentrated and started trying to swim out, but he only thought about what was happening to him. When this guy took it out and started breathing with all his chest, he saw that he was in the water and it was raining heavily. When he raised his head, he saw that lightning had struck right in front of him and the amulet became even stronger. The waves covered him from all sides. He tried with all his might to stay on the surface so as not to sink to the bottom. The next moment he opened his eyes and saw that he was again in the same tavern where he had been before. The only thing that came to his mind was that this guy standing in front of him was just a monster. So he ordered his assistants to sit silently. They did not understand why they had to do this. The guy once again told them to sit down quickly and shut up, and they all answered him in one voice that they were listening. This guy, without raising his head, very politely said that please they want to order some meat dish. Baek-woo turned around and told them to wait a bit because he would now prepare and serve them 4 portions. The guy sitting at the table did not understand what he was going to report to the reedied ruler. The door of the tavern opened again. It was clear that more guests would come. This time many more guys came. The one who was the main one among them asked who was in this tavern. Baek-woo. The guy who was sitting at the table turned his head. He was very surprised because he was not the only one looking for this Baek-woo. And he was also surprised because these were the people of the Lord of the Divine Beast, and they came here for the same purpose as he did. The young man turned around and said that he was Baek-woo, the head of the Divine Beast. People told the young man to give as long as he asked him nicely. Baek-woo didn't understand what he should give. Then this leader started shouting that he should give the same martial arts. Baek-woo very calmly answered him that they should sit down and eat while they were talking nicely. This guy who came here was not a fly to calm down because he was answered like that. He started to get indignant about why he was pointing at him and was ready to pounce on him with his fists. Baek-woo asked these guys what to serve them, smoked meat or they have other preferences. The guys were very surprised. At the same time, in another part where the Soman clan was located, everything seemed calm, but this was only at first glance. The princess and her attendants decided to go for a walk. After a while, one of the attendants approached the gate. He ran so fast that the guards didn't understand what was happening. This guy ran up to the guard, fell to his knees, and put his head down. He couldn't catch his breath. At the same time, the head of the Soman clan was conducting training. He was demonstrating the martial arts that he possessed. This time he showed one of the martial arts combinations and wanted to teach it to his subordinates. The head of the clan heard footsteps approaching him. He could not understand what was happening. He turned his head and saw that one of the guards was approaching him, and he was surprised. The guys who were present at the training were glad that the leader showed them Taoist practices because they could be considered among the top 10 in martial arts. The guard ran and shouted. He called the master and said that trouble had come. The clan leader turned around and asked him what all the noise was about and why he was behaving like that. This guy who ran up said that the princess was kidnapped. His face was very upset. He started to explain that the princess had gone for a walk, and at that moment the head of the clan shouted at him what he had said. The head of the clan did not understand why this happened and where the accompanying guard was looking. The guard said that 4 of the accompanying guards died and only one managed to return alive. and then he held out a scroll and said that this was what was given to him. It was written there that the head of the clan should go alone to the bare rock with the scale of the dragon at stake. The life of his daughter was at stake. When the clan leader read this letter, he thought it was a curse, but he had no choice. The guards said that the clan leader should not go alone and that he needs to take the elders and the lightning squad. The head of the main department said that no, he cannot allow this while his daughter's life is on the line, and he will go there alone. He did just that. He went to the very place where they were supposed to meet. The head of the clan took with him only a backpack and nothing else. He walked and thought only about one thing, that he would tear to pieces whoever it was at any opportunity. His rage and anger knew no bounds. It seemed that he was about to explode from her. When he approached the very place where he was assigned, he looked around. When he approached, he definitely heard something, but he couldn't understand what it was. He was at the very place where Bear Rock was assigned to him. Come closer, he looked around but saw no one and heard nothing. That's why he shouted that he came alone and asked for his daughter to be returned to him. Chong Ligan came out from behind the rock. In his arms was the daughter of the head of the Soman clan. She was tied with a rope and called out to her father. The head of the clan threw on the ground what the man asked for and said that he was ready to give it to him, but he had to give him his daughter. Chong Ligan was not alone with him. There was a dark monster, and he was in no hurry to give him his daughter. The dark monster told the master that the clan leader had indeed come alone. The head of the clan thought that now he understood who was watching him all this time when he was walking through the forest. Chong Ligan pulled the rope and said that he was ready to return his daughter to him. Promises are promises. But when he untied the girl, he said that there is one thing. And at that very moment he pushed her down from Bear Rock so that she began to fall. The head of the Soman clan only managed to pronounce the name of his daughter Mukni. Then he ran up and managed to grab her before she fell and hit the ground. When he saw his daughter, he realized that the technique of excessive intoxication was used on her. 9 explosions of negative energies occurred inside the girl's body. It was a terrible technique that led to death. Chong Ligan told the clan leader that he could get rid of this energy and survive if he could get rid of it in time. The head of the clan held his daughter in his arms and did not understand how this bastard could talk about salvation after first doing what he did. Chong Ligan told him that he just wanted to avoid a clash with his Taoists, and advised him not to waste time but to take care of his daughter and take the dragon shield he came for. Then Chong Ligan turned around and told the dark monster that it was time for them to leave. The head of the clan held his daughter in his arms. He didn't know what to do. He tried to wake her up. The clan leader returned to the Soman clan very quickly. He thought he could help her. He invited a doctor who took the girl by the hand and tried to feel her pulse. This doctor examined her, asked for forgiveness, and said that he could not cure her. He had never dealt with such a thing. The head of the clan asked the doctor what he would order him to do. The doctor said that it would be a good idea to purchase an elixir to replenish energy. The clan leader was very angry because he thought he was getting wild ginseng for his 200-year-old birthday. The doctor said that everything was correct and he was now ready to bring it. The father stood next to his daughter's bed and watched her barely breathing. He didn't know what to do. The very next moment, another internal explosion occurred in her body. It was scary to watch. The father looked at his daughter and thought that everything was happening just as this Chong Ligan said. That's the very time in another part where the tavern was located. There were quite a lot of people. There were so many people in the tavern that it seemed like there were no free seats at all. The guys who came to find out and take away Baekhyu's martial arts were sitting and eating, and they were saying that it was incredibly tasty, something that was cooked by a person. This was indeed the case because the assassins who were sent by each lord were stuffing their bellies without restraint. The door of the tavern suddenly opened and several more guys entered the hall demanding to see Baekhy. What a surprise it was, because 5 killers of the indestructible fist entered the tavern. It was a master of fist fighting under the command of a nameless lord. Assistant Baekhy thought that there were quite a lot of people in the tavern and it would be completely different with these guys. He stood up and walked up to the guys who had burst into the tavern and were ready to start a fight. The guy said that the tavern was full of people and there was no room for them, so they had to leave. These 5 kill do not crush the fist could not calm down. They asked the guy he Baekhy. The guy absolutely calmly answered them again that he said that they should go out and they would eat outside. Then he threw all 5 of them out into the street with one blow, so that these 5 killers didn't even have time to react. When they stood on the ground, they didn't understand how he could deal with all of them at once. They thought that this was probably Baekhy. The guy told them that he was just a worker at Chun Sam and Mr. Baekhy was a cook at this tavern. These 5 started asking about him. Does he really want to say that he is not Baekhy but the guy who is not being looked for? He is a cook. One of the killers told him to get out of the way then because they don't need him at all. The killer swung and tried to hit the guy, but his attack was unsuccessful because he received a counter blow, after which he grabbed his neck because he couldn't breathe from the force of the blow. This killer guy was writhing in pain, and Chun-Sam told them to stop pretending because he lightly touched them with his finger. All the other killers were in shock. They didn't understand that this had happened at all. They were sure that he was a master and they should attack. All 5 of them started attacking him from different sides. But just a few minutes later, the door of the tavern opened again and Chun-Sam entered. The guy said that we needed 3 more plates of pelmeni and 5 kuksu for the table that was outside. This day was coming to an end. There were a lot of people in the tavern today and they managed to serve them all. Baekwoo gathered everyone at the inn and thanked them all for their work today. His assistant said the number of guests and requests for deliveries continue to grow, and this is a good sign. The owner of this establishment said that now she would be able to give them all their salaries. Everyone was happy. She said that the salary for workers was 3 nannies for temporary employees. It was 2. This was of course not much, but in the future as their tavern grows, they will not be able to pay much more. The guys who were responsible for serving the food shouted a big thank you. They were happy that they had received their salary. And the owner also said that previous periods were also taken into account and they would receive additional payment for these periods. The guys were overjoyed. Oh, that was a completely different time, and in the organization, the principle of tyranny, everything was completely different. They defeated the Wangbo family in the battle for control of Jinan. This triumph cemented their position as one of the major forces in the Dark World. The Wangbo family was once one of the 5 largest after the all-out war with the principle of tyranny organization. They were on the verge of collapse. The guys were sitting on the steps near the entrance to the room. 2 guys, one tall the other short, with a huge suitcase came up to them. The one who was tall, he said that they were here to see the owner and told the guards to report to the owner that the twins had arrived. The one who was tall was the skinny monster Wang Hul, and the one who was short and fat was the obese monster Huanyuk. One of the guys who was sitting asked them again what they were saying. The second added, do they know that there is a very prestigious faction here? Another said that apparently they have no idea, and the third added that they had no right to mention the owner. And then he told the fat man to quickly open the box he was holding in his hands. Vaisoki said that they had an appointment with the owner, so they should report to them. The guards shouted at them to open the box because the owner was forbidden to bring in unknown things, and pointed his sword at them. The fat man couldn't help but push away to explain to those guys who they were dealing with. He tried to explain to them how they dared to point a sword at them. He rubbed his hands, understanding that now he would show them everything. The guys who were on guard were surprised by what they saw. They couldn't even imagine it. This little fat guy was turning over in the air very quickly and striking so that the guard's blood was spraying in all directions. This fat guy moved so fast that they couldn't even keep up with him. He would fly up and hit one guard and then hit the next one. The guys who were on guard realized that they were dealing with bad monsters. As soon as he managed to say this, the same guy got his hand in the face so that he couldn't say anything else. Another guard felt like someone's hand was squeezing his neck, and it was unbearable for him to breathe. The next thing he felt was a kick to the head with all his might, and he couldn't resist. This little fat man took out 3 guards. With one move, none of them could resist him. His brother Gemini the Tall stood and watched what was happening. He told his brother that they came here just to give the grass, and then this happened. The fat man asked his brother to remove these guys for him. His brother had not yet had time to answer when they heard that at that moment someone was coming down the stairs towards them. It was the owner. He asked for forgiveness. He said that apparently the guys didn't have time to pass on to the shift, that they should come. The owner greeted his guests. He was really glad to see them. Long said that the owner calls him the Tiger of Shandong Province and the person responsible for the kings of the Black Island. He really was famous. The owner said that he is not worth praising and they can't just pass. The owner told his guards that they should hand over their shifts to each other on time later or else they will get punished. The owner thought it was incredible that one of these twins was able to take out all his guards with one blow. The owner took out 2 bracelets and said that these were priceless treasures, bloody jade bracelets. The twins said that they didn't come empty-handed either and opened the suitcase they came with. In this suitcase there was a herbal elixir that increases strength by 1.5 times and also the herbs that they promised him. The owner said that now he needed the elixir much more than the jade bracelets, but he was very curious, so he decided to ask. He asked these guys for what purpose. The owner collects 10 treasures of Murim. The fat man replied that the 10 treasures of Murim, and this is not an easy catch, they are the key to opening the seal. Then he asked them again if the owner was really going to open the seal. Long replied that they didn't know anything more about it, everything they knew they had already said. Having taken 2 bracelets, they said that it was time for them to get what they came for. Long took 2 bracelets that didn't unfold. He told his brother that it was time for them to leave. The owner thought that Chong Ligan was not so simple, and if he was collecting 10 treasures of Murin, then most likely he had touched something, but he did not yet understand what exactly needed to be sorted out. 2 twin brothers completed their task and came to the owner and brought him what he asked for. One of the brothers, the thin one, said that they brought the bloody and jade bracelets that the owner asked them for. He sat at the table, and it seemed like he was waiting for them to bring him these bloody jade bracelets. He was not alone in this room, so he turned his head and looked at his brother. It was Chong Lihel, the second son of the leader of the heavenly cult, who was watching all this. When the 2 twins brought him the bloody jade bracelets, one of them thought that it was very surprising how he was sitting in this room with no signs of anyone in it. Chong Lihel took these bracelets into his hands and looked at them and asked his brother what kind of funny bracelets they were, after which he put these bracelets right in front of him on the table. He said that the mission was accidentally delayed, wasn't it, because he was madly chasing these trinkets. After which he turned and ordered the twins to leave the room. For a minute they refused and followed his order. Chong Lihel tried to remind his brother what he said last time, and he said that he discovered martial arts. He spoke about the art of the god of war Jin Weipa, the one who dedicated his entire life to martial arts. Chong Lihel asked his brother if he was really sure that this was the martial arts of the god of war Jin Weipa, and he replied that he had found out everything in Czech. At that moment Chong Lihel thought that he should become the next leader if his sister did not apply, but then out of nowhere the martial arts of the god of war appeared. He needed to do something before this leaf was taken by varnish and a piece. His brother was laughing at that moment. He was only thinking about him going and checking everything himself, and in the meantime he would take the tyrant's sword into his own hands. Chong Lihel looked at his brother again. He wanted to clarify with him whether he really wasn't joking and everything was exactly as he said. To which he replied that he shouldn't look down on everyone. He had heard a funny story about how all the assassins sent by the great rulers failed and returned with their bellies stuffed to the brim. His brother replied that he shouldn't worry because he would take another squad with him. Black whirlwind. He thought that wasn't too much. Chong Lihel tell him that it will be just right since we are talking about the martial arts of the god of war. He turned around and walked out of that room, and when he walked out he said that this needed to be dealt with once and for all. At that moment his brother thought that he was taking a squad of black vortex with him. Most likely he had gone crazy. You can't leave traces even in the tavern where he was going. Then he took 2 bloody jade bracelets and looked at them. He thought that in any case he had already filled 7 treasures. What was left was how to get the royal sword and the tyrant's sword. And also he needed the most important essence, an energy. This is an ice crystal. At that moment he called the twins who were waiting for him, and they immediately returned to that room. The master told his twin subordinates that it was time to start their plan. They had to gather people because he was going to visit the Namgung clan. The morning at the tavern began as usual with the expectation of new customers and new orders. The tiger cub was sitting on the table. He was washing himself, thus welcoming guests to this tavern. The door of the tavern suddenly opened. On the threshold stood a gentleman who was holding his unconscious daughter in his arms. He wanted to see the elder. When Bei Wu saw the master, he asked what brought him to their tavern so early. The master demanded the elder because he really needed him. Bei Wu saw that this gentleman had his daughter in his arms, and she was unconscious. Bei Wu answered the master that the elder had not yet arrived, but he did not understand what had happened to Lady Soman, and why she was in such a state. The master said that something was wrong with her. Bei Wu wanted to know what was going on. He needed to understand if he could help her himself. Then the gentleman said that his daughter had been kidnapped and subjected to terrible martial arts, so he wanted to find out how to contact Elder Nagdi as soon as possible. When Bei Wu heard this whole story, he ordered the master to also put the girl on the table. When she was already lying on the table, the young man looked and realized that the technique of excessive intoxication had been used on her. The gentleman asked what he should do. Bei Wu touched her face with both his hands, and it seemed as if a bright light was coming from his hands. For a few more minutes Lady Soman lay without opening her eyes. The only thing that changed was her complexion. After which the young man said that the girl felt better and she should come to her senses. The gentleman looked at Bei Wu and did not know what to tell him. When Lady Soman opened her eyes, the gentleman asked the young man what he had done because all the elixirs in their clan were useless. Even the most professional doctors threw up their hands. He lowered his head and thanked Bei Wu and then added that he would never forget his kindness and shook his hand. The young man wanted to be explained in detail what had happened. The gentleman said that his daughter had been kidnapped by an unknown monster, and in return they asked for a dragon scale, so he had to give it to her, and then his daughter was returned in this state. Bei Wu responded that perhaps these people were from the same group that attacked their family on their birthday. The gentleman said that he also thought so. Bei Wu unexpectedly stood up and looked at his interlocutor without saying anything. Then after a pause he said that he needed to go somewhere and the gentleman and his daughter could stay in this tavern. The gentleman wanted to know where he was suddenly in such a hurry. The young man said that he needed to check something because they could somehow be connected with the kidnappers. The gentleman asked him if he could go with him. Bei Wu answered that the gentleman could do as he wished. Even time not far from this tavern, a large number of warriors approached and surrounded this tavern from all sides. It was a squad of Black Whirlwind. One of these warriors approached the commander and asked him if he didn't find this mission a little strange. The commander replied to his subordinate that they were just doing what they were told to do and nothing more. Then his subordinate said that he understood everything when they asked to attack the imperial palace, but here they asked them to attack some tavern. Then the commander said that this was a completely unusual tavern, but a group associated with the 5 great families and Master Nogok. When the subordinate heard this information, he said that now everything became clear to him. The commander thought that he should not tell his subordinate about the connections with the martial arts of the god of war. He thought that he was simply ordered to destroy a man named Baek Wu who stole and appropriated secret skills. So he had to do his job. Seeing the people who were approaching him, he ordered his warriors to stand. The Black Whirlwind squad listened to their commander without reservation at one point, and not everyone stopped. The warrior asked his commander what happened and why he gave such an order. The commander told him to look forward. Right in front of them stood 2 people who did not stop and continued walking. In the hands of one of them was an ordinary branch which he broke off from a tree. The subordinate told his commander that the one on the left was clearly a master who had reached his peak and the one on the right was a simple escort. The commander didn't answer him. He just thought that it was not like that at all and that it was not an easy escort. At that moment the commander's heart began to squeeze when this guy looked at him. He felt this only when he was next to their leader, Mr. Chong Li Chun. The commander gave the order for them to line up in a black whirlwind, which meant that they would enter into battle. His assistant asked about their squad using a deadly attack against the strongest enemies. Why should they do this? At that moment the commander told him to do as he was told. He was very talkative. After this order was given, the Black Whirlwind squad lined up as ordered by their commander. They moved very quickly and each of this squad clearly knew their position under this command. In just a few seconds Bei Wu and the gentleman who accompanied him stood in the center, a Black Whirlwind squad moving around them. Bei Wu thought at that moment that he was just going to talk to them, but they immediately got down to business. Mr. Look Around said that there are too many people and they need to change their place. The commander said that they are a squad called Black Whirlwind and are going on a mission. If they get in their way, they will immediately kill them. Then the young man said if they really are the Black Whirlwind squad, then he Baekyu the commander was very surprised. The young man said that their tavern was too small to accommodate them all together, so they should come a little later. The commander wondered if this was the same young man Baekyu whom he had been told, and whom he had been ordered to destroy. If this is true, then he had no choice but to attack him. He shouted to the Black Whirlwind squad to attack. After which these guys from the Black Vitch squad began their attack. They tried to approach the young man. The gentleman who was with him said that there were too many of these guys who were attacking and they were too powerful, they had better leave. It seemed that Bei Wu didn't hear him at all. As soon as these guys from the Black Whirlwind squad approached, he was able to push them back with just one blow of his sword. These guys, despite the fact that there were many of them, were thrown aside and lay on the ground. The commander, seeing this situation, thought that he couldn't believe it, but his squad couldn't do anything with this one guy. The commander thought of only one thing: at least one of them had to deal him a fatal blow. But none of his black squad could get close to him, and none of his squad could strike him. Bei Wu lifted one of his legs and slammed it down on the ground with all his might, and it felt like an earthquake was starting. These guys who tried to attack him, when they approached him, were immediately thrown aside. After this attack was completed, Bei Wu took a few steps forward. But not all the warriors from the squad were Black Whirlwind. he was destroyed. The attack on the young man continued. The warriors who tried to attack him were also thrown away from him with great force. None of the Black Virus warriors could resist the power that Bei Wu possessed. When the commander realized that not a single one of his subordinates could get close to this guy, he thought that in that case he would do it himself. When he tried to attack, the young man used the thunder explosion technique, so he had to stop his opponent. Then he raised his hand, in which was a branch from the tree, and lowered it. The commander of the Black Squad did not understand what was happening and who this young man was. When Bei Wu lowered this branch down, a huge discharge of very powerful force rushed through the earth, which demolished everything in its path. Who was with the young man thought that this guy was a real monster, and now it became clear to him why Chun Sam obediently followed his orders. He looked around and saw many bodies lying around on the ground. The commander of the Black Vortex Squad, rising from the ground, asked the young man if he was really the heir of the god of war. Now it was clear to him that Jin Muepa's martial arts really existed. Well, the young man answered him that the squad leader Black Vic was the same as those gangs that came to his tavern. Look at the gentleman. He told him that the commander had nothing to do with the kidnapping of his daughter. Bei Wu asked the commander of the Black Whirlwind Squad, who instructed him to go to the Kunlun Inn. The commander looked at the young man and said that he would not answer even if he killed him. Then Bei Wu, looking into his eyes, told him to drop this matter, since he didn't want to answer. The commander didn't know how to react to this. The young man continued to talk about him coming back and saying that the god of war they were looking for was not here. The commander was even more surprised. But he decided to ask the young man again if what he was saying was true. Bei Wu didn't answer him, he just looked at him and remained silent. The commander thought that this guy could easily kill him if he wanted to, but in fact he didn't need the bastard to leave him alive. Bei Wu looked at the gentleman and said that it was time for them to go, they had nothing else to do here. The gentleman was very surprised, he couldn't even imagine who this guy was. He caught himself thinking that Bei Wu was the best option for his daughter. He thought that he also had feelings for her, considering that he saved her without any conditions. After some time, they did not return to the tavern this time. He was able to save the lady's life as well. When the girl left with her father, she thanked the young man and said that she would never forget his kindness. Bei Wu told her to just come here as often as possible, and at that moment the gentleman thought that this guy was really interested in his daughter. When the gentleman and his daughter sat on their horse and went to their estate, the gentleman raised his hand and thought that they would see each other soon. At the tavern, everyone wanted to know what this sudden meeting was about. Bei Wu had called them to announce that it was time for them to expand their tavern. All the workers who were at this meeting did not understand what it meant to expand, because at that moment they were barely coping with orders. The young man's assistant asked what this meant. Bei Wu answered that it was time for them to grow. Chung Sam asked the young man if their tavern should really become bigger. Bei Wu answered him that he understood all the rules. Then Chun Sam said if he thinks so, then he is, in the case he fully supported him. Others want to think that it is not worth rushing so much, it can lead to incomprehensible events. They were talking about how a lot of money was needed for expansion, and with the amount they had at that moment, Bei Wu interrupted him and said that he would solve this issue. Some also wanted to know, because this building was inherited by the lady, can one do whatever one wants with it? Bei Wu replied that he had already talked to the mistress, and the owner was not against it because her grandfather dreamed of building the best tavern. She added that she believed that she had been given not only the building but also the spirit of the continuation of this dream. Some were perplexed. They didn't understand what expansion meant and how quickly they could pay for it all. The elder, having listened to everyone, said that in that case there was only one person for them as a husband, and that was the carpenter. Bei Wu said in a conversation with the elder that he would soon be able to sort this out. The elder answered him that he knew the best carpenter in this world and he could tell about him. He began to ask if the young man had heard about the Heck Bei family. Wu answered that he did not remember. Then the old man, pouring himself some juice, said that 50 years ago they were swimming in money, but now unfortunately they are ruined. The young man took a sip from his cup and thought about it. He remembered something. This family had a huge mansion that was built by the greatest carpenter of that time, Gongha, but if you think about it, this carpenter's age will not allow him to work. In fact, his grandson Gonchik continues the family business and also became famous as the best carpenter in the world. The young man listened to his every word. The elder said that there had been no news about this guy for 10 years. Baekyu repeated the guy's name again. The elder said that his gang of beggars could find out everything very quickly if he would help them with this. In another part of the country, or more precisely in its eastern part where the central plain was in the city of Jinnar, there were quite a lot of people sitting in one of the taverns. It was one of the new establishments. When further away from the King Kali, one of the visitors asked another if he had heard about Samrayaman. The second answered him that he meant that all the land there had been bought up and a new building had been built. The first one said that the structures are simply amazing, he saw it himself. The second one added that he also saw it, it's just a miracle, it's the work of Choi Demon. And then he added that this guy is the best carpenter in Jinan. The whole conversation was heard by a person sitting at the table who was nearby. So when he heard this, he hit the table with all his might and shouted loudly, "Who is the best carpenter?" The men turned their heads, and one of them asked what was wrong with this man because he had scared them. And this man stood up and started telling the whole tavern that Choi Demon only suggested that he did all the work. People looked at him, didn't understand what was happening to him, and wanted to know who he was. This man was confident in himself. He introduced himself as Gonchik and that he was the best carpenter in the world. The people sitting at the table next to him, when they heard his name, they wondered if this was the same Gonchik. They looked at him and said that this is the same man who had squandered all his savings and forgotten about the family honor that he had inherited from his ancestors. On the other hand, someone said that it was him. Gonchik tried to explain to everyone present that everything they were saying was a lie invented by Choi Demon. These people, no one wanted to listen to him. They told him not to interfere with their drinking and that they should go to their own table. It was very hard for him to hear all this, and he didn't know how to get rid of these rumors. In fact, his Gon family was on the verge of destruction due to the fraud that Choi Demon guaranteed, or only Gonchik dragged out a miserable existence, continuing to live under the influence of Choi Demon. Gonchik took a glass and drank from it. He thought that his father and his dear should forgive him. He is the only one who should take the blow of this miserable life. When his thoughts were only about how to get drunk, he saw that in front of him in this tavern there were two. Bei Wu was the first to start the conversation. He asked the guy if he was really Gonchik. He, without getting up from his seat, replied that they understood everything correctly. Then the young man did not explain for long. He said that they would like to ask him to expand their tavern. Gonchik poured himself another cup and said that he doesn't know how they found out about him, but now he earns money by doing small errands, so they should look for another person. The young man tried to explain to him once again that it was important for them to build the best tavern in the world. Then the carpenter thought if they wanted to build the best tavern in the world and they came for him, it meant something. Baekyu continued to talk about how to build this best tavern. They needed a better carpenter. After which the young man added that only he was capable of this, which is why he came to him. Gonchik covered his face with his hand because he didn't want everyone else to see that he was crying. He wondered if anyone still needed him. He had no choice but to agree to this deal, and within a few seconds they were on the road. He didn't understand how everything happened and how these guys quickly carried him from one place to another. Very quickly they were in Guangxi province in the Nanning estate, where everything was very beautiful and was built by him. A second later they were above this estate and they landed right in front of the entrance. Having lowered down, they found themselves right in front of the gates, and now it was necessary to understand where they should be and not where they should be. Bei Wu asked the carpenter if there was a man named Shan Son living here. The carpenter answered him that they had all arrived correctly. Then the young man said that they shouldn't linger and that they needed to move forward. At that moment Gonchik thought about how quickly they flew here and who the hell these people were who said that they needed him. There in the tavern he said that they would need blue dragon wood to build the huge tavern they were talking about. Then this guy asked again about blue dragon wood. The carpenter explained to him that even a large tree cannot be used right away. It will have to be dried for several years so that it does not become warped, and the one who has a lot of this tree is called Shanson. He said that they could meet him in the southern region. Then the young people told the carpenter to accompany them. Approaching the gate, they met two guards who said they wanted to meet with the head. The guards asked them who they were and where they were from. The young man introduced himself as Baekyu from the Kunlun Tavern, along with a worker named Chunsam. A few minutes later, a man came out to them. He introduced himself as the leader, and his name was Chandako. The young man introduced himself again. The manager didn't understand what brought this guy from the tavern. He asked him what he was doing. Then he asked him again if he really intended to buy blue dragon wood. At that moment, a gentleman joined them. He wanted to know what kind of building needed such a huge amount of wood. The manager was surprised that their leader had come. The head introduced himself by saying that his name was Shanson, he wanted to know what brought them to him. The young man began to explain once again that they were planning to build buildings much larger than even the one they were in. The head immediately thought that this would be a contract for hundreds of thousands of niangs. In his eyes there was only money. Unexpectedly for everyone, he began to say that such a big matter was not within his personal capabilities. In fact, they could only consider him as an intermediary. The carpenter wondered if Chanson really had a partner, since he had worked with him for so long and had never heard of him. The young man then said that if he says so, then it turns out that they were in the wrong place. The head of the department answered that they were not exactly in the wrong place, but that they needed to get General Conran's approval. And then he added that this is a necessary condition even with a sum of hundreds of thousands of niang. Then he asked if the money is ready. The young man said that yes, he had about 400 niangs on his head, and his boss was very surprised when he heard such a sum. After which the head told his boss that the guests were leaving very quickly. The head wondered why he had let them in at all. The head got very angry. At this point, Chun Sam told the head to sit down because this conversation was not over yet. The head did not understand how he could talk to him like that, but he felt such power that he could not resist. This guy was looking at him with some kind of inhuman gaze, so his hands started shaking. Bei Wu, hearing this way of putting the question, said that they had no choice but to go to General Conran. Within a few minutes they all left the estate and with the help of their power went to the general. This time the young man and his assistant took not only the carpenter but also the head to meet with the general. A few minutes later they flew up to General Conran's palace, and as soon as they landed they also went inside. The guards asked nobody. They were Bei Wu, as he had done the previous time, introduced himself and his assistant. One of the guards went to the general and reported that they had come to him. The general was reading a book at that moment. When he heard that they had come to him, he answered the guard that they should come in. The general was Tulsa read the book that lay in front of him, but he could not do it. Then he threw it aside and thought that it was just useless trash. At that moment the door to his room opened and Bei Wu walked in with his assistant, with the carpenter and the head standing behind him. The chief began the conversation. He asked the general for forgiveness that they had arrived without warning. The general asked Chanson who these people were who were with him and why he brought them here. The young man decided to introduce himself. He said that his name was Baekyu and he was from the Kunlun Tavern. Then his employee Chun Sam introduced himself, after which the carpenter Gonchik introduced himself. At that moment the general laughed and said that they had a very funny group. After which the general stood up from his desk and took a few steps forward, so that he approached the young man and stopped in front of him. Looking at him, the first question the general asked him was that he was from Murim. The guy, without thinking twice, answered that it was all in his past. The general wanted to know what he needed now. Then the young man tried to explain to him that he was now an ordinary cook in a tavern. The general was surprised that he could really be a cook. The general asked the guy again if he was really preparing food in an ordinary tavern. The young man answered him that this was exactly how it was. The general fell silent and adjusted his beard. It was very strange for him to hear this story. He needed to understand why an ordinary cook, as well as a carpenter and a tavern worker, decided to look for him. The general returned to his seat, and when he sat down he said that since the recent victories had lifted his spirits, he was ready to listen to why they had decided to meet with him. The young man tried again to explain that they were going to build the best tavern in the world. The general answered him that since they are not even from the imperial family, he does not understand why they are looking for blue dragon wood, but if they have money then everything is possible. Unexpectedly for the general, the young man said that they don't have them. The general got very angry. I don't understand why they are here then. The chief lowered his head before the general and began to ask him for forgiveness. He said that he should spare him. The general looked at the young man, not understanding who he was and how he dared to come here. And most importantly, he wondered where this guy got so much audacity and confidence from. After a pause, Baekyu said that they really didn't have any money, but they could give him whatever he wanted, and the general was even more surprised. The young man says that he will do everything in his power and capabilities if he gives him blue dragon wood. The general asked the guy again what exactly was in his power and what he could actually give him. The general wanted to know, for example, what he could offer him. The young man answered that he could give him anything he asked for. The general was even more surprised. He hadn't seen such a self-confident guy for a long time, so he asked him if that was really true. The general thought about it. He needed to understand what he could ask this guy to test his capabilities. The first thing that came to his mind was the thought of the book and that he couldn't read it. The general picked up the very book that he had thrown aside for several minutes thinking that it was nonsense. Then he handed over this book and asked the guy to tell him what he felt when he looked at this thing. The young man took the book in his hands and began to turn one page after another. He sat and looked at every page in this book. Everyone else was watching him. His assistant was also trying to look. Unable to stand this pause, his assistant snatched the book and said what kind of rubbish it was. When his assistant snatched this book and held it in his hands, he felt a very great power from it. This power was so great that it was unbearable to hold this book in his hands. In fact, he simply burned it. The general did not understand what had happened, but he watched everything that was happening. After which he noticed that magic is popular in MME these days, and what he saw was ordinary magic. The general said that he was only interested in one thing: manuscripts on martial arts, having studied which one could enter the 100 strongest masters of Murim. Then the general added that if the young man finds them, he will give him as much wood as he wants. The guy thought about it, after which the general asked him whether he agreed to such a deal or not. Baekyu answered him that these are not simple methods and they were created for hundreds of the best masters. With diligent practice they will allow the general to enter even the top 10 strongest. At this time everything in the tavern was as usual without incident. The cook who was replacing the young man at that time was cooking for the visitors, and she said that everything was ready. The owner of this establishment brought the visitors 3 kuksu as they ordered. They were delighted. The cook who cooked instead of the young man stood and watched the reaction of the visitors. These guys, when they ate some of their portions, they said that the taste was somehow different and it was a little worse. The second guy added that most likely this tavern had gone out of business. The cook was a little upset because she knew she wouldn't succeed. One of the visitors, despite everything his friends said that in any case it was very tasty. The other guys added that it couldn't be any other way here. This cook thought that her student had surpassed the teacher, and it was very surprising for her. She was glad that she had such an outstanding student who could surpass his teacher. She thought that she needed to practice even harder so that her dish would be the same as his. She called the owner of this establishment and asked her to bring her 10 kws of pork fillet. After the owner went to the warehouse, she saw that they didn't have any pork. She thought that she was very sorry that Mr. Chunsam was not there. If he had been in such a situation, he would have caught the pig in a moment. At that moment she heard some noise coming from the street and decided to go and check. Leaving the tavern, she wanted to know what the noise was and where it was coming from. She took a few steps and saw that a huge boar was lying in the middle of the yard. The owner was a little scared. She didn't understand where he could have come from and why he was lying in the middle of their yard. She was told that it was Kovan who caught this boar because they had no pork at all. The hostess was very surprised. She did not understand how Kovan could do this, but they explained to her that this is exactly how it was. In fact, Kovan was the king of all tigers, but now he had transformed into a small cat that was in this tavern. The hostess went to be surprised if this was really so. She thought about whether this was really Kovan in the cat's house. Now, if this is so, then no one will love him if his identity is revealed. The hostess came up and asked Kovan if he really caught the boar. He only muttered ambiguously. The owner held him in her arms and said what cute eyes he had and how sweet he was. He only mumbled his name. Van, at that moment when he looked at her, he did not understand that she was not afraid of him at all. When she came up, she said that she didn't know at all. Van wanted to clarify with her what exactly she meant. The hostess said that he was very funny. He didn't understand what she wanted to say. Then the girl began to explain how it was possible to call such a cute cat that was sitting in her arms a tiger. It was just funny. And then she added that most likely it was he, Van, who brought this boar. The young man began to make excuses. He said that it was not so, it was not true. He did not do it. The hostess told him to stop being embarrassed. She also thanked him for his help. Despite his busy schedule, he helped her. At that moment, the young man thought that it would be best for him to remain silent. If he said anything again, she would laugh again. The young man asked the hostess what kind of address Uncle Van was, and she answered that she thought it was a very appropriate address for his age. Then he asked her how old she thought he was. The girl thought for a bit and said, well, probably 40. Immediately after her answer, he said that it was not so, he was actually only 32. It seemed that the hostess liked this answer. Van added that she can call him whatever she wants. He allows her to do so. Then the hostess thanked him and said that from now on she would call him Brother Wang. When he heard that she called him brother, he was very surprised. He stopped and opened his mouth in surprise. But in fact, he really liked it. When he accepted the job, he thought of only one thing, that she called him brother. The girl put the kitten on the ground and said that it was nice to have a reliable older brother like Van. At the same time, in another part of the general's estate, the following events were taking place. The general sat on his chair. In front of him were several scrolls which he was trying to read. Opening one of these scrolls, he began to study it carefully. He needed to understand this is what he asked for. He asked the young man again if this was the name of military equipment. The young man replied that he most likely meant the art of cotton growing, and due to lack of time he was unable to put everything into book form. The general looked and thought that this technique is very simple, but it is tough. It is not difficult to master, but its power is amazing. The general looked at the guy sitting in front of him and said that he kept his promise. Then he added that he would give him the wood of the blue dragon. He would keep his word. The head and the carpenter were surprised. The general turned to the head of Shanson, who said that he was listening to him attentively. Then the general ordered that the blue dragon would be given to Mr. Baek Woo. The leader was a little surprised by the general's behavior. The only thing he asked the general was how much blue dragon wood he should give. The general replied that he should give as much as they needed. The head tried to object to the general. He wanted to say that if they do this, they will suffer great losses. The general stopped him and said that he would take care of all the payments and he had to do as he was told. At the same time, the tavern was no longer so crowded. Their working day was coming to an end. The hostess decided that she could rest because she had had a very busy day today. Dim Somen approached the hostess and said thank you very much. She also thanked him. The other three guys were a little offended by this and asked why they weren't greeting them. At that moment, the door to this tavern opened very abruptly. No one knew yet who would enter it. Actually, it was Mr. Baek Woo, and he had already returned. All the workers of this tavern asked him if he had already arrived, and everyone was interested in the question of whether he could decide why he went. The carpenter looked at the employees of this tavern and thought, are these really the workers of this tavern? These three who were in this tavern seemed too frightening to him. They looked. At that moment, the hostess entered and greeted the young man. Baek Woo greeted her and introduced the carpenter to the hostess of the Kunlun Inn. The owner of this tavern looked at the man who came with Baek Woo and asked who he was. The young man explained to her that this gentleman who arrived with him would help them expand this tavern. The man said his name was Gonchik, after which the girl introduced herself as Jin So-hee, and that he could speak to her informally. The carpenter looked at her and said that this was their first meeting. He couldn't allow himself to do that. The girl answered him that she was only 19. The carpenter then asked her how old Mr. Baek was because he looked pretty good. A young man heard their conversation. He came closer to them and said that he didn't know for sure but thought that he was about 122 years old. The carpenter then thought that most likely this guy was threatening him, so that he wouldn't even think of being familiar with him. The young man went into the kitchen and saw his teacher there. She asked him if he had already returned. He also introduced her to the carpenter and to him Mrs. Cho Akin. She was the head cook here. The woman was glad to meet him. After which she came as close to him as possible and began to examine him from all sides. The carpenter then asked her if she really knew him. He was even a little upset that now they would start accusing him of something again. But the lady said that she really could know him if his father was also a carpenter. He replied that everything was correct. She began to talk about how when she built her yellow crane and she hired a carpenter named Gongha. The racer answered her that everything was correct. She was the same cook of the yellow crane inn, and the lady of Hubei province asked him to take care of their tavern. Then when they went they met another worker of this tavern. It was the warrior Chegal Somen. He said that he was glad of this meeting. The carpenter did not understand why there was a warrior in this tavern. Where did he come from? And also Chegal, it was unclear why they were using a man from the Chegal clan as an employee. After which the door to the tavern opened and a huge man entered. It was Van. He greeted the new carpenter. When the carpenter saw him, he was very scared and even started to back up a little. At that moment he thought, is this really the same beast lord that everyone is talking about? They asked him if he really knows him. Then the carpenter replied that it was not quite so, but even people not from Murim know the four heavenly rulers. He had no choice but to say that it was nice to meet you, and that he was a carpenter, the master of beasts, and said that his name was Van Koren. The carpenter was very surprised by everything that was happening. He could not believe that he would meet the master of beasts in this tavern. At this point, the hostess intervened in their conversation. She said, does Mr. Carpenter really know Van's brother? To which Van himself told her that her brother was famous. Bei Wu interrupted their conversation. He turned to Wang. He asked him if he hadn't shied away from making tables while he was gone. The carpenter was even more surprised. He couldn't even believe that the Beast Lord could make ordinary tables. At that moment, the owner of the inn asked what about Mr. Chunsam. Bae-woo replied that his assistant had a lot of luggage, so he would be a little delayed. Immediately after his words, everyone heard some strange sounds coming from the street. Without thinking twice, everyone hurried to the exit to understand what these sounds were near their tavern. When they ran out, none of them could understand anything because nothing was visible or clear. They stood there waiting with bated breath to see what would happen next. They were very curious. After some time, as soon as the dust began to subside and they were able to see something, they realized what was happening. Right in front of them, a huge pile of blue dragon wood grew, and at the very top of this pile stood Chunsam. The young man was pleased with himself and was pleased with what he had done. He exhaled, and then he thought that he had even sweated a little. He pushed off and jumped down and landed right in front of the guys who were watching what was happening. One of these guys asked the gentleman if he had brought all this himself. The carpenter at that moment thought that he had never heard of such a person as Chunsam in Muram. If they enter the world of martial arts, and their influence spread in a snap. Chunsam saw Wang's displeased face, so he pointed his finger at him and asked what he said. Van looked at him in fear and said that he was silent at all. He most likely misheard it. Chunsam was unhappy. He said that he heard everything. He wanted to hear again what he said to the hostess. Van was just surprised. He couldn't even imagine that this guy could hear even at such a distance. Chunsam asked him if he really demanded that she call him brother. He was so angry with him that he said that he would teach him a lesson now. Van tried to explain to him that, so he herself suggested that she would call him that. Then Chunsam called the mistress and shouted to her that he would kill her. Van asked him to stop. The hostess heard that these two guys were arguing with each other, came up and said that Van was absolutely right, it was all her. Chunsan asked her again if it was true. Van answered that of course it was, and that he didn't mean anything bad. After which Chunsam calmed down, turned around, and went in the other direction. The others took a deep breath. The carpenter was even more surprised by what was happening. He wondered if he was in some other world. At this time, in another part where the Namgung clan was located, everything was not so calm. The territory of this clan was visited by bandits who came with the twins. They followed the instructions given to them by these twins exactly. They had to capture this clan. Inside, everything was calm, and everyone who belonged to this clan was celebrating. At the head sat Namgun Mu, the young master of this clan, and the eldest son. He spoke about what they had gathered to thank everyone for their hard work and wished everyone a pleasant time. His warriors discussed among themselves that the chief had forbidden them to drink for a whole month, so they could only do this in secret. They were talking about the world, whether to themselves or to secretly drink. It was much tastier than celebrating with everyone else. At that moment, people in black burst into the room where they were celebrating. They were the same bandits. The warriors of this clan wanted to understand who they were and how they managed to get right into the center of the clan. There were twins standing on the street. They were in control of the whole situation. Turning their heads, they saw a thin gentleman. He asked he wasn't alone. The long one of the twins said that he thought it would be hard to deal with the girl from the Soman clan and would be able to get the royal sword. Secondly, his brother added that life does not always go as they plan. The leader of the heavenly cult stated that they will not go to the Namgung clan. One of the sons of the leader of the heavenly cult said that there was no longer any need for this. The second objected to him. To which the son of the leader of the heavenly cult said that the squad of the Black Whirlwind lost only to one other person. And then he added that this person turned out to be the same Baekyu from whom the next had troubles. The second added that this could not be. Then the son of the leader of the heavenly cult said that he saw no point in starting a total war, and they could solve everything the same way as with the dragon scales. At the same time, they must not forget that the immortal emperor of the heavenly palace is not someone to be underestimated. If they see him, they must immediately return. At the same time, in another part, the young master Namgung Mu and his men were fighting off the attackers. One of his assistants shouted to the gentleman that they needed to retreat because they had attacked their house, which meant he was the target. At the entrance to the house, there was one of the twins. The shorter one was ready to attack. From a few steps ahead, he raised both his hands to strike, saying that he needed to finish this quickly. After his blow, a portal appeared in front of the young master that he could not overcome. The whirlwinds became stronger and stronger. It seemed that just a little more, and he would suck them all inside along with the young master. Young master Namgung Mu was a little confused, as he didn't know how to counter such a blow. The only thing he answered them was that they were ordinary scoundrels if they used such abilities. The young master decided to take a risk, and so he decided to use the sword that that overturns the heavens. One of the twins, when he saw his resistance, said that he was bragging about his tricks only because he was the older son. The young master did not stop and tried to use double speed to avoid damage. But the enemy's blow was so strong that the young master was unable to resist. He was thrown to the ground. The only thing that came to his mind was that it was too strong. After which one of the twins said that he hoped that the fun would continue for a while. His brother replied that he should finish joking as quickly as possible. They needed to take the sword and leave. When they were ready to leave, someone from behind ordered them to stop. One of the twins turned his head to look. They were stopped by Namgung Jichin, the head of the Namgung clan, the immortal emperor of the Heavenly Palace. He told them how dare they, after which he stated that the Namgung clan was one of the 5 great families and they had no right to observe. At that moment one of the twins thought that he could not even imagine that the immortal emperor himself would come out. And he also remembered the words of his master that if they met him they would immediately cancel everything and return, but then he thought that these upstarts from the Central Plain could. The smaller of the twins told his brother that maybe they wouldn't just deal with him. The tall one replied that it wasn't a bad idea. And then he ordered his warriors that whoever brings the royal sword will be given 5 bars of gold. After which his men went on the attack on the immortal emperor of the Heavenly Palace. His assistant shouted at them that they were scum, and he was already ready to repel this attack, but the immortal emperor of the Heavenly Palace stopped him. He said that he was ready to deal with them himself, so he took out his sword and rushed to attack the attackers. The guys who were trying to attack him at that moment stopped. There was fear in their eyes. The immortal emperor of the Heavenly Palace told them that in this situation it was too late to regret. After which he began to deal with each of them in turn, leaving none of them alive. Blood sprayed in all directions. The twins were a little scared. They didn't understand what to do. The only thing that came to their mind was to run. The immortal emperor answered them that it was too late and they could not even hope to return alive. The fat twin asked his brother what they would do, to which the other replied that he did not know that there were such people in the Central Plain. And then he added that he would go to the end because he had no other choice, otherwise he would be killed. At this moment he used one of the rare demonic iron sword techniques. And then he said that they would leave immediately if they gave them the royal sword, showing what it was capable of. The immortal emperor's assistant declared that he could deal with him and took a step forward. The twins smiled and said that it was even funny that someone was trying to figure it out with him. Immediately after this, the immortal emperor's assistant attempted to strike. The twin dodged this blow to the side, telling him that he had an incomprehensible idea of himself. And the second twin brother continued to use the rare demonic iron sword to pull the sword they came for to himself. Even at one point one of the twins was able to strike the immortal emperor right on the head. The immortal emperor jumped up and blocked an attack from one of the twins. After he landed, he told this twin that he saw that he was not at all afraid of the Namgung family sword. The immortal emperor of the Namgung family continued to tank. He couldn't let those twins do anything to him. But despite this, his attacks were repelled by one of the twins. He was out of reach. The immortal emperor, when he saw this situation, thought that it was very difficult to get close to this guy. He was too nimble. One of the twins told the second brother that if all their warriors unite, the second one noted that nothing will remain of the Central Plain. At that moment, the immortal emperor took out his sword and asked them again if they really thought it was true. Then these two twins were a little scared because they understood that everything might not go according to their plan. The immortal emperor held the hilt of this sword, from which very great energy emanated. It seemed that this sword was already strong enough in itself, and it was unbearable to resist it. The twins stood silently. They had no choice but to watch everything that was happening. The immortal emperor told them that it was time to fulfill their wish. One of the twins shouted to his brother that he did not believe his eyes because it was actually the sword of power. The immortal emperor made a check forward to attack them. He was not going to tell them anything anymore. These two twins were so scared that one of them shouted to the other one to run, and they took off. The immortal emperor, seeing this situation, laughed very loudly because it was ordinary cowardice on their part. But he still wasn't going to let their actions go unpunished. He dealt them a blow. The immortal emperor threw these twins aside so far that they did not even have time to resist. When one of them landed on the ground, he thought only about how to quickly get away from this place. In front of him stood the immortal emperor of the Heavenly Palace. he could not believe his eyes. The fat twin thought that he and his brother needed to get out of this place as quickly as possible. The only thing that came to his mind at that moment was to throw a ball with spikes that would release poisonous smoke upon impact. The twin, without thinking, threw this ball at his opponent. This was his last chance. The immortal emperor, seeing that they were trying to resist to the last, smiled. When this spike was very close, the emperor was able to jump to the side and this ball split into two parts. Then the ball exploded right in front of his eyes, scattering small fragments to the side. After which toxic smoke began to appear. He thought that he urgently needed to hold his breath. After a few seconds, the smoke began to descend and it was possible to breathe easily. Look around. The emperor saw that these two twins were not there and did not evaporate with the smoke. The emperor turned his head and saw his eldest son sitting on the ground at the entrance. The immortal emperor approached his son and asked if he was okay. The boy tried to get up. He lowered his head and told his father that he was very ashamed. His father told him not to overdo it. The emperor looked at his son, assessed his condition, and thought that fortunately the injuries were not serious. The only thing he didn't understand was how something like this could happen in the Namgun family. He decided that he would find these twins and destroy them at any cost, no matter where they ran off to. After some time, the twins were with their owner reporting what had happened. And the owner was unhappy because they lost everyone who was under their command and ultimately failed the operation because he told them to leave immediately if they saw the immortal emperor of the heavenly palace. He added that with the Soman clan everything went smoothly because he was the kind of opponent that could be easily suppressed. You can't use the same strategy with the immortal emperor. The twins started talking about asking for forgiveness and asking to be allowed to do it again, to which they heard the answer that the slower you go, the further you will go. The son of the heavenly cult thought about it at that moment because he understood that he needed the tyrant's sword and the royal sword. Everything was very complicated. He decided that they would have to be more careful if they failed this time, and it would be better to focus on the Namgung family's royal sword and not deal with Baekwu. At the same time, in another part where the Soman clan was located, the elders gathered at one table. One of them reported to the clan head that the Namgung clan was attacked last night. The clan head was furious. When he heard this news, he was surprised at first and asked again what they meant. Then he shouted who dared to do this rather than the same scumbags who stole the dragon scales, and they answered that apparently it was they. The clan leader captured the poisonous monster that brought him the kidnapper's legacy. The poisonous monster made a statement. I appeal to the head of the clan. He said that Mr. Chong Ligan wants him. Now the clan leader understood everything. It meant that Chong Ligan was hunting for the royal sword. The door to the room opened. The servant came in and addressed the master as guests had come to him, and they answered that they were having a meeting and the guests should wait. The servant said that the immortal emperor of the heavenly palace had arrived to see the clan leader. He was waiting for him, sitting at the table with his assistants. He needed to find out everything. The head of the clan went down to the immortal emperor. The first thing he asked was what brought him to him. The immortal emperor of the heavenly palace greeted the clan leader. He really had business with him. The chief of chiefs said that he had no idea why the immortal emperor had come to him and explained to him that he had been attacked the previous night. The clan leader first thought about the royal sword, so he asked if everything was okay. The immortal emperor answered him that fortunately the sword was not stolen, but that these people came specifically for it. The heavenly emperor also stated that those scumbag twins were not able to steal him. At that moment, the clan leader thought that the heavenly emperor was mocking him. His pride was still the same. The heavenly emperor said that he came to find out if he had any information about these scumbags, because his son said that he believed that these were the same people who were going to steal the royal sword during the celebrations for the birthday of the head of the Soman clan. At that moment, the head of the clan thought that his eldest son was quite smart. After which he asked about the immortal emperor. Did he still not know anything? Then he said that these twins are the henchmen of a man named Chong Ligan. The immortal emperor thought. Then he started to tell that he only knows that they are hunting for the 10 treasures of Murim. The immortal emperor, when he heard these words, he thought, because now it became clear to him what kind of people they were. He put his hand on the table, leaned his elbows, stood up, thanked for the information, and said that it was time for him to go. The head of the clan finally told the immortal emperor that halfway to Mount Kunlun there is an inn with the same name. He also said that the man who saved their family was an ordinary cook of this tavern, and his name was Baekwu. The clan leader also said that he asked the young master Chunsam from this inn to look after the tyrant's sword. When the immortal emperor heard this whole story, he thought, could the tyrant's sword really be in an ordinary tavern? This was just some kind of nonsense. The clan leader addressed the immortal emperor and said that he would learn much more if he visited this place himself. And he also added that this guy and his assistants are students of Master Nogok. The immortal emperor, when he heard about the master and that his students were there in the tavern, was even more surprised. The head of the clan at that moment thought that he was interested in seeing how the immortal emperor would turn up his nose, although in that case there wouldn't be a bone left of him. At the same time, in another part where the same Kunlun tavern was located, everything seemed to be going according to plan. The kitchen workers were lined up and told that they had two things to focus on at the moment. They were told that this was the first delivery within the tavern, and that one person had to be chosen for takeaway. And the second thing they had to do was build a fence. The guys thought, what kind of fence is this? They were told that the delivery of food to the village was already ready, they just needed to deliver it. The guys quickly turned around and decided that they would all go to deliver the video. There were no other things to do. Baek Woo stopped them and said that only Hwa-young would go for delivery, the rest should stay. At that moment the guys burst into tears because they couldn't even imagine that he knew their names. When Hwa-young loaded the entire delivery onto his shoulders, he thought of only one thing: not to fall. After which he set off at high speed to deliver food to a neighboring village. The other guys looked at him thinking how good he was. They had a smile on their faces. Baek Yu also turned to Van Koren, who was responsible for obtaining horses. He suggested that he take these two and they should bring stones for the fence. The guys asked Baek Yu again and whether they would really have a stone fence. Baek Yu answered him that it was just that way for me to build a fence to that peak, and pointed his finger. One of the guys turned his head, realizing how much work they had to do. Baek Yu asked him again what the problems were. Van Koren looked at his assistants who gave him and asked them about nothing. Their faces looked like they were sitting in a toilet. He brought all the stones for the tables from there. One of the guys answered him that he was such a good guy, maybe he could make this fence himself. Van Koren replied, if he thinks that he can be manipulated, then it is not so, he is the master of beasts. After which he turned around, swung his huge fist, and asked who dared. At that moment in front of him was assistant Baek Woo, who asked Van Koren what he meant when he said dared. Van Koren's daughter changed his tone. He said that he had talked enough, in fact here is how to find out who asked. After which the assistant turned around and said that he was waiting for 3 huge stones. Van Koren had no choice but to carry out the order. The immortal emperor decided that he also needed to visit this inn if there were rumors about it. The immortal emperor's assistant Wano Tong, the absolute master and the best servant of the Namgung clan, asked the immortal emperor if there was a Master Nogok in this inn. The head of the intelligence agency of the Scarlet Silk organization of the Namgung clan, whose name was Vival, believed that the head of the Soman clan was known for his unreliability, so she did not believe it. She stated that no one in her organization Scarlet Silk had received information about an inn called Kunlun. The immortal emperor stated that the leader of the Soman clan said that those people were hunting for 10 of the Murim treasures, and that the tyrant's sword was in that tavern, so he personally had to visit it. The girl and the servant declared that they would go with the immortal emperor, to which he raised his hand and said that this was not necessary at all, they should return to the clan and strengthen security. Vival believed that it was impossible to be alone in the current situation. The immortal emperor raised his head, looked at them, and said perhaps they have forgotten who he is. After which he turned around and his servants lowered their heads and said that they obeyed. On the territory of the tavern the work was going very quickly. It seemed that in a little while the tavern would be transformed. The lady approached the construction site and called Mr. Gonchik. She told him that it was time for lunch. Sitting at the table until the end, Mr. Gonchik said that these were the best noodles he had ever eaten, every time like the first. In fact, the taste was incredible and you could enjoy this food every time. Baek Yu, seeing Mr. Gonchik, turned his head and asked him how long the construction would take. The racer stopped and turned around and replied that they didn't know for sure. He thought that about 4 months at the moment. Progress was going quickly. At that moment Baek Yu's assistant approached him and asked Gonchik if he was really going to build it in 3 months. The racer told the guy that thanks to everyone's efforts things are moving along quickly. Within a month, that's too much. Gonchik added if they find more workers. At that moment he thought that they don't have much money. Then most likely the construction will progress even faster and he may finish it soon. Not far from the tavern where one of the mountains was located a noise was heard. It was Van Koren who mined the stones that the assistants had to remove to build the fence. After one of his blows the guys looked and said that it was a divine level and he noticed that it was his doing. At that moment they heard someone's footsteps that were very close. They turned their heads and looked. It was the immortal emperor who asked where the Kunlun Inn was. One of the guys asked him again who who he was and explained that the tavern was currently under reconstruction and that people were not allowed in there. The immortal emperor, without explaining who he was, asked the guys if there was a Master Nogok there. Van Koren, when he heard what he needed, replied that it seemed he had started from the wrong place. The immortal emperor looked at him with an appraising glance. This guy seemed familiar to him. After all, he really did look like a person he knew well, but it was unclear why he was in this place. He also looked at the weapon that was in his hand, which he handled skillfully. The immortal emperor immediately made the conclusion that came to his mind. He said that it was incredible and addressed the guy as the hero of the White Island, who once ruled the martial arts world. Is he really currently with the 4 heavenly lords of the Black Island? Van Koren, when he heard these words, asked the stranger who he was, and again, the immortal emperor of the clouds answered him that his name was Namgung Jichin, and he was here for a reason. All 4 guys who heard the stranger's name were very surprised and asked again. Van Koren laughed and asked him, is it really so, and how could he not immediately recognize such an important person? The immortal emperor turned around and walked in the other direction, saying that he would leave him alone because he had much more important things to do. Van Koren was not going to give up. He asked the immortal emperor again who he was going to leave alone and whether he really wanted to make him laugh. The immortal emperor stopped like that. He hadn't received an insult in his direction for a long time. So he asked the guy again if he really wanted to check, to which he replied that he wasn't really that confident in himself. At that moment, Baek Woo appeared right in front of Wang Koren and asked why he was arguing with someone again. Well, the guy answered him that it was not like that at all. Some tramp approached him, that's why he stood up to defend the tavern. The immortal emperor was surprised at how this guy was casually communicating with the beast master. He felt somehow uneasy looking at him. Baekyu turned around, took a step forward, and asked the stranger who he was and why he had come to the tavern. The guy introduced himself as Baekyu. The immortal emperor thought that he was the one they were telling him about. Baekwu repeated his question again. He wanted to know who the stranger was. Then he introduced himself as the immortal emperor of the heavenly palace, Namgung Jichin. Baekyu asked the guest what brought him to the tavern. The immortal emperor said that he was told that it was here that he could get information about the people targeting the 10 treasures of Murim. Baekyu replied that there was no one here who would help him with this. The immortal emperor continued to talk about how the head of the Soman clan said that they knew about those people here. Baekyu replied that there was a regular tavern here, and while it was closed for renovation they could come later. The immortal emperor tried to stop the guy who was leaving very quickly, but he failed. Then he shouted, how can a disciple of Master Nogok talk so casually to the head of the Namgung family, one of the 5 largest clans? He shouted what he was taught and to bring his master, but the guy didn't turn around. Then the immortal emperor could not restrain himself and threw a stone at Baekyu, hitting him right in the head. Only at this moment did Baekwu stop, turn his head, look at the immortal emperor and say, does he really want to fight? After which he suddenly took a few steps forward in order to attack the immortal emperor. And then he tried to strike him directly, but the immortal emperor was able to dodge this blow at the last moment. The immortal emperor did not expect such a turn of events. He began to shout, how dare he? After all, he was so confident in his abilities that he couldn't even imagine that someone could hit him. Baekwu did not listen to all this nonsense and all his cries of the other side. Swinging his arm, he struck him. The immortal emperor could not escape this blow. The blow was strong enough, and the immortal emperor sat down and covered his face. When he opened his face, he looked at the guy and asked him what he imagined himself to be. The immortal emperor was so furious that he shouted at the boy that this day was the last day of his life. Baekwu crouched down and picked up the small stick that was lying on the ground as a counterweight to the immortal emperor's sword. The immortal emperor laughed and asked if he was going to counter the king's sword with this stick. It was as if Baekwu was teasing him, showing him to come as close as possible, and that he wasn't afraid of him at all. The immortal emperor was simply furious, so he could not leave this situation and this guy unpunished. After which the immortal emperor delivered his royal sword, swung it, and began an attack on the guy. Trying to strike, he felt that Baekwu was resisting him with an ordinary stick. The immortal emperor was shocked at how this guy managed to block his sword with an ordinary stick. He wasn't going to stop, so he swung again, trying to land another blow. Baekwu, standing still very easily with one stick that he raised from the ground, blocked his blow after blow. The guys watching everything that was happening thought that their master Baekwu was the best, and he easily dealt with the immortal emperor of the heavenly palace. Master Nogok, when he saw what was happening, told everyone that this time luck was on his side. The lady asked if it was possible to fight with only one branch of the master. Beck answered he can do anything. Then the girl turned and looked at her mother and asked if he could do that too. At this moment, the immortal emperor was unable to hold the royal sword in his hands. Baekyu knocked it out of his hands so that the sword flew to the side and plunged straight into the ground. The immortal emperor looked at his hand, realizing what had happened at that moment, but he saw that the royal sword was not in it. The immortal emperor was simply furious, but he did not know what to do next. He looked at this guy and understood that not a single blow had reached its target, and he was fighting back with an ordinary stick. Everything that happened was not far from the tavern, which was under the construction. Van Koren continued to chop huge stones to build a fence. He had enough work to do, so he didn't pay attention to others, even to the immortal emperor lying behind him. At some point, the immortal emperor came to his senses, raised his head, and looked around. The first thing that came to his mind was what kind of trouble he had gotten himself into. He didn't even remember what had happened to him. When he began to remember the previous events, he himself felt embarrassed at how he could have lost like that. Hearing someone's voice saying that it was necessary to assemble from 3 parts, the immortal emperor turned his head and looked. He saw a guy who explained to Van Koren how to do it and then said that then he would be too big. The immortal emperor saw this picture and thought, what a disdainful attitude towards the master of beasts. Someone from behind turns to the immortal emperor, laughs, and says that he was beaten up good. After which this man said that the immortal emperor had finally woken up. To which he turned around and asked for forgiveness and asked if he was laughing at someone and didn't know who he was. Then this man said that apparently he is not himself yet, he can also teach him a lesson. Then the old man came up to him, laughed even louder, said that he was joking, and handed him a glass. The immortal emperor thought that he was the master. When all the workers of the tavern were gathered, they said that the construction would progress within 4 months, as Mr. Gonchik had said. Also call that at the moment they do not have much profit and they need to increase the number of deliveries. It was decided that the village of Namral and Puno, which is not being served sufficiently, besides they are helping in the construction of the fence. When the immortal emperor saw this situation, he thought that they were the master's disciples, but it seemed that these guys were really serious about their work. The master approached the immortal emperor and asked him why he came to this place. The emperor had no choice but to tell the master everything that had happened to him and why he appeared. Then the master answered him that he would not find anything here because it was actually an ordinary tavern. The immortal emperor said that those people have dark powers, they hide their true nature, and the world of Murim will die no if they stay away. Unexpectedly, the master replied that it had nothing to do with him. The immortal emperor told the master that he was the great master Murima, the best representative of his generation. Could he really sit back? Mast replied that he has not been in the front ranks for a long time and it is time to give way to the young. At that moment, Baekyu's assistant came up and asked the master how long ago he had arrived. The immortal emperor at that moment saw that this guy had a Tirana ball on his shoulders, which meant that this was the same Chunsam. The master answered the guy that down had come, but in fact he was close to his master Baekyu, so he should speak to him formally. The immortal emperor was very surprised that the master was friends with Baekwu. Only a madman would be friends with these rookies. The immortal emperor thought that he needed to use the mastery of the rejuvenation technique. He did not want to continue this conversation any further, leaned his hand on the chair and stuck. The master asked him where he was going. He better have a bite to eat, otherwise he will regret for the rest of his life that he did not eat in this tavern. The immortal emperor answered that he did not want to. After which the immortal emperor turned away. The master told him that he could come if he wanted to. After which the immortal emperor very quickly left this place. He thought, what else he would want? Does he really look like a madman? After some time, the elders of the Kunlun sect gathered at a round table. One of them said that he checked everything himself. This concerned that very tavern on the mountain. Another said that this is arbitrariness, expansion. Without their approval this should not happen. And what was said here, that judging by the frame the scale of the tavern is enormous. They did not understand who dared to wield their will on their grief. Some of them were furious because they thought it was against the rules and they shouldn't sit back and do nothing. At this round table there was also a master. He was a little concerned about what they were saying. After this conversation ended, he couldn't understand how to proceed further. He sat on the street with his head down and thought about what he should do and how he should act correctly. This moment of dust deeds, one of his students seeing him put a bucket of water, he wanted to know what happened. Coming closer, he asked the master why he looked so tired and what was bothering him. The master answered his student he heard about the expansion of the Kunlun Inn, and then he answered his mentor, yes, Insak, tell him about it. The master said that they sent people there to punish them. The student was a little confused. He thought that they should go and stop them, to which the master told him that he did not understand why this should be done. After all, he already had enough worries. He said that if he wants he can go alone. The master also added that if he goes he doesn't know whether this stubborn mentor Bekshan will listen to him, because he really never listens to anyone. His mentors and students walked through the forest towards the mountain where this tavern was located. The mentor told the student that he did not understand why the elder was against it, to which he replied that he did not understand anything either. And another one added that they have nothing in common with this tavern, and that they should be on its side. He believed that they should be taught a lesson for starting such a huge construction on their mountain without permission, or let them pay a share. That's exactly what they decided, after which they moved towards the tavern, thinking that maybe they could even help if they were honest people. Mr. Gonchik, having worked half a day, went down to take a rest. The owner of this tavern approached him and suggested that he drink some water and rest. She handed him a bowl of water. The gentleman took it and quickly drank all the water in a few gulps, after which he thanked the lady for her concern, and she answered him that it was just a trifle. The Gonchik thought that the lady was as young as his daughter, and every time he remembers her when he looks at the lady. He was wondering if his daughter was being treated well in Choi Demon's house where she was currently living. Suddenly Gonchik heard whose unfamiliar voice it was that first said to him sorry, and then he asked very loudly who was the boss, and that the boss should come out immediately. They wanted to talk to him. Gonchik asked these guys who they are. Well, these guys asked him again who he was, and he answered that he was a carpenter. Then they told him to get out of the way. These guys started shouting loudly for the owner to come out, and who gave him permission to build a tavern. The first one who came out to the scream was Van Koren. When the guys saw him they calmed down a bit and fell silent. Van Koren came out and asked them what was the matter and why they were shouting so loudly. The mentor who came with his students looked at VPN Koren and thought that he did not look like a tavern owner. Van Koren immediately asked these guys if they were from the Kunlun sect. Why were they shouting so loudly and behaving like that? One of the students answered him what kind of ridicule this was, and the second asked if he was really behaving like this because he didn't know who they were. Then Van Koren looked at them and said, "Do they know who he is?" They froze in surprise. They looked at him and thought that such energy could only come from a great master. And also in his hands was a weapon that was in the shape of a crescent moon. They froze for a bit. At some point one of them guessed and said that it was most likely the Master of Beasts. Van Koren stood silently. The mentor asked again if he really was the Master of Beasts. Unexpectedly for the mentor, this guy answered that yes, he really is the Master of Beasts. The mentor asked again. He then does not understand what he is doing here. Van Koren answered him that he was an ordinary worker and he was an employee of this tavern. At that moment the mentor thought that he was some kind of sick person, apparently just pretending to be the Master of Beasts, but he still had some bad premonitions. The mentor said that they want to meet the owner and that the owner either comes out himself or they find him. Van Koren answered the mentor that there was no need for you there and stopped him so that he would not go further. He said that first they would deal with him and only then would they be able to move on. The mentor and his students were shocked that they would have to fight the Beastmaster. At this time in the Kunlun sect itself there were again conversations between the elders. The sect leader asked if there was any news from the elder who had gone to the Kunlun Inn. They told him that unfortunately no, he was nervous because quite a lot of time had passed and there was no sign of anyone. One of the elders suggested that maybe they were in trouble. It was the first elder Beck Nak. He asked him to check. The head of the clan wondered if they really should check. Then the elder answered that he would go there with his students. Beck Nak gathered his students and asked them if they were ready to go to find the group and the inn. The students shouted as one that they were at Taihamir, this impudent gathering. After which the mentor ordered them all to move forward. He believed that he would have enough students to clarify the situation. When they approached the mountain where the tavern was located, they were surprised. The mentors and his students stood with their mouths open. One of the students said that it seemed that there were students from their clan there. The mentor didn't understand what was happening, but he asked what they were doing. Then the student said that he didn't know, but it seemed to him that they were digging the ground. One of the students told his mentor that he could go to know him, to which he heard the answer, "No need." They turned their heads and saw Van Koren in front of them. It was he who said that they didn't need to go anywhere further. The mentor asked the guy who he was, and he replied that he was the Master of Beasts. One of the students was even more confused because in front of him was one of the 4 heavenly rulers. Van Koren answered him him that yes, he is one of them, the master of beasts, and they understood everything correctly. The mentor was very confused and said that he could not believe that this could be true. Van Koren began to say that they clearly do not understand what such a great man as he could do here, but they do not need to understand. Since they just need to do what he says and then they will calmly leave here, he asked them, and they agreed. One of the mentor students shouted out that no, he was clearly aggressively inclined. Then the guy answered them that they probably see what their guys are doing and they should do the same. One of the students said that they are forced by their comrades to do grueling work even though he is the master of beasts, but there are more than 30 of them. At that moment the Beast Lord took his sword, which was round in shape, and raised it up. He only needed to swing once to take off the heads of most of these students. But he did it differently. He swung his weapon to hit the stone in front of him. Wang Koren immediately after this told them not to even think about loafing around in the Kunlun Inn. The mentor and students who came to reconnaissance and to help their comrades did not know what to do. The Beast Lord ordered them to dig the earth to a depth of 3 feet along the line that was in front of them, after which he ordered them to do it at a run, and they all set to work as one. Master Gonchik, when he saw the number of new workers, was a little confused because the work was going very quickly. He wondered where so many of them came from, but it only meant one thing, that they would finish much faster. Once again, the elders of the Kunlun clan gathered to discuss the latest affairs. Leader Bekhak was furious because he realized that Master and Elder Beknak had not returned either. The other students who were gathered did not understand what the gathering was in honor of. One of them said that on the mountain hill some gang had set up trade without permission. The head of the clan asked where the chief elder was, to which she heard the answer that he said that he would remain on guard. The chief of chiefs replied that let him stay. His assistant said that he obeyed, and they went to the army. This time more than 100 people would have already headed to the Kunlun Inn to find out what was going on there. After some time they approached this tavern where intensive construction was underway. When the elders came, they saw that the rumors were true. The wood they were building from was Blue Dragon. Apparently they had more than enough money. After going further, the elders stopped and Baekyu came out to them. This time he decided to deal with them himself. The guy introduced himself as Baekyu, a cook, and asked what brought them to this place. The clan leader thought that this was the first time he felt such amazing energy and was a little confused. He started talking about how he was the leader of the Kunlun sect and his name was Bekhak. The young man's assistant looked at them and asked if they were from the Kunlun sect, then why were there so many of them? Van Koren answered him that they had apparently come to help their comrades because they had to speed up. When the students heard this conversation, they did not understand how they should help them because they were hearing about it for the first time. After which one of the students turned around and looked and shouted for everyone to look in that direction. The elder did not understand what was happening. They saw there the first and second elders, but with their disciples whom they sent to this tavern. One of the elders shouted, how dare they treat their sect so humiliatingly. Baekyu stood silently. He didn't want to argue with anyone, and especially didn't want to explain anything to anyone. After which the guy turned his back to them, which offended the elders even more. One of the elders remembered this guy who came to him and said that he was from the Tesajayo mine. So this elder, she asked the guy if it wasn't he who came to their sect and talked all sorts of nonsense. Baekyu didn't answer him. He just stood silently and looked at them from the side from top to bottom. The head of the sect asked the elder who this guy was, to which he replied that he had entered the main building and said something about closed practices and the Tesaj clan. The head of the sect was surprised how this guy could know that they had closed practices before. Baekyu looked at them and said that they came to this place with bad intentions. And then he added that the former owner of this tavern had acquired this land for honest money, and now his granddaughter runs it, and it has nothing to do with them. All the other students, when they heard this answer, were a little surprised, each thought in their own way. One of the elders continued to be indignant at how some brat dared to talk to them like that. Baekyu had no intention of continuing this conversation any further and wanted to end it as quickly as possible. So he bent down and picked up a small branch of earth as he usually did. Then he raised this branch up and showed it to everyone so that they could see it. The only thing he said at that moment was that they needed to be taught a lesson so that they would learn to behave. The master turned to the head of the clan. He was surprised that he appeared in this place. The head of the clan, when he saw the master, was also very surprised. Could it be that he was also here? The master greeted Baekyu. He was glad to see him, and the guy in turn greeted him. The master asked the young man why he needed the branch he was holding in his hands. He replied yes like this. The head of the clan thought that the master was clearly friends with this young man, so there was no point in arguing with him. After which the master asked why they all came to this place. Did they really have any business? The head of the clan thought that this was some kind of curse. Apparently the master was very close to these guys. The master asked again, alas, why is the clan silent? He does not answer. He tried to answer something indistinctly. And then he was interrupted by an assistant who said that they had come to help build the tavern. After all, they were neighbors. The master replied that this was very commendable, then he would not disturb them and they should go to work. Baekyu thought that he didn't have to use his skills this time. The master dealt with them in 2 words. I turned to the guy and said that he had brought an excellent tincture and handed him a glass. Van Koren looked at Mr. Gonchik. You said that he should give those guys some work. He was a little confused here because there were a lot of people. Thanks to this, the tavern was expanded much faster than expected. And a month later the tavern was ready. We didn't have to wait that long. Churtelna is a grandiose structure and can be seen from all sides. When Mr. Gonchik called that everything was ready, everyone gathered to look at this miracle. Mr. Gonchik said how glad he was to erect such a building in the twilight of his years because he thought he would never pick up a hammer again. The owner of this tavern thanked him and asked how much she owed him for the work he had done. The gentleman replied that he had already been paid, thanked her for giving him the opportunity to build such a masterpiece and most importantly to try their delicious dishes. The owner of this tavern could not be happier that she was able to build such a tavern with their joint help. She left how much she owed the gentleman for doing such a job. He replied that he would be happy to visit her again and would wait for her invitation. Baekyu intervened in their conversation. He asked when he planned to return home. He replied that right now. Then the owner of the inn asked if he could stay for a couple of days. Baekyu looked at the gentleman. I said that he would then accompany him. The gentleman agreed. All the other guys wished him well. Some told him to remember their kuksu. After some time they were in the territory of the Jinan sect. This was the very place where Mr. Gonchik lived. He said a big thank you to the guy for accompanying him to his place of residence. The guy freed him again for help because now he couldn't be indebted to much, to which Gonchik replied that he had already received the money. Then the young man said that it was not just about money. He knew very well that the gentleman suffered because of a man named Choi Demon. Gonchik asked him again how he knew this. The young man said that he heard his story when he first arrived in this place. The young man wanted to know only one thing: this man betrayed him. He needed an answer. Mr. Gonchik lowered his head. It was difficult for him to talk about all this. Then he started talking about how they were very close, like brothers, and their friendship began when this guy was adopted by his father. It so happened that they both fell in love with the same girl. Her name was Yusolha. She was his future wife. She chose him, but his father was against it, so they had to leave home. But unfortunately his wife got sick and left this world, leaving him a daughter. He returned home when he learned that his father was dying. His father was very happy to see his granddaughter, but soon he died. He had to raise his daughter on her feet, so he devoted himself entirely to work, but suddenly people around him began to look at him suspiciously. Rumors began to spread that he had stolen his wife and taken the family fortune. Choi Demon made this up to take control of the family. In the end, all his work became his achievements. He also deceived his family and kicked him out of his home like a stray dog. And the worst thing is that he took his little daughter hostage and turned her into a servant. You were the only one who, when he told this story about himself, was very upset because he thought that it was all his fault. Bae-woo listened to the story again until the end and said that no, someone else deserved punishment, after which he turned around. He decided to restore justice, so he sent it to the very house where the Gon family lived. The gentleman who was the owner at the moment in this house was very cruel to everyone, and he was worried about it. He was delighted that it was simply delicious. Worry about the meat, he accidentally got a small bone that he didn't notice and almost broke. This owner looked out the bone and started shouting what it was and why it happened. He started demanding who cooked it because he almost lost a tooth. He shouted very loudly for the chef who prepared all this to show up, or everyone would be held accountable for this. Hearing about this, that someone will be punished, the girl took a few steps forward and said that she asks for forgiveness. The gentleman started yelling at her, saying that she did it on purpose. The girl said that of course not. Bushes, what he shouted that not a shick, he will pull out her healthy tooth, so that she knows what it is like to lose a tooth. The young man who appeared in this room told this gentleman that he knew he was an ugly person. The gentleman did not understand who he was and why he was sitting at his table. He was very surprised. The guy introduced himself as a cook from the Kunlun Inn. The gentleman did not understand how a cook from some tavern could behave. The guy walked around and came very close to the gentleman. The gentleman started yelling at his servants that some sick person had appeared near him, and that it was not funny at all. They should all grab this idiot. The guys who were guarding him turned their heads, not understanding how he got through, and told the gentleman that he was not listening. Baekyu looked at the world without raising his head, and the security guys were in no hurry to catch him. When they tried to do something, the young man told them to stop and then to be at ease. These two guys stopped, opened their mouths, and looked at Bae. They were surprised and had some kind of premonition. They thought it was better for them not to move because they had some strange premonition. And the gentleman started shouting why they froze. Were they really scared of this narrow-minded idiot? Baek-woo replied to him that his mercenary guards were indeed high-level masters. And if they were ordinary fighters, they would have pounced on him long ago, but they didn't. The gentleman couldn't hold back and swung his fist, trying to hit the guy. He shouted what he was talking about. The guy extended his hand forward, and the gentleman's fist was stopped by his hand. The man told the gentleman that he shouldn't repeat such movements anymore. The gentleman was a little surprised, after which the guy grabbed his hand, which was clenched into a fist, and turned it the other way, after which he raised his hand and made it so that pain pierced the whole body of the gentleman. He screamed in pain. The two guys who were on guard didn't make any moves. They were very surprised. The young man stood looking forward, and the gentleman writhed in pain on the ground. Mr. Power, so that he would be pardoned, without understanding why they are treating him like this. Baekyu on 3 straight on him, burned out. Does he really not know what he did wrong? The gentleman said that he is an ordinary carpenter. After which the young man turned his hand to the side again, and the pain became even greater. The gentleman begged for only one thing, that the young man stop and not cause pain. After which the young man took pity on him and let go of his hand. The man told the gentleman to show his sins here, and then he would give him a chance for forgiveness. The gentleman shouted that he repents. He also asked the young man what he should do, and the guy told him from Vic that he should return everything to its place. He explained that he had to return to Gonchik all his property and position as head of the family, and had to admit that he had been spreading the Lusny rumor about him. The young man said that he was giving him 2 days. If he didn't manage, it would be even worse. The gentleman looked at the guy, and the only thing that interested him was whether Gonchik had sent him. After which the young man turned around and silently headed towards the exit of this house. He silently walked to the exit and left this house. He gave the gentleman 2 days. One of the girls who was among the servants was surprised that someone called her father's name. She thought that she heard. The very next day, Choi Demon handed over the family documents to Mr. Gonchik. And he also handed over the most important position of the head of the family to his daughter, who was simply delighted. Mr. Choi Demon had no choice but to admit that his stories were fiction. Gonchik, you are very surprised. He did not understand how this could happen in just one night. But he decided to thank the young man for what he had done. He still couldn't believe what was happening. After all, in reality, everything was still the same. The guy said that this was his payment for his help. The young man looked at the girl, and she asked him if he could have lunch at their house. To which the guy replied that it was time for him to go back because their tavern would be opening soon. He said that after his departure a bird flew to them, and the gentleman needed to take care of it. Gonchik did not understand what kind of bird it was. Then the guy said if his adopted brother ever plans to do something nasty again, he should write a note and send it to him with this bird. The gentleman told the young man that he was very glad to have met him, to which the boy replied that it was an honor for him to meet the best traveler in the world. The carpenter and his daughter once again thanked the young man for giving them their lives back. The servants quickly spread the word that the largest tavern had opened on Kunlun Mountain. Some guys came to check these rumors and were very surprised because it was true. The first guests were greeted by the lady of this tavern. She said that they could take a table in the fresh air on the top floor. The guys were surprised. Couldn't they really dine right on the street? When they took their table, they thought it was just a pleasure to dine and admire such a wonderful view. And when they tried the food, they realized that this is the best food. Nothing compares to this tavern. One of the guys asked again if they had changed the cook. The hostess replied that no, it was still the same cook. The guys then said that it was just wonderful and there were now many more dishes to choose from. The hostess said that of course there were more than 10 new dishes on the menu. The guys were very surprised. They themselves took the menu and read everything that is now being prepared in this tavern after it was renovated. The hostess offered them a menu. All the dishes and drinks were listed, as this made the choice much easier. The guys thought that these were really the best trucks in Shanghai. The second one said that this was the best tavern in the world. She was asked if she wanted to take part in a cooking tournament. The girl was a little confused. Then she was asked again if she hadn't heard about this tournament because a grand culinary tournament would be held in the province soon. She heard that everyone said that Sichuan has the most delicious cuisine in this province. There are many famous taverns and chefs, and at this tournament chefs are going to compete for the title of the best. And the most important thing is that the prize fund in this tournament is very huge. This interested not only the owner of the establishment. Her assistant was also interested. He wanted to know how much the prize fund was. Then they answered him that it was 100,000 and every year it was more and more. It was a large sum. Besides, they said that if the winner of the tournament became a tavern, he would be promoted throughout the province. The Provincial Restaurant Association is a union formed by numerous restaurants and taverns in the province, and it is they who organized this tournament. The hostess's assistant asked if these guys knew the date of the tournament. One of them said that he didn't remember exactly, somewhere in 10 days. Then the guy thanked them for the information. It was really very important for them. After which he ran up to Mr. Baekyu and shouted that he had simply excellent news. Baekyu, without turning his head, told him to speak. He listens to him attentively. 5 months ago there was a big battle on the border far from the central plain. In the battle where the line between life and death was running, so the tank was the one who was looking for a new way. The soldiers recognized this man as the famous Jang Chan, who had smashed half of their army to pieces in a year. This guy was yelling at the soldiers to come out and fight him one-on-one so he wouldn't have to take the lives of his men. But his opponent had a completely different opinion. He was furious that he was offered such a thing. He started shouting how dare he was, and now they will see if he is bluffing or not. His opponent was so confident that he was not afraid to go unknown with him. The guy also knew what he was doing, so he understood that he could deal with this enemy very quickly. He didn't wait and was the first to attack the enemy, pushing off and taking a few steps forward. His opponent started shouting for him to give in but didn't understand how destroyed he was. So the very next moment the young man cut off his opponent's head with just one blow. The soldiers stood in shock when they saw that their general had been beheaded. They didn't know what to do. The first thing that came to their mind was to lay down their arms and surrender, despite the fact that their numbers were many times greater. The young man approached these soldiers and asked them to listen to him. The first thing he told them was that they should not surrender under any circumstances, as they did, and put down their weapons. He demanded that each of them take their weapons and go to their wives and children. The soldiers were perplexed. The soldiers asked if they would really be released without any conditions, since they had never even dreamed of it. Well, the young man stood silently, and the soldiers decided that they needed to leave as quickly as possible so that he wouldn't change his mind. One of his subordinates asked the commander what he was doing, because in fact they were enemies. Why did he let them go? The commander replied to his subordinate that enough was enough, because he was already fed up. After which he and his soldiers decided that they needed to have some food, and they slaughtered a boar. The commander only had to cook it to feed his team. Once the boar was ready, the commander took his sword and pierced the animal through and through, after which he threw the boar that was up in order to cut it into pieces. Then everyone watched what was happening. The commander butchered the boar so quickly that only the bones were visible. His team looked at him and said that it was a mesmerizing sight. It was incredible how professionally he separated the meat from the bones. And already on the tray lay beautiful pieces of meat that he still had to cook. He raised his hand very high above this meat and said that a pinch of salt interferes. After which the commander told his subordinates to attack, because this was his last snack. After they ate in the tent where he was, one of his deputies was heard talking and asked if he really wanted to leave. It's yours. He wanted to know how the Tarshan detachment in the village of Puno, what will happen to him next. The young man explained that their unit had defeated the Mongols under the command of the emperor, and that he had finally gotten the head of the Khan after so many years of struggle. The guy also said that he can't obey his orders forever. The guy also said that maybe the emperor will demand the head of the Jade Emperor from him. His interlocutor concluded that the young man wanted to go against the emperor. Then the young man replied that they all knew that the emperor's order was complete nonsense. This military man's name was Tap En, and the young man turned to him and then said that he was listening. Then the young man said that he was now the deputy commander and would lead the squad, and handed him his sword. Tappan took this sword into his hands, but he was not prepared for the fact that he would command the squad. The young man said that he should tell everyone that he had curled up and committed a military detachment. They should blame him for everything. He didn't say another word and hurried very quickly to leave the military detachment. After some time, many people also began to gather in one of the taverns called Murni. They had never had such a number of people in the entire time this tavern was open. People came specifically to eat. After one of the knocks, a man asked another why there were so many visitors, to which the other replied that they say that a new chef has appeared in this tavern, and now the dishes have become even tastier. The man asked what, and he said he could see for himself what dishes they had brought them. This man actually said when he tried one of the dishes that the air had changed. All this was just because they had a new chef. No one understood what they meant by that. Then they explained that this chef had dealt with all the violators who tried to have any claims. One of these guys started telling that this cook had killed all the violators in one fell swoop. Now only regular customers come to this tavern who really like the way he cooks. And this man also said that most likely the owner of this tavern did many good deeds in a past life. When the owner himself heard these words, he thought that maybe this was true and he really did something. After which the owner of this tavern went into the kitchen to see how it worked. He saw the cook cutting up a piece of meat he had prepared and putting it on a plate. The owner turned to the chef because he had just been given many compliments. Over Gio heard his business gentleman. He said that he listened to him attentively but continued to work. The owner of the tavern said that his establishment was so successful only thanks to him. The young man said that the gentleman had already spoken about this, after which the owner approached the young man and said that they would raise his salary again, to which the guy replied that the owner had already raised it last month. Then the owner of the establishment said that he would raise it anyway since sales had grown even more this month. The guy thanked him, after which the owner, leaving the kitchen, said that by the way he still wanted to tell him something, namely that soon in Chengdu there will be a culinary tournament. He asked if his chef wants to participate. The young man became a little tense when he heard about the culinary tournament, but he really wanted to take part in it. At the same time, in the Kunlun Tavern, despite the fact that there were many visitors, everything was calm. Came at the moment when everyone was seeing off Baekyu as a chef to participate in the culinary tournament. The hostess's assistant said that the prize fund and the publicity would be great for them to hit the jackpot. The hostess also dreamed of this. Baekyu approached Wang Koren and addressed him. The Beast Lord was surprised that he knew his name. The young man told him to guard the tavern while they were gone, while they were taking part in the competition. Van Koren answered him that he obeyed and thought to himself that the master relied on him. And the rest of the guys shouted after them that they were waiting for him with victory and wished him a good journey. The young man's assistant said that dumplings needed to be made. Baekyu asked him again why. Then he explained that they are the most delicious and the taste of the meat is always excellent. What he said is that if he wants meat, then you can cook any meat dish. His assistant said that it was a good idea, but nothing compares to dumplings. The young man didn't understand why. Then he explained that they have a vegetable flavor and the dough has such a taste that you never get tired of them. Then the young man thought that the combination of different tastes gives birth to something new, and this is the essence of cooking. After which he thanked his assistant for his opinion and for giving him good advice. His assistant asked why they left so early since they still had 5 days and would still have to walk. Then the young man said that he wanted to go in there and pointed to a small house standing in front of them. The man said he needed to check out the new products before the tournament and he was relying on him completely. Then Baek K told him that he is the only one who can try and evaluate. His assistant is a little worried, that is, he will have to eat all his experimental dishes. The young man said that he was ready to prepare the first dish with insects for his assistant motto. At this time people began to arrive in the center of Sichuan. It seemed that there were more and more of them on the streets. The tavern located in the center of the city and representing Chengdu, the capital of Sichuan province, was called Chengdu. The reason this place was so famous while on tour was because its owner was the leader of the Sichuan Provincial Restaurant Association. His name was Du Changji. Gathered the thieves and said that this was the last meeting before the tournament. One of the association members said that at the moment 450 participants have registered. At this rate, they will easily recruit 600 people. Also, one of these representatives said that now it is time to defeat their snack sons. The second told him in response that no, his snack 7 stars to get ahead. An argument started between them because one thought that they had recently been caught for sanitation, the other thought that it had nothing to do with it. The leader of the association could not stand this argument and shouted for them all to shut up. He believed that recently they chose a winner among themselves in order to glorify Sichuan, but this time everything has changed. Since the Tang Yi clan and the Chilseren clan demanded the judgeship positions of the association representative, they are a little surprised. The association leader said that everything is clear with the Tang clan, but Chilseren is an organization that represents the union of the 7 forces of the Black Island. He noted that they should take their request into account. All the other representatives began to shout why they needed some kind of culinary tournament. Then the leader said that everything was natural because the prize fund was very large. But if they expand the commercial zone of the whole Sichuan, then they won't be able to increase the protection tax. The association's leader also said he believed they should give up one of the 3 judges' seats. That is, not only do they have to put up money for the prize, but they also have to indulge their whims. Others thought that they should stop doing this from next year. Despite this, there were more and more people in the city, and most of the people who arrived tried to register. At the table sat a registrar who recorded the participant, and after that he invited the next one. When he invited the next one, it was Baekyu. The registrar asked the young man where he came from. Baekwu answered him briefly that he had arrived from Kunlun Mountain from the Kunlun Inn. The registrar noticed that these were distant lands and asked his name. Then the young man replied that his name was Baekyu, and the registrar wrote down Baekyu from the Kunlun Inn. At that moment, the young man's assistant couldn't hold back and shouted to the registrar that it was Mr. Baekyu, and he demanded that he also rewrite his name. The young man asked his assistant Chunsam to calm him down, after which the registrar handed them a document on participation which indicated the location of the preliminary selection and residence. Baekwu and Chunsama went for a walk around the city after registering for the competition. There were so many taverns in this city that it seemed like the city consisted of nothing but taverns. Chunsam asked Baekwu if he could look around. The young man answered him that of course, but only so that he wouldn't create problems. Baekwu took a few steps forward and felt that one of the people present was emitting a lot of energy. So he turned his head first one way to see this man and then the other way. And only after he turned the other way did he see a guy standing near one of the taverns. It was Chong Cheon, who had recently been working as a cook at the Sichuan Inn peacefully. He looked towards Baekwu and understood that this was his main enemy. The young man also felt at that moment that the main opponent in this culinary tournament would be this guy. One of the organizers of this tournament approached Chan. He clearly wanted to ask him something. When the guy turned his head, the man asked again where he came from. Chong Cheon introduced himself and said that he was from a peaceful tavern. This man said that he did not remember such a place. Then the young man handed over a piece of paper and said that this was a confirmation of participation. Chun was thinking about only one thing: what a strange and indescribable energy Baekwu had. It was the first time in his life that he had felt such energy. The next morning came, which meant that everyone who registered for this competition had to participate in the qualifying round. The square was filled with many participants who wanted to try their luck in the culinary competition. One of the organizers of this competition shouted that the participants of the qualifying round should gather near the tavern. Chunsam asked Baekwu where they need to go. The young man replied that they had written the Tavern of 9 Colors. After some time, they were standing in front of the entrance to the 9 Colors Inn, where they were supposed to undergo the selection. Go inside, they saw a man who said that he was the judge of this tournament. His name was Hong Sung, and he was glad to meet. Also, this tournament judge asked everyone to line up in lines of 5 people. He explained that only one of the 5 will advance to the next round, after which 6 winners from different groups will fight to reach the final round. And in the end, only one of these 30 participants will be able to get to the final to compete with 24 competitors from other taverns. The participants understood that there were about 600 registered participants like them. The fire was burning and everything was ready for the first round. The judge shouted that he was announcing the start of the first qualifying round. All competitors were ready. The judge looked at the participants and was a little surprised when he saw how he was going to work. Sood approached the young man and asked him why he didn't have a brazier. The guy answered that he didn't need one. All the other competitors thought he was some kind of weirdo, not understanding how you can cook without fire. The judge did not insist. He said if he was so sure then he could cook, but he thought to himself, is he really cooking wachai? Wachai is a general term for traditional Korean punches made from various fruits or edible flower petals. Well, since the young man was cooking, no one expected it. There really wasn't a brazier near him, but he had some other fire. The other participants in this tournament did not understand what it was and what he was trying to cook. They didn't cook themselves but just watched the young man and couldn't take their eyes off him. All the products he placed between his 2 hands seemed to be in a fireball that he controlled. The judge of this tournament thought that he too had studied martial arts in his youth on Mount Wudong, and yet such skill astonished him. After Baekwu surprised everyone with his cooking, he placed his dish on a plate that was on the table. And right after that, he told the judge that his dish was ready and he could evaluate it. The other cooks trying to show their skills understood that they were very far behind and wanted to do it faster. The judge did not understand why a master of such a level as this young man was participating in a culinary tournament. The young man told the judge to try and rate his dish. The judge had no choice. The judge thought that this was most likely a trick. He thought that he had demonstrated his fighting skills and they would let him through very quickly. He put his hand into a fist and thought that the art of fighting is one thing and cooking is something completely different. Approaching the young man's table, the judge asked what kind of dish it was, to which the young man replied that he could clearly see that it was noodles. The judge was a little surprised. Did he really cook simple noodles? The judge thought that in that case everything was clear to him. He wanted to win by intimidation. The judge decided to try his dish and was sure that he would definitely not like it, but everything was completely different. When he took the noodles with 2 chopsticks and brought them to his mouth and then started eating them, the next moment the judge caught himself thinking that it was very tasty and he couldn't tear himself away. The judge said that with more than 20 years of experience running a tavern, he had to admit that these were the tastiest noodles he had ever tasted. Thus Baek Woo was chosen as a finalist without the second round of selection at the same time at Yonghwa Diner. The judge who was evaluating the chefs in this tavern said that the second qualifying round was beginning. At this point, the other cooks started telling each other to look over there because there was another cook who didn't have a brazier. It was Jang Cheon, who held in his hands 2 hatchets on which he was preparing meat. Baek Woo was also among the chefs who observed the selection rounds at other inns. The judge approached the cook's table and asked what kind of meat it was. The young man answered that it was lamb. Sood said that northerners don't eat it often, and they don't like it because of the smell, after which he brought 1 piece of meat into the hall and brought it to try. When he bit off a piece of meat and began to chew it, he felt an unusual taste. For some time the judge stood silently chewing this meat without saying anything, and the young man looked at him. Jang Cheon said that in his homeland this dish is called shashlik, but he cooked it using the Chinese method, so it can be called kishlik. The judge asked the young man again what exactly this dish kishlik was called, after which the judge gave 1 thumbs up and said that the young man had passed the final. One of the participants of this competition started to be indignant. Is it really this guy with lamb in the final? And the second one supported him. Is his dish tastier? The judge tried to calm the guys down by saying that their dish is also excellent, but they don't measure up to this young man's dish. Then the judge said that his kishlik was simply delicious and he was the only one who made it to the finals. After which the judge asked the guy for permission. If he didn't mind, then he would treat the rest of the chefs to his dish. The guy said that he didn't mind. Other chef candidates disdainfully picked up pieces of meat to try, but after they started eating this lamb they became silent and said nothing. Some of them even changed their faces because they understood that this dish was much tastier than theirs. One of the chefs said that it was really very tasty, and the second agreed with him. It was clear that they lost. Jang Cheon became the winner and the final came out. He did not stay in this tavern for long and left it. The other candidates who wanted to talk to him didn't even have time to notice how he left. The first day of the competition ended very quickly and the finalists were chosen. Baek Woo sat on his bed and moved his hands very carefully, closing his eyes. His assistant couldn't resist asking him what he was doing so hard. He was also interested in it. The young man replied that he was practicing cooking. Then his assistant was even more surprised. Was he really cooking in his imagination? Baek Woo told his assistant that the guy had good skills. His assistant also noticed that he also cooked using martial arts. Baek Woo noticed that he had incredible abilities. Apparently, he would have to put in extra effort to win this cooking competition. His assistant had no choice but to stand and watch Baek Woo from the side. Suddenly Chun Sam told the young man that maybe he could get rid of that guy. Baek Woo got very angry and asked him again what he said, because he didn't intend to get rid of his competitor in this way. And he didn't understand how he even came up with this idea, because he actually wanted to defeat him with his art. Chun Sam told Mr. Baek Woo that he was aiming to win this culinary competition and get the award. The young man replied that everything was fine. Then his assistant said that this guy was bothering him and needed to be eliminated. Then the gentleman said that his assistant was also bothering him at that moment. Should he really get rid of him too? When Chun Sam heard this answer, he realized that Mr. Baek Woo did not like his proposals. After which he said that he realized that he had said something stupid and he would not repeat it again. After a long night, a sunny morning came, and it seemed that this day would be as good as the previous one. At the same time, everything was going according to plan at the Kunlun Inn. Work was in full swing. The guys who were responsible for delivery started delivering ready meals in the morning. Since there were a lot of these dishes, it was not very easy for each of them to carry everything without dropping it. The first place they brought their food to was the Killing Ball sect. They were standing near its gates. One of the guys said that you were there together and it's really scary because it was a cruel gang of killers. Another one of them said that they have risen quite a bit since the disappearance of the Four Dragon faction. The door of the sect opened and they needed to bring in the food that they were supposed to deliver inside. When they entered this sect, they said that it was a delivery and they were offered to put all the food on the table. One of the guys said that they just deliver food and don't set the table. The other one pulled him up and told him to stop. After which the guy was told that they had to pay 12 niang and 250 mun. All the representatives of this sect sat down to start eating. The manager of the sect of the murderous sword Bek Sagal asked the guys why it was so expensive, to which she heard the answer: because they ordered so much. And they also tried to explain that the thing is that they ordered quite expensive dishes. Then the manager said that they don't have any money right now. One of the guys told them to stop joking. How can such a great sect not have money for food? It's just unbelievable. The manager of this sect said that their daily income is several dozen niang and they have no reserves. He also said that their earnings go not only to food. The guys were a little confused, not understanding what to do. They asked again what it means that their money is spent not only on food. The manager smiled. He told the guys that they were just regular deliveries from the tavern and he didn't understand why they were snapping. One of them almost attacked this guy, but the other one said that they needed to be calmer and they needed to be patient a little. Well, then this guy told the other two that they really didn't understand yet. They asked him again what. Then he answered them that this sect had no intention of paying from the start and that they had something in mind. Then the leader of this sect laughed and said that at least one of them had a brain in the right place. After which he ordered his guys to lock the door and not let these guys out. The manager told these guys that it turns out they are operating in this area and now they are pretending to be fools, that they don't know about the payment for the roof. The manager of this sect said that he heard that their trade was flourishing and that he needed to send a letter to their tavern and agree on payment. And then he added that along with this letter, he would send the severed wrist of one of them. Then one of the guys thought about it. He had to decide how to outsmart this sect leader. He smiled and said that there was a slightly better way, because they delivered orders on foot every day, so they could deliver a letter to the tavern in less than an hour. The guy added that they could send one of them so it would be much faster. The sect manager thought about it. Then he turned his head and looked at the man who was sitting behind him. The man sitting at the table eating was the head of the Killing Sword sect. His name was Tae Gong Chu. The sect manager thought that the leader was clearly not interested in this and he needed to make a decision himself so as not to disperse his cheerful mood. The manager said that he agreed and gave them 2 hours, at which point he took out his sword and stated the conditions. One of the guys must bring 30 niang as protection money for the first month. And if he doesn't bring him this payment, then he will behead the 2 remaining guys and he will say that he understood. Van Coren Lisa at the entrance to the tavern and thought that it was just beauty, and most importantly, he understood how long he had not rested. He thought that the fence was already ready. All that was left was to keep an eye on the delivery man. He believed that no one would dare to disturb his peace. At that moment, the administrator ran in and shouted to Mr. Van Coren that they were in trouble. At that moment, he had to open his eyes. He never expected that someone would dare to wake him up. Van Coren asked what happened and why his whole vacation was ruined by waking him up. But the administrator started saying that the matter was extremely urgent and that his intervention was needed. He also said that Nan Sabong and Wanan were currently being held hostage and their lives were in danger. Van Coren did not understand how this could happen. He wanted to hear all the details. The administrator said that he had never held a sword in his hands, so the only one who could save them was Mr. Van Coren. To which he replied that he didn't want to do any of that at all and that he just wanted to relax. But then he looked at the administrator and asked how much he would pay, and he said not to joke like that. To which Van Coren replied that he is the master of beasts and no one has the right to tell him what to do. The administrator wondered if he really had no sympathy for his comrades because he was from an unorthodox faction. After which the young man suddenly said that he had heard everything. It concerned the promise he had given to Baekyu. The guy said that the Beast Lord promised the master to guard their tavern in his absence. Van Coren actually remembered the words of the gentleman who told him to guard the tavern while they were gone. At that moment, the owner of the tavern approached them and turned to Brother Van. He asked what she wanted. Then the girl said that Mr. Sambongi said that the boys were on the verge of death. Van Coren, when he heard this, asked again what they had done and why they were in such a situation. The innkeeper said that people whisper that this place where they are has a bad reputation. Van Coren explained that the sect of the murderous sword guys delivered an order there, and not only did they not pay them, they also demanded money. Van Koren asked again if this was a sect from outside these parts, to which he was told that they were talking and not having come to this place several months ago. The Beastmaster was very angry then. I don't understand why they even brought them to this place. To which I heard the answer that the gentleman said to accept orders from any place without exceptions. At that moment the administrator said that he did not understand who would wash the floors and dishes if these guys did not return. Van Koren thought about this question. After some time he was near the sect of the murderous sword video, could not leave it like that. The guys who were inside this section looked at the huge clock and saw their time running out. One of the guys asked the other why no one had come for them yet. The second replied that apparently they had not managed to convince Van Koren. One of the guys didn't even think that this could happen because he thought that they were very close to him. Then the second one said that he is from the non-orthodox faction and he thinks that he has nothing to do with them, but still hope was dying last. The leader of this sect pulled out his sword and started waving it and shouting how they irritated him. He started threatening that he would just kill them and send their bodies to that very tavern, and he doesn't understand why he should wait for anyone at all. His assistant reassured him and told him that it was so nice to receive a monthly tribute. The guys were very scared and asked to sit and wait a little longer. Then the manager will shout that he doesn't have to wait so long, he will kill them first and then those who come. At that very moment the door and walls were destroyed into small pieces as the king of beasts walked. Van Koren shouted at the manager who he was to take tribute from him, and his nonsense could be heard even from the street. The boys were very happy that Van Koren came. They understood that they were saved. She took a few steps forward. Van Koren extended his index finger, pointed at them, and said that they should all bow their heads. The representatives of this sect did not understand what this was and why he was talking to them like that. Some of them started shouting who dared to break into their sect and order them to do something. But with lightning speed this man received a blow and flew to the side and did not move anymore. The rest of the representatives of this sect stopped and froze. They did not know how to react. The head of this sect was furious. He didn't understand what was happening. He shouted to his soldiers to grab him. His warriors tried to attack Van Koren. They did not understand what kind of curse it was or where it came from. Van Koren stood waiting for them to come closer so he could deal with them immediately. He said that it was obvious that these guys had poor hearing, after which he swung his arm and killed all the attackers with one blow. The head of this sect was very scared and asked who he was and why he appeared here at all. Van Koren replied that even if they all attacked together, he would still not have to use his technique of the majestic double moon. The head and the sect manager were a little scared because they heard about the technique of the majestic double moon. And all the other members of this sect immediately realized that the master of beasts was in front of them. Another guy who went for help approached his own people and thanked them for holding out. They asked to be untied. The head of the sect approached the manager and asked him what the beast lord was doing in his sect. The manager said that he would figure it out. The manager of this sect had no choice but to start a conversation and deal with the Beastmaster himself. The manager came up, lowered his head, and asked the Beastmaster what brought him to their sect. Then the Beast Lord said that he was the one who took the hostages and pointed to the three guys, and he also demands 30 NCHNG from them. I'm managing, and Tosek, you didn't understand. Did he really come to sort things out because of some tavern workers? The Beast Lord asked the manager again why he was silent. Then the sect manager replied that there had been a misunderstanding. Van Koren didn't think long before raising his fist and with one blow hit the manager on the head. After such a blow, the manager fell to the ground, and it is unlikely that he would ever be able to become one again. The guys started discussing that the Beastmaster really wasn't human, he was a bit ruthless, but they all felt better. After which the Beast Lord took a few steps forward and asked the second one if he was the head of this sect. The leader of this sect immediately jumped up and went down the steps very quickly. After which he fell to his knees, raised his hands, and then lowered his head before the Beast Lord and said that he did not recognize him. Then the Beast Lord said that the leader of this sect has about 500 guys. The leader of this sect said that this is true. Then the Beast Lord said that if that was the case, then 15 niang from each, and he owed him a total of 7,500 niang. The head of the sect was very scared and did not understand where they were demanding such a sum from him and why the Beast Lord asked if he really did not agree. And then he added either this amount or he will kill him. Then the head of the sect said that he will pay everything immediately. After which he brought a chest with money and said that in this chest there were exactly 7,500 niang that the Beast Lord demanded from him. The Beast Lord knelt down on one knee, looked at the money, and thought about something. Then he took 15 niang and threw it to the head of the sect, saying that it was his change. The head of the sect picked up the money and asked the Beast Lord why he gave him the money. The Beast Lord looked at the sect leader and told him that this was the price of his life, after which the Beast Lord swung with all his might and with one blow tore off the head of this sect. She flew off like an ordinary ball that fell and then bounced and fell again, and the body of the head of the sect continued to sit in the same position in front of the Beast Lord holding those same coins in her hands. Van Koren took his hands and took back these coins and said that he would no longer need them. The other representatives of this sect, when they saw this, began to shout that they urgently needed to run away as quickly as possible. Thus the Killing Sword sect was wiped off the face of the earth and was never heard from again. You even had a culinary competition for the best chef with a large prize fund. The selection round of 30 people began. It was the second day. This time the cooks were much more experienced. In one of the taverns, Chong Chong fought for a place in the finals. This time he also cooked meat. The judge walked between the contenders, tried their dishes, approached one of them and said that it had a good color, after which the judge raised his hand and said that it was time to declare the winner. All the contenders fell silent and looked at the judge of this competition, and he said that the winner of the qualifying round at the Yellow Crane Tavern is Chef Payan from Shuchong. Was very happy because he was able to win this qualifying round. The judge told the guy that they were asking for confirmation to allow him to take part in the final in 2 days, to which the guy thanked him. When he received this confirmation, he took it in his hands and thought that he had succeeded because his family, starting with his grandfather from generation to generation, was the main thing in the imperial kitchen. And at some point he thought that he wanted to find his own calling and not just cook for the nobility. He also thought that if he wins this competition he will be able to get approval from his father. When he passed by Baek Woo with such a satisfied face, the young man thought that it was another one of his competitors. When Baek Woo and his assistant entered this tavern, they realized that everything was already over there and they were late. The young man said that the qualifying rounds would be held until tomorrow, so they still had time to look around. At the same time, in another part where the Heavenly Cult Clan was, events were taking place. The head of the Heavenly Cult Clan was furious because he failed to obtain all the artifacts. His sister came to him and didn't understand why he had been so gloomy lately. It was the first Mrs. Chung Liren, one of the candidates for the next leader of the cult. The lady said that she was simply in shock because they were going to destroy the central plane, and returned less than a month later and still remained silent. The lady, not hearing an answer, turned around and said that she had had enough and that she would sort it out herself, after which she decided to go out in order to find out for herself what had happened and why her brother was silent. She went out to one of the taverns and sat down at a table on which stood 2 cups of tea for 2 people. The lady asked her interlocutor, who was injured. She wanted to know what happened. She asked him to answer because it was important for her to know the whole truth about the campaign of her second brother and the Black Whirlwind Squad. First Lady, she was one of the strongest candidates for the post of leader of the Heavenly Cult. It is better for her not to create problems. This man began to say that they went to conceive the martial arts of war on the orders of her second brother, but in their way stood the one who apparently was then Kabuga of the war. When the lady heard these words, she asked again if descendants really exist. This man said that unfortunately he couldn't give her an exact answer, but everything was exactly as he said. The lady then asked again if they had really lost to them if her brother was in such a state. Then this man answered the lady that they had lost not to them, but to only one person, that is to him. She was in shock. After which the lady returned to her place and went to the elders to consult. The elder asked her. She received the desired answer and looked her straight in the eyes. The lady asked the elder again because he actually heard everything. The elder said that he was truly shocked by the fact that the Black Vortex Squad was defeated by one person. Now he understands why the second master is silent. Most likely that person and the truth. Then the God of War lady did not care about it. In their bag there were also representatives of talented people. She said that she can't stand aside knowing that someone is a super squad of the Black Vortex and has undermined the reputation of their cult. The elder understood and had no doubt that the lady was pursuing the goal of taking a leading position, and now that her second brother had failed, she was trying to seize the thrushes of government. The lady thought for a moment and asked whom she should send. She wanted to consult with the elder. Then he told her that he had someone in mind whom she could send to do this job. The elder said that she could send Hellbop. The lady thought about it and decided that the King of Mad Demons was indeed a good option. She just needed to understand how they could influence him in this whole situation. Then the elder told the lady to entrust this mission to him. At the same time, in another part where the culinary tournament was taking place, evening had already set in. But despite this, there were still many people on the street who tried what the contestants had prepared in one tavern or another. The young man and his assistant tried the food in one of these taverns, and they noticed that the taverns were bursting with guests. Mr. Beckyu's assistant noticed that the dumplings at the tavern where they ate were not tasty at all. The waiter came up to the table and asked for forgiveness. He wanted to tell them something. He said that all the tables were occupied, and could this person who was standing next to him join their company. Beckwoo and his assistant didn't object. Then this waiter suggested to the guy to sit at this table. When the guy sat down at the table, he introduced himself as Payan and that he was from Shuchong. The young man also introduced himself as Beckyu and he was from the Kunlun Inn. His assistant said that his name was Chun Sam. Then their new acquaintances said that they were not from far away, and were they really participating in the tournament. Chun Sam replied that his master was going to win. The guy asked Beckyu again if he had such intentions. Then he believed that they had been in the culinary industry for a long time, and he also asked how old he was. Beckyu looked at the guy ambiguously and said that he didn't know for sure, and said that he was about 122 years old. The guy smiled and said that his new acquaintances were most likely joking, and that he was only 22 since he was 20, and that he was also participating in the tournament and was asking for a qualifying round. Beckwoo congratulated him and remarked that he seemed to have seen him earlier in the day after he passed the preliminary round. Beckyu said that there was a yellow crane in the tavern, but unfortunately he didn't have time to see the cooking process. His assistant asked if he could have another plate of dumplings, to which Beckyu answered no because he didn't like them. Their new acquaintances were a little surprised and even confused because they thought that they both passed the qualifying round. Chun Sam said that he was not participating in the tournament. At that moment, the waiter approached the young man and said that his order was ready, his meat japshi. The young man sniffed it and said that the smell was incredible and the cook must have golden hands. Chun Sam couldn't resist and asked the guy if he could try a little, to which he said that of course he could try. Chun Sam used 2 chopsticks to grab all the macaroni that was on his plate. When the guy saw this, he was very surprised. Beckyu, seeing the face of his new acquaintance, turned to his assistant because he said that he would try a little, to which he replied that everyone has their own measure, after which they all laughed together. Another day of the qualifying tournament has arrived and new finalists were supposed to appear on this day. In one of the taverns, the judge said that the winner of the last qualifying round had been determined and pointed to the cook. This time, not at this qualifying round, there were already 3 of us. A new acquaintance said that this guy is probably also a good cook. Beckwoo didn't consider this guy a competitor at all, but he saw in front of him the one he really considered his competitor. As they were walking out, they bumped into Jang Cheon, who was standing right in front of them. When Chan Cheon saw Beckwoo, he thought it was the same finger that he was watching him with. The young man in turn thought that he was not mistaken, and that energy was not an illusion at all. He possessed it and wanted to know who he was. Chun Sam, when he noticed that this guy was looking at him, he shouted why he was staring at us and could teach him a lesson. The guy also tensed up and was ready to give in to the fight with him, but Beckyu stopped them. The young man said that the finalists were told to go to the Chengdu Tavern, and that is where they are heading. Chong Chun answered him that he was also heading there and asked the young man again if he was also a cook. I caught myself thinking that just a little more and he would have pulled out his sword. Their new friends said that they were also going there so they could go together. Chun Sam told their new acquaintance that in that case he should walk behind. He asked again why. They explained to him that there was no point in crowding together in 4s and he had no choice but to walk behind. After some time, they approached the Chengdu Tavern where all the finalists were supposed to gather. The leader of the association greeted all the participants and said that he was the owner of this tavern, and his name was Du Chong Ji. He said that his tavern would provide them with accommodation and food until the end of the tournament. Their new acquaintances said that his name is Payan, and he is a cook at the Glorious Abode Tavern. Next to introduce himself was Chong Cheon. He said that he was from the Sichuan in a peaceful one. Beckwoo was very surprised that he was from Sichuan because his dish resembled northern cuisine. The guy didn't know what they would answer him and said that it just happened on its own. One of the chefs asked another, looking at Beckyu, this is not the guy who controlled the fire in the air on the first day of the tournament. They answered that it was he who rotated the ingredients in the fire. Many began to discuss whether it was fair to cook with magic. Others thought that it was wrong to be so old-fashioned. Chan Cheon asked the young man if he cooks with magic, to which he heard the answer from Beck. Didn't he use the flame of concentration while frying meat? The guy didn't understand how he knew about this technique. After which the young man said that he did not introduce himself. His name is Beckwoo. He is a cook and the Kunlun Tavern. Chan Cheon couldn't help but look at the guy and ask for forgiveness, but he asked how old he was. Then the young man answered them all again so that they could hear that he was about 122 years old. Everyone thought that he was an incorrigible joker. At that moment Jang Cheon thought that this couldn't be, and was he really a master of the rejuvenation technique. After which he put his chopsticks on the chair and continued to look at the young man. And their new acquaintances, the cook asked again why they stopped eating. Were they really uncomfortable? Jang Cheon stood up, lowered his head, and addressed him as an elder. He asked to speak to him informally because he was only 47 years old. Their new acquaintances did not understand anything at all. He thought that these were some kind of jokes. How could he be 47 years old with such a young face? The guy laughed and said that he was probably a comedian too. All his rubber bands flew out from laughter. He said not to lie here and asked again how old he was, to which the guy replied that he was indeed 47 years old. Their new acquaintances asked again how much. Chan Cheon answered him again that he was 47 years old, but his face was not so good-natured, so the guy said that he understood everything. Jang Cheon thought that he believed that he was unequal in the whole world, so he turned away from the path of the sword and went into cooking, but he was too self-confident. Their new acquaintance stood up and said that he was going to get some water. Chun-sum told them to bring it to him. Baek-woo turned to Jang Chun and said that in that case he was ready to discard formalities. Baek-yu was a little disagreed because calling him elders was strange for him. The guy wanted to know how to address him. The young man replied that he could contact Mr. Baek-yu there and that would be enough. The boy wanted to know if there were many outstanding masters like him in the Central Plain. Baek-woo the master asked the outstanding masters again. Then he thought about it and said that he didn't even know because he had only recently finished his closed practice. After which he said that he only knows one. Chan Chan was surprised and asked again who this master was. Baek Yunu replied that it was Chun Sam, his assistant, who always follows him. Chan Cheon at that moment I thought, could it be that this master also possesses the technique of rejuvenation? Now it became clear to him what kind of energy he felt when he encountered them several times. He asked again how they ended up here. He himself began to tell that the north was his homeland, but in the spring, he moved to the Central Plain in the hope that he would no longer shed blood for his own hands. Baekyu listened to his speech and said that he believed it was not easy to leave his homeland and move to another part. The guy answered that it was true that he had many subordinates who followed him from the very north, but he had to leave. If he had stayed, he would have continued to kill people on orders. Chun Sam, having listened to his story to the end, said that if he were in his place, he would have killed the commander with one fist long ago. The young man laughed to himself and thought that he doubted that he had done this to the emperor. Chun Sam asked again why he was laughing. The young man answered nothing. The association leader said that the tournament is held according to the following scheme. First, teams of 5 people compete, and the next day they hold a semi-final match. And then the long-awaited finals will take place. After which he said that he was ready to call us up, starting with the first team. Meanwhile, the main council of the Du family held a banquet for the judge from the Tang clan of the Chilsa Union. The leader of the association gave orders to his subordinates to do so that there would always be food on the table. After which he told his guests that they had prepared a small festive dinner for them so that they could enjoy themselves. Their guests said that it was not worth the trouble. Said Man Khan Zui, head of the Chilsa Union, and the elder of the Tang clan thanked them for their hospitality. The moment when they were served food on the table, the man showed how he controlled fire right in front of their table. The head of the union told the elders what he had heard about them from his subordinates, and then he added that there were rumors that he had cut off the head of the former head of the 10,000 Gold clan and taken his place. He wanted to know if it was true. The elder lowered his head and didn't say a word. He didn't want to discuss this topic with him. The association leader thought that the atmosphere at the table was very gloomy, so he decided to go up to the guests' table and ask them for permission to fill their glass. At that moment, the oldest of us said that all this was true. He destroyed the previous leader and took his post, after which he asked if he was really disgusted by his behavior. After which he took a few sips and then added that he was just getting rid of some extra junk. The head of the union said that their orthodox faction despises all unorthodox people, but it seems that among them there are those whom they themselves would consider scum. The elder turned his head and looked at his interlocutor. He was disgusted. After which he heard the answer that the head of the union was just another scumbag like everyone else. To which he became very indignant. He jumped up and started shouting, how dare he. The soldiers accompanying the head of the union sitting at the same table stood up in full readiness. Also, everyone who accompanied the elder stopped eating and was ready. The situation was getting tense. The leader of the Culinary Competition Association went on a bender because he realized that things were bad. The elder at first raised his hand and ordered his boys to calm down and sit down, after which he lowered his hand down and repeated to them again to sit down. All the guys who accompanied the elders obeyed his order without question. The leader of the association understood that there would be no clash. He approached the musician and told her why she froze she should play as loudly as possible. After which the association leader turned to the gentleman and he poured him some more drink. After which he said that the elder is a truly broad-minded person. At that moment the oldest one finished everything that was in his mug and loudly put it on the table. Then he turned his head and looked at the leader of the association. His face was displeased. The leader of the association did not know what to do when he saw this face. He did not understand whether he was still unhappy. In another part of this tavern, the contestants sat and chatted with each other. A new acquaintance who had passed the final came up and said that he would be in the first team. Asked what they were in. Baek Woo, without thinking twice, said that he was third and Chan Chun replied that he was second. The guy noticed that they were all on different teams and then they could meet in the semifinals. Baek Woo said that would be great. After their new acquaintance had sorted everything out, he turned around and left and only two remained at the table. Jang Cheon approached Mr. Baek Woo because he had one request for him. The gentleman put his cup on the table and asked again what this request was. The guy said that all this time he lived like a frog in a well and believed that there was no one stronger than him in this world, but he met him and changed his thinking. If possible, he would like to stay close to him and develop his martial arts skills. Baek Woo was pleased to hear this, but he wanted to hear this guy out to the end and understand what he needed. Baek Woo replied that with his level there is no guarantee that he will be able to improve. Even next to him, the guy replied that it is not scary. Then Baek Woo said that he had one condition. The guy asked again what those conditions were. Baek Woo asked him to focus all his efforts on the cooking tournament. Chan Cheon was a little surprised and asked again if he really meant that he should do damage in this tournament. Baek Woo said that this is how he should focus only on cooking until the end of the tournament, and if he doesn't reveal his full potential then he won't even remember what he asked for. Jang Cheon was a little surprised by such a request because on the other hand he could have given in to him, but he asked for the opposite. Then the guy said that he understood everything and would try his best and show what he was capable of. The next day came and the penal session was to take place at Du Chong Jiai's house. The association leader said it was time to begin the first selection for the semifinals. After which he said that everyone applauded the 20 participants of the first semifinal. Their new acquaintances took part in the first semifinal, so they watched his work. Jang Cheon had to fulfill his promise to focus on the cooking competition. Baek Woo also didn't want to miss anything. He wanted to see what their new friend was capable of. The leader of the Culinary Competition Association said that they are starting with the expected agenda, namely themes of the current vaculinary competition, and it sounds at this moment he opened the scroll to read. And in this scroll there was a large volume written. This was the theme of the culinary tournament. When the contestants heard the large volume, they immediately thought that they needed to prepare a lot of portions, but they just had to figure out how much. They were told the conditions that the participant had 30 minutes and whoever prepared 10 delicious portions of Chinese noodles during that time would win. In the first team, Payan easily won and demonstrated his amazing knife skills. In the second team, the victory went to Chan Chun, who amazed everyone with his flying kitchen cleavers. When the third tournament came, everyone froze and started saying wow in surprise. Of course, the winner of the third team was Baek Woo, who surprised everyone once again. When Payan saw how Baek Woo works, he thought, how is this even possible? Chan Cheon is also a god, surprised and did not understand how he so freely wields flame concentration and capture from the void. Victory in the fourth team was in the hands of the last finalist of the qualifying round, which managed to beat 6,000 opponents. At this time, in another part where there was a huge stone, there was a heavenly cult. One of the elders will go to the cave to fulfill his promise. When he went inside, he noticed that the feather of the mad demons had not changed. And then he looked around. Now he needed to do what he came here for. He stopped also because there were a large number of monsters around ready to attack him. In this cave, on the ceiling and walls hung monsters with glowing eyes. He did not want to irritate them. When the owner of this sulfur saw the elders, he told him to leave as quickly as possible, after which he disappeared from that place as if he had never been there. The elder looked at him and said that now he understood where Helbop was. The head of the demons asked the elders what had happened and why he had come to him. Elder Chung Rock told him that he had not changed at all, he remained the same. Helbop didn't intend to talk to him for long and asked him to say what he needed. Chung Rock replied that he came with a request. Helbop asked me again if it was really a request after 10 years. Chung Rock said that he asks as it is necessary to deal with someone. Hellbop answered him that is all he wanted. After which he turned around and started to leave. Then Chung Rock told him that he knew the Black Rye Squad, to which he replied that of course he knew these brats. He came to the table, took the cup, and asked his guest again why he was asking about them. When they sat down at the table, Chung Rock began to say that one man had smashed the Black Whirlwind Squad to smithereens. Hellbop asked again if he was really asking to avenge them, to which he heard the answer yes. He became interested in why him. Then the elder said that he would really refuse the request of his old friend Hellbop, ask him to pout for some other reasons besides friendship. To which I heard the answer, shouldn't he somehow repay the favor shown to him by the former leader of the cult? The elder said that he is doing this for the sake of his granddaughter of the previous leader, whom he serves. She must definitely become the next leader. Hellbop, after what he heard, thought he had to make a decision what to do. At the same time, in another part where the culinary tournament was taking place, it was clear that everyone had made it to the semifinals. They sat at the same table. Payan said that this search was not a grand event in his life. Jang Cheon approached Mr. Baekwoo and said that he was impressed by his cooking method, to which I heard the answer that he was very skilled at breaking up noodles with the help of his fencing skills. Their acquaintance would become from the table because he was not interested at all. They did not talk about food at all. He believed that they were much stronger than him and that he clearly had no place here. The young man saw Chunsam and went to him, to which he told him that he had a very tasty dish. The guy was very happy and asked again if it was true. Well, what they told him was that it was like that from the third bite. Baekyu, when you want your new friend to give it his all and never give in. Jang Cheon answered the master that he promises that he will do everything as he asks, and thought to himself that he must defeat him. The next morning came and everyone gathered at Du Chong Jiai's house to hold the final competition. The association leader said that they were starting the first semifinal and the gong sounded. 3 judges sat at a table watching what would happen in this culinary competition. One of the organizers said that competitors were given 30 minutes and they had to cook whatever their heart desires. It was also said that the first fight will be between chefs Jin Dae-hong and Jang Cheon. Immediately after these words, another gong sounded and time began. The tournament began. Competitor Jang Cheon was very skilled with his knives and began to demonstrate his skills. He took the radish and began to cut it, showing what he could do and his abilities. Many of those present began to speak so that others could watch him cut the radishes. And also the observer did not understand why his opponent was not doing anything. He had his eyes closed. Some saw that there was a dragon on the guy's table. They didn't understand if it was alive. His opponent had already started cutting carrots. Everyone was watching his abilities. This guy at that moment squeezed a fiery flame out of the dragon's mouth. He clearly had golden hands, as those who watched thought. The guy thought it was better to give it his all at the very beginning so he could win. But at that moment his opponent took out his sword. No one understood why. The observers were surprised because they had no idea what would happen next and why he was doing this. His sword was not at all unusual. It emanated a lot of energy. The observers wondered what happened to his sword. They thought it was a magic show. But what they saw next was not a show but the preparation of his favorite piece of meat, which he threw up into the air. After which the young man swung his sword several times, thus dividing the piece of meat into many pieces, which began to fall from top to bottom. These parts were absolutely identical. After which all these pieces of meat fell on his sword, which was heated to such a state that it was possible to fry on it. At that moment everyone watching was saying how masterfully he was frying meat. After which he raised his one hand and high with salt. The course went salt. It was simply a breathtaking sight. A few minutes later the dish was ready and the plate with cooked meat was on the table. Jang Cheon told the service that everything was ready so they could try his dish. After which the gentlemen judges had to try the dishes and determine which of them was the winner. When the judges approached Chan Chan, they asked what his dish was called. He replied that it was kamshlik. In the north it is called shashlik. 3 members of the judges each took a piece of meat, put it in their mouths and began to taste it. Each of them, when they tried this dish, understood that this was something better and they had nothing like this for weeks before. The pieces of meat were incredibly crispy chicken, which perfectly combined with the meat juices. It was an excellent dish. The second contestant said his dish was called Flaming Dragon. One of the jury's hairdryers said that he could steal it later. It looked pretty tasty. Well, after each of the judges took a piece and tried the dish, they definitely spat it out right now and started saying that it was unbearable to even chew. This contestant didn't didn't understand what it was and why they didn't like his dish. The head of the association raised his hand and said wait a minute, he needed to figure out what was wrong. He said that from an objective point of view, he has a very suitable dish. It cannot be compared with the dish of his competitor. One of the judges said that there is nothing to say about this dish, it only looks impressive but it tastes simply unbearable. There was nothing left to do but admit that the winner of this semifinal was Chan Cheon. Baek Woo and their new friends stood and applauded their new acquaintance. Chan Chun at this moment thought that he did everything in his power as he promised. At the same time, in another part where the Kunlun Mountains where something was happening at that time, vodka which was banned by 6 horses moved towards the Kunlun tracks. This cart was driven by Hellbop. He agreed to the proposal and moved to fulfill it. When he arrived, he was even a little surprised at how big the Kunlun Inn was. He couldn't even imagine that such a huge inn was hidden in the depths of the mountains. It was amazing. From his cart came strange sounds that became louder and then quieter. Hellbop said to those who were in this cart, "Are they really bored already? They need to wait a little bit, soon they will have fun." From the heart he drove even closer. He let them out. It was his army of monsters that he was bringing with him to destroy Baekyu, his tavern. The monsters, having escaped from outside, very quickly headed towards their target. There were many of them. They moved so loudly that they scared even the birds that were on the mountain tops. Van Koren, when he saw how the birds behaved, because he was the master of beasts, understood that there was danger somewhere very close. He turned his head and looked around. He needed to understand where the danger was coming from. So he climbed to the highest point and began to observe from there. He raised his head and saw that monsters were approaching the tavern, who were clearly not in a good-natured mood. Van Koren shouted at the top of his voice that they had an emergency and called everyone around to this place. The guys asked him, not understanding what had happened. They had to make a decision quickly. Van Koren said that creatures that smell of death are approaching them. The guy found out who they were. Then the Beast Lord said that he doesn't know, they don't look like either animals or people. There was a whole army of these creatures and she was ready to tear them into small pieces. Van Koren first asked the tavern administrator if there was a guest. He replied that there wasn't one yet. Van Koren said that this is very good and there will be no unnecessary casualties. These monsters were already very close. They entered the territory of the tavern. Something had to be done. Van Koren didn't understand what to do with them. He thought it was some kind of curse since they could move through the air. Van Koren first of all became our protector of all who worked in this tavern. There were more and more of these monsters and they were very close. Something had to be done. A tiger cub that looked like a small kitten suddenly became a huge tiger. Hikoven was assigned to protect the owner of this tavern, Soki. Therefore the tiger dealt with everyone who came even a little closer to these monsters. The guys stood aside. They were surprised that they had really been deceived all the time and that it was not a kitten at all. The owner of this tavern was also a little surprised. She was worried about Koven. They told her not to be upset. And what did she say? That she is not worried at all because he is a very strong pet of hers. These monsters were armed with scythes just like death. One of these monsters jumped behind the Beastmaster and tried to inflict. He swung his scythe with all his might and struck the Beast Lord in the neck. The owner of this truck, Kira, was very scared. She was worried that Van Koren would come early. The scythe actually hit the Beast Lord and pierced his body a little. After which the Beast Lord with 2 fingers took it out of his body and said that it was mountain armor. And then he added that with this mountain armor they won't even be able to scratch it. When the monsters saw that they couldn't deal him low damage, they were very surprised. After which the Beast Lord swung and struck one of the monsters, spraying water in all directions. After God destroyed one monster, another followed. Another monster stopped trying to figure out which side would be best to strike. It was clear that these monsters were completely indifferent to the death of their comrades, and there were emotionless creatures there. After which the entrance to the tavern was broken down and 3 monsters entered it, but they were already a little different. Van Koren saw and said that he would have to deal with them too since he didn't need any extra headaches. He didn't understand why he needed all this trouble because he was not that kind of person at all. One of these monsters thought that he could kill him. The second one said that he could. The Beast Lord was furious that they were not allowing him to live in peace and were attacking the tavern. He shouted at them that they were vile creatures and one by one very quickly threw them aside. Not far from this tractor there was a beautiful meadow where butterflies were flying. Hellbop, where on this field did you say that he hadn't been in such places for a long time? He spends all day lounging around with these guys. He stood up and walked towards the tavern, expecting that the monsters had already finished their work. When he came closer and saw what was happening, he was very surprised because most of his creatures were lying on the ground, and before him stood the Beast Lord who had dealt with all his monsters. When Hellbop saw this, he shook his fists in anger and was ready to join the fight himself. When he came closer, he did not understand what kind of energy it was and whether there was such a person in the central plane. He also thought that it is not easy to resist those who have fallen into demonic madness. Even a martial arts master cannot handle them. Looking at this whole picture, he realized that he couldn't believe that things had gotten to this point. Hellbop came closer and asked if it was his job. He didn't hear the answer and went on. After which Van Koren took the axe in his hand, realizing that he would not win empty-handed. And then he also took another axe in his second hand since his opponent looked more like a demon. Hellbop decided that he was in a position to use his skills and took the first step of the Bloody Shadow by cloning himself. The Beast Lord did not understand where his opponent was in reality and where his shadow was. Hellbop tried to take advantage of this, approached the Beast Lord very closely and extended his hand, after which he used another blow, the palm of the demonic blood. It was a fairly strong blow. Van Koren concentrated your abilities and was able to hold off that blow so that it wouldn't cause him any damage. The owner of the tavern and the other guys were in shock. They didn't even expect that this was possible. After which Hellbop abruptly changed the place where he was standing and stepped back. When Van Koren parried this blow, he thought that the opponent was really very strong. Hellbop jumped to the side with three of them, then rose up and tried to strike from above. At one point it seemed that his blow had reached its target and Van Koren was destroyed. The owner of this tavern and the other workers are walking around in shock. They didn't expect that something could happen to Mr. Van Koren. After which Hellbop landed on the ground right in front of the workers of this tavern. There on two fines he asked them which of them was Baekyu because his main task was to destroy him. But none of the guys were Baekwu and none of them were going to answer him. Then Hellbop said that everything was clear to him and that this person was not here. At that moment the tiger came down the steps and practically attacked the intruder. The owner of this tavern invited Koven to her place. She was worried about him. Their uninvited one said that it was a very rare animal and he even felt sorry to kill it. He offered to go over to his side and he would take care of it. The tiger seemed not to hear anything. He opened his mouth and tried to attack him. Hellbop said that it seems that he does not understand anything at all. He will still remain a beast despite his spirituality. After which the uninvited Willow said that he had no other choice and that he had no choice but to destroy everyone. At that moment he heard something moving behind him and he fell silent and then turned his head. He saw that in the very place where he had recently struck the VNA someone began to throw debris in different directions. The stones really did fly in different directions and were everywhere. From under these rubbles the Lord of Beasts himself crawled out, stood on two legs and scratched his head. Hellbop saw him and said that it was very noisy. Is that really all he can do? Van Koren looked at his opponent as if his organs were simply being torn apart. After such a powerful blow to his mountain armor, he thought that this was most likely a disaster. Maybe he should run away. But he looked at the others he worked with in this tavern, and if he did that then they would all die. And he would never allow the owner of this tavern Soka to die, so he made a decision. He raised two axes above his head and said that he was ready to lead his opponent into the kingdom of the pit with the help of the heavenly 12-stroke method and the hellish flow.